Chapter 301, Encounter, 2. Wait, isn't that? The moment the black-hooded figure removed his hood, I was left sitting in shock. The drink in my hand dropped on the counter, and my mouth hung wide up. How? I wondered to myself as I sat there in a daze. Hayek. In the meantime, the dwarf that was picking a fight with the hooded figure quickly sobered up and dragged his friends out of the tavern. He realized that he had messed with the wrong person. Staring at the dwarf that had just left, I turned my attention back to the hooded figure who once again covered his features with the hood. Standing up, I walked in his direction. "May I sit?" I asked whilst looking at him from above. Lifting his head, the hooded figure's cold voice rang through my ear. "Didn't I say that I wanted to drink and peek?" Mid-sentence, the hooded figure paused. His eyes widened a little bit. You're also a human, so young as well." "Yeah." I casually put my drink on the table. "So, can I sit?" "No, I still want to be left in peace." The black-hooded figure still shook his head. Ignoring him, I still sat down and took a sip of the ale. Ugh, bitter. The result was me putting on a bitter face. Seriously, the ale was just too bitter. "You have a lot of balls." "Not really," I murmured thoughtlessly. For the most part, I was a coward. Unless forced to, I would never do something that would end up putting my life at risk. If not for the fact that I was sure that the hooded figure before me would not hurt me, I would have never have approached him. "Knowing the extent of my abilities, you still approaching me. Don't think that just because you're human, I won't touch you." He warmed. In response to his threat, I shrugged my shoulders. I'm not that stupid. Since you know, I'll give you 10 seconds, if you don't leave in that amount of time, I'll forcefully remove you. Putting his cup down, the hooded figure started counting. 1, 2. Eyeing the hooded figure from the side of my eyes, I lazily stood up. Pretending to be downcast, I muttered out loud. "Well, I just wanted to say that I used to be good friends with your daughter, Emma. But it seems like I'm unwanted." 3, huh? The man abruptly stopped counting. Then, standing up and grabbing me by the collar, his voice raised. "What did you just say?" His cold voice sent shivers down my spine. Still retaining my composure, raising both hands in the air, I replied with a slight smile. "Emma Rochefield, your daughter. I know her." "That's right." The hooded figure before me was Emma's father, Waylon Rochefield, mayor of Ashton City and vice director of the Union. Pretending to keep a smile on my face, my jaws clenched tightly, and my eyes closed. Just the thought about that organization caused my blood to boil. For what they did to me, I was going to make them pay dearly, just like the monolith. Regarding Waylon, although he was part of the Union, I did not resent him. The people I had resentment with were the ones that decided to cast me out as though I was trash. Those guys. All I could tell them was to wait for me. Wait for me to come to clean up the place. Retaining his grip on my clothes, Waylon's eyes squinted. "You know my daughter. Can you let go first?" Then, tapping his large hands on my clothes, I spoke in annoyance. "Kinda hard to breathe." Realizing that his hands were still on my clothes, Waylon apologized and let go. Sorry. "It's fine." Fixing my clothes, I calmly sat down and looked at Waylon, who sat back down. Observing him from up close, I couldn't help but think. He sure does look like Emma. Handsome face, auburn-colored hair, and a perfect physique. No wonder Emma looked the way she did. Damned genes. Twirling his almost empty cup, Waylon suddenly asked. "Do you truly know Emma?" I nodded and pretended to take a sip of my ale. I didn't actually drink it, though. Too bitter. "How can I tell that you're not lying?" "You can't, nor do I care if you don't." That was a lie. I actually did care, especially after I remembered that he worked for the Union. A crazy thought hit me as soon as I saw him. What if I bring him to my side? Dealing a significant blow to the Union with my current power was practically impossible. In fact, in the future as well. They were just too strong. But that didn't mean that it was completely impossible. What if I decided to grow a cancer inside of the Union? Monica and Wayland. What if I somehow brought those two people to my side? What would the end result be? Just the thought threatened to cause the edges of my lips to curl upwards. Still, that was just a thought for now. It was all up in the air for how I was going to deal with them. You're right, I have no way of knowing whether you are lying or not. Here. Tapping on my bracelet and taking out my locked student ID card, I handed it to him. What's this? Taking the card, Waylon slowly started reading it out loud. Rendover, 17, Lock Class A, 25. Halfway through reading the card, Waylon stopped. Pretending to take another sip of the ale, I raised my brow. Believe me now? Yeah. Waylon nodded before passing the card back to me and asking. How is she? Is she okay? Is everything all right? At his question, I helplessly shrugged my shoulders. How would I know? You know damn well that I haven't seen her for months. Without portals, it took a long time to arrive at the Dwarven domain. Furthermore, the last time I saw her was like a year ago, and we weren't even that close. Right. Sorry, I got a little bit too worked up. It's understandable. Leaning back on the chair, I looked at the ceiling before opening my mouth. Well, I do know that her situation isn't the best right now. What do you mean? My words instantly piqued Wallen's interest as he leaned his body forward. Care to tell me what you know? Frowning, I thought for a moment before saying. Well, this is a few months old news, but your brother is making your daughter's life difficult. Before leaving the human domain, I had Small Snake send me information regarding the others to see how they were doing. Out of everyone I asked, Emma was the only one that seemed to be in a dire state. Her uncle seemed to have started making a move. This was much faster than anticipated, and even worse, it seemed like he was working with the Parkers. My brother. Waylon tilted his head. Yeah. Sighing, I explained. He's been trying his best to get Emma out of the lock and has also frozen all of her cards. So she basically has nothing. That bastard. Smack. Waylon suddenly stood up and smacked his hand on the table. His enraged roar shook the whole tavern, and not long after, the table in front of me broke apart. All eyes in the tavern were drawn towards us. But it seems like Waylon was too caught up in his rage to not realize this as he followed up. How dare he? A threatening aura slowly started exuding out of his body. Standing up from my seat, I quickly tried to calm him down. Calm down, hear me out before you do something stupid. Unfortunately, I was but an ant in his eyes. Waving his hand, I was pushed a couple of meters back. How can I remain calm in this situation? No, I need to tell the others that I need to go. Oi, at least listen to me before you go. What is it? Waylon asked as he turned around to face my direction. Just have a seat, and let me finish talking. Shaking my head, I tossed a couple of coins to the clerk and sat on a new seat. From how unfazed he was, this seemed to be a regular occurrence. Please. I motioned with my hand. At least let me finish before you go on a rampage. All right. My pleading, fortunately, worked as Waylon soon sat back on the seat opposite to him. Throwing him a grateful look, I thanked him. Thank you. I guess it's true when they say that all fathers are suckers for their daughters. Not that I wouldn't understand, since I probably would have also been the same if Nola was in the same situation. So, what did you want to say? Waylon impatiently asked. Scratching the side of my head, I opened my mouth. All I wanted to say was that you don't have to worry. Don't have to worry, you do know th. Oi, let me finish. Cutting him off, I glared at him before continuing. Although Emma is in a tough situation, I never once said that she was helpless. She got a lot of reliable people working with her to solve the problem. Your presence will do more harm to her growth than anything else. What do you mean? If you indulge your daughter, she's never going to grow. No offense, but your daughter is pretty spoiled. If you're there, she's never going to grow up and solve her problems by herself. If Emma never overcame any challenge presented before her, she would never grow. Although she had Kevin with him, it didn't mean that things would be easy. She needed to experience hardship to grow. I knew this best. Plus, a guy I know will help her out. Did you just say a guy? Waylon's eyes turned into two small slits. A wisp of his pressure radiated out of his body. He's a friend. I replied whilst looking away. Tell me more. Did I just accidentally sell Kevin out? I was putting on a good word for him in my defense. Haha, well, Kiam, it's getting hot in here. No, no, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to switch the conversation. Who is the guy? He's my best friend. When I was trying my best to dodge the conversation, Waylon suddenly grinned. I'm joking. I don't mind as long as he truly is reliable, as you say. Sighing in relief, I seriously said. He's reliable. That I am sure of. All right, I'll trust your words for now. Smiling, I cursed inside of my mind. Trust me, my ass. It would take him months to get back in the human domain, and even then, there was a high chance that he would be in big trouble since he most likely had some critical work to do here. He had no choice but to trust my words. Now that I've answered all of your questions. Propping my elbows on the table and interlocking my hands together, I rested my chin on my hands. It's my turn to ask questions. Waylon leaned back and took a sip of his new drink. Right, it's only right that I answer some of your questions. Without wasting any time, I went straight to the point and pointed to a table not far from us. Where the dwarf from before sat. What is going on here? I heard the word demons being mentioned by that dwarf from before, and seeing how you're here, it seems like something is going on here. Ha, you're sharp. Waylon said as he put the cup down. At the moment, I, along with a few others, have been sent to the dwarven domain to carry out some diplomatic talks with the dwarfs regarding artifact trading. Shrugging his shoulders, Waylon wryly smiled. Unfortunately, we arrived at the wrong time. Wrong time. My brows knit. Taking a sip of the ale, Waylon raised his cup and said. And that's because right now, the dwarves are at war with the demons. War. My eyes shot wide open. Then, I leaned forward with both hands on the table and urgently asked. Are you telling me that the dwarves are at war with the demons right now? Indeed, in fact, it's still in the early stages. Glancing towards his left and right, he whispered. Furthermore, to establish a good diplomatic connection with them, we have no choice but to stay behind and help them. You're most likely going to be dragged into the war as well. Shit. Leaning back on my seat and massaging my forehead, I felt a massive headache coming. If what Waylon said was right, then I really might get dragged into the war. Not because I wanted to, but because by the time I left, I would end up facing thousands of demons at the same time. Talk about bad timing. Raising my head, I suddenly recalled a small part of the conversation. Wait, did you just say we? What do you mean by we? Nonchalantly taking a sip of his ale, an amused smile appeared on Waylon's face. Right, you mentioned you were from the lock, right? That's right. Placing the drink down and whipping the foam that was on his mouth, Waylon opened his mouth and said. Isn't that great? Your headmaster is also here. The Author's POV. Chapter 302, Malval Ironhawk, 1. The headmaster. My eyes shot wide open. The SS-ranked hero headmaster who never once showed up during my stay at the lock. Waylon almost spat out his drink. Giving me an odd look, he wryly smiled. Odd way to put it, but correct. My God. Leaning back on my seat, my brows furrowed tightly. Although I knew that Waylon and the headmaster were on a mission together, I didn't actually know that they were in the dwarven domain. This was because Kevin back in my novel only went to the dwarven domain after the conference that took place a couple of years from now. That was also the first time the two properly showed up in the story. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping on the table, I fell into thought. Who would have thought that he was here? The headmaster's presence makes things complicated. Although he wasn't there during the tournament, most likely he was aware of me. After all, there was no way Donna wouldn't have told him about me. Furthermore, as the headmaster, he was probably made aware of each death that occurred during that day. Explaining to him how I was still alive was going to be really troublesome. Ugh, how troublesome indeed. Do you have any other questions for me? Waylon downed the whole drink and smacked the cup on the table. He then proceeded to wipe the foam that lingered on his lips. Lifting my head, I nodded my head. Yes, one more. Go on, but make it quick, I'm supposed to leave soon. Waylon replied as he checked his watch. Leaning forward, I asked. Have you perhaps heard of anyone called Malval Ironhawk before? Sir Malval. An odd look flashed Waylon's face. Is there something wrong? From the look on Waylon's face, it seemed as though he knew him. With a complicated look, Waylon scratched the back of his head. No, not really, it's just that, he's, how should I say it? Stroking his chin, Waylon tried to find the right words to say. Let's just say that he's a very hard man to please. I figured. Leaning back on my seat, I let out a sigh. Malvel was one of the few people that could handle Ocleum properly. He was a legendary craftsman. Without a doubt his standards for materials were high, and not just that, he was probably also very selective of his clients. In no way would he craft artifacts for whoever asked. But I still had to try. Even if he might reject me, I want to know. I wanted to get stronger faster. Surrounded by so many enemies, I had no choice but to get stronger. It was a must. At my response, a small smile appeared on Waylon's face. If you insist. Twirling his now empty cup, Waylon thought for a moment. Usually he's working at the 4th level, but you can find him on the 1st level from time to time. In fact, he's probably at his shop right now. Where exactly is that? Can you tell me the location? Sure, but I'll warn you beforehand. Don't expect him to make an artifact for you. No matter how rich you are, he won't do it unless he feels like it. Understandable. Like I've said before, if he just crafted for anyone, he'd have a line that would stretch all the way to the human domain. Pay close attention. Tapping on his watch, a holographic map soon appeared before us. To my surprise, it was a map of the whole 1st level. Waylon then pointed towards a certain area on the map. The shop is right here. If you follow this path over here, you should be able to get there in about 10 minutes. I see. My brows furrowed slightly. The map was a bit of a mess since it wasn't an official map, but it got to the point. I now knew where to go. I have to go now. Putting his hood back on, Waylon suddenly stood up. Before he left, he tossed me a dark-colored metal plate. Before I go, take this as well. What's this? Catching it, I curiously asked. Pointing at the plate in my hand, Waylon explained. It's an identification badge. In case you want to meet me, you can just show them to the guards and they'll let you pass. Staring at the green plate in my hand, I gratefully looked at Waylon. I see, thank you. This might come in handy. No problem. Flashing a grin behind the hood, Waylon gave a slight nod. Have to go now. Thank you again for telling me about Emma. No problem. Recalling something, Waylon's footsteps suddenly halted. Turning around, he. Oh, right, if we meet up again, tell me more about that guy you mentioned before. Very curious about him. Sweat instantly dripped down my forehead. Sure. Good, good. Satisfied, Waylon turned around and left the tavern. Gazing at his back from where I was sitting, I closed my eyes and wished Kevin the best of luck. Looks like he really couldn't get out of this one. Leviathan Building, Lock. Every day at this hour, Emma and Kevin would train at the public training ground inside of the Leviathan Building. Not only was it bigger than their own personal training grounds, but it was also great for training with companions. Training with his swords in the middle of the training grounds, Kevin suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Kevin. Emma dropped her short swords and worriedly looked at him. Holding onto his nose and raising his hand to gesture to her that he was fine, Kevin wryly smiled. Nothing, I just suddenly felt a chill run down through my spine. Got a cold? Don't think so. Excluding the fact that colds didn't exist anymore, Kevin had been feeling good these days. His strength was progressing at an alarming rate. He had just broken to C- rank not too long ago. He was healthier than ever. It's probably just my imagination. He muttered to himself before once again raising his sword. Shah. Slashing down, a beautiful yet deadly arc drew in the air. I'm feeling great, probably just my imagination. That's great. Emma sighed in relief before suddenly her face turned serious. By the way, Kevin, did you finally make up your mind? But at that moment, Kevin's focus completely scattered and he turned to face Emma. Regarding what you told me not too long ago. Ah, that. Lowering his sword, Kevin's face distorted. Clenching tightly onto his sword, he softly muttered. I have decided to go through with the offer. A pity. A look of disappointment flashed Emma's eyes. Well, it's not like I can stop you since I also think that this decision isn't a bad one. I know, but Kevin's fists clenched tightly. From Ren's death to Emma's problems. Kevin realized that he was still too weak. If only he had been more powerful, or had someone backing him up, none of the problems would have ever occurred. Never again did he want to feel so helpless. Lifting his head and raising his sword, Kevin once again slashed down. Shah. Joining the Union is the fastest way to make up for my shortcomings. With the city built directly inside of a mountain range, the only indication I got that it was nighttime was the slight chill that traveled in the air. Even then, it quickly disappeared as the thermal system built underground turned on, warming up my shoes, and the air around me. This should be the place, right? Lifting my head, I stopped in front of a fairly large shop. Compared to the other shops that I saw, this shop was the shabbiest looking one. Yet, despite it being the shabbiest looking one, it somehow felt like the most premium one. It was hard to describe. Was it perhaps its atmosphere? Or just my imagination? Wasn't sure, but I was just about to find out. The golden hammer. A shabby-looking insignia hung outside of the shop. Turning around and finally taking notice of my surroundings, to my surprise, I barely found anyone frequenting the place. It was as though everyone was avoiding the shop like plague. Clang. 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 The rhythmical, steady sound of metal being pounded was the only thing that indicated to me that I was in the right place. Taking a step forward, I knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. Hello. Is anybody here? No response. Knock. I once again knocked. This time, I raised my voice a little bit more, just to make sure that they heard me. Hello. Is there anyone in the shop? Clang. Clang. Strange. Yet again no one responded. However, the sound of metal being pounded was unmistakably there. Was he perhaps too into it? Maybe that was why he didn't hear me. Well, whatever. Shrugging my shoulders, I pushed the door open and entered the shop. Ugh. As soon as I entered the shop, a wave of hot hair brushed past me as the heavy scent of iron invaded my nostrils, prompting my nose to momentarily close up. It took me a couple of seconds to get adjusted to the smell, and once I looked around, I found myself inside of a nicely decorated shop filled with all sorts of different artifacts. From all kinds of weapons ranging from swords, axes, spears, and much more, to bracelets, and other different accessories were put on display around the shop. From a distance, I could tell that they were of a different quality. Come on, put more strength into it. I'm trying. Clang. Clang. As I was observing the artifacts, in the back of the shop I could faintly hear two voices. Turning my head and walking in the direction of where the voices were coming from, I curiously peeked from the side. And there I saw it. Steady your arm. Okay. Two dwarves fully focused on hammering a small piece of metal. Sweat trickled down the side of their faces, and their focus never left the piece of metal before their eyes. In fact, they were so focused that they did not notice my presence. Of the two dwarves, one was evidently older whilst the other was much younger. Furthermore, observing from the side, I could tell that the older one was trying to coach the younger one. Clang. Clang. No, nay, nay. Harder. The SSA too soft. The older-looking dwarf shook his head in disappointment before pointing at a specific section of the metal. Idiot, ye did nae hammer this part enough. Look, the shape be aff. I'm trying, ye old bastard. Smack. Raising his hand, the older-looking dwarf suddenly smacked the younger-looking dwarf in the head. Who ye calling bastard, ye bastard? Oi, that hurts. Letting go of the hammer, the younger dwarf screamed in pain and held the back of his head in pain. This enraged the older-looking dwarf, who raised his voice. You idiot, why did ye let go o' the hammer? Because he hit me. The younger dwarf cried out in grievance. Unfortunately for him, the older dwarf had no sympathy for him as he once again smacked him in the head. Smack. A good blacksmith can work under any conditions. Now look, ye failed. What a waste o' good materials. Covering his face with his hand, the older dwarf muttered out loud. What did I do to get such an incompetent disciple? Maybe if you were nicer, Tommy, I wowve made it. Raising his hand, the older dwarf threatened. Oi, shut up afore I smack ye again. The threat seemed effective as the younger-looking dwarf instantly shut up and covered his head with his hands. Who be ye? Finally taking notice of my presence, the older-looking dwarf turned his head and looked at me straight in the eyes. "Hey." I awkwardly waved my hand. "Are you perhaps Sir Malval?" The Author's POV. Chapter 303, Malval Ironhawk, 2. "It's me, but who be ye?" "Human." Malval picked up the hammer from the ground and tried to place it on the table. Seeing him struggle to put the hammer on the table, I moved forward and offered him a hand. "I'll help out." "Ah, thank ye. What in the world is this hammer made out of?" In hindsight, I probably should have thought this more thoroughly since the hammer weighed a ton. Even with my current stats, I could barely lift it. KHH, what is this hammer made out of? "A lot o' bloody metal." "Aren't you a blacksmith? How can you work with a hammer that you can't lift?" "Well, it's nae mine, it's me student's. Bounded artifact." "Ye. No wonder." Bounded artifacts were artifacts that could only be used by a specific user. If anyone else tried to use it, the artifact would not respond to any mana fluctuation. As such, unless held by the true owner, it was nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. An extremely heavy one at that. "I'll hold it by its head and ye hold it by the handle." "Okay, uck. Put more strength in your hips, youngster." "Ugh, I'm trying." After struggling for what felt like an eternity but was actually more like a little less than a minute, we finally managed to place the hammer on the table. My God. I collapsed on the ground, completely drained of energy. Even if the artifact was a bounded one, to think that it would weigh so much in its regular state. Just how difficult was crafting it? "So what did you come here for?" Malval wiped his forehead that was filled with sweat. Standing up, I tried to introduce myself. However, before I could do that, I was quickly cut off by him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ren, and I'm he." "You're here to get an artifact, right?" "Yeah." It looks like he already knew my answer. He probably just asked out of formality. "What type of artifact do you want?" "A sword." As I asked, my heart rate sped up a little. Most likely, I was going to get rejected. But I at least wanted to know the requirements for getting accepted. Malval pointed towards the front of the shop and said, "We have plenty in our shop, you can check them." "I already have. And I'm here to have a sword crafted rather than buying one." "Crafted?" "Yes." An odd look flashed Malvin's eyes. Patting the hammer on the table, he sat down on a wooden chair and rested his elbow on the table. "All right, show me your move. If you can intrigue me, I may be interested in forging ye a sword." That's it. Just show him a move, and if he was impressed, he would craft it. Didn't that sound a little bit too easy? At my expression, Malvin spat. "What do you mean the SSA it? Boy, let me tell ye this. I've seen all kinds o' swordsmanships. If what ye show me be nae something worth me time, I will simply nae make ye a sword." That makes more sense. For someone to be hailed as one of the greatest blacksmiths of the world, they had to at least have this much pride. Talk. Tapping on the table to get my attention, Malval warned. "Boy, remember, just because he helped me, dinna assume that it will affect me judgment. I'm very strict when judging." "Never thought you would. Glad ye know." Taking out a random sword from my dimensional space, I rested it by the side of my waist. Typically I would never walk with a sword in my waist as it hinders my movements when walking. I only took it out whenever I was about to fight or was in a dangerous environment. Once I was set, lifting my head slightly, I asked. "Just show you a regular move." "Doesn't really matter. Preferably, a regular move. Big moves can damage the place. Whatever damage ye cause, it's on ye." "Sure." Glancing at the room and realizing that it was filled with precious materials and artifacts, I decided to hold back on the major moves. Though I wasn't sure about what he wanted exactly, I was still planning on going all out. "Ooh." Taking a deep breath, I placed my hand on the sheath of the sword and calmed my mind. Closing my eyes, I placed my thumb right beneath the guard of the sword. "Ye ready?" "I am," I replied. Slowly extending my right foot back, I awaited Malvin's go-ahead. The wait didn't last long, as not even a couple of seconds after I spoke, Malval gave me the go-ahead. "All right, show me what you can do." Click. The moment I got the okay from Malval, almost out of instinct, my thumb pushed forward, and a silver streak of light shot out. What followed the silver streak was a subtle clicking sound. In a split second, I had sheathed and unsheathed my sword at incredible speeds. Once I performed one movement, turning my head, I looked at Malval, who wordlessly stared at me with his arms crossed. "How was it?" I asked, genuinely curious and nervous about his evaluation. I had put everything in that one strike. I felt incredibly good about that one strike. Was what I did good enough to meet his standards? I wanted to know. The silence lasted for a brief couple more seconds before Malval opened his mouth. His voice, sounding extremely disappointed. "That's it." His words made me lose composure slightly as my heart sank. The unamused and almost borderline bored expression on his face was what did it for me. It was making me doubt myself. Was it really that bad? Was my swordsmanship that boring and interesting? Quickly recovering my composure, I looked back at Malval and asked, "What do you mean that's it?" What I meant was that truly the best you were capable of? Yes. Although I didn't use any of my main movements, it would have made no difference to someone like Malval. The fundamentals were there. I see. Standing up, Malval let out a sigh before going back to the entrance of the shop. I followed from behind. "Excuse me." "What?" "So, did I fail?" "You dinna think?" A trace of disappointment flashed across my eyes. Although I never had too much hope from the beginning, getting told outright that I didn't make the cut still disappointed me. "Can you at least tell me why?" I put my katana back and leaned on the counter of the shop where Malvin stood opposite. What was the problem with my swordsmanship? Though disappointed, I wasn't disheartened. I faced many failures in my life. One single failure or rejection wasn't going to make me lose myself. Rather, it was best for me to understand why I had failed so that I could work on it. Just because he rejected me now, didn't mean he was going to reject me again in the future. I knew that I just had to prove my worth. No knowledge from the novel could help me with this regard. Slightly glancing at me from the side, Malval picked up an artifact and cleaned it. Before long, letting out a sigh, he opened his mouth. "I'll do this because ye be young." "Please." I smiled happily. Rolling his eyes, Malvin went straight to the point. "Simply put, your swordsmanship be a mess." "A mess? Ye probably only have just learned how to wield a sword nay too long ago, right?" Putting the artifact down, Malval picked another one and repeated the same process as before. As he cleaned, he eyed me from the side of his eye. "Is me analysis wrong?" "No, you're correct." I bitterly shook my head. As expected of one of the best blacksmiths in the world. With just one glance, he was able to tell that I had only touched a sword for just around 2 years. "You're nae bad for someone who just touched a sword for that little bit o' time. I can tell from your rank that you're talented, and that the swordsmanship ye practice be quite sophisticated, but..." Malval paused. Putting the artifact down, he once again picked another one and repeated the same process. Glancing at the artifact he put down and looking back at Malvin, I urged him to continue. But, though the way I was acting may come across as rude, his words were really enlightening me. It felt as though a new door was opening up to me. My impatience was understandable. Fortunately, Malvin didn't take my action to heart as he lightly shrugged. "That's all there be to it. Ye just have a high rank, average degree o' science control, and a good art. In terms o' actual swordsmanship, you're pretty bad. Bad. I can bet that aside from that weird sword style ye use, ye never actually trained with the sword properly." "Never trained with a sword properly? What do you mean?" My brows knit tightly. A part of me wanted to reject what he was saying, but another part of me, deep down, knew that he was probably right. With his attention on the artifact in his hand, Malval lightly said, "Instead o' focusing on the basic o' swordsmanship, ye only focused on improving your little style, and completely neglected the fundamentals." "Correct. You're correct." What he said was correct. I've only truly trained the keiki style, never actually trained in the basics of swordsmanship. Malval shook his head in disappointment at my confirmation. "That's wrong." Tossing the artifact back down, Malval picked a new one. "Although, I can also see that ye put a lot o' effort in mastering scion control, but the SSA nay enough. Ye be simply wasting your talent." Closing my eyes, I didn't say anything and just processed what Malvin was trying to say. My mind was a bit of a mess right now, but what Malvin said was nothing but the truth. I had only been focused on improving the keiki style and my wind scion control that I completely neglected to train the basics. Putting another artifact down, Malvin leaned on the counter. When someone asks me to craft them an artifact, I always tell them the same thing. Unless you show me something that can truly inspire me to work, I will never craft an artifact for them. I understand. Opening my eyes, I took my elbows off the counter. Giving a light glance at the artifacts present in the room, and noticing their astronomical prices attached to them, I quickly gave up on buying them. Lowering my head, I thanked Malvin for his advice. Thank you for your advice. I will come back once I'm ready. Well, you better be quick. I'm getting on with me age soon. Dinna make me wait too long. Sir, Why. At that moment, just as I was about to leave the shop, an alarm rang out, resounding across the whole city. Putting an artifact down, Malvin's face darkened. Hayes, the city be under attack again. Under attack? Again. Can you tell me what's going on? Malvin's words confused me. What was going on? Were the demons perhaps already invading? And what did he mean by again? I had many questions to ask, but Malvin promptly ignored them as she screamed towards his disciple upstairs. Oi, ye ungrateful bastard, tell the commander that I will be coming soon. Yes, master. The disciple replied. Finally turning his attention back to me, Malvin opened the door of the shop. Human, ye show probably go back now. Although we show be fine, ye never know what might happen. Can you at least tell me what's going on? We're under attack the SSA what's going on? Now go, the shop be closed. Okay. Seriously nodding my head, I took a step out of the shop. Clank. The moment I set foot outside of the shop, the door of the shop behind me closed. Not minding it, I quickly ran towards where the lodgings were. If the city was truly under attack, then I needed to quickly reunite with the others. They may be in danger. The author's POV. Chapter 304, Tower Defense, 1. As he was returning from the tavern, Waylon suddenly heard the sirens of the city ring out. Without wasting any time, he hurriedly ran towards the outer walls of the city where an elderly figure stood. Deeply gazing into the distance on the top of the enormous wall outside of the mountain where Henla resided, a terrifying wind blew from below the walls. Oddly enough, despite the strong winds blowing, the old man's clothes remained completely still and didn't flutter the slightest. Sensing something, the old man turned his head and greeted Waylon with a calm smile. Waylon, you're back. I just came back from a drink. What exactly is going on, Douglas? HAAA. Closing his eyes slightly, the old man, Douglas, looked towards the distance. Waving his hand, the strong winds around them completely disappeared and silence descended. He then pointed towards the distance, where a mass of black dots appeared in the distance. As you can probably tell, the demons are once again attacking. This time, they are attacking with a large number of troops. Putting his hands on the battlements of the castle, the upright projections on the castle walls shaped to look like teeth, Waylon glared. Those bastards. Have they sent the big shots? Not yet. It looks like they are still trying to gauge the defensive mechanism of the city. So they've basically sent the cannon fodder. For now. Douglas calmly nodded his head. Stroking his long white beard, he softly reminded. We should still be careful. We might never know what might happen. Nodding in agreement, Waylon suddenly thought of something. Right, what did the dwarves say? The dwarfs. Yeah, are they allowing us to help them? Acting without permission could enrage the dwarves. This was because their interference might have adverse effects on the dwarves who were perhaps planning on activating a specific defensive measure that required no interference. If they wanted to act, they could only do so at the okay of the dwarves. After all, they were here to please the dwarves, not antagonize them. Understanding full well what Waylon was implying, Douglas shook his head before once again turning his attention towards the distance. Nothing yet, but I've already told them that we will assist them if anything happens. That's good enough for now. Also turning his attention towards the distance, Waylon's eyes squinted and tangible bloodlust started exuding from his body. If they permit us to move, I'll slaughter each and every demon that comes my way. Wee. The The sounds of the sirens rang out throughout the whole city as the dwarves quickly closed up shop and hid inside of their homes. From how unpanicked and organized this was, I could tell that this wasn't the first time that this had happened. Ren, what's going on? Small Snake. Regrouping with the others back at the lodgings, the first one to approach me was Small Snake. Glancing behind him and seeing everyone staring in my direction, my brows furrowed tightly. I'm not too sure, but from what I've heard, it looks like the city will be under siege soon. Under attack. My words instantly caused Small Snake and the others to panic. Everyone but Leopold, who listened attentively from the side. His experience was starting to show, as he remained cool-headed the whole time. What do we do now? Should we take cover? Or should we just leave this place? I'm not sure myself, but leaving is not an option. As Waylon had told me beforehand, escaping this place was no longer an option. The end result would just be us against thousands of demons. Massaging my throbbing forehead and staring at the others who seemed well rested, I cursed out loud. Ah shit, I still didn't sleep yet. Unlike them, I still had not properly rested as I ran around the whole city ever since arriving here. Was my luck really that bad? But at the moment, Small Snake tapped me on the shoulder, disrupting me out of my thoughts. What is it? Ren, what do you suggest we do? Lowering my head and looking at Small Snake straight in the eyes and looking back at the others who were also waiting for my answer, I let out a groan. Ugh, whatever, I don't care anymore. Once again taking out my sword from my dimensional space, I put it on my waist and tapped on my watch. A holographic map of the city appeared in front of me. Musing for a moment, I soon came up with a decision. Let's just go help out. It'll be good training for us. Not only that, but it would also raise our reputation amongst the dwarves. In any case, I needed this to distract my mind off of the things that Malvin had told me not too long ago. Get ready, we're about to move. Before the others could respond, I had already run. Asterisk. Henneler was built inside of a large mountain within a massive mountain range. Blending with the environment, making it harder to spot from a distance, towering walls erected from outside of the mountain. The walls were divided into two areas, the upper areas where the big shots were, and the lower areas where the weaker individuals were. In order to make up the disparity, built on the lower area were many different defensive structures and artifacts, with dwarves, elves, and orcs patrolling around the area. In general, they only talked amongst their own races and kept to themselves, but the impending attack from the demons sobered everyone up as they all helped each other out. In contrast to the lower level, the higher level was more restricted for the stronger individuals. One could see from the level of security around the area that brought towards to the higher level, that highly classified meetings were being held there. Oi, you over there! A buff dwarf yelled over to my side. Turning my head, I instantly recognized him. Eliud. The dwarf that I had previously met at the entrance of the city. Without greeting me nor waiting for me to reply, Eliud shouted onto a small device in his hands. Orimdis, I've got some people here who be right for the job. Quickly come pick them up. Quit shouting, ye fucker, I'll be there in a minute. Because Eliud didn't bother lowering the volume of the device, I could pretty much hear whatever they were saying. The fuck did ye say, Tommy? Pa, what be ye gonna do? Before long, the men called Orimdis arrived. Glaring at Eliud, he raised his middle finger and flipped him off. Then, turning his attention towards me and the others, he began to size us up. MHH, nay bad. This will do for now. Nudging me to follow him with his two fingers, I, along with the others, followed Orimdis towards the northern gate. Walking along, he gave me and the others a brief overview of the wall's defensive structure. The walls had 4 gates, which were named after the cardinal points. Northern, Southern, Eastern, and Western. The northern gate, the gate that I was currently at, directly faced an expansive forest and was on the opposite side of where the main demon force was. As such, it was supposedly the easiest side to defend. Orimdis, the dwarf that was guiding me and the others, was the one that oversaw the operations on the northern side. On the other hand, the other 2 sides, the eastern and western gates, directly faced the other mountain ranges. On normal occasions, those sides would have been the easiest to defend against, however, it had to be noted that demons could fly. Because of this, the geographical advantage was almost negligent. Lastly, there was the southern gate, and that was where most of the demons were coming from. In short, that place was a living hell for whoever was there. It was also the place where most big shots resided. What do you guys specialize in? Orimdis suddenly asked. Turning around, I briefly gave him a rundown of our capabilities. I'm a swordsman, he's a tanker, she's a beast tamer, he's good at commanding, and these two can help with a utility such as scouting and paperwork. At my mentioning of Small Snake's and Ryan's capabilities, Orimdis instantly became disinterested. From the looks of it, he didn't believe that the two of them could match the dwarven analytical abilities. To that, I could only shake my head. He was soon going to see just what those two were capable of. MHHH, noted, I was hoping for a long-range damage dealer, but your composition be still good for when those bastards come near. Maybe I should get one. Did you say something? No, just thinking to myself. Orimdis' previous words made me realize that I needed to get a long-range damage dealer in my group. This was a serious flaw that I had not taken into account before. That reminds me, what be your ranks? Orimdis asked thoughtlessly, to which I swiftly responded without hiding anything. I'm C rank, and the others are D-D rank, with those two at around G rank. Aside from Ryan and Small Snake, pretty much everyone was now D rank and above. Sort of shocking given that not too long ago, everyone was barely at the entry level of E rank. You guys be pretty strong for your age, I'll give you that. Orimdis pointed towards an area in the distance. You guys see the area over there, right where the tower be? Go there, and 10 the people show, make arrangements for ye. I looked towards the area he was pointing at. The tower he was pointing at was one of many that were along the walls and had windows and doors that individuals could use to either snipe or jump down from above to directly fight the enemies. It wasn't a terrible spot to snipe, but it was a pretty obvious place, giving away the location of the sniper quite easily. Fortunately, we didn't have one with us, and so we soon arrived below the tower, where we quickly informed another dwarf about Orimdis' words. Glancing at Small Snake and Ryan with a disinterested look, the dwarf casually said, I see, let the two utility users come with me and ye guys can go to the middle level o' the building. Got it. Turning my attention towards Small Snake and Ryan, I patted them on the shoulder and softly whispered. Small Snake, Ryan, they're looking down on you. I want you to let them know their place. To look down on the two geniuses that I had chosen, like hell I would let them. Got it. Yes. Solemnly nodding their heads, they both soon followed the dwarf towards the uppermost floor of the tower. From how serious their faces were, it seemed like they were fired up. I grinned at that. You guys follow me up. Nudging Ava, Hein, and Leopold with my head, we soon walked towards the middle level where a large group of different races stood. The group comprised of dwarves, elves, and orcs. Humans. A tall male elf lazily eyed us. A trace of disdain flashed his eyes before speaking in a commanding tone. Tell us your abilities and rank. My brows knit. Ren Dover, rank C-, swordsman, Ava Leafs, rank D-, beast tamer. What are humans doing here? An orc at the back suddenly raised his voice, cutting me off. His tone sounded quite displeased. We have no use for you weaklings over here. Go tell the dwarves that we can handle this side ourselves. You'll be a hindrance. No can do. Ignoring the orc, I sat down on the ground and proceeded to ignore the orc. Leopold followed my example and also sat next to me. Out of all the people in my group, he was the only one that never appeared nervous in any situation. I guess this was due to all the experience he had. Eyeing Ava and Hein, who was still standing, I patted the ground next to me. What are you guys doing? Sit down as well. Yes. Okay. Did you just ignore me? My behavior obviously did not sit well with the orc, who stood up from his spot and glared in my direction. Glancing at him from the side, a trace of disdain flashed across my eyes. Having been to Amora, a place filled with bloodthirsty orcs that fought with their lives on the line every day, the orc before me was a joke in my eyes. I couldn't even be bothered to argue with him. Let alone the elf that was too full of himself. He was most likely some low-leveled warrior that put on airs on those he deemed weak. Aside from the two of them, there were more elves and orcs. However, they merely gave us a glance before going back to their own thing. It seemed as though their pride did not allow them to associate with us, a bunch of humans. Human, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? The orc slowly approached me. A strong aura exuded from his body. Ignoring him and taking out binoculars from my dimensional space, I tapped on my bracelet. A potion soon appeared in my hand. Gulp. Downing the potion, I glanced towards the others and muttered. Get ready, the bugs are coming. The author's POV. Chapter 305, Tower Defense, 2. The sun started to set, and darkness slowly enveloped the land. A cold breeze brushed through the forest, the paper-like sound of the leaves fluttering sounded across the area. The scene was rather tranquil, but everyone standing on top of the northern tower knew that this was the calm before the storm. Rustle. Soon, the silence was broken by the rustling sounds of the vegetation in the distance. Stationed at the middle levels of the tower, I gazed into the distance. There were many black creatures in the distant forest, approaching our direction. Some were flying, whilst others weren't. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone on the middle level of the tower started to take out their weapons, as they quickly got back to their post, readying themselves for the upcoming battle. It's time we also get ready. With the aid of my sword, I slowly stood up. Facing Ava, Leopold and Hein, I looked back towards the forest before muttering. This is going to be a long battle. You two follow me and dinna touch anything. Following the dwarf from before deep into the tower, Ryan and Small Snake soon found themselves inside of what seemed to be the control room of the tower. The layout of the place was quite simplistic, as the room was about the size of a normal living room. Around 10 dwarves or so hurriedly paced around the room, looking through different holographic images, depicting different angles of the tower where the demons could be seen. In the middle of the room was a large map filled with numerous dots, presumably depicting the demons that were approaching. Their number was quite large. Large enough to make Small Snake gasp in shock. On the other hand, staring at the room starstruck, Ryan couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. Wow! Running towards the map in the room, Ryan waved his hand over the map. His small hand passed through the holographic image. This looks so cool, how does it work? Ryan, calm down. Small Snake hurriedly went to stop him. However, their disturbance did not go unnoticed as an older-looking dwarf pointed in their direction and shouted. Oi, who let the two o' them in? And what be a child doing here? It's me. The dwarf that led Ryan and Small Snake in, raised his hand. Sir Bamus, I did this under the orders of Sir Orimdus. Orimdus? TSK. The older-looking dwarf, Bamus, clicked his tongue. What be that guy thinking? Has he lost his mind? He said Ta let them help out with the miscellaneous stuff. Their combat power be fairly low, and they may end up being more useful than you can imagine. Bamus rolled his eyes. Although he was the person in charge of the logistics in the northern tower, at the end of the day, Orimdus was the one in charge of the whole northern area. He had to follow his orders. All right, I'll do it. Thank you, sir. The dwarf gratefully looked at Bamus. Although Bamus was ill-tempered, he was not someone who would refuse a helping hand. Furthermore, he really needed someone to help him out. Though he wasn't really sure about the ability of the two humans before him, the tasks he was about to give them wasn't too hard. You two follow me. Following Bamus, Small Snake and Ryan stopped in front of a large wooden desk. Atop the wooden desk was a similar map to that in the middle of the room, the only difference was that it was much smaller. I won't give you guys a hard task, ye see over here. Bamus pointed at the map. More specifically the red dots around the map. This device over be a simplified version o, the map in the middle o, the room, and it gives us an overall outlook o, the battlefield. Tapping on a specific area of the map, a small square appeared on the map displaying the current situation of the area. Whoa! This startled both Ryan and Small Snake, who looked at it with amazement. Staring at the two, Bamus's voice filled with pride. Your task be simple. What you guys need ta do be report Tommy every couple o minutes how many demons be approaching from the different sides o the tower. You guys can do that, right? Tilting his head, Small Snake asked. We can, but why can't the device count it? Since their devices showed the dots on the screen, couldn't they have a system that directly counted them? Fully expecting the answer, Bamus answered. The main device can, but we do this just in case the artifacts miscalculate some o the data. After all, some o the demons could be using some special techniques that avoid the detection o the device. Sometimes, a discerning eye be better than a machine. So that's why. Ryan turned his attention back towards the maps. He then tilted his head and mumbled something to himself. Crossing his arms, Bamus stroked his beard before turning around. Good, then I'll leave you two. 134 left, 56 right, and 329 from the front. However, before Bemis could leave, Ryan spoke up. His eyes darting all over the map. Bemis, who was just about to leave, almost tripped over. Turning around, he glared. What are you talking about? Are you joking around? Innocently looking at Bemis, Ryan pointed at the map. You wanted to know how many demons are coming. Those are the numbers. Ryan suddenly stopped. Blinking a couple of times, he corrected himself. Oh wait, it's not 132 left, still 56 on the right, and 324 from the front. That's wrong, Ryan. Small Snake interjected from the side, startling Ryan. Leaning forward, Small Snake tapped on the tower. Soon an image of the place appeared and Small Snake explained. Ryan, you forgot to count the ones that have infiltrated, there's about 22 missing from your count. Lightly smacking Ryan in the head, Small Snake's head shook in disappointment. This is what happens when you're trying to show off. Sorry. Holding onto the back of his head, Ryan dejectedly lowered his head. Staring at the duo from behind, Bemis was speechless. What the? Turning around and walking towards the main map in the middle of the room, Bemis checked if what they said was correct. Before long, his mouth opened wide. Turning his head and looking towards Ryan, who was still being scolded by Small Snake, Bemis's eyes opened in shock. What they said perfectly matched what the artifact said. From the looks of it, the enemy did not have any battle strategy prepared. Like a swarm of locusts, the demons charged from above. Demons riding onto huge beasts followed from below. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook, and a cloud of dust appeared in the distance. Shee. The next moment, the elves raised their hands and magic circles soon appeared on the palm of their hands. Before long, spells started raining down from above. Towards the demons in the distance. Gazing at the scene from behind, I was impressed by the elves' firepower. Unlike typical novels that had elves specializing in archery, I instead designed them to be good at magic rather than archery. Probably the only different thing that I did in my novel. Even then, that didn't mean elves were bad at archery, it's just that they were far better magicians due to their affinity with mana. On a different note, it was quite easy to tell how strong an elf was. This was measured by the hair color of an elf, with green hair signifying lower affinity with mana, and with silver, which was the hair color that royalty had, signifying the highest amount of affinity with mana. Whym! Suddenly, a tremendous spell appeared in the sky. Lingering in the air for a couple of seconds, it soon fell towards the demons in the distance like a meteor. Boom! The ground shook and hundreds of demons died instantly. Turning my head towards the elf responsible for the attack, I found out that it belonged to the elf that had greeted me before. His hair was a color mix between gold and green. Damn. Even though green-haired elves had a low affinity with mana, that didn't mean that they were weak. The low affinity was only with respect to other elves. Compared to us humans, they were still a notch above. Shio. 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 On a different note, the elves weren't the only long-distance damage dealers, as the dwarves shot the demons from above with an object that resembled a gun. Although the things they were holding did somewhat resemble guns, they operated differently as they shot projectiles made out of mana. They were devastating as each shot equaled the life of a demon. Turning my attention away from the elf and the dwarves, and gazing below the tower, I found that despite the strong spells and attacks from the dwarves and elves, demons were still managing to infiltrate the place. They were simply too numerous. Wowarg. Unfortunately for them, to those that infiltrated, the orcs were already waiting for them at the entrance as they quickly pummeled them down. With their huge bodies, the orcs prevented most of the demons from infiltrating the tower where the weaker dwarves and elves resided. Because they were so focused on the demons attacking, if a demon infiltrated, they would be left helpless. Bang. Bang. Explosions rang everywhere signaling that the war was in full swing, with both sides slowly starting to accumulate losses. Ren, what are you thinking? Should we help out? Right. At Leopold's reminder, I realized that we had still not moved yet. To be honest, the reason why I did not move yet wasn't because I didn't want to fight, but because I found this situation a bit odd. Although demons were indeed a species that loved to fight, they weren't stupid either. For them to attack without any strategy was quite odd in itself. Ren. Coming. Well, whatever, the dwarves were probably aware of this already. My job right now was to get rid of as many demons as possible. I'll leave the thinking to the dwarves for now. Step aside. Walking down towards the lower level, the demons continued to flood in from all areas of the castle. Their incredible numbers made it hard for the orcs below to full stop them. Before long, 3 demons managed to pass through the first line of defense and started rampaging through the inner sides of the castle where the elves and dwarves were left helpless. Raising one of his sharp claws, one of the demons approached a dwarf near me and screamed. "Die, you vermin. Hayek. Shut up." Click. However, before the demons could do any significant damage, a subtle clicking sound rang out and the head of the demon rolled on the ground. Apathetically glancing at the dead demon beneath my feet, and ignoring the stares coming from the dwarf that I had just saved, I calmly walked towards where the orcs were. "Stop." Just as I was about to pass through the orc defensive line, the orc that screamed at me before stopped me. He had evidently not seen me stop the demons that had infiltrated the place. "What are you doing, human?" he asked. A strong scent of blood exuded from his body. "I'm helping out," I coldly replied. Putting his hand on my shoulder, the orc pushed me back. "Get back, human, you'll only be a hindrance. Wait, what are you, Weck? Smiling, I grabbed the orc's hand that was on my shoulder. Squeezing tightly, the orc let out a groan. "Ugh. Know your place," I coldly muttered. To think that an orc who was not even C-rank like me had the audacity to try and stop me. He wasn't even one of the strongest people present, yet, because he thought I was weaker than him, he tried to walk over me. What a delusional orc he was. Coldly looking at him, I forcefully withheld my impulse to kill him right on the spot and let go of his hand. "Next time you lay your hand on me, I'll cripple it." Then, turning my attention towards the demons in the distance, I tied my hair up and unsheathed my sword. Sheeing. "Hein, Ava, Leopold, cover me." Glancing at the others behind me, I shoved some of the orcs to the side and directly entered the battlefield, much to the shock of the orcs and others. I really wanted to see how long I could last without using the keiki style. The author's POV. Chapter 306, Tower Defense, 3. Bang. Hyuk. Blocking the attack of a demon, Hein let out a groan. Even then, his footing remained glued to the ground. Solid and unmoving. Tootle 2. Right as Hein blocked the demon's attack, a melodious tune sounded. Following this, 3 wolves suddenly appeared out of nowhere as Ava stood behind them with a green flute in her hand. A subtle golden glow exuded from her body. "Ava, get one of the wolves to aim for the leg." Standing behind, Leopold squinted. "Get your other 2 wolves to attack the other legs and arm. Then, you don't have to worry about finding the core." To kill a demon, they needed to destroy their core, and finding the core was the challenging part of killing a demon. However, this only applied to titled demons. Untitled demons were not powerful enough to develop a core, and therefore, they would die by simple decapitation of the head. Sheeing. KHHH. On the other hand, standing next to Leopold, I slashed towards every demon that came my way. Usually, I would have gotten rid of every demon in my vicinity with just a simple movement of my sword. Unfortunately, I could no longer do that. At least for now. When I left Malvin's workshop and heard his words, I realized just how flawed my swordsmanship was. Simply put, I could no longer act as I did before. I needed to change, and what better opportunity than right now? This being the first wave, and the wave filled with the weakest demons, I had to make good use of this opportunity to get as much practice as possible. Spurt. Slashing forward, my blade sliced through the body of a weaker ranked demon, cutting him into 2 equal pieces. Weak. Black blood spilled all over my clothes and face. Clenching tightly onto the grip of my sword, I stomped my foot on the ground and twisted my torso. Then, releasing the tension in my torso, I slashed towards another demon. Yuk. Slowly, my body count started to increase, and so was my scope of time. I just killed, and killed. My emotions started to dumb down, and my body started to move on its own. Moving towards wherever a demon was. Unbeknownst to me, before I knew it, I had lost count of how many demons I had killed, and standing in front of me were 3 demons. Of the 3, one stood out particularly, as a pressure rivaling mine exuded from its body. At the same time, inside the control tower's control room. "Oi, ye 2 follow me." Bemis beckoned Small Snake and Ryan with his hand. "Yeah." Though confused, both Ryan and Small Snake followed Bemis's instructions and walked to where he was. Pointing at the large map depicting the northern tower, Bemis asked, "Take a look at this. Which side do you reckon will be breached first?" His sudden questioning caused the dwarves nearby to look at him in shock. It had to be noted that Bemis was a very hot-blooded and strict person. For him to personally ask someone else's opinion, it only meant two things. He had either acknowledged them or he was testing them. Nevertheless, for him to test them meant that their skills were real. Not fully comprehending the situation, Small Snake pointed towards himself and Ryan. "You're asking us? Who else?" Bemis crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. Pointing at the map, he asked again. "Answer my question. Which side do you think will be breached first and needs the most support?" Frowning, Small Snake looked at the large map before him. Next to him, Ryan also looked at the map. Touching the hologram to see the different camera angles, Ryan tugged Small Snake's pants and pointed towards a certain area. "Small Snake, look. Oh. Small Snake's eyebrows jumped up. Bending over and looking at the area Ryan pointed at, he looked back at Bemis and answered. "Oh, then, it would be the eastern area of the northern tower. What makes you so confident in your answer?" Bemis asked with a frown on his face. As the other dwarves had known, he was testing Small Snake and Ryan. He already knew the answer, and he just wanted to see how capable they were. However, their answer disappointed him. Shaking his head, Bemis opened his mouth. "Never mind, looks like I was overthinking, you guys can go back." But before he could answer, Small Snake cut him off. "Well, that's because it can't be the western and northern areas." "Can't be the western and northern areas?" Bemis's frown deepened. "Right." Nodding his head, Small Snake elaborated. "The northern area, although has the most demons coming, is also the area with most defensive measures. So far there is no indication that it will fall. At least not in this wave. The northern area was the area that had the most demons coming. Therefore, it was also the most protected area with multiple artifacts and soldiers stationed there. At the moment, it was also the safest area." Listening to Small Snake's words, Bemis agreed and asked. "Correct. But what about the western area?" Scratching his head, Small Snake answered. "Well, that's because Ren is there." His answer was so unexpected that Bemis, who was listening, was left confused. "Huh? Who?" "It's better if you see for yourself." Tapping onto the map, a video image of the situation began to play before Bemis. When the video began playing, Bemis was left speechless by the scene presented before him. "What's this?" Surrounded by two demons, a lone youth stood in the middle of the battlefield. Behind the two demons was another demon. One whose aura was much more powerful than the duo's. Eyeing each other, the two demons closely followed the youth's movements. They did not act arrogantly like the demon they were serving, but more like bodyguards, their sharp nails resembling swords extended all the way down from their hands. Around them were many different demons, but they were all quickly shot down by the people from the tower. If they didn't die, a large youth holding a shield and a girl holding a flute would quickly assist. Behind them, a middle-aged man directed them calmly. "He's directly facing the commander." Observing from the control room, Bemis muttered out loud. From what he knew, each wave had a commander, and from the looks of things, the youth in the video was currently facing the commander of the first wave. On a good note, the commander didn't seem too strong as this was only the first wave, which was more for scouting than attacking. Even then, he was not to be underestimated. At least Baron ranked. Turning right, Bemis asked. "Is this the reason you are so confident the Easter area will not be all right?" "Correct, if it's him, then there should be no problems." Small Snake crossed his arms and stared at the video. Ryan, who was next to him, also did not show any signs of worry. They both knew full well Ren's capabilities. This was especially so after having been with him for over 4 months during their journey to the city. He was strong. "Oh, they're starting." Ryan's high-pitched voice sounded, and as soon as his words faded, Ren began to move. Stomping his foot on the ground, creating a crater on the basis, his body shot forward with his blade stabbing towards the nearest demon. Attacking so suddenly and unexpectedly, the demon could not react in time. Ren's sword immediately stabbed towards the demon's head, causing black blood to fall on the ground. Following this, Ren pulled out his sword and slashed vertically, decapitating the demon. Everything happened so fast that, apart from the leading demon behind, the other demon could not react. Still, that didn't mean that the other demon stood still. At that moment, the other demon finally reached Ren, slashing with its large nails. A whistle arose, and the air split apart. Ren coldly glanced at the incoming attack. Then, glancing at the stronger demon to see if he was going to move, he took a step back and narrowly dodged the attack. Whining. He then stepped and stabbed forward towards the demon's head. Unfortunately for Ren, the demon reacted extremely quickly. One of its hands grabbed Ren's sword whilst the other slashed in his direction. This sudden block caught Ren off guard. However, that didn't mean that he was helpless. On the contrary, he already knew what to do in a split second. Letting go of the sword, Ren bent his body backwards, dodging the attack. Then, coating his feet with a green hue, he twisted his torso and kicked the demon right in its chin, sending him flying a couple of meters back. Hyuk! Taking advantage of this moment, Ren bent down and grabbed his sword that was left on the ground. Then, stomping his foot on the ground, he shot forward and killed the remaining demon. The leading demon did not move an inch from its spot throughout the fight. Without changing his expression, Ren did not waste any time. He immediately charged over the demon he confirmed was a Baron Ranked 1. The Baron Ranked demon was very cunning. Previously, he had been observing Ren. The only reason he didn't move when Ren was killing his minions was because he wanted to better understand his opponent. After having observed Ren kill his two subordinates, he finally started to move. Raising both hands at the lightning speed, the Baron Ranked demon crossed them, 10 red claw marks shot in his direction. Wherever they passed, scars would be left behind. Ren's expression suddenly sank. Sidestepping, he tried his best to avoid the attacks. However, that didn't mean he was unarmed, as a large gash appeared by the side of his chest. Ku. Red blood dripped down on the ground. Apathetically starting at the demon opposite, who had a cunning smile on his face, Ren exhaled. Taking out a potion from his dimensional space, he quickly downed it. In seconds, his injuries started to heal. Eyeing the demon opposite to him, a green glow enveloped his body. Stomping on the ground, Ren shot forward and raised his sword. Within seconds he reappeared in front of the demon who was waiting for him. However, much to the demon's surprise, once Ren arrived before him, he stomped his foot on the ground and forcefully pushed his body back. The sound of bones creaking sounded, and Ren's face grimaced in pain. Shua. The demon who had been prepared to strike Ren the moment he appeared, was left dumbfounded by Ren's sudden actions as his attack missed completely. Got you. Ren once again raised his sword and slashed down with a slight smile. It was a simple strike, yet this strike looked terrifying to the demon who was left in an awkward position. Fwop. Out of desperation, extending the back of his wings, the demon flapped them and his body shot back. Unfortunately for him, Ren's attack still managed to hit him. An arm flew in the sky and black blood dripped on the ground. Thud. The arm fell on the ground with a slight thud, not so far from where Ren was. Hoo-walk. Silence descended around the area where Ren was. Following this, an enraged scream sounded from above as the Baron Ranked demon pointed at Ren. Kill him. His bloodshot eyes glared at him, and tangible bloodlust started exuding from his body. Instantly, the demons within the vicinity all turned their attention towards Ren. We were talking about over 30 demons or so. All of them looking at Ren with bloodthirsty eyes. Within a second of the Baron Ranked demon's words, all the demons lunged in Ren's direction. To those watching from the tower and in the control room, it looked like a slaughter was about to happen. However, unbeknownst to them, Ren's face remained calm. In the face of the incoming demons, his face remained cold and unmoving. Then, something that would leave them at a complete loss for words suddenly happened. With his eyes locked on the Baron Ranked demon, Ren's pupils slowly turned gray and the battlefield froze. All the demons that were lunging towards his direction stopped, seemingly as though they were frozen in time. His ashen gray eyes made all the demons present want to kneel and worship him. Move. His cold voice rang out, traveling through the ears of each demon present, sending shivers down their spines. Almost out of pure instinct, all the demons stepped to the side, creating a small path leading to the Baron Ranked demon. Sheeing. Unsheathing his sword from the scabbard, Ren did not even bother looking at the demons besides him and calmly walked towards the demon in the distance who had trouble taking his eyes away from him. Step. 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 Each step he took resonated with the wildly beating hearts of the demons present. Hyuk. Gazing at Ren, who was slowly moving in its direction, the Baron-ranked demon took a step back. Even though it was not completely helpless like the other demons who could barely move, nevertheless, the demon was injured and its state of mind was weak. The effects of the one had crept through its weakened mind, resulting in the momentary loss of the demon's will to fight. Soon Ren stopped in front of the demon. Raising his sword, he muttered, "This is enough for today." Shwa. Ren slashed, and a head flew off. Spurt. Following this, Ren dug his hand into the demon's body and removed a black core from the demon's body. Just like that, the first wave ended. The author's POV. Chapter 307, Interlude, 1. See, what did I tell you? With him there, the western side is safe. A slight smile appeared on Small Snake's lips as he looked at Bemis beside him. Secretly he was sighing in relief. Although everything went as he had expected, there were some close calls. Ren's way of fighting was a lot more different than he had seen before, but still, he had won, and that was all that really mattered. The only one that wasn't happy with the situation was Ryan, who sulkily said, "My calculations were wrong, Ren took much longer than usual." "You thought so too?" Ryan's words caught Small Snake's attention, who lowered his head and patted him on the head. "I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought so." Now used to Small Snake patting him on the head, Ryan didn't react and continued to sulk. "My calculations were off by 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes. Placing his hand on his chin, Small Snake mused for a couple of seconds. Then, turning his attention towards the video depicting Ren's fight, he nodded in agreement. "Looks like you're right. Ren could have ended this 5 minutes faster than expected. Did something happen to Ren?" "Not sure." Small Snake's brows knit. However, he eventually shrugged his shoulders. "If you really want to know, we can ask him later. Maybe he was trying to save mana. I'm not really sure." Although he had no idea why Ren chose to take his time in eliminating the demons, Small Snake wasn't really worried. Having known Ren for over a year now, he knew that he wasn't someone reckless. If he did something, there was a logical reason behind it. Patting Ryan in the shoulder, he reminded, "We should probably go to sleep soon. Another attack might happen at any time, so we should be ready for that." "Okay." Though disappointed, Ryan obeyed Small Snake's words. On the other hand, standing not far away from the duo. "Calculations wrong. 5 minutes off. Just what in the world are they talking about?" Bemis wondered as he speechlessly looked at the duo discussing amongst themselves. Although he had heard what they said, he couldn't comprehend what they were saying. Were they saying that the human that defeated the Baron-ranked demon did not go all out? That came to him as a shock since his performance was still deeply imprinted in his mind. "Sir Bemis." Disrupting Bemis out of his thoughts was Small Snake. Lifting his head, Bemis asked, "What is it? Do you mind if we go take a quick nap?" "Nay, go. Waving his hand, he quickly shooed them out of the control room. Their performance was excellent. Furthermore, Small Snake's words were correct. Another wave was coming soon, and so the best option right now was to sleep. Only with a clear mind could they perform well and suffer the least amount of casualties. "Make sure to come back after you rested well." Right before they left, he reminded. As he spoke, he emphasized the part where they had to come back. Having witnessed firsthand just how brilliant they were, Bemis no longer doubted their ability. Not just him, but the other dwarves present looked at them with more respect than their abilities had been somewhat acknowledged. They were people they desperately needed, and he couldn't afford to miss out on such talented people. Dasha. 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 A curtain of rain enveloped the northern tower, limiting everyone's field of vision. The sound of the pouring rain filled everyone's ears, and the black blood belonging to the corpses of the demons on the battlefield began to seep deep into the soil. Crack-a. A bolt of lightning suddenly tore the sky apart, illuminating the surroundings for a split second. Standing below the rain, watching it fall on my face, I closed my eyes. The droplets of rain trickled by the side of my face. Opening my eyes and looking at the sky above, my brows knit. It had to rain just as the battle ended. What better timing? By now, all of the demons had been killed or had fled, and what was left behind was only a trail of corpses. The death of the Baron-ranked demon marked the end of the first wave, and if I had to evaluate my fight with the Baron-ranked demon with one word, it would be mediocre. Not only was I injured, but but I had also used quite a bit of mana using the one. Had I used the Keiki style, I could have ended this uninjured, and with a lot more mana. This just went to show how reliant on the Keiki style I was. Still, I had won, and that was all that mattered. Although I had cheated by the end and mainly relied on my opponent's recklessness, it still counted as my win. But this wasn't what I was looking for. I was looking to improve my skills, not kill my opponent. Feeling a light tap on my shoulder, I turned around and Leopold's face appeared next to mine. He then proceeded to point at the tower in the distance. "Ren, let's head back." "Right." Taking one last look at the battlefield, I followed Leopold and the others back into the tower. Overall, the battle lasted for only an hour, and the enemies suffered great losses. The battle could be considered a success since the tower wasn't breached, and we managed to ward off the first wave without letting them know too much about the defensive system of the tower. That being said, the dwarves also suffered some losses due to the demons managing to break through the tower. However, overall, the result was in favor of the dwarves. Furthermore, this was when the dwarves had still not activated all their defensive measures. Because it took a lot of energy to operate, the dwarves chose not to use them for now. The dwarves weren't planning to show all of their cards just yet. However, the demons could say the same thing since they only sent the cannon fodder so far. The upcoming battles were going to be extremely dangerous. Yawning, I reminded myself to get some sleep. With the threat of the second wave coming, I had to be in optimal condition for my next fight. "Ava, how many did you kill?" "I've got 8. "What about you, Leopold?" "Me. 8. 8. That's the same as Ava." "No shit, who do you think was commanding you guys?" "Her kills are my kills." "What? Not fair." Overhearing the others' conversation, I shook my head. I had long lost count of the number of demons that I had killed in the last battle, but it would be around 15 to 20 if I had to make a rough estimate. Needless to say, this was to be expected since I was a rank higher than them. Asterisk. The moment I stepped back into the tower, I felt multiple eyes directed towards me. They belonged to those that had witnessed my fight below. What is it? Halting my steps, I found the same orc from before blocking my path. His fierce eyes looked down on me from above. Lifting my head and staring back into those eyes, my mouth opened. "Are you picking a fight with me?" Did he perhaps get offended for what I did before? If so, I was prepared to let him know his place again. No, I can't fight. However, I quickly halted those thoughts. The lingering bloodlust was still affecting my mind, and if I fought now, I might lose myself. The consequences of such actions would be highly detrimental to me and the others. I was prepared to use monarch indifferences at any time, now. "Get out, oh." However, contrary to what I had expected, the orc lowered his head and apologized. "I'm sorry." What? My composure took a hit as my speech stuttered for a second. "What are you talking about?" It was completely different from what I had expected the situation to turn out. Misunderstanding my words, the orc knelt on one knee and raised his voice. "I'm sorry for what I did to you before. I didn't know you were that strong. What are you doing? Get up." Unable to take the orc's antics, I grabbed his arms and pulled him up. I was seriously taken aback by the situation. And if that wasn't all, the elf from before also came up to me. "Human, you're not half bad." Though his words weren't as direct as the orc's, the intent was clear. He had acknowledged me, the disdain in his eyes completely disappearing. Their reaction slightly changed my perception of the individuals present in the room. From what I could see, they didn't act the way they did to me before because I was human, but more because they thought that I was weak. They respected the strong and disdained the weak. If only humanity was like this. There was a reason why the other races were stronger than humanity. Now that I, along with the others, have shown a glimpse of what we could do, we had earned the respect of the people present in the room. Of course, not everyone was convinced, but for now, this was good progress. In the future, if we continued to perform as we did today, perhaps their minds could be changed as well. My initial wariness disappeared, and I took out my sword, much to the vigilance of the others. Looking at the orc below me, who was fearlessly staring back at me, I opened my mouth. "So, who should I ask if I want to repair this?" A small smile appeared on my lips. Asterisk. Before dawn, Orimdus walked into the logistics department with a bunch of papers in his hand. With glaring black circles beneath his eyes, he dragged his tired body up the stairs that led to the control room of the northern tower. Bemis, give me a report on the situation here. With his hands crossed, Bemis looked at the map of the tower in front of him. Then, as he heard Orimdis's voice, he turned around and gave him a casual glance. Orimdis. You're finally here. I'm tired. Can't you make this quick? Orimdis placed the stack of papers on a nearby table and leaned on it. He then proceeded to close his eyes. Running around doing logistics throughout the whole northern walls, he was beyond tired. Furthermore, he was still not done with his job. He now had to collect the logistic reports of the northern tower to report back to the higher-ups about the losses, how well they were faring, and if reinforcements were needed. It was a tough job. Oi. Walking up to him, Bemis asked. Where did you find those humans? Humans. Opening his eyes, Orimdis tilted his head to the side. Because of how tired he was, it took him a bit to finally realize what Bemis was talking about. Ah, them. Orimdis smacked the palm of his hand. It was then he recalled that he had assigned a group of humans in the northern tower. His joy did not last long, however. With a worried look, he turned his attention towards Bemis and asked. Did something happen? Did they cause any trouble or did they die? Eyeing Orimdis for a couple of seconds, Bemis eventually shook his head. No, it's the opposite. The opposite? Just take a look at this. Swiping his hand, the holographic image of the map disappeared, and what replaced it was a video. What are you doing? I don't. Shut up and watch. Bemis directly cut him off. He was getting irritated by Orimdis's attitude. Tapping the air, the video soon began to play. What was displayed on it caused Orimdis, who was half asleep, to sober up real quick. What in the bloody? A/N, don't know if you've noticed, but the previous chap uploaded was in fact an unedited version. I accidentally copied the wrong draft. It should be fixed now. The Author's POV. Chapter 308, Interlude 2. That is all. Inside a spacious white hall, a dwarf put a small file on top of a desk and stepped back. Looks like the situation is still stable. There were multiple people inside the hall, sitting on a large oval wooden desk. One of them grabbed the papers and read through them. He was a bald old dwarf. He wore circular black-framed glasses and had thick black brows. We've only suffered minor casualties so far, and the city hasn't been breached. At least for now. Someone else added. With long hair cascading down his back and pointy ears, the man was an elf. His hair was primarily of golden color, however, if one looked closely, they'd noticed a few silver strands in his hair. A regal aura exuded from his body. Opening his mouth, his melodious voice rang throughout the whole room. Although the situation looks stable for now, we never know what might happen in the future. It's best if we don't get overconfident with the result of the first wave. I agree with Nasir. A deep and powerful voice sounded, and the table slightly shook. The voice belonged to an orc whose physique was at least double that of any of the individuals present inside the hall. His terrifying eyes could make any regular person faint in fear. We should not be arrogant with our results. Putting the papers down, the bald dwarf from before opened his mouth. Iro, Nasir, although I understand what you're trying to say, dinna be so pessimistic, we still haven't activated the city's main defensive system yet. A proud smirk appeared on the dwarf's lips as soon as he mentioned the city's defensive system. And rightfully so. Everyone in the room knew just how powerful the dwarves' defensive system was. That was because the dwarves never shied away from showing it off to the others. Although they didn't know the full extent of its capabilities, from what they saw, it was no joke. If not for the fact that it consumed a lot of energy, the dwarves would have already used it by now. Once the system be up, we won't have to worry about those demons for a while. But don't you think that the demons' movements are a bit suspicious, Belgig? This time another person spoke up. He appeared to be an old man well into his 80s. His long white hair gently cascaded down his back, and his long white beard reached down towards his chest. The only unordinary thing about him was probably his temperament. He wore a kind and warm smile on his face, making him look friendly to those around him. He was Douglas, the headmaster of the lock. They indeed be, Douglas, me best guess be that they're trying to infiltrate the defensive system and shut it down. That would be pretty problematic. The bald dwarf's response caused Douglas to frown. Belgig, which was the name of the bald dwarf, quickly reassured. Don't worry, we've already taken countermeasures for this. You have? Yes, but I'll have to apologize in advance for nae telling ye any more than this. Raising his brow slightly, a look of understanding appeared on Douglas's face. Understandable. Smiling kindly, he stopped asking questions. He understood what Belzig was trying to imply. No one could be trusted. For there could be someone present in the room that was secretly working with the demons. It was best to have the least amount of people know about the ins and outs of the defensive system. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping on the table, Belzig suddenly recalled something. A sly smile appeared on his face as he looked at Douglas. On another note, now that I'm talking to ye Douglas, I want to thank ye. Thank me. Douglas tilted his head in confusion. He didn't remember doing anything notable enough to warrant any gratitude. Douglas's reaction caused Belzig to raise his brow. Are you perhaps not aware of what happened in the northern area? Northern area? Douglas's brows knit. After a while, he shook his head. No, I apologize. Is that so? Belzig frowned and looked towards the corner of the room where another dwarf stood. Waving his hand, he beckoned for him to come to him. Oi, you there. Show Douglas the video of the Northern Tower incident. Yes. Taking out a small device, the dwarf placed it in the middle of the table and a holographic projection soon appeared in front of everyone. Tapping on the device, a video soon began to play. Here you go, sir. Thank you. Dismissing the dwarf, Belzig began to look at the video. Although he had already seen this before, he couldn't help but want to watch it again. It was very entertaining. Besides him, the other people also curiously watched the video that was playing. Furthermore, turning his head, Belzig amusingly looked at Douglas. He wanted to see his reaction. Huh. It was then that they witnessed the outstanding scene that happened in the Northern Tower. From how those at the towers beautifully defended the place with the massive spell, to Ren, Ava, and the others defending the western area of the tower by themselves. The video lasted a total of 10 minutes, and by the end of it, some couldn't help but compliment. Not bad. Though lacking, they aren't bad at all. They also look quite young. They are quite the talented humans. Although the battle wasn't anything in their eyes, it was still quite an entertaining watch. At that moment, whilst everyone was lightly praising the youths, the only one who wasn't was Douglas, who looked intently at a certain youth on the screen. Where have I seen him before? We're here. Separating from the others, I followed the orc from before down the stairs of the tower. Towards the utility center. The utility center is located at the bottom of the city, towards the 3rd level, and connects with each of the towers on the walls. As I followed the orc, named Gorlaz, he started explaining to me the ins and outs of the place. Every time he spoke, his deep voice shook my eardrums. If not for the fact that the orc knew the human language, I would have had trouble understanding him. It isn't strange for weapons to break during wars, KRR, especially since we're facing a lot of opponents. KRR, the utility center is an area created with the purpose of providing a place for us soldiers to our weapons fixed fast. The only trouble was the slight nasal sounds that came from his nose whenever he took a breath. We can also get a replacement, right? I asked, genuinely curious about the prospect of buying a new weapon rather than having it fixed. Gorlaz nodded his head. Correct, if beyond repair, you can have a new one made, or replaced. KRR, you must use achievements points to pay for anything here. Achievement points? It's KRR, the payment system used over here. Clank. Reaching the bottom of the tower, Gorlaz opened a large metallic door. As soon as he opened the door, a wave of hot hair brushed past my skin. A strange pungent smell also lingered in the air, prompting my nose to involuntarily close up and my face to grimace in disgust. Ugh. It seems like I was the only one not used to the smell as Gorlaz continued to leisurely move forward. The more demons killed, the more achievement points awarded. KRR, achievement points are used to reward those that contributed a lot during the war. KRR, also a great way to motivate soldiers. Catching up to him, I asked. How do I check my achievement points? Gorlaz halted his steps. Then, looking at me, he asked. You want to check your achievement points? Yeah. I nodded. If it's like he said, I should have some points, no. Though I didn't know the exact number of demons I had killed, I definitely should have killed enough to get a decent number of points. Follow me. Hurrying my steps, I followed Gorlas from behind. Because he was at least twice my size, each step he took was about 2 or 3 of fine, making it hard for me to keep up. But this was nothing to me. Before long, we soon stopped in front of a large board. From where I was, I could see a long list of names displayed on it. However, because a large crowd formed around the board, it was hard to see the full names of the people as they obstructed my view. KRRR. Step aside and let other people see. If not for Gorlas paving a path for me with his big body, I would have had a difficult time checking the leaderboard. Soon the board appeared in my vision, and I was able to catch a glimpse of it. The list over here ranks individuals by achievement points, KRRR, it goes from 1 to 1000. Putting his large hand on my shoulder, Gorlas squinted his eyes and explained. Similarly looking at the board to see whether my name was on it, I muttered. How do they know how achievement points we have? The dwarves' technology is much more advanced than you think. KRR, something as simple as counting how many people you killed is nothing to them. Gorlas answered without taking his eyes off of the board. He was trying to see if his name was there. I see. I silently muttered. What he said made sense. No, rather, my question was stupid. KRR. Do you see your name anywhere? Give me a second. Squinting, I thoroughly checked the board. It didn't take me long to find my name, as it was quite far up. Ren Dover rank, 209 17 kills, 574 achievement points. Ranked 209, that's not bad. I did not expect to be ranked so highly if I had to be honest. Since there were many more powerful people than me, and I did not have any real AoE skill, this was honestly quite a good rank. I was satisfied. 574 achievement points, that is not bad, KRR. Gorlas said from the side. What about you, what rank are you? Just a bit below you, rank 278, with 507 points. Not bad, what can I buy with those? Sounded like a lot of points to me. Perhaps I could even buy myself an artifact. Unfortunately, Gorlas was quick to pour cold water on me. Not much as of yet, since the cost of repairing a regular sword is just as much, KRR, it's still a good amount of achievement points for the first wave. That's so. I inwardly clicked my tongue. The fact that the number of achievement points I had was only good enough to repair my sword was a bit disheartening, but on a good note, I could still use money to repair my sword. Since I had a few to spare, might as well use those and save the points for later. Having both spotted our names, Gorlas turned around and once again beckoned me to follow him. Follow me, I'll bring you to a blacksmith. Thanks. Cracka. Cracka. Bolts of lightning continued to tear the sky apart. Blocking the sunlight, a dark gray cloud hung in the sky. Rain began pouring down like torrents, limiting the vision of everyone present. Cracka. Another lightning sounded. Standing on top of the northern tower was a petite girl, the girl was Ava. Pressing both of her hands by the side of the wall, she silently gazed at the massive veil of rain. Lost in her own thoughts. This continued for a couple of more minutes before she sat down on the ground and took out a small pale green flute. The flute of Artemis. At first, she was skeptical about its abilities. What Ren had said was just too good to be true. But now that she had it, she realized that what Ren had said was true. This was a true game changer for her. As of right now, she could only control 3 animals with the flute, that was excluding her 2 other pets. Furthermore, according to Ren, in the future, once she got the flute repaired, she would be able to tame more. For that, she couldn't wait. I've changed, didn't I? A wry smile appeared on Ava's lips. If it was half a year ago, Ava would have never have had such thoughts. Thoughts about wanting to become stronger. The only reason she used to train hard was because she didn't want to let her parents and family down. Although they never looked down on her, Ava never felt uncomfortable at home. How could she? Everyone was so successful, yet, she wasn't. It made her feel insecure, and almost felt suffocating. Although she did enroll at the lock, she knew that she couldn't make it far with her monster tamer profession. That was just how she saw it not too long ago. It was this insecurity of hers that led to her shy character. However, that was the past. Standing up, a faint smile appeared on Ava's lips. It's fun. The prospect of getting stronger was fun. The prospect of going out from the human domain was fun. The prospect of feeling free was fun. Everything felt new to her, and she couldn't help but look into the future with excitement. Just how much stronger could she become? Wee. Suddenly, disrupting Ava out of her thoughts, the sirens began to sound. Following this, someone shouted, "Everyone get ready, the second wave is coming." Gazing into the distance, Ava's hair blew away as a terrifying pressure bore down on everyone that was present on the tower. Without a doubt, this wave was going to be much harder than that previous one. Even then, she was not scared. The author's POV. Chapter 309, Activating the Defensive System, 1. Clang. Clang. Following Gorlors, soon the sound of metal being pounded sounded. The air became hotter, and the pungent smell lingering in the atmosphere became even more pervasive. My face twisted slightly as a result. That is clang. The heavy sound of the metal being pounded became louder as we neared the location. As a result, I had a hard time understanding what Gorlors was trying to say. "What did you say?" I raised my voice. "What I'm trying to, clang." Once again, his voice was drowned out by the sound of metal being pounded. Finally, fed up, Gorlors grabbed my shoulder and pointed towards the distance where an enormous building stood. "Is that the place?" I slowly mouthed with my mouth, to which he nodded his head. Raising my hand and giving him an okay sign, I saluted Gorlaz and separated from him. The only reason why he was accompanying me was because he wanted to apologize for his earlier actions. He didn't actually need his weapon repaired, so once he brought me to the location, we separated. Arriving before the large building, I put my hand on the handle of the glass door and pushed it open. Clank. Entering the building, the heat intensified, and droplets of sweat started to fall from the side of my face. The interior of the building followed a minimalistic style. There were no signs of any other decorations besides a reception and a couple of sofas. Behind the reception was a young dwarven girl who greeted me with a smile. "Welcome, what would you?" "It's you, human." Just as she was about to greet me, she was cut off by another dwarf. Instantly her eyes opened wide, and she bowed her head. "Sir Malval." Malval. Hearing a familiar voice, I turned my head and spotted Malval, the blacksmith I had met before. Wiping his forehead with a white towel, he dropped it by the reception counter and asked, "What be ye doing here?" Tapping on my bracelet, I flashed my worn-down sword. "Trying to get this fixed." To be honest, the sword was not very good, and the only reason I was using that was because I did not know that we were about to face a war. I would have bought a new one if I had known. Taking the sword, Malvin scowled as he examined it. Slashing it around, the scowl on his face grew. Turning his head, he asked, "You want to get this trash fixed?" "Yes." Though true, his words were a bit harsh. It's pretty heavily damaged." "Fought quite a bit. Killed 17 demons and a baron ranked 1 with it." This was only natural. Clank. Clank. Tossing the sword to the side as though it was garbage, Malvin's face became serious. Turning to face me, he suddenly asked, "Do you really want to improve your swordsmanship?" Seeing how serious he was, my back straightened. "Yes." No ounce of hesitation was in my voice when I answered. What kind of question was that? Of course, I wanted to. Recalling what I had been through for the past few months, my mind became even firmer. Never again did I want to feel so helpless. Malval and I locked eyes for the next couple of seconds before he sighed and turned around. "All right, wait for me here." "Where are you going?" Unfortunately, before I could even ask, he had already disappeared to the back. Looking at the similarly clueless receptionist, I gave up. Fortunately, the wait did not last for long. Within 5 minutes of leaving, he soon came back with an object covered by a white cloth. The outline looked like that of a sword. My eyes instantly lit up. Is he planning on giving me a sword? My heart started to beat with excitement. Arriving before me, Malval directly handed me the sword. "Take it." "Is this?" "Yes, it's a sword." My eyes lit up. Taking the object and feeling it in my hand, I soon unwrapped the white cloth covering it. Once I unwrapped it, just as Malval had said, a sword appeared in my hand. At the sight of the sword, my mouth opened slightly. Alternating my gaze between the sword and Malvel, I asked. Am I supposed to use this? Correct. Malvel nodded with an amused smirk on his face. Is this a joke? Staring at the sword in my hand, I didn't know what to say. Although I did not have high expectations when he brought out the sword, I didn't think he would bring me an old blunt sword that looked like it could crumble at the slightest touch. Whew. Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself down. There had to be a good reason for this. May I ask why you gave me the sword? With his arms crossed, Malvel bluntly replied. I asked you if you wanted to improve your swordsmanship, is that correct? Yes. That was exactly what I asked for. How was this crappy sword going to help? If you want to get stronger, the sword be the answer. Pointing at the sword, Malvel explained. By using this sword, you will learn how to properly control your power. From how broken your previous sword was, I can tell that you're efficiently using it. A good swordsman treats their sword as though it be their treasure. Picking up my old worn-out sword, he placed it on the table and pointed towards the right side of it, where a large crack appeared. Just look at this. This was most likely a result of ye parrying incorrectly. Ye show ve cushioned a bit the damage by either moving the sword back or redirecting the attack, and this. Listening to Malvel's words attentively, unbeknownst to me, my head subconsciously nodded every time he spoke. Every word he said, though harsh, was correct. What shocked me the most was that he was able to point out the flaws with my sword style just by looking at the sword. Before long, I came to a sudden understanding. I understand. Tracing my finger on the sword he had given me, I realized what his intention was when he gave it to me. By trying my best not to crack the sword, he was trying to get me to improve the way I used the sword. Less wasted movements and more efficient ones. As well as more efficient parries. As long as I did those, my sword should never break. Once I achieved that, it meant that I had mastered the basics. Thank you. Thanking Malvel, I reached to grab my old sword. However, before I could do that, I was stopped by Malvel, who grabbed my wrist. What are you doing? Ah. I tilted my head. Slapping my hand, Malvel coldly said. Put that down. What? Pointing at the blunt sword in my hand, he said. You're only allowed to use that sword. Nothing else. But what if it breaks due to my mistake? Since this was the first time I was trying this method, I'd be in trouble if the sword broke, even more so if many demons surrounded me. Unfortunately for me, Malvel did not seem to care, as he indifferently replied. Tough luck, I'll see you again once I die of old age. Once again, I was left speechless. Was he really trying to send me on the battlefield with just one sword? Seriously. Taking my sword, Malvel put it in his dimensional space. The best way to fight be to fight without reassurance. If you do it that way, you'll be forced to improve since your life be on the line. Ugh, alright, fine. Eventually, I gave up and agreed. What he was doing was for my benefit. If what he said really worked, then I might as well just follow it. Thank you for today, Before I could finish speaking, Malvel once again cut me off. Wait, what be ye doing? I'm leaving. I gave Malvel an odd look. What else would I be doing? Since I had already gotten the sword, it was now time for me to leave. Raising his hand, Malvel opened his palm and pinched his fingers. That would be 80 achievements points for the sword, please. At that moment, for a moment, just a moment, I envisioned a future where Malvin didn't exist. Why? Perhaps because the world's plot armor protected Malvel, the sirens started to ring at the exact moment I envisioned a world without him. Unaware of what I was thinking, Malvin's face darkened. Putting both of his hands on my back, he pushed me out of the building. Go, pay me back once you come back from this fight. Before he could push me out of the building, I screamed. Wait, I need something else. What is it? He shouted in annoyance. Not minding his attitude, I asked. Can you perhaps give me? Dasha. The rain continued to plummet down from the sky, obstructing everyone's vision. How is the situation? Two dwarves were looking at the situation from a small operating room in an unknown location in the city. One of them had both of his hands pressing on the table, looking through the video images of the walls. He had fiery red hair and wore a brown apron. The other dwarf stood behind the red-haired dwarf with folded arms. He appeared to be in his middle ages. His long back hair was braided behind his back, and his white beard also had a couple of braids by the side of it. Unlike the other dwarf, he had a serious disposition, as his brows always locked into a frown. The dwarf with a serious disposition opened his mouth. The situation be nae good, the weather be too erratic. Fighting now wow put us at a disadvantage. The red-haired dwarf nodded his head in agreement. You're right. Fighting in these conditions wow put us at a severe loss. Both dwarves agreed on the fact that fighting with this weather was simply impossible. It would lead to too many losses. The red-haired dwarf walked towards the middle of the room where a large yellow beacon stood. Seems like we have nae choice but to activate the defensive system. Go ahead, I've already reported it to the others. Good, I'll start. D. Ding. Pressing his hand on the beacon, a defiant yellow hue discharged from the beacon. A glaring red, 100%, appeared in the middle of the beacon, and a homing sound soon sounded. Ohm. Before long, a bright yellow light shot towards the sky from the beacon. Rushing towards the northern tower, Orimdus, the dwarf responsible for the northern tower, shouted loudly towards his communication device. What? You're planning on activating the defensive system this early into the war? Shoo 'em. Suddenly a bright light shot towards the sky. Once the light reached a certain point, each of the towers on the walls shook and multiple yellow lights soon shot out as well, converging with the light coming from the beacon, forming a bright yellow ball in the middle of the sky. Once the lights converged, a thin transparent yellow film started extending from the yellow ball, enveloping the entire mountain. Shit. Lowering the hand that held the communication device, Ortimus cursed. Looks like they activated the defensive system. Running up the stair of the tower and arriving at the top of the walls, I gazed towards the distance, through the gap of the battlements. Though the heavy rain was obstructing most of my vision, it did not cover the yellow film that was slowly enveloping the mountain. Ren, you're finally here. A familiar voice sounded from behind me. Leopold, you rested enough? Yeah. Leaning on the gap in between the battlements, Leopold's hair slowly started to get wet from the rain. Looks like we're going to be fighting again. He tiredly muttered. Similarly leaning on the gap of the battlement, I wordlessly stared at the barrier that was enveloping the mountain. Tell me about it. Perhaps only 8 hours passed since the last fight. I didn't count, but it was not too long. Most people were tired, and the terrible weather was not helping. Neither of us spoke for the next couple of minutes. That was until I recalled something. Before I forget, take this. Tapping on my bracelet, I handed Leopold an object. At the moment it was covered with the cloth that Malval used to cover the sword. This was a little something I bought back at the utility center. Thought that it would be a perfect fit for Leopold. Tilting his head, Leopold asked. What is this? Have a look. Nudging my head, I mysteriously smiled. Okay. Taking the object, Leopold slowly removed the cloth, revealing a slick black artifact that resembled a one-handed shotgun. Leopold's eyes opened widely. Phew. He then proceeded to whistle as a small smile appeared on his face. Caressing the artifact, he couldn't help but compliment it. Hot damn, this is beautiful. Lowering my hand and staring at the artifact in his hand, a smile crept on my face. I knew you'd like it. The Author's POV. Chapter 310, Activating the Defensive System, 2. I thought that it might come in handy to you. After having witnessed the prowess of the dwarves with their gun-like artifacts, I thought that it would have been a perfect fit for Leopold, who usually always helped out from the back. This way, he wouldn't need to join the fights when commanding the others directly. Aiming the gun around, Leopold asked. What are the requirements for using this little thing? Just inject some mana, and it'll work. It's a less than D ranked artifact. The artifact was something that only dwarves could create and essentially worked as a gun. Upon injecting mana into the device, the artifact would activate, releasing the bullets that were loaded inside. Well, that's how it should work. Never used it, so I didn't know. Take good care of it, it cost me quite a lot. Aiming the gun towards the distance, Leopold put his finger on the trigger. Sounds easy enough. Well, I still think you need time to get used to it. Just like any weapon, it needed time to be mastered, and although Leopold was already good with the sword, at the end of the day, his talent did not lay in swordsmanship but in commanding. Plus, just because he was now using a gun, it didn't mean that he couldn't use a sword. He could very well use it during short-range fights and then replace it when he's helping out from the back. After all, the gun would be more useful when he's commanding a lot of people at once. Looking through the status of the gun, Leopold suddenly asked, "How's the recoil on this thing? How about you try?" I also was curious about this. Raising his brow and looking around, Leopold picked his ear to ensure he didn't hear wrongly. "Try. Here. I don't think anyone would mind being honest. Just shoot the air." We were in the open, and most likely, the sound that would come out from shooting the weapon would get drowned out by the sound of the rain. Furthermore, I don't think the dwarfs would mind this. Guess you're right. Leopold was a simple person. At my words, he stopped thinking too much and put a bullet inside of the gun-like artifact. Chi-chuck. Loading the artifact, Leopold aimed towards the distance with one hand. His semi-long hair was already wet from the rain. Closing one of his eyes and aiming towards the barrier in the distance, he softly muttered, "I'm going." Looking at him and taken aback by the fact that he was only using one hand, I blurted out, "Wait, why are you using only one hand?" "Just cause." As soon as his words faded, a gentle hue shrouded his hand, directly entering the artifact. Click. Leopold then pressed on the trigger. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a blue ball of energy shot out from the gun, directly aiming for the barrier in the distance. Traveling at incredible speeds, the blue energy traveled through the air, splitting the rain apart. Before long, it appeared right before the barrier. However, right as the energy was about to hit the barrier, something miraculous happened. The blue ball stopped midair before suddenly disappearing out of thin air. On the other hand, while the energy ball shot out from the gun, Leopold, the one responsible for the shot, was sent a couple of steps back. Uck. As he was pushed back, he let out a groan. Once he managed to rebalance himself, staring at the gun in his hand, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Bloody hell. Massaging his right wrist, the one that held onto the artifact, he softly muttered, "The recoil on this thing. Maybe you held it wrong. Perhaps we can go ask the dwarves for things that can be added to reduce the recoil." Although I wasn't an expert with guns, I do think that the way that Leopold held onto the gun was wrong. Right as he took a shot, his hand flung all the way up in the air, and he was pushed away quite far. Maybe try using both hands next time and keep your feet planted on the ground. From the looks of it, he still needed a lot of practice before using the gun properly. If every time he shot this happened, there was no use in him keeping the artifact. Still massaging his wrist, Leopold nodded his head in agreement. "You're right, I need to practice more. MHM. Turning my head and glancing at the barrier that had now enveloped the whole mountain, I muttered, "Since the dwarfs are planning on using the barrier, you've got some time to practice." Depending on how long the dwarves were planning on keeping the barrier, I estimated that we had at least a day to ourselves. Right until the weather cleared up. If I'm not wrong, the dwarves have chosen to erect the barrier because of the weather. So we've got till it stops raining to get prepared. Thought so too. Tossing a small box in Leopold's direction, I reminded, "If you're planning on practicing, please don't carelessly treat the bullets as though they are as easy to get as water. They are actually quite expensive. So expensive that if converted into U, it would total around 500,000 U per bullet." Sounded expensive, but there was a reason for this. According to Malville, the cores gained from beasts and monsters could be turned into powder, which would in turn function as gunpowder. In fact, demon cores could also do this. The reason why I had quite a lot of bullets on me was because I traded them for the core of the Baron-ranked demon that I killed. At first, I thought of giving it to Angelica, but at the mere mention of it, she threw me a disgusted look. Fair enough, though, after all, even I wouldn't be very excited at the prospect of eating another human. On another note, the bullets could only be created by the dwarves, as humans were incapable of creating them. At least not yet. This was also why humans didn't have guns as of yet. Humans could at most create bows or other relatively simpler weapons. Things such as guns didn't only require a skilled blacksmith but also advanced engineering skills that understood the core underlying principles of mana, which humanity severely lacked. This was understandable, though. After all, humanity had only been exposed to mana for less than a century. Patting Leopold on the shoulder, I spoke. "Take good care, Uck." Cutting me off, an electric current suddenly ran through my body and head. My knees buckled, and I almost tripped on the ground. Fortunately, Leopold, who was next to me, caught me by the arm. "Wow, Ren, you okay?" he worriedly asked. Unfortunately for him, I couldn't respond. Ugh. Ren. Ren. Clenching my teeth, Leopold's voice was faint in my ears. My vision blurred slightly as well. To my luck, this did not last for long as I soon got myself together. Taking a moment to rebalance myself, I reassured Leopold that I was fine. "Ren, are you okay?" Thanks, but I'm now fine." Holding onto my head, I painfully muttered. "It's just that my head suddenly started to hurt. Probably didn't have enough sleep." Leopold put the gun away and carefully looked at me. "Since we have some time, you should probably get some rest." "Yeah." "You okay, now?" "Yeah, no problem." I forced a smile and stood up straight. The pain left as fast as it came. Though skeptical, Leopold no longer asked about my condition. Putting the bullets away, he looked at the entrance of the tower in the distance. "I'll go check on the others now." "Got it. If you need anything, tell me." Giving me a simple nod, Leopold soon walked away. Staring at Leopold's back, the smile on my face disappeared as my brows knit tightly. What was that? Was it because my head was still messed up due to what had happened at the monolith, or was it something else entirely? The pain was somewhat familiar. Though I couldn't explain it, it felt as though I had a similar headache in the past. Just what in the world? The more I thought about it, the deeper my frown grew. Was there something wrong with me? Or was this really something due to my tiredness? For now, I wasn't sure, but I sure hoped that it was the latter and that this was just a one-off occasion. Boom. It was then that an explosion suddenly sounded. Following this, the whole city shook. Turning my head and staring in the direction of where the sound originated from, I saw a faint ripple appear on the enormous barrier enveloping the entire mountain. Spreading throughout the whole barrier, miniature waves appeared on the barrier before disappearing not long after. It appeared to me that the barrier had absorbed the attack from before. Gazing in the direction of where the ripple centered, my brows furrowed tightly. They've started the siege. Lock, Leviathan building. CI click. HAAA. Entering his apartment, Kevin let out an exhausted sigh. He had trouble walking at the moment, and if not for the fact that he had consumed a potion, he wouldn't have made it back to his dorm room. She could have gone easier on me. Kevin muttered underneath his breath as he entered the bathroom. Donna's training as the years progressed did not become easier but became even more arduous than before. Ugh, it stinks. Taking off his clothes, Kevin's face grimaced slightly. He was currently wearing his training clothes, as such, having sweated the whole day, they stunk. SHHHH. Taking a step into the shower and turning on the shower valve, water soon started dropping towards his body. Taking the shampoo resting on the right side of the shower room, Kevin began to wash his hair. As he was showering, he couldn't help but think about what had happened to him in the past year. It's been over a year since Ren's death, and a lot has changed. He was now almost a third year, and during the past 2 years, he did nothing but train. Originally, he was supposed to go to an exchange during the second year, but it was cancelled because of the lock incident. As such, he was stuck at the lock. It was probably for the best, though, he could feel himself improving every day with Donna overlooking his training. On another note, Jean had now also joined the training sessions, and both of them had been growing at astonishing speeds. But still not enough. Kevin was not satisfied. Tightening his grip on the showerhead, Kevin bit his lips. A certain memory flashed, and his face darkened considerably. "How's your friend doing?" Aaron muttered in a mocking tone not too long ago, during the second-year inter-academy exchange. As expected, he was the one responsible for killing Ren. His mocking words still resonated across Kevin's ears to this day. Bang. Punching the side of the wall, the sound of Kevin's teeth grinding up together was drowned out by the sound of the water hitting the bottom of the shower. Tick, tick, tick. I'll definitely. Kevin swore to himself as he clenched his fists tightly. Chick. Ooh. Calming down and turning off the shower valve, Kevin exited the shower and dried his hair with a towel. Taking another towel and tying it around his waist, droplets of water trickled down his chiseled body. Walking out of the bathroom, Kevin ruffled his hair and threw the towel on top of a chair. Wham, it's already quite late. Yawning, Kevin checked the time. 10:30 p.m. Entering his bedroom, Kevin changed into more comfortable clothes and decided to go to sleep. However, just as he was about to go to bed, he noticed something strange. Turning his head, Kevin tilted his head in confusion. Before long, his eyes became sharp, and he cautiously looked towards his surroundings. After making sure that no one was present, he turned his attention back towards his bed, where a red book he had never seen before rested. What is the author's POV? Chapter 311, Synchronization, 1. A book he had never seen before lay on his bed. Who put this here? Kevin muttered out loud as he turned his head around and once again scanned the whole room from top to bottom. Did anybody come here without my permission? He wondered to himself. Even though he had never seen the book before, the more he stared at it, the more entranced with it he became. It was as though the book was begging for him to pick it up. This made Kevin more and more apprehensive about the book. There was something wrong with it. Yet, he took a step forward. Towards the book. Gulp. Stopping right at the edge of his bed, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Bah dum. Bah dum. Bah dum. Unbeknownst to him, his heart started to beat faster. It wasn't out of fear nor nervousness, but something different. Something he couldn't explain. Ooh. Taking a deep breath, Kevin reached out for the book. Even though his mind was telling him not to touch the book, his body moved on its own, refusing to listen to him. It was as though someone was controlling his body. His finger soon touched the book, and it was at the exact moment that a static current ran down his body. Arg. Pain. An almost unbearable pain coursed through his brain, threatening to tear it apart. Huiawaf. Thud. Falling face first onto the ground, Kevin directly passed out. The pain was too much for him to handle. Next to him, the now open red book mysteriously glowed. As though a breeze of air had entered the room, the pages soon started to flip by themselves. Only darkness enveloped Kevin's thoughts and mind for an unknown period of time. He couldn't hear, see, or feel anything. Like when he was traveling through a portal, his mind drifted through an endless void. Kevin. A faint voice reached Kevin's ears. It was a familiar voice, one that he had heard not too long ago. Kevin. The voice once again called out for his name. This time the voice was a lot clearer. Kevin's mind slowly cleared up, and he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a devastatingly beautiful girl looking at him at nose length. With a small pout, she muttered. Geez, class is about to start, just for how long are you planning on sleeping for? Emma. Kevin blinked a couple of times. Raising his head, he glanced around. Then, much to his surprise, he found himself inside of the classroom. He couldn't quite remember what happened before that. Strange. He muttered as he looked around the classroom. What's strange? Emma tilted her head. Her short auburn hair gently fell on her shoulder. Kevin pointed at the classroom. Did we have this many people in our class before? What are you on about? Emma's brows furrowed. She then put her hand on his forehead. You're acting strange, Kevin. Are you sure you're okay? But. Clank. But before Kevin could ask any more questions, the door to the classroom opened up, and a familiar figure walked in. It was Donna. Entering the class with her usual elegance, she gathered the attention of all of the boys in class. All right, class is about to start. Everyone, please be seated. With both hands by the side of the podium, Donna's amethyst-colored eyes scanned the room. Soon her eyes paused on Kevin and the others. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Let's start with the register. Tapping on her tablet, Donna started doing the register. This was a routine that everyone was used to. Rank 1, Kevin Voss. Present. Kevin instinctively answered. His mind was still a mess. No matter how much he tried to remember what had happened the moments before waking up in the classroom, he couldn't remember. Something was wrong, but he couldn't quite place his finger on what was wrong. Rank 17, Troy Direx. Donna called out, to which a youth with yellow eyes raised his hand and responded. Present. Rank 18. As time passed, Donna continued to do the register. Kevin, who was lost in his own thoughts, frowned as he listened to the register. Why is it taking so long? Usually, the registration would have taken a lot less time. Instead, it was taking a lot more time than expected. It was then that something caught his attention. No, rather, it took away all of his attention. Rank 1750, Rendover. Present. Kevin instinctively stood up and looked towards where the voice came from. Sure enough, he didn't hear wrongly. Sitting on the left side of the classroom by himself was a youth with deep blue eyes and jet black hair. Leaning back, he had an expression of someone who was super bored. He was exactly as Kevin remembered him. Ren. You're alive. Kevin wanted to shout out loud as he looked at him. However, he refrained himself. That was because he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the situation. Is there something wrong, Kevin? Donna asked by the podium as her brow raised. Staring back at Donna and realizing that everyone in the classroom was looking at him, including Ren, Kevin seriously shook his head before pointing at Emma beside him. No, it's nothing. Emma poked me by the side. Huh? Kevin's answer caused Emma to be flustered. Her face became red, and she menacingly glared at Kevin. Why, you? Sit down for now. Donna impatiently said from the front of the class. Maybe it was because she favored Kevin due to his hard work, but she didn't pursue the matter anymore. Thank you, Mississippi. Kevin sat down, much to Emma's annoyance. Leaning towards Kevin, Emma hatefully glared at him. You better explain to me why you sold me out like that. Sorry, I owe you one. Unfortunately for Emma, Kevin did not care that he had sold her out as he immediately apologized and went back to his own world. Despite the many times that Emma wanted to talk to him, Kevin was too busy being in his own world to respond. At the moment, his mind was a mess. He couldn't think of anything else, less needed to be said about Emma. Glancing at his watch, Kevin checked the date. September 24, 2055. Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. 2055. The date coincided with the time of his first year of the academy. Have I gone back in time? Or is this a dream? An illusion? UK. Pinching the left side of his cheek to make sure he wasn't dreaming, Kevin opened his eyes widely when he realized that he was actually feeling the pain. This wasn't a dream. Everything that was happening around him was real. Supporting his head with both hands, Kevin's mind blanked. He didn't know what was going on. Just what in the world is happening, and why am I here? A flood of questions ran through his mind as he tried his best to remember what happened before arriving here. But, regardless of how much he tried, his mind remained blank. Kevin. Startling him out of his thoughts was Emma's annoyed voice. Throwing him an annoyed look, Emma packed up her things before standing up and sulkily leaving the classroom. I was planning on asking you whether you wanted to follow me back to the dorm, but it looks like you're not in the right mind today. Before Kevin could reply, she had already left. Glancing around, Kevin realized that most of the class had already left as well. Before he knew it, the class had already ended. I should also get going. Standing up, Kevin packed up his stuff and exited the classroom. Once he exited the building, the all-too-familiar academy campus was what met his sight. Everywhere he looked, everything felt the same as back in the real world. The same clean air, the same smell nature-like coming from the vegetation, and the same noisy students who hung out after class. Nothing was out of place. Kevin absent-mindedly walked around the academy campus for the next hour or so. Throughout the walk, his mind tried to come up with as many reasons as possible as to why he had gone back in time, but regardless of how much he tried to rack his brain over the matter, he couldn't figure it out. Just why was he here? It was then that before he knew it, he had stopped in front of an unfamiliar building. Rather, he had seen the building before but had never actually set foot inside of it. Horned sheep was engraved by the gates of the buildings. Staring at the sign, Kevin's brows jumped up slightly. If I'm not wrong, this is where Ren lived during this time period. Back when he was still hiding his strength. Unbeknownst to him, he stopped right in front of the building Ren was living in. He didn't know why or how, but his instincts told him that this was the place that would clue him about the reason why he was here. C.I. Clink. Entering the building, Kevin walked up to the dorm guardian and flashed his student ID. Excuse me, may I know which room a student named Rendover stays? Since it wasn't secret information, the clerk at the front desk of the Horned Sheep building immediately told Kevin where Ren's room was. It also had to be noted that Kevin's status was extremely high. Being the #1 ranked student, his status was far above some of the other students. As the building guardian spoke to Kevin, he maintained a cardinal, subservient attitude. If you follow that path, you will be able to find student Rendover's room. Thank you. Thanking the guardian, Kevin followed the guardian's instructions and soon arrived before Ren's room. Ooh. Stopping in front of the room, Kevin took a deep breath. This was the first time he was going to talk to Ren ever since his death. If he said he was nervous, that would have been a lie. But more than anything else, this anticipation within him dispelled any nervousness within him. Finally, he was once again going to see his best friend. Kevin just wanted to talk to him even if he was a fake and didn't remember him. He just wanted to see his friend. To talk. He knocked on the door. But he got no response. Is he not back yet? Kevin thought to himself. Given that the Horned Sheep building had no private training facilities, Ren could have probably gone towards the public training area to train. Checking the time, 6:30 p.m., Kevin realized that this was probably the case. I guess I'll go ch. However, just when he was about to leave to check the training grounds, the door opened. Creak. Kevin's footsteps halted. Turning around, he called out. Ren. No response. Frowning, Kevin opened the door slightly. Ren, are you in huh? The moment Kevin opened the door, Kevin's mouth shut, and a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. Laying on the cold floor with terror-strike eyes was Ren. Standing on top of him was a black humanoid figure with a sadistic smile on his face. Took you long enough. As the humanoid figure turned its head to face Kevin, a raspy voice rang out. Raising its long skinny arm and pointing it towards Kevin, the black humanoid's figure smile widened. Seemingly taking pleasure in seeing Kevin's shocked face. Coo, this is on you. Ugh. Grabbing Ren's figure on the floor by the neck, the sadistic smile on the black humanoid figure widened. Staring at Kevin who was on the opposite side, the grip of Ren's neck tightened. I am the sin you created. As those words sounded, chills ran down Kevin's spine. Licking his lips, the humanoid figure turned its attention back towards Ren and tightened the grip on his neck. Yuck. I am the consequence of your actions. Glaring at the black humanoid figure, Kevin snapped out of it and screamed at the top of his lungs. Don't you'd. Spurt. But it was too late. Before Kevin could do anything, Ren's head exploded into millions of pieces. No. Kevin's blood-curdling scream rang out. Not long after, the world started crumbling down. However, right before the world could completely crumble, the same raspy voice traveled through Kevin's ears. Never forget, I am the one sin you will never get rid of. The Author's POV. Chapter 312, Synchronization, 2. Ashen gray clouds covered the sky as a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the world. Why-eyeing. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot out, spreading within the empty air. Following this, a terrifying pressure rose, causing the gray clouds to disperse. Within the light was a human figure whose features were indiscernible. Yet, the pressure that the figure gave out caused the air to vibrate. Whoever the figure was, they were an absolute master. Soon enough, the human figure within the brilliant light became increasingly clear as the light dimmed down. Finally, the light converged towards the figure, and a black-clothed male with two crimson-colored eyes clearly appeared in the air. Lifting his head, the crimson-eyed figure looked towards the distance with unprecedented seriousness. Ryup. It was then that a hand suddenly stretched out of thin air, grasping the sky, and tearing it apart as though it was tangible. White hair, red blood eyes, and fair skin. Stepping out of the void was a figure resembling a human. Although he appeared extremely ordinary, only a genuine expert could sense just what kind of terrifying existence he was. The strength contained within his skinny body could wipe the whole world with a single wave of his hand. It was terrifying. Indifferently floating in the sky and staring below, what met the white-haired figure's sight was destruction. A world that was now on the verge of destruction. A smile formed on his face. Then, lowering his head and staring at the crimson-colored male below him, the white-haired individual's eyes rippled slightly. The crimson-colored male stared back, and silence enveloped the world. Neither spoke, but tremendous energy shot out from each of the two figures' bodies before silently clashing together. A formidable ripple spread out from the clash of the two, and everything below them disintegrated. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the crimson-colored male opened his mouth. Jezebeth. His soft voice traveled through every corner of the world. Yet, deep-seated hatred could be felt in his voice as he spoke. Staring at the red-eyed individual below, the white-haired figure closed his eyes slightly before the smile on his face deepened ever so slightly. "How have you been? It's been a while since we've last seen each other." Before the white-haired figure could finish speaking, his mouth suddenly stopped moving, and the world crumbled down. Ha! Abruptly opening his eyes, Kevin sat upright. His breathing was rough, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. What just happened? Kevin's eyes were bloodshot. Frantically looking around, Kevin found himself back in his own room. Or at least that's what it looked like. But he no longer knew. Lowering his head, Kevin looked at the watch that was resting on his wrist. Tapping on it, he quickly checked the year. 2057. Am I back? Staring at the year, Kevin did not immediately rejoice. Instead, taking out his phone, he quickly skimmed through his chat logs to see if everything was the same as it was before. Wii U. Upon checking and seeing that everything was just as he remembered, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was finally back in the original timeline. Standing up, he sat back on his bed and muttered out loud. Just what in the world happened? His brows couldn't help but furrow. Many questions he had no answer to flooded his mind. Ugh. Clenching his teeth, Kevin groaned as his head started to ache. Fortunately, it was a lot milder than before. But it was also due to this headache that he finally remembered how everything started. Everything started the moment he picked up the red book on his bed. It was then that all the strange things happened. The humanoid creature, the white-haired figure, Ren, the book. They were all things he had never seen before, yet, why did they feel so familiar? As though he had already seen them once before. Just what is happening? Kevin clenched his head with both hands as he tried to rack his brains around the matter. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. Gulp. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Kevin tried to distract himself from the topic. Unfortunately, every time he started thinking about what had just happened, the headaches would start. He couldn't bear them. Turning towards his right, to his horror, Kevin spotted the red book from before. Instantly his eyes shot wide open, and he moved back. As far away from the book as possible. Soon enough, sweat dripped from the side of his face as he looked at the book with deep apprehension. Unlike last time, it was now open, and from the looks of it, there seemed to be something written on it. But maybe it was his imagination since it wasn't clear from the angle he was looking at. Who? Staring at the book from afar, Kevin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I need to calm down. Closing his eyes, he took another breath before standing up. Opening his eyes, he stared at the book opposite of him. He then took a step forward. Although he knew that the book was dangerous, his curiousness overtook his rationality. He wanted to understand what had just happened to him. Something wasn't right. Cautiously walking towards the book, Kevin refrained from touching it and peeked at it from above. He wanted to see what was written on it. Sure enough, as soon as he looked at it from above, he could see words written on them. Furrowing his brows, he slowly started to read the book. Boom. The barrier shook and a ripple once again formed on the thin barrier enveloping the mountain. Who stood atop the northern tower seriously looked at the chaos in the distance. Dasha. The rain continued to plummet hard, hitting the barrier from above. Closing his eyes, tied his black hair behind his head and rested the blunt sword he got from Malval by the side of the wall. Sitting down on the ground, leaned his back against the wall and closed his eyes. Reading the book, Kevin tilted his head. Is this a novel? He thought. But he quickly shook his head. Something didn't add up. Why was the name of the person in the book blacked out? Lowering his body, Kevin tried to get a better look at the book. However, regardless of how much he tried to read the name, Kevin could not see who the story was about. It was as though a veil was preventing from seeing it. Ding! It was then that he suddenly heard a chime ring inside of his head, and a small screen appeared before him. Lifting his head and staring at the screen, Kevin's pupils dilated. Synchronization, 22%. Demon King Ascension. 10 years, 287 days, 8 hours, 45 seconds. Play button 8 years, 287 days, 8 hours, 45 seconds. What the? Hendler. After an unknown period of time had passed, a familiar voice reached my ears. They're removing the barrier in 10. I opened my eyes and found Hein and the others standing opposite of me. Stretching my arms, I asked. Has the rain stopped? No, not yet, but it's better than before. Ava replied as she looked into the distance. Lifting my head and staring at Ava, I noticed that her hair was a lot shorter than before. About shoulder length. When did you cut your hair? Oh, this. Ava touched her hair and casually replied. I realized in our last fight that long hair hinders my eyesight, so I decided to cut it. Fair enough. Ava's words reminded me of my long hair. Though they didn't really hinder me during fights, maybe it was about time to have them cut as well. Or maybe not, who knows. On another note, staring at Ava opposite me, it only dawned on me now that I was talking to her just how much she changed over the last few months. She talked a lot more confidently than before, and what was more impressive were her eyes. They sparkled with a never-seen-before light. Oh well, you do whatever is best for you. Raising my hand and gripping onto something, I supported my body up. Turning around and gazing into the distance, I could see that the weather had cleared up a bit. Although it was raining, it was a lot milder than before. I could now at least see what was happening in the distance. Resting his shield by the side of the wall, Hein suddenly asked. Are we going to do the same thing as last time? Like going outside to fight? No, that would be suicidal. That reckless approach was only okay during the first wave, but the second wave would be a lot more difficult than the first wave. Count and Viscount ranked demons would join the fray. Unfortunately, they weren't something I could handle at my current capabilities. Understood, so what are we going to do? I pointed towards the distance where a bunch of orcs stood. Hold the line with the orcs. It should still serve as good training. Unlike last time, this time our job was to hold the front line with the others. Since we couldn't be as reckless as before due to the increased difficulty of the opponents, the least we could do to secure our safety was to work with the others. Although I was confident in the abilities of the others, I didn't want them to die. We could fight without worrying too much if we worked together with the orcs. Turning my head left and right, I curiously asked. By the way, has anyone seen Small Snake and Ryan? Haven't seen them since they left. They're with the dwarves. Leopold lazily replied. They didn't want to wake you up, so they told me to tell you that they are fine. Is that so? I guess that makes sense. I had a sudden understanding. Most likely, Ryan and Small Snake had impressed the dwarves with their abilities. So much that they probably forced them to stay downstairs. That was good. The more they learned, the better for me. Who knows, maybe Ryan could figure something out about the chip in my head. On a good note, regarding the chip, as of right now, the only information the monolith had on me was the fact that I was currently somewhere around here. From what Ryan told me before, it seems like the city system could somewhat disrupt the connection of the chip in my head. Although it didn't completely stop the chip, it at least made sure that the monolith had no idea of where exactly I was. Even so, it didn't really matter. The monolith was a human association, regardless of how much they wanted to try to investigate in this city, they'd come out empty-handed. After all, the dwarves weren't just going to let them do as they please. This was especially so when there was an ongoing war at the moment. It wasn't like they would open the gates just for them. At the moment, the city was sealed, and no one could enter. Plus, even though there was an organization similar to the monolith in the dwarven domain, they wouldn't go out of their way to help the humans. They had more important things to do, like trying to interfere with the war. Therefore, as of now, I didn't have to worry about the monolith. This was also why I wasn't in a rush to get the chip removed. Might as well have Ryan remove it for me. Well, I was obviously going to consult a dwarf before that. So if they really could do it and Ryan was too busy, I may as well let them do it. By the way, Small Snake told me to give you this. Leopold suddenly took out a small black badge. What's this? I curiously asked as I looked at the black badge. Handing it to me, Leopold explained. Small Snake said that if you wanted to visit him in the control room, you could directly give this to the guards standing outside, and they would grant you access. How thoughtful. I muttered as I took the badge from Leopold's hands. Then, I picked up the blunt sword that was resting by the side of the wall and headed downstairs. As long as they are fine, then everything is good, oh right. Halting my steps, I suddenly recalled something. Turning my head, I reminded. Don't forget to get as many achievement points as possible. There were a lot of good rewards after all. The Author's POV. Chapter 313, The Second Wave, 1. Standing behind a line of orcs on the tower's ground floor, I turned towards Leopold, who was next to me. I then pointed at the gun in his hand. How's it going with that thing? Playing with the gun, Leopold flashed a satisfied smile. It's not bad, not bad. See chick. Taking the bullets out of the gun, Leopold tossed the gun in my direction. Here, have a look at it yourself. Catching the gun with one hand, I took a good look at the gun. The design of the gun was, how should I say, crude. Not sure if that was the right word. It looked a bit like some of the older guns that existed back in the past. Of course, that was only aesthetically. In reality, the gun was far more advanced than any gun that had ever existed. More powerful as well as each bullet could penetrate the skin of a demon. Tossing the gun back to Leopold, I curiously asked. Have you found a solution for the recoil issue? Sort of. Oh. Do tell me, I'm genuinely curious. Kind of wanted a gun myself, if I had to be honest. However, I wasn't sure just how useful it would be to me. Most probably, it wouldn't, but it looked nice. Unaware of what I was thinking, Leopold pointed at the dwarves behind him. I talked to them and they told me that there are things we can buy to increase the weight of the gun and reduce the recoil. The only problem is that it cost a lot of money. That isn't that much of a problem. I think I have enough. Before I could finish, Leopold cut me off. I also thought about asking you for money, but then it suddenly hit me. What? Out of nowhere, taking out a cigarette from his dimensional space, Leopold lit it. Sick. Sick. Puff. Taking a small puff, the smoke slowly diffused in the air. Sorry, bit stressed. Saying that, he proceeded to take his sword out. He then waved it at me. Since I can also use the sword, as soon as I use the gun, I'll store it in my dimensional space. Then, I can just take the gun back after things calm down. Leopold's response was out of my expectations. Alternating my gaze between his ring and the gun, my head tilted in confusion. That works. Yup. I've tried. It's one of the tips that the dwarves have given me. The only problem is the reloading, which takes time. Okay. If the dwarves said that it worked, then it probably did. However, I'd assume this strategy only works for people like Leopold, who could use two weapons. I am. It was then that suddenly a strange noise enveloped the battlefield. Puff. Leopold, who was next to me, took another puff of his cigarette. He didn't even need to look to understand what was happening. Looks like we're about to start. As soon as his words faded, the barrier in the distance slowly started to disappear. What lay behind it were over thousands and upon thousands of demons. The air instantly became tense, and the mana in the air started to thicken up. The second wave was just about to begin. Inside of an unknown room in the city. Shut down the barriers, the weather has cleared up. A red-haired dwarf walked towards the beacon and placed his hand on it. 92%. Was engraved in the middle of the beacon, signifying how much energy it had left. Crew kook. Soon enough, the moment the red-haired dwarf's hand touched the beacon let out a strange noise, and the light that shot upwards slowly started to dim down. Gazing up towards the hole where the beam shot out, the red-haired dwarf muttered. We've already lost 8%. Oh, the energy this early into the war. It still be fine for now. What's really important be that we withstand the second wave. Replied another dwarf with black braided hair. Ye think so? Yeah. According to him, as long as they did not suffer substantial losses in the second wave, and they didn't activate the barrier once again, they'd have a good shot at the war. Crossing his arms and sitting on a stool, the red-haired dwarf tiredly asked. How many more waves do you think there's gonna be? Tap, tap, tap. Tapping on the table, the braided-haired dwarf thought for a moment before answering truthfully. I'm nae sure, but I do believe that the war will continue for at least a year. It wasn't just them that were at war, but the orcs and elves too. Each side had sent some people to help out, but from the looks of it, things wouldn't clear up for at least a while. For a war of this magnitude, it would take at least a year to see which side would have the upper hand. Till end we shall do our best to use the barrier. The less they used the barrier, the more impact it would have during the climax of the war. If they used up all the energy now, the shield might fail when it truly mattered. This was undesirable. Turning his attention back towards the beacon, the red-haired dwarf solemnly nodded his head. I agree. Northern Tower Control Room. You two get ready, the real battle starts now. Yes. Small Snake and Ryan quickly went to their stations at Bemis's instructions. Unlike before, their station was a lot more spacious, and the map they were working with was a lot more advanced. Bemis stood behind them with his arms crossed. Since I've seen your skills, I'm going to give you two a heavier task. Pointing at the map in front of them, Bemis explained. Your task be to analyze the strategy the enemy be using. If you can find anything suspicious in their movements, tell me. This was by no means an easy task. Not only did this require extreme concentration, but also good spatial awareness and good analytical and calculative abilities. To find out an enemy strategy, you had to look at the bigger picture as well as the smaller details. Even a single detail needed to be spotted. If that one detail was missed, then the enemy strategy would succeed. I trust that both you can do it. Bemis's words were proof that he trusted them. Of course, he had other people working on the same task and it wasn't only unique to them, but this was him telling Small Snake and Ryan that he regarded them as highly as the other members. Before leaving, taking out a small card from his pocket, Bemis handed it to Small Snake. Human, take this. This card will give you access to the map the other towers including the northern one. If everything looks regular in the northern tower, do check other towers as well. We're currently short on hands and any information be appreciated. Sometimes, just looking at one section wasn't enough to figure out an opponent's strategy. By giving them access to the whole mapping of the walls, he was helping them have a clearer outlook of the situation. Understood. Small Snake fully understood this. Taking the card, he solemnly looked at Bemis. I'll do my best. Good, I've taken enough your time. I'll be leaving now. Nodding in satisfaction, Bemis turned around and headed towards the other areas to give out similar instructions to the other dwarves. Ryan, help me out. Turning his attention back towards the control panel, Small Snake quickly got to work. Squinting his eyes, he slowly started analyzing the details of the map in front of him. As Ren said, this was a good experience for him. Boom. Different colored lights enveloped the city's outer walls as both sides attacked. Standing at the bottom level of the tower, I gazed into the distance. Next to me were Hein, Ava, and Leopold. Angelica was also here, but she was in her ring form, and she couldn't quite show herself just yet. Furthermore, even if she did show herself, she'd be pretty useless since it took a lot of time for her to regain her abilities. The downside of her ability was that in order to make herself appear as an ordinary ring, she had to get rid of most of her demonic energy. In short, she'd be returning to her usual form with practically zero demonic energy in her. Not exactly that, but close to it. In a situation such as this, that was practically suicide. On a good note, the others seemed to be less nervous about the upcoming fight than before. Perhaps fighting in the first wave was a good decision since it gave them more confidence. Glancing at my sword, my brows furrowed. What should I do with this? I was now fighting without any sword art and an almost broken sword. If I had to be honest, I wasn't very confident about the upcoming fight. Not only were my opponents stronger than before, but my handicap grew even larger. Even then, I wasn't scared. If this was what it took to become stronger, so be it. Wham! At that moment, a sea of demons fastly approached the tower. Then, like a flock of birds, they mercilessly sped towards where we were. Whying. At the top of the tower, all sorts of spells and forms of energy beams shot towards the approaching mass of demons. The land trembled. Black blood that was accompanied by the corpses of the demons poured down from the sky like a storm. The misty black blood enveloped the entire northern area as more and more demons fell towards the ground. Most shockingly, even though the demons were dying at an alarming rate, they continued to move towards the tower fearlessly. It was as though they had no sense of death. Before long, the number of demons had decreased drastically, but the land they covered also increased. It wasn't long till they arrived before the tower. Shit. Once they were only a few meters away from us, I turned to look at the others and warned. They're coming, get ready, you guys. Stay close to each other. My words were soon drowned out by the whistling sound that arose from the sky as the demons dived down from the sky. We him. Like black bullets, within seconds, they arrived before the first defensive line. FWAP. Spreading their wings open, their body came to an abrupt halt. A black hue spread from their body as they clawed the orcs waiting at the front lines. Hein! I shouted. 3 demons were headed in our direction. On it, hew up. At my call, Hein took a step forward and cried out. Clang! Holding the shield in front of him, Hein's shield smashed against 2 demons, sending them back a couple of steps. Before I could say anything else, with a cigarette in his mouth, Leopold held the gun with one hand and pressed the trigger. Why is? An energy beam shot out, piercing the demon right in the heart, killing it immediately. Just like Leopold had said before, the moment he shot the gun, he directly placed it in his dimensional space and took out his sword, cutting down the other demon that was attacking Hein. On the other hand, Ava took out her flute and summoned her beasts. Toodle-too. At her melodious tune, 3 wolves and a bird appeared in front of her. As soon as they were summoned, they attacked the other demon. Staring at them from behind, I shrugged my shoulders. Looks like they don't really need my help. I was originally planning on helping them out a bit, but it looks like I was overthinking. Sheeing. There were a total of 3 demons that had attacked us. 2 of them were blocked by Hein, with one dying by Leopold's hand and the second one fighting for its life against the 3 of them. The third demon had obviously seen what had happened to his 2 comrades and chose to aim for my life directly, seemingly thinking that I was going to be an easier target. Heek! Raising its hand, the demon cried out and slashed in my direction. Instantly, 3 tangible energies shot towards me. Guess it's my turn. Staring at the incoming demon, raising the blunt sword in my hand, I slashed down. The Author's POV. Chapter 3:14, The Second Wave, 2. Yeing. Staring at the incoming attack, I slashed down. However, the moment I slashed down, I came to a sudden realization and forcefully stopped myself mid-swing. UK. This was probably not a good idea as a groan soon escaped from my mouth and an inexplicable pain coursed through my muscles. But I didn't have time to care about that. Coating my fists with wind scions I punched out, and a ferocious force burst out from my fist. Poochie. My punch soon collided with the demon's attack, and the demon was pushed back. KHH. Gritting my teeth, I glanced towards my right hand, where a large wound appeared. Red blood dripped down from the ground. Gritting my teeth and withstanding the pain, I glared at the demon opposite me. For a moment, I forgot about my training. If not for my sudden realization, the sword in my hand would have been long broken into pieces. There was no way the sword could have withstood the full force coming from the demon's previous attack. Lifting my sword slightly and seeing that it was still okay, I sighed in relief. Just like Malval said, I need to be more efficient when defending and attacking. Tightening my grip on the sword, I proceeded to take a deep breath. Yeing. It was at that moment that the demon reappeared in front of me. A sharp force quickly headed in my direction. Icily staring at the incoming attack, I wasn't panicked. Just as the demon's sharp nails were about to reach me, rotating my heel, my body appeared by the left side of the demon. Clenching onto the hilt of the sword, I slashed down. Clang. To my surprise, the demon was able to react on time. Twisting its torso, the demon blocked my attack with its sharp and sturdy nails. Once the sword came into contact with the nails, a few sparks flew. However, rather than trying to attack again, I increased the strength of my attack. Sure enough, the difference in our strength was too big. Before the demon could realize what had happened, its body directly smashed towards the ground. Bang. Raising my leg, I mercilessly kicked the demon in the face. Yuck. As soon as my foot landed on the demon's face, the demon let out a strange noise as its body flew backward. Taking advantage of the opportunity, stomping my foot on the ground and borrowing the momentum from the impact, I shot towards the demon at incredible speed. Spurt. This time, there were no mistakes as my sword cleanly cut the demon's body in half. Ha. Without wasting any time, taking out a potion from my dimensional space, I quickly downed it. Soon enough, the wounds on my body started to heal at an alarming rate. Bang. Just as I finished the potion, 5 more demons broke through the first line of defense. They all soon turned their attention towards me. Fuck. Dropping the potion on the ground, I brushed some of the loose hair away from my face and silently muttered. If this continues, I might die at this rate. At the same time, utility center. Clang. Clang. Sparks flew and a large hammer fell on the red piece of metal sitting on a large anvil. Holding onto the hammer, a relatively younger dwarf pounded the metal. Harder. Behind him, with his arms crossed, was Malvel, who strictly shouted. Put more power into it. How do you expect the metal to shape into what you want with that little bit of power? I'm trying. Malvin's disciple shouted back with a voice full of grievance. He was already trying his best, yet Malvel repeatedly told him to hammer even harder. It's nay enough, I want you to pound the metal, faster and harder, Aurthor. The more time you waste the harder it becomes. The best time to pound metal was right when it was piping hot. Once it cooled down, it would practically be impossible to shape. When heated, the atoms within the metal begin to vibrate, and as a result, the atoms move farther apart. Thanks to this phenomenon, it becomes easier to mold the metal. Ha! Letting out a cry, the disciple, whose name was Aurthor, again hammered the metal. Bang! Bang! This continued for 10 minutes until finally, a perfectly square-shaped piece of metal rested on top of the anvil. H-A-A-A, done. Aurthor cried out in joy as he let go of the hammer, heavily hitting the ground. Sweat trickled down the side of his face. Not bad. Carefully picking up the box, Malvel complimented. See, if you put work into it, you really can come up with some good stuff. Too tired to listen to Malvel's compliments, the young dwarf weakly lifted his head and suddenly asked. Master, did you really give that human a broken sword? Broken sword? Malvel raised his brow. Nodding his head, the disciple elaborated. The old worn-out one you always told me never to throw away. Ever since becoming Malvel's disciple, he had seen that old worn-out sword resting in the artifact box that Malvel always brought with him. He always thought that it was a waste of a sword, and now that he had given it to that human, he couldn't help but be skeptical about his master's decision. Was he trying to kill the human? Isn't that a little bit too cruel? Taken aback, Malvel glanced at his disciple and pointed at himself. Pa, ye think I'm that cruel? Yes. The disciple answered out of instinct. Smack. Before he could realize it, Malvel had already chopped his head. Oh you. Aurthor screamed out in pain. Throwing his disciple a look of disdain, Malvel shouted. Like actually give him a sword that break easily. What? But that sword be clearly failed. Malvel once again raised his hand, threatening to chop his disciple in the head once again. At his master's threat, Aurthor immediately became wary and took a couple of steps back. Then, with an amicable smile on his face, he tried to calm his master down. Master, I'm sorry. You know I like to joke around. Rolling his eyes at his disciple's behavior, Malvel lowered his hand, much to his disciple's relief. He then proceeded to sit on a stool. That sword over there be as tough as any sword can be. The only reason I told him what I told him was so that he be more careful when fighting. Listening to his master's words, the disciple was suddenly enlightened. His master was a lot more soft-hearted than he had originally thought. By telling the human that the sword was brittle, when in reality it wasn't, he was trying to make him realize his flaws and correct them as he fought. I'm sorry I misunderstood. But if the SW... Before he knew it, Malvel had turned around and aimed a kick in his direction. Enough talking, get back to work, we've got a lot o' things to craft. Clang. Ach. Taking a couple of steps back, I let out a pained groan. Standing opposite of me were 3 demons. Behind them were the corpses of 2 demons I had killed with a lot of effort. They were all untitled demons, as such, they were much weaker than me, yet, I was having trouble dealing with them. God. I was beyond pissed at this point. For me to have so much trouble dealing with a bunch of demons I could have killed with a tap of my sword was really frustrating. Not only that, the injuries on my body were slowly starting to accumulate. If not for the potions, I would have long bled out. Hup. Letting out a cry, I took a step forward, and tensing my core, I slashed diagonally, releasing all of the tension accumulated in my core. The result was a speedy attack containing a large portion of my strength. Clang. At my attack, 2 demons quickly raised their hands and blocked the attack with their nails. Sparks flew, and their bodies were pushed at least 10 steps back. At the end of the day, I was much stronger than them. If not for the handicap, I could have easily killed them with a single punch. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Whying. As the 2 demons were pushed back, the third one appeared right next to me. Clang. Having long seen through the intention of the demon, using the hilt of the sword, I directly blocked the demon's attack. Then, flicking my wrist and inserting the hilt of the sword in between a small gap between the nails, I pushed downwards and the demon lost its balance. Taking advantage of the situation, twisting my heel, I swiftly appeared by the side of the demon and slashed horizontally. Spurt. Black blood spilled everywhere and another corpse fell on the ground. Wiping my face that was now dyed in black, I faced the 2 other demons that were fastly approaching me. Should I use Monarch's Indifference? I thought as I stared at the 2 demons. If I used Monarch Indifference, I may be able to increase my concentration and achieve results faster. By erasing my emotions and fully focusing on the task at hand, I could increase the speed I was learning by a lot, but no, that would be a bad idea. I shook my head. Recalling my previous experiences with Monarch Indifference, I quickly discarded the idea. There was a high chance I was going to lose a limb in the process, and I couldn't afford to do that at the moment. Not when I was in the middle of a war. Clang. Within a single breath of time, the 2 demons were once again upon me. Raising their hands, a black hue shrouded their nails before violently slashing towards my direction. As they slashed, the air split, and 2 whistling sounds arose. Staring at the incoming attack, I focused my mind and tried my best to cushion their attacks by either taking a step back or redirecting their attacks somewhere else. Given that I was worried about the state of my sword, this was the only option available to reduce the force that the sword faced. CLI clank. Unfortunately, I was still not used to this. The large force contained from the combined attack of the 2 demons forced me to take a single step back. Even while stepping back, much to my surprise, the demons had already stabilized themselves and were once again at my throat. This isn't going to work. Distancing myself from the demons, my frown deepened. The way I was fighting was too inefficient. I was currently being too defensive. This wasn't going to work. Let's try this. Exhaling, I concentrated my mind and slowly started channeling wind scions in my sword. Within seconds a green layer covered the sword, as it rhythmically pulsates like a heart. Whying. Right as I fully coated the sword, the demons reappeared in front of me. Lifting my head up, with unprecedented seriousness on my face, I raised my sword and met their attacks. It was then that a shocking scene happened. Right as the nail of one of the demons was about to touch my sword, the wind scions coating my sword redirected the attack away from the sword. The scene was similar to a tornado where the nails circled around the sword before being redirected away from the sword. An opening soon appeared and my eyes instantly lit up. I quickly held the sword with both hands. Taking a step to the right to avoid the other demon's attack, I slashed down towards the other demon. The result was as expected. Spurt. The demon instantly died at my attack, and a familiar rain of black poured down on me. Turning my attention towards the other demon, rather than waiting for it to come to me, I excitedly headed in its direction. Arriving before the demon, the green hue shrouding my sword shined brilliantly. Hue up! Crying inside of my heart, I slashed down. Though the demon tried to defend, just like before, the green hue around the sword acted as a barrier and redirected the demon's hands away. Violently kneeing the demon in the face, I slashed diagonally. The demon met a similar fate to that of its companions, and that was its inevitable death. Ha! Supporting my body with the sword, I heavily gulped for air, and a satisfied smile appeared on my face. At long last, though still rough around the edges, I've finally found a way to improve. The Author's POV. Chapter 315, The Second Wave, 3. Spurt. Retrieving my sword back from the corpse of a demon, I icily looked towards the distance. About half a day had passed since the start of the second wave, and as of now, the situation was under control. Although the first line of defense had been breached multiple times, I, alongside Hein, Ava, and Leopold, had done an excellent job at keeping the demons from breaching the second line. Of course, we weren't the only ones standing in the second line of defense, but judging from the body count alone, we were some of the few individuals that had made the most contributions. This was mainly due to the fact that the powerful individuals had not made a move yet. SPI Slee. Slashing the sword down to get rid of the blood coating it, I turned to face the others. You guys doing all right? Clang. Blocking an incoming attack, Hein let out a muffled groan before finally stabilizing his footing. Turning his head, he forced a smile. KHH. Yeah, though I'm a bit tired. Raising my hand, I pointed towards my wrist, or more specifically, towards my bracelet. Drink a potion then. It'll help out. Right, I almost forgot about that. You what? His answer made me shake my head. Perhaps it was because he was too excited, but it seemed as though Hein completely forgot about the fact that potions existed. Tell the others to cover for you while you drink a potion. Oka, hook. But just before Hein could take out a potion, a demon shot explosively towards him, and a whistling sound arose. Soon the demon violently clashed against Hein's shield. Bang. Fortunately, Hein was quick to react. Even though he had been distracted the moment the demon attacked, angling his shield right in front of his shoulder, he nudged it slightly and cushioned the attack of the demon. Sparks flew, and Hein proudly remained standing on the same spot as before. Unmoving. Silently staring at Hein from behind, I was impressed by his performance. Not only him but Ava and Leopold's performances deeply impressed me. In fact, they were doing so well that altogether, they had accumulated quite a substantial amount of kills. Quite a few more than me, who was a whole rank higher than them. Well, this was to be expected. After all, I wasn't fighting at my fullest abilities. My body count would have been way higher if I had been using the Keiki style. On another note, I was also improving as the fight continued. The more I got used to this new fighting style, the faster I started killing the demons. If before it took me a minute to get rid of a less than D ranked demon, it only took half of the time now. Slowly but surely, everyone was improving. Sensing something, I looked towards my right. Sure enough, a demon was quickly headed in my direction. Before long, it appeared a couple of meters away from me. Heek! Sinisterly opening its mouth, the demon let out a screech and viciously slashed in my direction. Why-ing. Staring at the incoming attack, I was completely unfazed. Raising my sword and thrusting it forward, the green hue enveloping my sword expanded and contracted rapidly. Shup. What came as a result of this was a subtle suction force that altered the direction of the demon's attack. An instant later, gently tapping on the ground with my foot, the ground cracked apart with a bang, and I appeared only a few centimeters away from the demon. The speed at which I moved was so fast that the demon could not react in time. Raising my sword, I slashed upwards, cleanly cutting the demon's head off. Spurt. As black blood sprayed everywhere, the head of the demon quietly rolled in front of me. Wiping my face, I softly muttered. That's another one down. But just as my words faded. Vwam. It was then that a grim pressure suddenly enveloped the battlefield. Glancing towards the distance, a black humanoid figure stood in the air with its wings wide open. The moment the humanoid figure appeared, I instantly knew that things were about to become serious. Behind the humanoid figure, the moon shone brightly, enveloping the humanoid figure and enhancing its features. The whole battlefield soon came at a standstill and everyone turned their attention towards the sky. Splurt. Stepping on the head of the demon I killed before, unprecedented seriousness clouded my face. Looks like the commander of the second wave finally showed up. Moments before the humanoid figure showed up. What do you think? Two men were looking at the battle ensuing outside of the walls from a small room. One of them had his hands interlocked behind his back. He was the headmaster of the lock, Douglas. The other person stood behind the old man with his arms crossed. He was none other than Waylon Rochefield, Emma's father. Similarly, staring at the battle from the small room, Waylon leaned his body forward a bit. Raising his hand, he pinched slightly. The video that was playing before them zoomed, and a couple of figures appeared on the screen. More precisely, they were the images of two youths and an adult who supported them from behind. The adult would take out a weird gun-like object and shoot it at the demons from time to time. Most impressive was his commanding abilities, as he perfectly told the two youths what to do. The way the three of them coordinated with each other deeply impressed Waylon, as he couldn't help but compliment them. They're good. Leaning back on his seat, he crossed his arms and looked at Douglas, who was wordlessly staring at the same screen. The pensive look on his face reminded Waylon of a sage. Calm and wise. Pointing at the screen, Waylon started making small talk. The guy who is leading them from the back seems very experienced. Judging from how he can make the right calls in this situation, he must have gone through similar situations before. Having observed them long enough, Waylon could tell that the man helping the two youths was highly experienced. Not only were his calls the ideal ones, but the timing at which he supported them was also superb. Moving his hand slightly, the video soon focused on the two youths. On the other hand, these two youths seemed to be extremely talented, especially the girl. Waylon's brows furrowed tightly. If I'm not wrong, she's controlling 4 beasts. That's almost unheard of. Typically a beast tamer could only control 1 beast at a time. This was the common consensus. On rare occasions, some could tame 2, but even then, they were extremely expensive to take care of, and most of the time, they weren't a class that people paid particular attention to. However, things were different if the beast tamer could control more than 1 animal. If they could control more than 2 beasts, things would be very different. Is it perhaps the flute? It was then that he noticed the girl holding onto a flute. Whenever she blew her mouth onto it, the beasts would move. It was almost as though they were hypnotized. An intrigued look suddenly appeared on his face as he focused his whole attention on Ava. How interesting. To think that there was something like that. It was just a hunch for now, but the more he observed, the more he found his conjecture to be true. But he wasn't quite sure just yet. The flute could very well be an artifact that enhanced her mental capabilities. Turning his head and looking at Douglas, Waylon suddenly asked, "What do you think, Douglas?" Silently staring at the screen, Waylon did not answer back immediately. At the moment his attention was fully focused on a particular youth on the screen. He was neither the girl nor boy that Waylon was looking at but someone else. He was another youth with jet black hair and deep blue eyes. Standing a little bit further away from them, he skillfully dealt with the demons that were coming his way. Question mark. Turning around and looking toward where Douglas was looking, Waylon had a sudden look of understanding. "I see, so you're interested in him." Stroking his beard, Douglas curiously asked, "You know him?" "I've met him before." Waylon replied with a slight smile. "Oh." Douglas's brow raised, and his interest was instantly piqued. Turning to face Waylon, he asked, "Can you tell me more?" Glancing at Douglas, Waylon leaned back and nodded his head. "It was at the when I was walking down the streets. He was a human, so pretty easy to spot." Waylon coughed in the middle and corrected himself, but judging from how indifferent Douglas was, Waylon knew that he had not fooled him. It had to be noted that he wasn't actually allowed to go anywhere near that tavern since he wasn't allowed to get drunk. After all, they couldn't allow themselves to let down their guards in such an unfamiliar place. Knowing that he had slipped up, Waylon quickly changed the topic. "Anyhow, what makes you so interested in him?" Shaking his head, Douglas's brows knit for a second. Touching his beard, he thoughtfully answered, "He seems familiar." Familiar. This time it was Waylon's turn to be surprised. "You've also met him before? Or have you not realized that this is the youth from the video you showed me before?" Glancing at the video, Waylon tilted his head. Now that I take a good look at it, compared to what we've last seen, he seems to be fighting a lot more differently. Does it look like his swordsmanship has regressed? Or is it just me? The way he was fighting was beyond sloppy. His attacks were all over the place, and he seemed to be having trouble fighting opponents weaker than him. From the looks of it, he lacked a lot of experience. Compared to the last time he fought the demons, his performance was more lackluster. No, it has. Compared to before, his swordsmanship has regressed a bit. Wait, that aside. What did you mean by he seemed familiar? Stroking his beard, Douglas hesitantly spoke. "I think he's supposed to be one of the students Donna had told me about, it's just that." "Just that?" "He's supposed to have died." As soon as Douglas's words faded, silence enveloped the room. Then, not long after, Waylon's face turned strange. "What? Did I hear wrongly? Dead? He's standing right there. How can he be dead?" Shaking his head, Douglas kept looking at the youth on the screen. "Remember the incident back at the lock? When the monolith attacked?" "Yes, I remember very clearly." A bitter smile appeared on Waylon's face. How could he not remember? Douglas overexerted himself by using the special skill that allowed him to create a clone of himself during that day. He was bedridden for a month because of the incident. During those days, he had to go to replace him and go to boring meetings every day. Those days were a nightmare to him. Squinting his eyes, Douglas pointed at the youth. That day, that student should have died. At Douglas's revelation, Wayland's face became serious. How certain are you? At first, I was quite certain, but... Intently staring at how the youth was fighting, Douglas started having doubts. I've not seen him use his main sword style yet. What do you trying? Cutting Wayland off was a sudden message that appeared on the screen. Before long, a red message covered half of the screen. Marquee ranked demon spotted in the northern area, please provide assistance. Talk about bad timing. Wayland sighed before standing up. Though he seemed light-hearted at the moment, his current disposition was nothing but serious as a powerful pressure started exuding from his body. Taking off his coat and putting on 2 black gloves, he looked at Douglas. I'll be going now, tell me later if you find anything more about that kid. Glancing at Wayland by the side of his eyes, Douglas gave him a simple nod. Be careful. I will. Right as he spoke those words, Wayland exited the room. Once he left, silence once again enveloped the room. Bringing his hands together, Douglas's eyes never left the youth on the screen. He continued to stare at the youth for a while before muttering. Are you really the inheritor of the Keiki style? The Author's POV. Chapter 316, The Second Wave, 4. Leviathan Building, Private Training Ground, Lock. Clang. Clang. A sword and 2 daggers interlocked together, and sparks flew in the air. Shortly after, 2 figures appeared a couple of meters away from each other. Their breathing was even, indicating that their exchange was only a light one. They were Kevin and Jean. Staring at the daggers in his hands, Jean frowned. Pointing his dagger at Kevin, he darkly said, "What are you doing?" His tone carried hints of anger. "What do you mean?" Kevin absent-mindedly lowered his sword. Glaring at Kevin, Jean put his daggers away. "If you're not interested in sparring with me properly, then don't call me again. Don't waste my time like this." Just before Kevin could reply, Jean turned around and left the training grounds. Staring at Jin's back, Kevin let out a sigh. HAAA. Although he wanted to refute what Jean had said, he couldn't muster any words to argue back. That was because he was right. He was not in his right mind yet. Ever since the appearance of the Red Book, he could no longer focus on basic things such as training or studying. He didn't know why, but the image of the Red Book never left his mind. It was as though a curse had been implanted in his mind, making him think of it all the time. Just what are you? Walking towards the side of the training ground, Kevin's eyes paused on a certain book beside a bench. Walking up to it, he slowly picked it up. A day ago, after mustering his courage one more time, much to his relief, he realized that he could now touch the book without going through some crazy experience like before. From the looks of things, it seemed as though it was a one-time thing. Sitting on the bench beside the book, Kevin opened the book and read what was written on it. ====. The oppressive pressure bore down on every corner of the battlefield, and a thick wave of bloodlust began to spread in the air. Staring at the humanoid figure in the distance, face became dyed with unprecedented seriousness. Looks like it's about time I get serious. The climax of the second wave was just about to begin. ===. Second wave. Climax. What is going on, and just who are you? The more Kevin read the book, the more questions he had. The book was a complete mystery to him. The more he had it with him, the bigger the mystery became. For example, who was the figure depicted in the book? Kevin did try to look back at previous pages to see if he could read anything, but they were locked. Regardless of how much Kevin tried to read the previous pages, the pages wouldn't budge. Because of his apprehension about the book, Kevin did not experiment much with it. But from what he found out in the last day or so of having it was only visible to him. No one else could see it, further adding to the book's mystery. Tracing his finger on the words written on the book, his finger paused on the blurred-out name on the page. Many times he tried to figure out who the person was, but in the end, he couldn't. The only thing he knew about the person was that he was a male, and was currently participating in a war. Turning the page of the book, Kevin was met with a blank page. Tightening the grip of the book, he silently cursed. Damn it, if only I could read back. As long as he could read back on the book, he'd be able to figure out the identity of the mysterious figure being depicted in the book. Unfortunately, he couldn't. As though fate itself was laughing at him, the only thing he could see at the moment was what was happening to the person on the other side of the book. This is annoying. Putting the book down, Kevin let out a tired sigh. He believed that as long as he found out who the person in the book was, he'd be able to get a better understanding of what was happening to him. Trying. It was then that his watch suddenly vibrated. Staring at the caller ID, Kevin realized that it was Emma. Putting the book down, Kevin answered the call. Emma. Instead of returning to his dorm, Gene directly headed for the lock's entrance. Waiting for him outside of the academy campus was a black limousine. Young master. A beautiful woman dressed in a black suit was greeting him outside of the limousine. Bowing her head, she walked towards the passenger side of the limousine and opened the door for him. Briefly glancing at the girl, Gene got in the limousine and thanked her. Thank you. It is my duty. Once again, lowering her head, the girl closed the door and walked towards the other side of the limousine, where she entered and sat a few rows away from Gene. Her name was Eleanor Plight, and she was Jin's bodyguard. She was an A-ranked hero that had worked for the Starlight Guild for 7 years. Aside from raiding dungeons, her job was always to make sure that Gene did not leave the academy by himself. Leaning forward towards the driver at the front of the car, Eleanor ordered. Please bring us back to the guild. Understood. At Eleanor's orders, the driver pressed on the gas pedal, and the car soon sped towards the busy streets of Ashton City, towards the Starlight Guild, the second-ranked guild in the human domain. Once the car finally picked up speed, Eleanor leaned back on her seat and looked at Gene, who was casually staring at the scenery outside the window. Young master, I'm sorry for abruptly calling you like this, but this was at the request of your grandfather. Giving Eleanor a sideway look, Gene turned his attention to the scenery outside the window and softly responded. I understand. Unbothered by Jin's distant attitude, Eleanor continued. Young master, I would like to remind you that today's meeting is a secret and that you must not tell anyone else about what is going to happen. Closing his eyes, Gene silently nodded. I understand. From the very moment his grandfather had called him, Gene knew that whatever was going to happen in the meeting, it would be imperative. After all, his grandfather rarely showed himself nowadays. He would only show himself when there was an important announcement that would decide the family's fate or when it was his birthday. Taking a glass of champagne beside him, Gene twirled the cup before taking a drink. He had a feeling that today's meeting would change his fate completely. Move back for now. The moment the demon appeared in the air, I knew that the situation was about to take a drastic turn. The balance that we have kept ever since the beginning of the second wave was soon going to be broken. For now, the best option would be to retreat further back. Guys, move back to the third line of defense. The residual magic released from the demon in the air was extremely dangerous. Perhaps I could withstand it, but the others were still a bit too weak to handle the residual magic that came from what seemed to be a Viscount-ranked demon. They might suffer serious internal injuries. Okay. Thankfully the others listened to me and did as I ordered. Turning my head, I repeated. Make sure you guys don't move towards the second line. It's too dangerous for you at the moment. There were 3 defensive lines, and at the moment, we were stationed at the second. There wasn't a particular reason why we were stationed on the second line. It was completely random. Not that it mattered since the truly strong demons were being handled by the people at the top of the tower and the first defensive line where the strongest orcs stood. The second defensive line was mainly to clean up the demons that weren't worth taking note of or somehow slip through. The third defensive line was there for extra reassurance. So far, they had still not done anything as we had cleaned most of the demons that had managed to slip through. It had to be noted that, although the third defensive line was the one that faced the least number of demons, it was the most crucial line. That was because right behind them were the dwarves and elves who were shooting spells at the demons from above. Unlike the orcs, they were powerless in close range. Boom. Just as I expected, when I told the others to retreat, a terrifying shockwave swept the whole battlefield. The ground trembled, and a strong gale of wind swept past everyone. Some of the weaker individuals were directly sent flying. Bang. Bang. What followed after was another wave of demons crashing towards the first line of defense. This time they were a lot bolder and bloodthirsty than before. Before long, more and more demons broke through the first line of defense and quickly headed for our direction. There were even a couple of titled demons among the demons that had managed to break through. The situation was dire, and I knew that I could no longer hold my strength back. Without hesitation, I drew 4 rings in the air and redirected them towards the others, aiding them in their retreat. Vroom. Vroom. Hurry up to the 3rd line. I shouted at them. Unlike them, I chose to remain in the 2nd line of defense. As I drew more circles in the air, the mana inside my body started to deplete rapidly. Fortunately, I had enough mana recovery potions with me. I didn't use Ring of Vindication before to focus on my swordsmanship wholeheartedly. But that was before, now was different. Putting the blunt sword into my dimensional space, I proceeded to take a newer sword. Like hell would I gamble my own life during a war. Although I tried my best to listen to what Malval was saying, I knew that something like this was bound to happen at the end of the day. There was a time for everything, and now was not the time for me to care about my training. Why-ing. It was then that I suddenly felt a subtle stinging sensation on my face. Turning my head, I saw a demon fiercely approaching my way. I knew that this was no regular demon from the pressure released by the demon's body. I could tell it was a titled one. To my luck, it was only a Baron ranked one, something that my abilities could handle. Raising its hands, a vicious attack rapidly approached my direction. Unprecedented seriousness clouded my face as my toes pressed onto the ground. The ground beneath cracked with a bang, and I narrowly avoided the attack by a hairbreadth, much to the demon's surprise. The demon that had attacked me was quick to recover once it noticed its attack missing. Expanding its wings, the demon's blood-red eyes locked onto me. Then, flapping its enormous wings, the demon disappeared from where it was standing, leaving behind an afterimage. Coldly looking at the demon, 4 rings suddenly appeared from behind me. Redirecting them towards my right with my finger, I raised my hand. Freeze. The moment the demon reappeared in front of me, clenching my fists, a sudden gravitational pull discharged from the rings. The demon froze in midair. Without wasting any time, I placed my hand on the sword's sheath. The second movement of the Keiki-style, horizon-splitting slash. Click. In a flash, a head soon rolled on the ground. Staring at the head, I knew that it was not over. Spurt. Looking at the body of the demon in front of me, my hand pierced through its chest. Once my hand reached deep enough, feeling something, I retrieved my hand back, and a black orb soon appeared in my hand. It was a demon core. Putting it in my dimensional space, the demon's body slowly started to crumble right before my eyes. I missed this feeling. The Author's POV. Chapter 317, Meeting 1. Click. The usual clicking sound rang out, and 3 heads rolled on the ground. Of the 3 demons I had just killed, none were titled demons, and as such, they died by a simple tap of my sword. Rumble. It was then that the ground suddenly shook. Turning my head and staring towards the distance, where the sound came from, I soon spotted 2 figures standing in the sky face to face with each other. One figure resembled a human, while the other was the same demon from before. The Marquis ranked 1. Is that Waylon? Upon closer look, I realized that the human figure was none other than Waylon Rochefield, Emma's father. So they've decided to send him out. From what I've heard, each side of the city had multiple S-ranked individuals assigned. Being on the safer side, the northern area had fewer assigned S ranks, and from the looks of it, Waylon was part of the group in charge of keeping the northern area safe. There were definitely more waiting on standby, but it seems like they've thought that Waylon was enough. Boom. A strong gale suddenly brushed past me. This came as a result of Waylon and the demon releasing their aura in the sky. Ugh. Leaning forward slightly and covering my face with my arm, I tried my best to remain balanced. My clothes fluttered wildly, and a paper-like sound echoed next to my ears. The already oppressive air became even more oppressive, and the colors black and gold suddenly enveloped the sky. Soon, the 2 majestic auras clashed together. Ashton City, Starlight Guild. Clank. This way, young master. The limousine soon stopped in front of an enormous modern building. The building had a streamlined design with glass coating the outer surface of the building. The minimalistic and simplistic design of the building was indeed a sight to those that saw it from below. In fact, it was so well designed that it had become a tourist attraction to those that came from outside of Ashton City. Casually glancing at the building, Jean followed Eleanor inside. Standing at the building entrance were a lot of people that ranged from heroes, mercenaries, agents, and tourists. All were eagerly trying their best to enter the place. Jean didn't have much trouble entering the building as Eleanor's aura made those that obstructed their path move away in fear. The interior of the building was finely decorated with neat and simplistic furniture that perfectly complemented the calm ambience of the place. Having been in this place ever since young, Gene casually glanced at his surroundings before heading deeper into the building. As he walked, all of the staff bowed their heads in reverence. Had it been the old Gene, he would have savored the looks coming from the staff, but now he was different. He no longer cared for such looks. Ding. Stopping in front of the elevator, the door soon opened, and Eleanor stopped to the side to let Gene in. "Young master, please." Lowering his head in acknowledgement, Gene entered the elevator. Eleanor followed after and pressed on the bottom that led to the highest floor. As soon as she pressed on the bottom, the elevator reached the top floor within a couple of seconds. It was so fast that by the time the doors closed, they immediately opened after. Ding. Exiting the elevator and casually looking around the top floor, Gene turned right and walked towards a certain office. In front of the office was a small reception where a male receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Young master, the master is waiting for you." "I understand." Walking past the receptionist, Gene stopped in front of a large wooden door. "Starlight Guild, Senior Guildmaster, Evangelion Horton." "Come in." As if they were able to sense Jin's presence, a cold and aged voice rang out from the other side of the door. Creak. Blinking slowly, Gene opened the door and entered the office. As he entered, he made sure to shut the door behind him. "Gene." The moment Gene entered the room, the same aged voice from before reached his ears. With his hands behind his back and gazing outside of the window of the office, Gene saw his grandfather. Despite his age, he looked to be in his 50s. He had a sturdy back, with wide shoulders and blonde hair. Though his hair did have some white hair mixed into them, he did not look over 50. But, Gene was not fooled by his appearance. He knew very well how old this man was, 105 years old. "Grandfather." Greeting him, Gene sat on the sofa opposite the main desk. With his back still facing Gene, Evangelion asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" "I do not." Gene shook his head. His grandfather was always someone that did things on a whim, so he had no idea about his purpose in asking him here. "Is that so?" Turning around, Evangelion looked at Gene. With a small smile, he walked towards his desk and sat down. Leaning back on his oversized leather chair, Evangelion took a good look at Gene. The more he looked, the greater the satisfaction in his face grew. "Almost C rank at the age of 18, very impressive. You're even more talented than your father back when he was your age." Jin's rate of progression was outstanding. Although Gene had a lot of resources poured into him, that didn't mean that he would be guaranteed success immediately. His current achievements were a testament to his hard work. His current achievements were fundamentally all due to his own efforts. Crossing his arms, Evangelion went straight to the point. "Since you've come of age and you've shown me your immense talent, I've decided that it is finally time for me to hand over to you the family 5-star martial manual." Cry of the Fallen was the name of the 5-star martial manual, and it was a dagger art that was solely handed down to the Horton first-in-line inheritors. Although it is a tough technique to learn, once you learn it, nothing will stop you from reaching the top and carrying the Starlight Guild to greater heights. Listening to his grandfather, Jin's face remained stoic. As though the 5-star manual was nothing in his eyes. This obviously did not go unnoticed by Evangelion, who curiously asked, "What's wrong? You don't like my arrangements?" "I'm satisfied," Gene replied. Although he didn't show it outwardly, he was actually quite satisfied with the arrangement. But that was it. Satisfied. He knew just how much effort was required to make the manual into something truly formidable. It would take hours upon hours of blood, sweat, and tears before he could finally utilize the manual properly. Only upon finally reaching that point would he truly be happy. "Since you're satisfied, I will give you the art now." Evangelion was a man who did not like to waste time. Listening to what Gene said, he decided to quickly give him the sword art. Motioning Gene to come closer to him, Evangelion pressed his index finger on his forehead. Instantly, a white hue enveloped Jin's body completely. Following this, floods of the information entered his mind. For the next couple of minutes, Gene stood still like a statue with his eyes closed tightly. After a while, opening his eyes, the aura around Gene changed. If before, it was cold and carried hints of arrogance, it was now calm. His usual cold demeanor melted slightly, and what replaced it was a calm one that seemed as though it would remain calm despite being in the direst of situations. Lowering his head, Gene softly muttered. Status. Status. Name, Gene Horton. Rank, C. Strength, C. Agility, B. Stamina, C. Intelligence, C. Mana capacity, C. Luck, D. Charm, B+. Profession. Assassin LVL.5. Martial Manual. Shadow Harvester, Essence Realm of Mastery. Dagger art primarily focused on lightning-fast attacks that slice through the air at astonishing speeds. The greater the mastery, the faster each swing becomes, making each attack harder to defend against. Void Link, Greater Realm of Mastery. Movement art that enables user to momentarily move between shadows. The greater the mastery, the longer the user can travel between shadows. Speed of user inside of shadow is tripled, and when exiting the shadow, user speed will be considerably boosted for a couple of seconds. Cry of the Fallen. An 18-stroke dagger art that becomes progressively faster and stronger with each strike. Upon completion of the 18th stroke, the attack magnifies by a factor of 18. Skills. E. Mana Conglomeration. A skill that enables user to gather all of their mana into a singular point and letting it explode in one swift attack that multiplies the attack power by a factor of 10. F. Light Eye. A skill that stimulates the neurons located in the eyes, enabling the user to enhance their vision. From being able to see further away, to being able to see at night and being able to slow down the world around him. Light Eye enables user to enhance ocular functions. Gene was satisfied with what he saw. Although he didn't have many skills and arts in his arsenal, each and every single one of their mastery was above the greater realm of mastery, with his previous main dagger art even reaching the essence realm of mastery. Although it was a bit of a pity for him to suddenly switch his dagger art, at the end of the day what really mattered was the level of his profession. Now that it had leveled up all the way to level 5, reaching greater heights with his new art wasn't going to be a problem. Plus, he could still use his old dagger art whenever he wanted to. How are you feeling? Disrupting Gene out of his moment, Evangelion opened his mouth and asked with a slight smile on his face. You like the new art? Turning his attention back towards his grandfather, Gene faintly nodded his head. Yes, I like it a lot. That's great. Evangelion muttered with great satisfaction. Closing the status window, Gene asked. Is there anything else you wish to ask of me, grandfather? Eyeing Gene from the side of his eyes, Evangelion's face became serious. Looks like you've realized that this wasn't the only reason I called you here. So for now, sit. Evangelion pointed at the seat behind Gene. Doing as his grandfather instructed, Gene sat down. Propping his elbows on his desk, Evangelion interlocked his hands together. The 3rd and 4th rank guilds have recently contacted me with an offer. His words instantly caused Gene, who was seated down, to frown. What is the offer? They want to create an alliance with us to take down the Demon Hunter Guild. The Demon Hunter Guild. Gene tilted his head to the side. Even if we combine forces, we won't be able to take them down. Evangelion shook his head. You might not know this, but reports have said that the guild master of the Demon Hunter Guild has gone missing. Missing. The frown on Jin's face deepened. It was then that a sudden look of understanding appeared on his face as he leaned backward. Is this why Amanda left the academy? If so, this made a lot of sense. Based on what he knew about her, she was the type of person that would shoulder all responsibilities by herself. Her choice of leaving the lock did not make sense to Gene before, but now he finally understood why she did what she did. Gene asked, lifting his head and looking at his grandfather straight in the eyes. Why have you told me this? Evangelion pushed a stack of papers to the side of the desk. I wanted to know your opinion. Should I accept the offer or not? No. Gene responded without a hint of hesitation. His quick response was unexpected as Evangelion quickly became curious. Elaborate. Tell me why we shouldn't take the offer. Standing up, Jin's calm face slowly turned into one of disgust. Since when have we the Horton family ever allied ourselves with others to gang up on someone? If we want to get rid of the Demon Hunter Guild, then we do it ourselves, not with the combined powers of the others. Not only would that make us look weak to the others, but it would also destroy the reputation that we've built. Pausing, Jean carefully looked towards the window that overlooked the city from above. On another note, if we help them, all we'd be doing is putting a target on ourselves. Once the Demon Hunter Guild was gone, Starlight Guild would become the next first-ranked guild, and from there the cycle would repeat. Even if they came up with a deal, at the end of the day, there were no allies in front of Prophet. Before they could realize what had happened, they'd suddenly find a knife stabbed in their back. And it was because of these factors that he believed refusing the offer would be the most ideal option. If they really want to take down the Demon Hunter Guild, let them. We can just stand by the side and reap the profits after. Though I doubt they would really do that. Looking back at his grandfather, Jean seriously said, "If you really want to surpass the Demon Hunter Guild, do it through our own merits rather than by stealing them." Wordlessly staring at his nephew from behind his desk, a large smile soon appeared on Evangeline's face. "Looks like we're on the same page." The Author's POV. Chapter 318, Meeting 2. Boom. Ferocious shockwaves appeared in the sky. The residual mana that spread from the shockwaves enveloped the entire battlefield. Bang. This exchange had been going on for about a day now, and it had started to become progressively stronger. Both sides were still not going all out as they were gauging each other and buying time for those fighting below. Whenever the situation shifted for one side, the other would quickly interfere to return the balance. "Why don't you guys open up the barrier? The situation looks tough for you guys." The Marquis-ranked demon pointed at the battle that was ensuing below as he coldly laughed. "Will you guys be able to last without it? You're really full of nonsense." Waylon glared at the Marquis-ranked demon. His hand that held onto the large broadsword swung downward. The large broadsword whirled around, releasing waves of pressuring wind sounds. Why-eyeing. Seeing Waylon's swift and ferocious attack, the Marquis-ranked demon's face grew darker. Finally, he let out a cold laugh, and a ferocious aura suddenly sprang out from its body. "You're truly one annoying human." At the same time, KHH. Taking a couple of steps back, a light groan escaped from my mouth. Standing opposite of me was a demon. Similar to the other demons that I had killed before, it was Baron ranked 1. However, this time, the situation was different. HAAA. Click. Crying inside of my heart, I tapped on the sheath of my sword. Just like usual, a subtle clicking sound rang out. Clang. However, unlike my previous fights, the demon did not cower at my attack as it met it head-on. The demon appeared to specialize in speed, therefore, it left me with little to no time to attack. The moment I was about to attack, the demon was already upon me, preventing me from releasing the full might of my attack. Taking a step forward, the demon's sharp claws carried a powerful force as they violently met my sword mid-swing. Clang. A clear sound of metal on metal came rippling out from the midpoint where my sword and the claw met. Then, following the circular sound waves that came as a result of the collision between my sword and the demon's claws, a powerful force soon began to spread out, blowing everything that was near away. The ground beneath me and the demon also began to crack, forming small crevices that expanded for a couple of meters. KHH. At this fierce exchange, I came out at a disadvantage as I took a couple of steps back in contrast to the demon who was merely pushed one step back. Kakik, very good human. I didn't expect to meet a human this strong at your age. A disdained laugh escaped from the demon. It appeared that the demon was feeling confident about its chances against me. Or perhaps it was just trying to provoke me. Bang. Ignoring the demon's blatant provocation, I stomped my foot on the ground, and my body explosively shot towards the demon, like a sharp arrow. However, the demon seemed to have expected my attack, as it did not do any of those useless dodging actions. Instead, its sharp and sturdy nails swiftly danced around as none of my attacks were able to penetrate past them. Every time my attacks would meet the demon's claws, they would be violently repelled back, creating an opportunity for the demon, which it rightfully didn't miss. Clang. Clang. The clear sound of metal being exchanged sounded throughout the battlefield, as the ringing metallic sound lingered in the air for a while after each exchange. Bang. Sent flying backward, I crashed against the side of the tower. Fine miniature crevices began to spread around the area I crashed as I spat saliva from my mouth. Kook. Wiping the side of my lips, I looked down and found blood lingering by the thumb area of my hand. Standing up, my eyes locked onto the demon opposite to me. Although the demon was also sent back during our previous exchange, for anyone that witnessed our exchange, they would have been able to tell that the demon held the upper hand. Removing the hairband on my hair and letting my hair loose, I started to circulate the mana inside of my body fully. Enough playing. Once again, wiping the side of my mouth, a subtle green glow enveloped the bottom of my shoes. Right after, my vision blurred, and I reappeared a couple of meters away from the demon, much to its surprise. The previous exchanges were merely me trying to figure out the demon's attack pattern and what worked against it. Although I did suffer quite a bit during our previous exchanges, I now understood how it fought. As I reappeared in front of the demon, 3 rings revolved around my body. It was now time to end things. Bang. Just as I was about to enter the demon's attacking range, I stomped my foot on the ground and tried to stop my body from fully entering it. But this wasn't enough, as the momentum I had pressured me forward, but I had a solution. Pointing with my finger forward, one disc appeared towards my left and another towards my right, a bit further from the second disc. Jumping in the air, my foot softly touched the left ring before I tensed my leg and shot towards the right ring, where a similar situation occurred. Before the demon could react, I was already upon it. The demon's face finally changed, but it was too late. A powerful wave of mana suddenly burst out from my body. Hew up! Letting out a low cry, rather than using the keiki style, I simply unsheathed my sword and swung upwards. This was no regular swing, however. The moment the demon was about to block the attack, using my last remaining ring, I used its gravitational pull effect and changed the course of the swing. Since I was already going fast, the demon was unable to react on time. Poochie. Blood poured down from above, creating a misty rain of black. Turning my head, I looked at the demon's immobile and upright body. Leaning forward slightly, the demon's body fell heavily towards the ground with a small thud. Thud. Staring at the demon's lifeless body on the ground, I was not fooled. Since the core was not destroyed, the demon was still alive. As the demon helplessly stared at the nearing ground, sheathing back my sword in my scabbard, I walked up to its body and once again pierced my arm through its body and removed the demon core before putting it inside of my dimensional space. Finally, the demon's body turned into soft powder before it was blown away by the winds that arose due to nearby conflicts. Gently rubbing my chest, which had somewhat swollen, I let out a soft cough. Cough, I can't fight anymore. Turning my head, much to my relief, I found that the fight in the distance was slowly showing signs of calming down. It looked as though the second wave was coming to an end. Wiping the right side of my mouth, I decided to move upstairs to the tower. I was no longer in the condition to fight and needed to go back upstairs to recuperate. Distancing its body from Waylon, who stood opposite, disappointment flashed the marquee-ranked demon as it looked below. Looks like this attack is also a bust. Extending its hand, black threads of mana started to swirl around the demon's hands. Following this, a ferocious black ball levitated on top of its palm. The energy contained within the ball caused Waylon, who was standing opposite, to become wary. Cracka! Cracka! Black bolts of lightning crackled around the energy ball as circular waves of pressurized wind began to spread out throughout the surroundings, creating strong winds. Within seconds, the ball, which had become the size of a car, slowly started to compress together before turning the size of a football. Since we're losing, I might as well even the playing field once more. Why-ing. But just as the demon was about to attack below, Waylon suddenly appeared before it. He had not been staying still when the demon was accumulating its energy. It wasn't like he was just going to let the demon do as it pleased. Tightly holding onto the broadsword, the golden glow around it brightened considerably. Right after, the sword lengthened drastically. Waff! Screaming at the top of his lungs, Waylon cut diagonally. From the bottom right towards the top left. You annoying fucker. The marquee-ranked demon was obviously not happy with this new development as it glared at Waylon. Then, extending its enormous wings, a small shadow cast below. Thwop! Flapping the wings once, within an instant, the demon appeared 100 meters away from Waylon. Outside of the striking zone of the broadsword. But it was then that something shocking happened. Seeing that his attack was about to miss, steam slowly expanded out of Waylon's body. The veins on his face became more prominent, and his muscles expanded. A bright light shot out from his body before it directly converged with the broadsword in his hand. The broadsword once again lengthened, this time, a lot more than before. The weight of the sword also increased drastically, and the velocity of the swing followed suit. You. This time the demon was unable to react in time. Staring at the incoming attack, the demon had no choice but to discard its previous plans and slap the palm that contained the ball of energy towards the incoming attack. Soon, the two forces met head-on. A powerful blast of energy shrouded the sky. An instant later, it brewed into a terrifying force that caused both the demon's and Wayland's expression to change drastically as they both hastily distanced themselves away from each other. Bang! Soon, the energy blast expanded, before reaching the battlefield below. Instantly, many of those fighting below turned into ash and a thunderous noise reverberated through the whole battlefield, drowning out every other sound. As this was a bit further away from the tower, it didn't affect those that were protecting it. But it did affect those that chose to leave the defensive line to fight the demons. Dust and debris flew everywhere, enveloping the whole battlefield and preventing anyone from seeing the conditions of the battlefield. Standing opposite to each other were the demon and Wayland. Before long, the dust cleared out, and the aftermath of their collision became clear to see for the two of them. Lowering its head and staring at the damage below, the demon's face darkened. Opening its mouth, the demon's raspy and cruel voice rang through the ears of each demon present. Retreat. Then, expanding its wings, the demon flew away. But right as it was about to leave, the demon did not forget to send one last terrifying glare in Wayland's direction. This is merely the start. Upon walking the stairs of the tower, I once again met the others. The second wave lasted a total of 2 days, and everyone was understandably tired. Me especially. Are you guys all right? Just barely. Hein replied weakly. You don't look so good. Compared to when I last saw him, he was indeed in a worse state. Not only were his clothes and hair a mess, but his shield, which he had just bought not too long ago, was almost completely broken. Ava and Leopold were also in a similar state as they were too tired to speak. Slumping down on the ground, I leaned my back on the wall. I need to rest as well. Although my body was all healed up due to the potions I had, mentally, I was anything but fine. My mind was utterly exhausted. At the end of the day, I did fight for 2 days straight without rest. Human. But just as I closed my eyelids, as if the world refused to let me rest, someone called out for me. Opening my eyes, what greeted me was a short dwarf. What is it? Someone is asking for ye, follow me. Without giving me a chance to object, the dwarf turned around and left. Hey, wait. Groaning to myself, I propped my body up and caught up with the dwarf. Given our size difference, catching up to him posed no problem for me. I still complained, though. At least wait for me, damn it. I just came back from a fierce fight. Once I reached the dwarf, I stopped complaining and just silently followed him from behind. Knowing that the dwarf wouldn't answer any of my questions, I didn't bother asking them. Not that it mattered since I already had an idea of what was happening. Looking back at the northern tower, I wondered. He should have already figured things out, no. The author's POV. Chapter 319, Meeting 3. Following the dwarf, we soon got out of the northern tower and directly entered the city of Henneler. Upon entering the city, I noticed that compared to before, it was a lot quieter. The liveliness that shrouded the city when I had first arrived was no longer there, and what replaced it was a solemn atmosphere. We're almost there. Walking through the city's empty streets, before long, we arrived in front of a mansion. With metal fences surrounding the place, what I could see from the gap of the fences was a lush green garden filled with all sorts of plants and trees. Stopping beside the gate, the dwarf that led me here pressed onto the bell of the mansion. Then, as if expecting the dwarf's appearance, the gates of the mansion opened up. Key clank. The moment the gates opened, the scenery that I could barely see from the gaps of the fence was now on full display for me to see. Surrounding a large fountain in the middle of the garden was a neat array of plants and trees. The wide range of colors that came from the plants perfectly contrasted the beige-colored mansion that stood in the middle of the garden. Taking a step into the mansion, I took a deep breath. Compared to the city, the air here was much fresher. With both feet outside the mansion gate, the dwarf that brought me here opened his mouth. Please enter the mansion, me duty be now over and I shall now leave. Oh, sure. I absent-mindedly replied at the dwarf. My mind was too distracted by the view presented before me. This is amazing. Walking around the mansion, I couldn't help but marvel at the garden. It had to be noted that we were currently underground, meaning that there was no sunlight. For the plants to grow this healthy, it was a testament to how advanced the dwarves were. You like it? Startling me out of my thoughts was an aged voice. Without turning around, I already knew who it was. "It's nice," I faintly replied. "I'm glad you like it, Ren." Turning my head, my eyes paused on the old man standing next to me. As I stared at him, he gave me a calm and unfathomable feeling. Looking back at me, he asked, "Should we head inside?" "Sure." Judging from how he called me Ren, he appears to have finally recognized me. Not that it was hard since I wasn't trying to hide it. From how I didn't hide my face, to how I straight up used my real name in the achievement points section. The goal in doing so was to gain his attention. Even if I was acquainted with Waylon, that didn't mean he could allow me to meet Douglas. The purpose of exposing myself was to gain Douglas's attention. "Over here." Upon entering the mansion, Douglas brought me inside of an enormous living room where we sat down. Right as we sat down, Douglas offered me some tea. "Would you like some tea?" "Sure." "Green or black?" "Let's go with black." In contrast to green tea, black tea was much better for relaxing. Now that I had just come out from a long battle, all I wanted to do was relax. "Good choice." With a pleased smile, Douglas waved his hand. Soon, a teapot filled with water materialized in front of us. Then, with a simple touch, the water in the pot began to boil. While he was preparing the tea, he started making small talk with me. "How did you find your stay in Henneler?" "It's a pretty nice place." "Is that so? Anything you didn't like?" "The war." Once the water began to boil, the headmaster threw in black tea leaves before closing the pot. Turning his attention back to me, an amicable smile appeared on his face. "As we wait for the tea to be ready, how about you tell me about your circumstances?" Leaning back on the chair behind me, I crossed my legs. "You want to know why I'm still alive?" Without answering, Douglas continued to smile kindly. "I'll take that as a yes." My previous relaxed attitude disappeared, and what replaced it was a serious one, but I couldn't help it. I was about to take a huge gamble. One that could decide my future. With Douglas not being a part of the Union and being one of the only selfless humans in the novel I wrote, I felt that he could be trusted. He had a deep sense of responsibility, especially to those that were part of the Lock. The fact that he was Donna's and Monica's master was a testament to his righteous behavior. He was the one that engraved onto them their current upright and selfless personalities. If there was anyone that could be trusted, it would be him. Now that I thought about it, the changes that had been happening due to what I did shouldn't have affected him since he wasn't within the scope of my changes. But I could never say for sure. After all, I was no god. I didn't know everything. Perhaps the changes that I brought, though unlikely, have changed Douglas into someone different. Still, I knew that I had to take this gamble. How should I begin? It all started when. And so I started to tell Douglas about my experiences. From how I teleported to the monolith to how I escaped and saved the people from the Union to only be stabbed in the back by them. Of course, I did omit some important information, but I did say most of the important stuff. As I recounted the story, I tried my best to suppress my uneven heartbeat. Throughout the whole conversation, the smile on the headmaster's face slowly started to fade as his brows knit tightly. The Union joined hands with the monolith and put a bounty on me. Because of the bounty, I was forced to leave the human domain. It is also the reason why I'm here. Leaning forward, the headmaster's eyes rippled slightly. For a while, he didn't say anything. It wasn't long before he finally opened his mouth. "Do you know why the Union decided to agree to your bounty?" "I do," I replied. At first, I wasn't too sure, but after coming to Henneler, I understood why the Union decided to agree to the monolith's terms. It's because of the war that is currently happening. With the demons not wanting to suffer any major setbacks, they most likely ordered the monolith to cease all forms of conflicts with the Union. I thoughtfully said before leaning back on my chair. Propping my hand on the armrest, and resting my cheek on my hand, I continued. Considering the Union's situation, they chose the most pragmatic solution, which was to accept their offer and sell me out. At the end of the day, they are still not ready to fight against the monolith. Removing the lid from the teapot, Douglas poured the now-ready tea into a tiny porcelain teacup in front of me. "Do you resent them?" "You're referring to the Union?" "If so, yes, I do. I very much resent them." Knowing Douglas's personality very well, I decided to be honest with my answer. Although their decision was the right one, that didn't mean that I didn't resent them. I very much resented them. But, to throw me under the bus right after getting back home. Let's just say that I was very pissed. Taking a small sip of the tea, Douglas opened his mouth. If I may ask, if you become strong enough to face them, what are you going to do to the Union? Good question. I breathed out. Was I going to let them go for what they did? Was I going to make those that forced me to leave the human domain pay for what they did to me? Or was I going to let them go? Are you planning on causing them significant damage? Lifting my head and staring at Douglas in the eyes, I shook my head. Sadly, not. Although I do resent them, I have to keep the bigger picture in mind. You're referring to the Demon King? Yes. No matter how much I hated the people at the Union, they were still powerful people. If I wanted to defeat the Demon King, I needed them to live. Closing my eyes and musing for a moment, uncrossing my legs and leaning forward, I softly said. For the meantime, whatever I do to the Union, it'll be on the forms of self-defense. As for what happens later. Putting the teacup down, I looked at the small ripples that appeared on the tea. That'll depend on the future. Following my words, a deep silence shrouded the room. Then, with my eyes locked on Douglas, I patiently waited for his answer. Sigh. After a while, putting the teacup down, Douglas let out a sigh. That's good enough for now. Standing up, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards a particular painting. Halting his steps, with his back facing me, he softly muttered. Although I do not wish for you to carry on the hatred you have for the Union, I do understand where you are coming from. Though his words were soft, they powerfully rang inside of my ears. The reason why I have never joined the Union is precisely because of their pragmatic view on lives. Douglas closed his eyes slightly. They are those that add value to life, and I do not agree with such a view. Every life is as important as the other, and the moment we think of it that way, our society will fall apart. Listening to Douglas from the side, my brows progressively furrowed. As expected, I wasn't wrong about him. He really had high morals. I was more and more convinced about this the more I listened to him. Turning his head, Douglas looked at me with clear eyes. The reason you told me everything is because you want me to protect you when the time is right, correct? Blinking slowly, I nodded my head. That is correct. I like your honesty. A small smile appeared on Douglas's face. Turning to face the painting one more time, he interlocked his hands behind his back. I will not interfere with what you wish to do with the Union, however, I do wish for you to keep in mind the bigger picture. No matter how much you hate them, they are individuals who will play a big role when the time comes that the Demon King descends. If the Union falls into chaos, our chances against the Demon King will decrease. I'll keep those words in mind. From the very start, I was trying to keep the bigger picture in mind. At the end of the day, my goal was to survive the third cataclysm. For that, I needed as many pieces on the board as possible. Still, it wasn't like I was going to let them go scot-free for what they did to me. Once I had enough power, I was definitely going to let them understand what they did. I'm satisfied as long as you think that. Clank. Cutting Douglas off, the living room door suddenly opened, and a haggard figure walked in. The moment he entered the room, the mana in the room thickened up considerably. Ugh, Douglas, I was so close in defeating that huh? What are you doing here? It was then that Waylon suddenly noticed my presence. I called him here. Douglas replied with a helpless smile. You did? Oh, right. You did mention something about you recognizing him. Slumping on a sofa near me, Waylon helped himself to a cup of tea. After taking a sip of the tea, Waylon's shoulders fully relaxed. Letting out a relaxed sound, he lifted his head and looked at Douglas. So, what did you guys talk about? That. Turning to face Douglas, my face twitched. It wasn't like I could reveal to Douglas what had happened with the Union when he was the vice leader of the organization. Although his position was lower than the 7 heads, he was still the vice leader. Fortunately, Douglas understood this as well. However, the answer he gave completely caught me off guard. We were talking about a new assignment that I will be giving him. Blinking a couple of times, a look of understanding appeared on Waylon's face. Oh. Are you talking about that job? Yes. Hold on, what are you guys talking about? What in the world were the two of them talking about? It's better if I show you. Walking towards me, Douglas waved his hand, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. The task is simple. All you need to do is protect someone. The Author's POV. Chapter 320, Revelation 1. Jamnuk Dream Grip. High priority target. Main operator of the defensive system. Responsible for setting up the defensive barrier around Henneler and the only dwarf that is capable of doing so. Believed to be currently targeted by multiple assassins sent by the Inferno. Jamnuk Dream Grip. Inferno. Defensive barrier. The more I read, the more I realized that this was no simple task. Turning my head to face Douglas, I asked. Is this the correct assignment? That's correct, you must protect the target from Inferno. The dwarven equivalent of the monolith. Douglas's face suddenly turned serious. You must be very careful, they are a group made up of Duergar, a subrace of dwarves that contract themselves with demons. Douglas explained from the side. Part of the information he was telling me, I knew. But I still listened carefully. I've long realized that I did not know everything. Just because I wrote this world didn't mean that all the information that I knew was correct. On most occasions, there was extra useful information that I was not aware of. Like for example, what Douglas was explaining to me at the moment. Unlike the dwarves, who are an honorable race, Duergars are much more insidious and sneaky. Not only are they adept in setting up ambushes, but they also specialize in hidden weapons, and some even go as far as using poisons. Therefore, you must be extra careful when fighting against them since they might appear when you least expect it. The more he spoke, the warier I became. Turning my attention back on the papers, my frown deepened. If I may ask, why me? If what he said and what was written were real, then that would mean I would have to safeguard an extremely important person from an organization equivalent to the monolith. I was in no way qualified to handle this sort of high-profile mission. Putting the papers down, I looked up. If I have to be frank, I don't think I'll be able to do much with my strength. I'd be more of a burden than actually help. Don't worry about that. Douglas walked back to his seat with a calm smile and looked at Waylon. You won't be the only one that will be going. Me too. Dumbfounded, Waylon put the teacup down. The demons will soon attack again, don't you think they will need me here? This is more important. Douglas shook his head and handed Waylon another stack of papers. They asked for at least one S-ranked individual. Since you just fought, I thought that you were the perfect fit for the job. Ugh. Letting out a groan, Waylon lazily slumped back on his chair. Who else is going? Can I bring more people? As many as you want. The dwarves have entrusted us with protecting Jamnuk. Though they did send a couple of people to aid you. Any strength requirement when selecting the members? No. You don't have to worry about that. Your strength is enough to handle most of the attacks. The rest can be brought to handle the weaker individuals or help with miscellaneous stuff. Taking the papers, Waylon went through them. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. Finally, after a while, he put them down and questioned Douglas. You sure? He seems like a very important person. Will they not send any SS-ranked individuals? You don't have to worry about that. If someone of that caliber arrives, we naturally have countermeasures against it. I see. Turning his head to face me, Waylon nudged his head. What about him? Why do you want to bring him on this mission? From the looks of it, this looks like a very dangerous mission. I don't think a less than C-rank like him will be able to do much. You don't have to worry about that. The main goal in bringing him is so that you can watch over him. Ha. My eyes shot open. Waylon was also just as surprised as me. Facing Douglas, he asked. Watch over him. Is something going to happen to him? No. Shaking his head, Douglas secretly winked in my direction. Because it was so subtle, the only one who noticed his action was me, and the moment I did, I instantly understood Douglas's intentions. Hence why I stopped speaking. If nothing is going to happen to him, then why do you want me to look after him? Stroking his beard, Douglas vaguely said. Waylon, I'm sure you've also noticed it. You mean? Though Douglas's words were vague, Waylon, who had been with him for over a couple of years, instantly understood what he was trying to say. Douglas smiled. Right, his swordsmanship is quite lacking. Not just lacking, it's quite frankly terrible. Cutting Douglas off, Waylon looked at me. Although you did get better as you fought. Honestly, it was very painful to watch. I don't even know how you made it this far with that kind of swordsmanship. Listening to Wayland's words, I lowered my head and didn't say anything. Although his words hurt, every one of his words was correct. There was nothing for me to refute. My swordsmanship was indeed lacking. I could only calmly take the criticism at the moment. Now, Wayland, since you're also a swordsman, I thought that it'd be a good idea for you to teach him something. Didn't you say that you were getting bored? I did say that. Scratching his head, Wayland turned to face me. Scanning me from top to bottom, he looked back at Douglas. There's a bit of a problem, though. Extending his hand toward the right, a broadsword appeared in his hands. I use the broadsword while he uses a sword. So what I can teach him will only be limited to the basics. That's more than enough. I finally spoke up. There was no way I would miss the chance that Douglas had provided me. Staring at the broadsword in his hand, I lifted my head and looked at Wayland straight in the eyes. I don't need to learn any fancy techniques or stuff like that, all I want is to improve the basics. Malville said that the problem that I faced lay within my fundamentals, not in my techniques. I already had the keiki style, and that was enough. I didn't need to learn anything else. I don't have a problem with that, but... A sly smile suddenly appeared on Wayland's lips. Looking at Wayland from an angle, the sly smile on his face reminded me of Emma. My face cringed a little at the sight. Douglas, if I don't recall wrongly, didn't you say that you were also quite bored? If I'm teaching him something, why don't you teach him something as well? Douglas smiled at Wayland. His face remained completely unfazed. He took a small sip of the hot tea and put the teacup down. You don't have to worry about that, I was planning on doing that from the very beginning. Huh? Wayland looked at Douglas in surprise. Alternating his head between me and Douglas, Wayland dumbfoundedly asked. You're actually going to teach him? I will be polishing his scion control. Turning to face me, Douglas suddenly asked. Ren, was Donna the one who taught you how to control scions? Yes, for about half a year. No wonder your scion control is much more refined than your swordsmanship. Stroking his long beard, Douglas smiled in satisfaction. However, my next words caused his hand that was stroking his beard to freeze. Actually, although for a shorter period of time, Monica also taught me swordsmanship. Lowering his hand, Douglas asked with an alarmed voice. Did you just say, Monica? Douglas's reaction confused me. Ever since meeting him, not once did I see him ever get flustered. Yet, at the mention of Monica's name, his usual calm facade broke instantly. I did. Ha. Sighing, Wayland massaged his forehead. This makes a lot more sense now. What does? Wayland asked from the side with an amused smile. Judging from how his lips were trembling, this was also the first time he had ever seen Douglas this flustered. Ignoring Wayland, Douglas let out a helpless sigh. That child, although talented, is the worst person to ask for mentorship. She's the type of person that thinks differently from others, and so whatever she teaches is based on her experiences, which most of the time is useless on others. The more Douglas talked, the worse the smile on his face became. He then turned to face me. She is someone that has little to no patience. You probably experienced this, right? That. Recalling the bitter experiences that I went through when Monica was teaching me, I nodded my head. Douglas was right, Monica had zero patience. Whenever I got something wrong, she would throw a fit and beat me black and blue. You're right. My friend and I did go through quite a rough beating because of her. Friend? There was someone else too? Douglas alarmingly asked. Obviously taken aback by the fact that Monica not only taught me but someone else. Taking a sip of the tea, I nodded my head. Yes, you probably know him, his name is Kevin. Kevin Voss. At the mention of Kevin's name, Douglas's brows furrowed. Kevin Voss. I think I've heard that name before. I'm sure you have. Kevin was the first-year super rookie that scored some of the highest scores recorded in the history of the lock. There was no way Donna didn't talk about him. Is that so? Interesting. So you're saying that Monica trained both you and him? Correct. We were beaten by her a lot, but he deserved it. Me not so much. Deserve it? Why? Just cause. For someone to have a system yet still be unable to follow instructions, he deserves to get whatever beatdown Monica gave him. Alright, enough about Kevin and Monica. Standing up, Douglas looked at Waylon. Are you okay with the arrangements, Waylon? Putting his broadsword away, Waylon also stood up. Yeah, I have no problem with the arrangement. That's good. Similarly, standing up, I asked. What should I do now? For now, go back and rest. You just came back from a long fight. You're in no state to fight. You're right. I was indeed quite tired from the fight. Nodding my head, I decided to bid farewell to Douglas and Waylon. However, right before leaving, I turned around and asked. By the way, you previously said that you could have us bring as many people as you wanted in the operation. Does that mean I can bring my group members? If possible, I wanted to bring them with me. This might serve as a good experience for them. Looking at each other, both Waylon and Douglas smiled. The first to open his mouth was Douglas, who said, Yes, you can. We also have an interest in them. That's good. A part of me was relieved by the fact that they also caught the attention of Waylon and Douglas. With their coaching, they might improve a lot more. All right, I will be taking my leave and... Hold on a second. Just as I was about to leave, Douglas called out for me. Tilting my head, I asked. Yes. Douglas pointed at the ring on my hand. That concealment is quite strong. If not for the fact that I was closely examining you, I wouldn't have noticed it. Douglas's words instantly caused my body to freeze. Tell me, Ren. What is a demon doing on your hand? Ding. Signaling the end of the lecture was the loud chime that rang throughout the academy halls. What are you going to do now, Kev? I'm leaving. Packing up his stuff, Kevin dashed out of the classroom, much to Emma's shock. Wait, wah. But before she could complain, Kevin had already left. Ignoring Emma, moving out of the classroom, Kevin decided to head back for his dorm. He had something to do. These couple of days, he had trouble sleeping, and this was all due to the mysterious red book that appeared out of nowhere in his room. Ever since the last experience, a lot of questions flooded his mind. But, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't quite figure out what was going on. To make matters worse, every time he fell asleep, he would re-envision the visions that he had upon touching the book. Kevin felt that he was going crazy. Just what was going on? He knew that the answer lay in the book, but for the past few days, he had not touched it. There was a simple reason for this: the more he read it, the more his confusion grew. As such, he just decided to wait for a couple of days before deciding to read it. It was sort of like when stacking chapters for his favorite ongoing novel. C.I. Clank. Entering his room, Kevin quickly headed for his bedroom. The red book was sitting on top of his shelf above his work desk. Kevin sat down on his desk chair and took the red book out without hesitation. Hugh. Staring at the book in his hand, Kevin took a deep breath. He had a nagging feeling that today was the day. Today he was finally going to see who the person in the book was. With trembling hands, Kevin opened the book. The Author's POV. Chapter 321, Revelation 2. Tell me why, you have a demon on your finger. As soon as Douglas's words faded, the atmosphere instantly froze. The echo of his words chilled the very air, creating a palpable tension. What's going on? Feeling that something was gravely wrong, Waylon looked at Douglas. Staring at the two for a while, I tapped the ring on my finger after letting out a long sigh. This isn't going to be easy. Looks like I can no longer hide it. Come out, Angelica. SHUU. At my call, black steam rose from my hand, much to Waylon's surprise. A stunning woman materialized next to me. Having just cancelled her taxing transformation, Angelica's face was extremely pale, and she barely had any strength to defend herself. Need a hand. Seeing how weak she was, I offered to lend her a hand, but she swiftly refused it. The moment she appeared, Waylon, who was next to Douglas, finally realized what was going on. He suddenly became wary. A demon. A threatening aura suddenly sprang out of his body, aiming towards the currently weakened Angelica. However, just as the pressure was about to crash against Angelica, Douglas waved his hand. The pressure instantly disappeared. Stop. Douglas. Waylon cried out in surprise, evidently confused by Douglas's actions. Raising his hand, Douglas calmly looked at Waylon. Wait. Turning his head, Douglas scanned Angelica up and down. A frown emerged on his usually calm face. Opening his mouth, he asked. Have the demons advanced so much that their stealth abilities have become nigh undetectable? It's her skill. I replied in Angelica's stead. She has a special skill that allows her to turn into any object she wants. The downside, as you can see, is her current, weakened state, where for a while she has no demonic energy in her body. However, because of this skill, it becomes extremely easy for her to infiltrate most areas. Oh. Humming in thought, Douglas took a step forward, walking towards Angelica, who fearlessly stared at him from where she stood. She seemed unafraid and proud while she matched eyes with a seemingly overwhelming opponent. She looked dauntless. Halting a few meters away from Angelica, Douglas continued to stare at her. She coldly looked back at him, not letting her gaze falter for a moment. Their stare-down continued for what felt like forever, till finally, turning his head to face me, Douglas pointed towards the seats. I think we still have a bit to talk about. Slowly closing my eyes, I looked at Angelica before nodding my head and heading back to the seats. I understand. At the same time. Lock, Leviathan building. Flip. Flip. The sound of pages being flipped echoed inside of a room. Sitting behind a large wooden desk, dimly lit by a small lamp, Kevin's eyes darted between each page of the novel. He carefully read each line twice to make sure he didn't miss a single detail. Before long, his finger paused in front of a certain page. Leaning forward to make sure his eyes weren't deceiving him, Kevin's face changed from one filled with seriousness to one filled with absolute shock. And no way. The hand holding onto the page of the book trembled as Kevin had trouble keeping himself calm. Reappearing in front of the demon, 3 translucent yellow rings appeared, revolving around his body. Bang. Just as was about to enter the demon's attack range, he stomped his foot on the ground and tried to force his body to a halt. However, it wasn't enough. His momentum was still too strong. However, he had expected that. Pointing his finger forward, a disc appeared towards his left. What followed the first disc was a second that stopped a bit further on the right. Jumping in the air, softly landed on the left ring before he propelled himself towards the right one, where he repeated his actions. Before the demon could react, was already upon it. The demon's face finally changed, but it was too late. Letting out a low cry, a powerful wave of mana suddenly burst out from his body. Hew up. Rather than making use of the Keiki style, opted to apply a simpler move. Unsheathing his sword, he swung upwards. This was no regular swing, however, as the moment the Baron-ranked demon was about to block the attack, using the last ring, used the gravitational effect and changed the course of the sword, once again catching the demon off guard. Poochie. Blood poured down from above, creating a misty rain of black. And no, it's not possible. Impossible. How? Dropping the book, Kevin moved back. A look of complete denial appeared on his face. It's not possible. How can he still be alive? I watched him die. The terrifying explosion, the morning, the nightmares. How was it possible? How could he still be alive? Kevin couldn't believe it. No, he didn't want to believe it. How could he? How could he suddenly accept the fact that his friend, who he thought to be dead, was still alive? How could he accept such a sick joke? He'd be stupid if he didn't understand who the person in the book was. Who else could it be but Ren? His best friend that he thought he had lost more than a year ago. Biting his trembling lips, Kevin tried to calm himself down. Ha. Let's calm down. His attempts to calm down were in vain. It just wasn't possible for him to remain cool-headed. The news was too shocking for him. Could this, perhaps, be a recount of the past? Right, this could be a possibility. Perhaps what he was seeing was what had happened to Ren in the past, but the moment the Baron-ranked demon was about to block the attack. Ha! Staring at the sentence, Kevin knew that it was impossible. He knew Ren's real strength. He knew that it was impossible for the previous Ren to kill a Baron-ranked demon. Ugh. It was then that Kevin's head started to sting out of nowhere. Letting out a groan, Kevin's knees buckled slightly. Holding onto his head, Kevin supported his body by holding the top of his chair. Following the stinging sensation, the book started to glow mysteriously. Arg. The pain in his head intensified as the book brightened. Covering his eyes with his hand, it wasn't long before the glow disappeared. What just happened? Blinking a couple of times, Kevin's eyes flashed with wariness. Standing up, Kevin stared at the book with slight apprehension. As his eyes landed on the book, Kevin's eyes opened widely. That was because the black mist covering the name of the individual slowly started to fade. Wiping the side of his mouth, a subtle green glow enveloped the bottom of Ren's shoes. Right after, his body explosively shot towards the demon like a sharp arrow. This. Kevin weakly slumped back on his chair as he absent-mindedly stared at the book. Ren's shoes. It really is him. Holding his head with both hands, Kevin's mind was a mess. He couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Aside from the shock and relief of finding out that his best friend was alive, there was something else that Kevin was curious about. Just what in the world had happened to him, and why did he fake his death? How did he even survive such a strong explosion? More and more questions flooded Kevin's mind. After a while, Kevin's eyes landed on the book. He knew that the answer lay somewhere there. Flip. Once again flipping through the pages of the book, Kevin quickly read through every part, without missing a single detail. Now that he knew that Ren was the person in the book, he wanted to know more about what happened to him and how he was doing. Scrolling through the pages, Kevin's face would change from time to time. He would sometimes frown, oftentimes be taken aback, and sometimes laugh. The more he read, the less his worries for his friend became. Though he was in the middle of a war, he seemed to be fine. In fact, he seemed to be thriving. He had killed multiple Baron-ranked demons and was getting along with the other races. But then his hand paused on a certain page. Frowning, Kevin leaned back slightly. The more he read, the bigger his frown became. Before long, his face turned extremely dark. As Ren recounted the story, he tried his best to suppress his uneven heartbeat. Throughout the whole conversation, the smile on the headmaster's face slowly started to fade as his brows knit tightly. The Union joined hands with the monolith and put a bounty on me. Because of the bounty, I was forced to leave the human domain. It is also the reason why I'm here. Leaning forward, the headmaster's eyes rippled slightly. For a while, he didn't say anything. Bang. What? Kevin pounded the table violently. The sound of his fists clenching tightly resounded in the room. Union. Kevin's voice turned hoarse as he glared at the book. For them to do what they did to Ren. The veins on Kevin's forehead popped. You bastards. How could you sell out the one guy that saved your asses? For them to betray Ren like that when he had helped them, those bastards. Kevin's rage was reaching a boiling point. Scrunching up a piece of paper beside him, Kevin tried his best to calm himself down. Only when he read about Ren's plans regarding the Union did Kevin finally manage to relax. He realized that he was letting his emotions get the best of him. Shit, I need to be more rational about this. If Ren, the person involved, was so calm, then, why should he, someone who did not even go through the hardships he went through, be angrier than him? Recovering from his sudden outburst, Kevin finally managed to put the pieces together. Wait, so you were 876? 876, the most notorious person in the human domain. The individual who suddenly showed up out of nowhere with a super bounty on his head. Someone who was hunted by both the Monolith and the Union. Ren. What in the world have you done? As he put the pieces together, Kevin slowly started to feel the helplessness that Ren felt when the bounty was put up. No wonder you had to leave. Hunted by the two strongest organizations in the human domain, he had no other choice but to leave. He too would have done that if he was in the same situation. As his thoughts paused there, Kevin's brows knit. How odd. Why does it feel like I went through something similar before? Getting completely abandoned by the world and forced to leave the human domain, the scene felt oddly familiar. But that was impossible since he had never gone through it. Could it be because of the Red Book? Could the Red Book be sharing Ren's experiences with him? But how was that possible? And, why was the book connected to Ren? Instead of finding answers to his questions, Kevin was left with even more questions compared to before. Ugh. A sudden stinging sensation hit his head. Scratching his head, Kevin decided to stop thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the stronger his headaches became. Let's set those questions aside from now. Flip. Flipping through the next page, Kevin continued to read. He didn't want to miss a single page. Equals. You're right. My friend and I did go through quite a rough beating under her tutelage. Ren replied, with a bitter smile. The memory of the time he trained with Kevin at the lock, with Donna and Monica, was still deeply etched into his mind. Friend. There was someone else too? Douglas amusingly asked. He was obviously taken aback by the fact that Monica not only taught Ren but someone else too. Taking a sip of his tea, Ren proceeded to nod his head. Yes, you probably know him, his name is Kevin. Kevin Voss. At the mention of Kevin's name, Douglas's brows furrowed. Equals. Oh. Pausing there, an intrigued look appeared on Kevin's face. So you didn't forget about me. A relieved smile appeared on his face. His chest felt warm. Flipping the page, he continued to read. Equals. Kevin Voss. I think I've heard that name before. I'm sure you have. Kevin was the first-year super rookie that scored some of the highest results recorded in the history of the lock. There was no way Donna didn't talk about him. Is that so? Interesting. So you're saying that Monica trained both you and him? Correct. She beat us black and blue, but he deserved it. Me. Not so much. Equals. Puffed. Reading the last line, Kevin's lips trembled. Before long, leaning back on his chair, Kevin started laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, you bastard. You fucker. No wonder I sneezed so, much. As he laughed, unbeknownst to him, a small tear dropped by the side of his cheek. This isn't my imagination, right, Ren? Covering his face with his arms, it finally dawned on him. Ren was alive. The author's POV. Chapter 322, Protection, 1. So you're saying that you defeated her and in doing so convinced her to sign a mana contract with you? Douglas's clear voice echoed throughout the room. That's correct. I replied with a nod. Since the cat was out of the bag, I came clean about Angelica. I told Douglas and Waylon everything that had happened between Angelica and me, from how I defeated her to how I made her sign a mana contract with me and how we came to the current working relationship. I, of course, altered a few of the details about the story. After all, I couldn't just tell him that I defeated her through the use of the Red Book. All I told him was that Angelica was heavily injured before fighting me, and that was how I was able to defeat her. I see. Stroking his beard, Douglas looked at Waylon, who looked back at him. Do you have a copy of the mana contract with you? Waylon asked from the side. I do. Can you let us see it? Turning to face Angelica and seeing her nod her head, I nodded back. No problem. Tapping on my bracelet, an old-looking scroll materialized in my hand. Unraveling the scroll, I took a brief look at it. Equals. Mana contract. Term 1. Party A and Party B are prohibited from harming each other, regardless of means. If either party has any intention of harming the other party, the contract breached will suffer the consequences. Term 2. If Party A is in danger, and Party B has the power to help, she must provide support to other party. Term 3. The contract between the two parties will dissolve in 5 years. After 5 years, the two parties will no longer be bound by the terms of the contract. Term 4. Parties are prohibited from harming each other's self-interest. Term 5. Equals. Here you go. After taking a good look at it, I proceeded to hand it to them. Thank you. Taking the contract, Waylon and Douglas unscrolled it and took a good look at it. The silence that ensued after that felt almost suffocating. But I remained calm. I had gone through too much shit to get fazed from something like this. At the end of the day, given Douglas's personality, there shouldn't be any worries. I hope. How long do you have left in the contract? Douglas suddenly asked. How long? Frowning, I mused. If we're talking about time, counting the 8 months I spent at the Monolith, the 4 months I used to get here to Henneler, and the additional 4 months that I spent with her before the Monolith incident, it should be about. Lifting my head, I confidently replied. 3 years. I still have a little over 3 years of contract with her. Turning their heads to face each other, Douglas stroked his beard and once again looked through the contract. Here, you can take this back. Scrolling the scroll, he proceeded to hand me back the contract back. Thank you. Taking the contract from Douglas's hands, I put it away. What followed after was a subtle uncomfortable silence that was soon broken by Douglas, whose face returned to its usual calm. Having taken a good look at the contract, I can tell that what you were saying was the truth. Turning his head, Douglas looked at Angelica with interest. To think that you managed to get a Count-ranked demon to ally with you. I was lucky. In reality, Angelica was not even a Baron-ranked demon was when she tried to fight Kevin and me. Because of the injury she sustained from Elijah's death, her rank was downgraded to that of an untitled demon, and that was how Kevin and I were able to beat her. If Douglas and Waylon found out that Angelica had gone from Baron to Count in a mere 2 years, they'd start to grow suspicious. All right, it seems like we've taken enough of your time. You can go rest now. Glancing at Angelica, Douglas asked. Can she still turn back into a ring? I nodded my head. She should still be able to. I see. Taking the teacup, the tepid tea reheated instantly at Douglas's touch. Steam slowly diffused in the air. Then you should do so for now. Her concealment is excellent. However, it's not perfect. Waving his hand, the demonic energy that leaked out of Angelica's body suddenly stopped, and a small transparent film enveloped her. Douglas took a small sip of the tea. Although subtle, she does leak demonic energy from time to time. It was because of these subtle traces that I realized that she was a demon. This little protection I added should be able to hide her presence even better. Don't worry too much, though. Only SS-ranked individuals can see through this level of disguise. Pausing, Douglas frowned. No, wait. Elves can probably also see. The only reason you hadn't been caught till now was probably because they were too focused on the enemies rather than you. He then put the teacup down and mused. Now that I think about it, cases in which demons have worked with other races aren't all too rare. If you had explained it to the dwarves before coming here, she probably would have been able to roam around freely. You have a point. Waylon spoke up from the side. Leaning back on his chair, he said. I've already seen a couple of demons working together with the dwarves. So it's not that strange. What's strange, however, is... Turning to face me, Waylon pointed at my hand. Trying to hide a demon in your finger. That's very suspicious. Right. Now that I thought about it, what Waylon was saying was right. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that I had Angelica with me. Everything would have been resolved if I had just shown them the contract. This was a factor that I failed to take into account. Crossing his legs, Waylon once again spoke up. Now that the cat is out of the bag, are you planning on telling the others about Angelica's presence? Lifting my head and staring in his direction, I shook my head. No, I would like it if her presence still remains a secret. Oh. Why is that? Douglas curiously asked. Tap. 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 Leaning back on my chair, I tapped on the wooden armrest. Why? Briefly glancing at Angelica from the corner of my eyes, I calmly opened my mouth. Because we can use her presence to our advantage. Separating from Waylon and Douglas, I made my way towards the utility center. I needed to sell the demon cores that I had harvested during my fight. On my way there, much to my surprise, I was met with looks of approval. Be it dwarves, elves, or even orcs, whenever I went, they would nod their heads in my direction before going on about their business. It was a bit surprising, but now that I thought about it, dwarven technology was quite advanced. It wouldn't be hard for the others to see clips of how I fought. Even then, I was quite pleased with the sight. After all, their looks were a sign of acknowledgement. It meant that my efforts paid off. Following the same road as before, I walked towards the utility center's main building. CI clank. As soon as I entered the building, I instantly spotted Malvel. He was currently leaning by the side of the reception, wiping his sweaty forehead with the large apron in his body. Upon seeing me, he greeted me with a somewhat cold voice. You're here, human. How was your fight? Not bad. Taking a glimpse at Malvel, the first thing I noticed was the unpleased look on his face. He probably saw it, didn't he? Inwardly sighing, I decided to come clean. All right, fine. I didn't fight the whole time with the sword you gave me. Tisk. The sound of Malvel's tongue clicking sounded. Turning around with his hands behind his back, he silently walked back to his workshop. There goes my chance at getting a sword forged from him. I helplessly muttered to myself as I stared at Malvol's disappearing back. The moment I took out my sword, I sort of expected this outcome. I did, after all, refuse to listen to Malvol's instructions. If I were in his shoes, I, too, wouldn't want to make a sword for someone that refused to listen to his instruction, but at the end of the day, I did not regret what I did. What was the point in having a sword if I wasn't alive to hold it? Of course, that didn't mean I was sad about this development, but it's not like I could force him to make a sword for me, right? I guess I'll just have to find another BL. What be ye doing? Follow me. Huh. But just as I was about to leave, Malvol's voice rang out from afar. Lifting my head, I saw him standing not too far from where I was with an annoyed look on his face. Why be ye still standing there like an idiot? Hurry up, I dinna have much time. Ah, yeah. Sure. Staring at Malvol in the distance, a smile appeared on my lips. It was a smile mixed with relief and joy. I guess things aren't as bad as I thought they'd be. Hurry up. Coming. Following Malvol deep into the building, we soon stopped in front of a large room where an enormous furnace rested. Pang. Pang. The sound of metal being pounded sounded, and a heavy scent of iron invaded my nostrils. Standing behind the furnace was Malvol's disciple. The one I met back at his shop on the first level. Sitting down on a wooden stool, Malvol extended his hand in my direction. Give me the sword. Okay. Tapping on my bracelet, the dull sword that Malvol gave me appeared in my hand. Here. Let me see. Snatching the sword from my hand, Malvol put it on the table and analyzed it. Then, flipping the sword on the table, Malvol opened his mouth and asked. Do you know why I gave you the sword? To help me train. Wasn't this what he said before? That the purpose of the sword was to help me train. Tisk, yes. But that's only a part of it. A part of it. The more Malvol spoke, the greater my confusion became. But before I could voice out my concerns, Malvol started speaking. To a blacksmith, a simple sword can tell me a story. Looking closely at the sword, Malvol traced his finger across the scars that appeared on the sword. From the scratches on the body the sword ta the cracks and the nicks on the sword. We can tell how a swordsman fought, and how they fight, but that be granted that they be alive. Putting the sword down, Malvol looked at me. Had ye nay switched the sword and continued ta fight using it, ye wow ve died on the battlefield, and what blacksmiths hate the most be their swords going ta waste like that. The reason why I'm nay angry at your decision be because ye proved ta me that ye value your nay stupid enough ta know when ta train and when not to. Is that so? I was worried for nothing. From the looks of it, Malvol had never expected me to use the sword the whole time. The only reason he said what he said was probably to test me. Stroking a certain scratch on the sword, Malvol suddenly asked. Why did you want to get your sword made by me? Because I've heard that you were one of the greatest blacksmiths alive. I replied without hesitation. Is that the only reason? Malvol asked, turning his attention away from the sword. What other reason other than that did he want? Musing for a moment, I tapped on my bracelet and took out the piece of Ocleum that I had on me. Handing it to Malvol, I added. Also, because you're one of the only people that can handle this metal. What the? Something unexpected happened. The moment I took out the rock from my dimensional space, Malvol's jaw dropped and he became flustered. Why you, where did you get that? The Author's POV. Chapter 323, Protection, 2. PFTT. Walking out of the utility center, I let out a chuckle. Remembering what had happened in there, I shook my head. Who would have thought that he'd go that crazy over an ore? The moment I took the Ocleum out, Malvol went into a crazy fit and started shouting everywhere. For a moment I was worried that he would directly steal the ore in my hand. Fortunately, that did not happen. Well, given my height advantage, I managed to stop him from stealing it by just raising my hand. But it was his over-the-top behavior that made me realize just how precious the ore in my hand was. Had it not been for his behavior, I would have never been able to tell. The scene of Malvol jumping up in the air trying to grab the ore was quite comical. In fact, it was so funny that even now, I was still laughing. Hee hee. At least, I've come closer to my dream of forging my ideal sword. Yes. After calming down, Malvol finally agreed to make a sword for me. Well, sort of. He didn't explicitly say that he would craft the sword for me, but he did say that he was now more willing to do it as long as I managed to improve my swordsmanship to the point where he would have no qualms giving it to me. I, of course, agreed to his terms. Should have probably showed this before. But it wouldn't have made that much of a difference. Either way, Malvel was not going to make me a sword if I didn't prove that I was worthy of it. Therefore, even if I didn't show him the ore, the requirements would have been the same. How is it that the dwarves are so technologically advanced yet can't create a damned elevator? I inwardly grumbled to myself as I climbed up the stairs of the northern tower. Because the utility center was located all the way down towards the 4th level, the walk up the stairs was actually quite a long one. If not for my stamina, I would have long passed out of tiredness. You guys rested enough. Upon finally reaching the middle area of the northern tower, what greeted me was the sight of Ava and the others. Compared to when I left them, their complexion was much better. Although their clothes and hair were still a mess, it was now an acceptable mess, if that made any sense. Oh, Small Snake, Ryan, good to see you guys too. Upon spotting Ryan and Small Snake, who I had not seen in a while, I warmly smiled. Took you long enough. Ren. Ryan excitedly shouted as he ran up to me. Ren, I think I've found a way to help you with the chip in your head. Oh. My interest instantly piqued. You see. But before Ryan could speak, Small Snake spoke over him. We know a guy who can help you remove the chip. Small Snake. Ryan, who was excited about sharing his findings, was left deflated by Small Snake's interruption. Unfortunately for him, Small Snake didn't care in the slightest. After asking the dwarves working in the logistics center, we found out that there are 2 different types of professions that handle artifacts. Blacksmith and engineer. I calmly said with my arms crossed. Just like Small Snake said, there were 2 professions that handled artifacts, blacksmith and engineers. The blacksmiths were responsible for creating the artifacts, whilst the engineers were in charge of developing the blueprint and designs of the artifact. Anyhow, since we figured that Ryan wouldn't have enough time to help you with the chip, due to how swamped we are at the moment, we decided to ask our supervisor, Bemis, for information. As he was talking, Small Snake patted Ryan's shoulder. Somehow, it looked like he took pleasure in teasing Ryan. It could have just been me, though. According to him, these kinds of problems usually lie in the engineering sector, and according to him, a guy called Jamnuk Draingrip can help with regards to the chip inside of your head. Blinking a couple of times, my eyes snapped open. Wait, what did you say his name was? That name sounded extremely familiar. Jamnuk Draingrip. Ha. My brow raised all the way up. Unaware of what I was thinking, Small Snake nodded his head. According to Bemis, our supervisor, he's the best dwarf engineer. The world is truly small. It was then that it finally hit me. To think that the person that I was supposed to protect turned out to be the person that could help me solve the chip problem. Talk about coincidences. Tell me more. Sure. And so Small Snake started to tell me everything he knew regarding Jamnuk. As he spoke, I made sure to not miss a single detail. The more I knew about him, the better. Asterisk. Over the next 2 hours, I listened to Small Snake recount to me all the information he knew about Jamnuk. As he spoke, I took careful note of everything he said. After that, I offered him and the others to join me, but I was promptly rejected by everyone who wanted to remain on the front line. The reasoning behind this was because they felt like they could improve the most there. Although I tried to convince them to follow me, I decided to leave them be after pondering for a bit. In fact, this may have been for the best. Since I was pressed for time, I just bid them a short goodbye before leaving. Is this the place? Following the map that Douglas had given me beforehand, I stopped in front of a large metallic door that was deeply attached to the hard bedrock. By now, I had long forgotten where I was as I had been going through a maze of tunnels. This was to be expected, though, since the location had to be hidden. Furthermore, from what Waylon told me, the map I was given would only work for a day before it would no longer work. Apparently, the tunnels rearranged themselves every day, and so a new map needed to be made each day. Should be the place. Lowering my head, I double-checked with the map displayed on my watch. The cursor is saying that I am in the right place, so I guess I'm not wrong. Moving forward, I raised my hand and knocked on the metal door. Dudong. Who be it? Upon knocking on the door, a cold voice rang out from the other side. I am one of the guards assigned to the mission. Taking out a small device from my dimensional space, I placed it against the socket of the door. Right after I placed the object on the door, a subtle clicking sound rang out, and the doors opened. Clank. Once the door opened, what was revealed behind it was a massive room. The decoration of the place was quite simple. Hanging on the high ceiling of the room was a bright golden chandelier that illuminated the whole room. Large paintings hung by the side of the hall, and a soft red carpet rested on the ground. Around the hall, there were many different doors that led to different places of the underground mansion. Since this place was where Jamnuk had to live for an extended period of time, it was understandable for him to have a large place to himself. This way. Greeting me at the entrance of the place was a dwarven guard that led me directly towards a certain room of the underground mansion. Clank. Opening the door, what greeted me was another large room. However, this time the room was not empty, as a few individuals could be seen seated on a large red sofa in the middle of the room. The moment I entered the room, all eyes fell on me. Surprisingly, there was a lot of diversity in the room, as not only were there dwarves present but there were multiple orcs and elves here too. "Oh, Ren, you're finally here." It was then that Waylon, who was also seated on the red sofa, greeted me. "Come, Ren, let me introduce you to someone." Before I could say anything, Waylon had already dragged me towards where the others were seated. Knowing my place, I decided to remain standing. After all, the aura that each individual seated emitted was far stronger than mine. Sitting down might displease them. Waylon didn't seem to mind this, as he sat down and clasped his hands together. Then, pointing towards the dwarf seated in the middle of the sofas, he started speaking. "As you've probably seen home from the pictures, this here is Jamnuk, the individual that you are supposed to be protecting." Then, turning his attention back to Jamnuk, Waylon pointed at me. "Jamnuk, this over here is Ren. A fellow human whom I decided to bring along. Don't be fooled, though. I didn't bring him here just because he is a human. He has the skills to stay here." "I see, nice to meet you." Jamnuk greeted me with a simple nod. "Nice to meet you too." I nodded back in response. With a long gray beard that was neatly braided and balding head, Jamnuk appeared to be an older dwarf. Supporting this was the wrinkles by the side of his face. The exchange was brief, but that was how it was supposed to be. I was here to guard Jamnuk, not be friends with him. Smiling from the side, Waylon introduced me to the other people present in the room. "Over here, there's Angus, someone that I personally selected. He is an extremely skilled DWA." As Waylon spoke, my mind wandered elsewhere. More specifically, I was thinking back at what Small Snake said regarding Jamnuk. According to him, Jamnuk was a highly skilled engineer. He was extremely important because he was the only individual who knew how to access the database of the barrier around the city. He was the only one that could destroy the system, as he was its creator. And it was precisely because of this that he was currently being targeted by the Duergars, also known as the Underdwarves. If they managed to kidnap him and force him to tell them how to shut down the system, they could practically end the war in one go. And lastly there is Kamaluk. He's a highly skilled orc warrior who will also be responsible for protecting Jamnuk. Distracting me out of my thoughts was Waylon's voice as he pointed at a large orc that was standing not so far from Jamnuk. Before I knew it, Waylon had already introduced everyone in the room. Nodding my head, I greeted Kamaluk. "I see, nice to meet you." Unfortunately, the orc didn't seem to reciprocate my feeling as he promptly ignored me. But I think this mostly had to do with his culture. Once Waylon finished talking, Jamnuk finally opened his mouth. "Is everyone here?" "Yes, everyone is here." Waylon replied. "Good. You guys must have had a lot of trouble coming here to protect me." Jamnuk said. "I be nay an unreasonable person. Once the mission be over, I will hand out additional rewards for ye." The eyes of the individuals in the room lit up. Although they were granted a lot of achievements points at the completion of the mission, an additional reward personally given by one of the top dwarven engineers was always enticing. I can probably ask him to get my chip fixed. My eyes lit up slightly. If what he said was true, I could have him deactivate the tracking system of the chip inside of my head. This was exactly what I wished for. The meeting was a short one. Apart from a few, the rest of the individuals moved back to their posts. I, too, did that. "Good luck, Ren," Waylon said from the side. Looking back towards him, I calmly nodded back and scratched the side of my face. "Thank you." I will do my best. Good. Waylon replied as he also scratched the side of his cheek. Upon seeing him scratch his cheek, I secretly sighed in relief. Looks like they are going through with my plans. This small gesture was a secret gesture that Waylon and I used. Prior to coming here, after analyzing the situation, I came up with a complex plan regarding the current situation. The plan was extremely risky, but the payoff was well worth the risk. After deliberating over it for a while, I shared it with Douglas and Waylon, who were initially against the idea. However, after my endless persuasions, they ended up agreeing to it. The scratch just now was Waylon telling me that there were no issues on his part. The author's POV. Chapter 324, Protection, 3. Sitting on a wooden chair, I attentively scanned the room. My task was to protect Jomnuk from any potential threats coming from Inferno. The monolith equivalent for the dwarves. They were an organization made up of duergars, which were also known as underdwarves. They held great infamy for being sneaky and cunning. Since Jomnuk focused all of his time on engineering, he was quite weak. It was exactly because of this that he needed to be protected. The only noteworthy thing about him was his mana capacity, but that was just about the same as mine. Unlike us humans, dwarves were quite weak in combat, their short statures being perfect evidence of it. They mainly relied on their artifacts, therefore, their ranks and other stats didn't really matter to them. At the lock, when they used to teach about dwarves, the professors would say, "A dwarf without an artifact is as easy to kill as a less than G-ranked human." The statement wasn't wrong. I'd personally witnessed just how helpless they were without their artifacts during the war above. But that wasn't the only thing I saw. I'd also seen them with their artifacts, and what I saw truly shocked me. They were incredibly strong. Although humans could also use artifacts, dwarves were able to utilize them to the very extreme, drawing out latent potential. Because of their highly developed brains, unlike other races, they could use a lot of artifacts at the same time. Typically, it took a lot of concentration to use just one artifact. Controlling an artifact required the user to manipulate their mana in complex patterns to activate the artifact. The sheer sophistication of some dwarven artifacts could fry a human's brain. This was how it typically went. These limitations didn't apply to dwarves who could use multiple artifacts at the same time. They were literally big-brain people. Still, according to convention, that didn't change the fact Jomnuk was weak. Given how important of an individual he was, it was only natural that he had so many people guarding him. "Here, Douglas told me to give you this." Disrupting me out of my thoughts, Waylon flashed a mysterious grin before handing me an odd-looking red box. It looked quite out of place. "What's this?" I curiously asked, taking the box. The box felt light to the touch, and although it didn't look special, it had fine golden patterns sewn by the side of it. "Open it up and find out." "Okay." Waylon's mysterious attitude had piqued my interest. Just what was in the box that was making him grin like that? Clink. Finally opening the box, a subtle clicking sound rang out. "This." Upon opening the box, I let out a strange voice. Turning my head to face Waylon, he flashed me a slightly envious look. "Although I don't know what you did to make Douglas favor you so much, all I can say is that even I would have had difficulty getting that in my younger days." Leaning back on the chair, Waylon brushed his hair to the side. "Go on. Take it before we no longer have time. You shouldn't worry too much for now." "Ah, yes." Staring at the contents of the red box, I had no words to say. That was because inside it was a small, circular black pill. The pill's intoxicating fragrance invaded my nostrils and the mana within my body jumped up wildly. I couldn't hold back a smile. I was in euphoria. Wiping off my smug grin, I glanced at the pill once more to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Probulin. Medicine pill created through the combination of a blood ginseng, ash herb, and queen's coriander. Upon mixing the three ingredients together, a potent pill is created. Disclaimer: the pill can only be taken once per year. The medicinal properties of the medicine are too strong to be consumed often. Staring at the pill's description, I still could not find any words to say. I was honestly speechless. That was because this pill in front of me was extremely rare. Not only would it help me break through to C rank, but it also had other benefits such as improving my concentration and mana recovery. Without a doubt, this was a precious treasure. "There's a room at the back you can use to break through." Waylon patted my shoulder and pointed towards a certain room in the distance. I'm counting on you. So better hurry up. I understand. Standing up, I gratefully looked at Waylon. Waylon waved it off and sat back down, and lowered his head slightly. Bah, there's no need to thank me. In fact, I should probably thank you. Still, it would be impolite of me to just take it without expressing a little bit of gratitude. You're way too polite for someone your age. If only my daughter could be just a tiny bit as polite as you. Smiling slightly, I didn't say anything. Knowing just how doting he was to his daughter, any comment that wasn't going to praise her was probably just going to annoy him. As such, I decided to not waste any more time and bid Waylon goodbye. I'll go take the pill now. Ah, sure. Holding onto the box as though it was my most prized treasure, I followed Waylon's instructions and walked towards the back of the room. You need something? Blocking me from entering the room was one of the guards designated for the mission. He was an orc, and his large stature made him look extremely intimidating. Standing in front of him, I could vividly feel the difference in our size. Moreover, from the pressure that he was emitting, he was at least a rank above me. Yes, I need to use the room. I calmly replied with a nod. Although he looked extremely intimidating, for some reason, I wasn't scared. Well, if I had to be honest, ever since a while ago, I realized that my emotions had numbed down quite a lot. It took a lot to make me lose composure. Hell, even an SS rank didn't faze me, so what could a less than B rank orc do? Squinting his large eyes, the orc's deep voice resounded. For what purpose? To break through. Break through. Yes. I opened the box in my hand, revealing the pill that was in it. Instantly, a nice aroma shrouded the area we were in, but I didn't care. Since orcs couldn't use mana, I wasn't worried about the guard coveting the pill in my hands. And my thoughts were true as the orc had a disinterested look on his face. Frowning, the orc contemplated for a moment. Turning his head to face Waylon, who was sitting not so far away from where he was stationed, only upon seeing him give the heads up did the guard finally relax and take a step to the side. Understood. You may enter. Thank you. Boom. But just as I was about to enter, the whole place started to shake as a terrifying explosion sounded from above. Looking up, my brows furrowed for a second. It looks like the third wave has begun. I hope the others are all right. Since they refused to follow me on this mission, I did not know how they were faring. Although they were all capable, I really hoped nothing bad happened to them. After all, the third wave was going to be even more troublesome than the previous two waves. This wave was where the real war started. From here on, the real heavy hitters would finally make their move, unlike before. This was why I was particularly worried about the others' safety. But, I also knew that it was their choice and I had to respect it. Click. Clank. Closing the door behind me, I looked around myself to survey the room. Although the place was not quite big, it was sufficiently large enough for my use. The interior of the room was rather plain. Other than a gray mat in the middle of the room, there were no other decorations. A meditating room true to its name. I was lucky to have found a good place to break through. I sure as hell wouldn't be comfortable breaking through to C rank with orcs staring down at me. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, I carefully placed the box in front of me. Ooh. Been a while since I ingested something like this. Granted, a lot of time had passed ever since I took something like this. I shouldn't suffer any side effects from eating the pill. Alright, let's get this over with. Opening the box, my eyes instantly locked onto the small pill resting in the middle. A thin yellow glow shrouded the pill, giving it a faint, mysterious appearance. Other than that, a fragrant smell invaded the room, and the mana inside of my body trembled in excitement. Extending a hand to grab the pill, I felt a slight chill run through my body the moment my fingertips brushed its surface. Locking my brows tightly, I stuffed the pill in my mouth. Gulp. The instant I swallowed the pill, it transformed into a somewhat gentle and calm energy that swiftly entered all of the energy paths inside of my body. My body started to tremble noticeably. Unlike my previous experiences, I suffered no pain this time as everything flowed smoothly. Glancing at my arms, I could vividly feel my strength surging with each and every second. Closing my eyes, I continued to process the medicine inside of my body. It wasn't long before a bright light shot out of my body, and I felt an unfamiliar, refreshing strength fill every single pore. Ah, I miss this feeling. Vroom. Like a pulsating heart, the glow around my body rhythmically increased. Slowly, it became even more radiant. Before I knew it, the whole glow enveloped the room. Leviathan building, lock. He's so fast. Sitting inside of his room, staring at the red book in front of him, Kevin's face was filled with various emotions. He's already C rank. Because he could now see what Ren was doing, Kevin was able to tell that Ren had just broken through to C rank. A rank above him. It had to be noted that Ren used to be one rank weaker than him back when they trained together. For him to suddenly surpass Kevin made the latter feel a flame ignite inside of him. Like, I'll let you surpass me. Though others did not know this, Kevin was extremely competitive. He wasn't someone that liked to lose. For Ren to surpass him in strength, Kevin felt his body itching to train. Before that, turning his attention back towards the book, Kevin frowned. That was because a particular person caught his interest. It was the other human. The one that handed him the pill. He said his name was Oliver. Kevin had a feeling that the person was extremely important. He still couldn't quite figure out who he was though. All he knew was that his name was Oliver. He didn't know his last name yet. After a while, closing the book down, Kevin let out a sigh and put it back on the shelf. I should probably stop looking at it for now. Every time Kevin looked at the book, he felt like a stalker. Although he was glad that his friend was fine, at the end of the day, what he did was nothing short of stalking. As such, he decided to stop reading the book all the time. Perhaps once a month would do. Just to check how Ren was doing. On another note, another reason why he decided to stop reading the book was because he finally understood what he had to do. He was still going to join the Union. If Ren was ever going to come back, Kevin was prepared to help him out. After all, he did have a huge bounty on his head. If he got into a high enough position, he would be able to lend Ren a hand. It's still not enough, though. Kevin took out his phone and scrolled through his contact list. After thinking for a while, Kevin realized that if he truly wanted to help Ren out, he needed allies. He thought about asking Emma, but she was too preoccupied with her uncle's problem to be able to help him at all. There was also Jean, but well, he hated Ren, so Kevin couldn't really ask him for help. Regarding Donna and Monica, they were too closely tied to the Union. Kevin didn't know just how loyal they were to them. He didn't want to risk exposing Ren. He needed someone who had power, strong authority, and was trustworthy. As such, after a long time of contemplation, his finger paused on a certain contact. His brows knit in thought. Beep beep. Pressing onto the contact, the phone soon started to ring. Kevin. Before long, a cold and crisp voice entered Kevin's ears. Scratching the side of his head, Kevin opened his mouth. Hey, Amanda. Do you have time? No, Oliver is not a mistake. Chapter 325, The Attack, 1. Standing up, I looked at my arms. Compared to before, they were a little bit thicker. Clenching them into fists, I could see the veins on my arm pop out slightly. Lifting my shirt up, I could also see that my abs were a lot firmer than before. If I compared my current body to the body I used to have when I just arrived in this world, the difference was huge. My hard work paid off. Tying my hair with a black hairband, I calmly walked towards the door of the room. Placing my hand on the knob, I opened the door and stepped out. Click. Clank. How was it? Greeting me at the entrance of the room was Waylon. Scanning my body from top to bottom, a pleased look appeared on his face. Not bad, congrats on reaching C. Thank you. Lowering my head slightly, I thanked Waylon. Without him, I would have never been able to break through to C rank. Placing his hand on his chin, he muttered. I have to say, your talent is as good as my daughter's. Emma. Yeah. I see. I replied whilst trying to keep my face straight. As expected of a doting father. Best for me to just agree to whatever he was saying. Say, what do you think about joining the Union once the war ends? But his next words caused my body to freeze for a split second. It was only for a short period of time, as I quickly regained my composure. Lifting my head up, I shook my head and apologized. Sorry, I might have to refuse the offer for now. I'm planning to join the Lock as a professor. That was a lie. Although I was indeed interested in joining the Lock as a professor, it wasn't feasible right now. Well, a few of the people that I wanted to recruit for my group would indeed come from the lock, so it wouldn't be a terrible idea. But as I've said, that was well into the future. For now, I had to focus on something else. Like the current protection mission. That's a pity. Fortunately, Wayland did not insist and proceeded to sit back down. Interlocking his hands together, Wayland's face suddenly turned serious. About the plan that we agreed on with Douglas, I'm still a bit worried. Really? My brows slightly knit in surprise. I sort of expected this. Ever since I told him and Douglas about my plan regarding the protection mission, I had a feeling that they were still worried about something going wrong. It was understandable though. After all, it was quite a risky one. In order to increase the chances of this plan working, the three of us agreed to tell the least amount of people possible. Though the chances were small, there was the possibility of a spy being here, and because the details of the plan couldn't be leaked lest it backfires, I opted to tell Wayland, whom I trusted and believed could give me input on the idea. After all, I was not perfect. There could be holes in my plan. Plus, just because the chip in my head was helping me didn't mean that I was now a genius. I could only think faster, not think better. I've talked to Douglas about it, and although he seemed a little bit concerned at first, we came to the conclusion that if this plan works, we're going to massively increase our chances in the war. That's great. I replied while also taking a seat. Crossing my legs, I asked. What about Jamnuk? Did you tell him about the plan yet? We have. He's on board. Wayland nodded. Okay. Propping my elbow on the armrest of the chair, I supported my chin and let out a long sigh. Can't believe I'm going to do something like this. Even though I was the one that proposed the plan, I couldn't believe just how crazy it was. Not only would it be more dangerous than the war going on outside, but there was a very real chance of me dying. But if I could pull it off, then not only would I be able to give the dwarves a massive advantage in the war, I would also get the dwarves on my side. This was fundamental in granting me immunity against the Union. Although the risks of this mission were huge, so was the payout. Ren. Disrupting me out of my thoughts was Wayland, who asked, I've been meaning to ask, but now that Douglas found your name, are you going to keep your real name on the achievements board? Ah, good point. Right, the only reason I put my name there was to have Douglas find out about my identity. Now that he knew, it would be better to change it. If you want, I can help you change it. Wayland offered before taking out a small device from his dimensional space. He then turned to face me. Have you thought of a name yet? Name. Furrowing my brows, I started to ponder. What nickname should I use? Should I go for something overly dramatic or simple? I asked such questions inside of my mind as I tried to think of a good nickname for myself. After musing for a couple of minutes, lifting my head, I responded with a slight grin. Let's go with Carolium. Raising his brow, Wayland curiously asked. Carolium. That sounds familiar. Wait, isn't that blue or something in Latin? Yeah. Wayland scratched the side of his face before suddenly pointing at my eyes. I take it that you chose blue due to your eyes? You're right. It was a simple nickname. After thinking about it for a while, all the nicknames that I came up with were a bit too cringy. As such, I just decided to go simple. Blue, for the color of my eyes. The reason I chose to have it in Latin was because plain blue was just boring. Had to have at least this much. I've long let go of my dark days. As if he could read my thoughts, Wayland wryly smiled. All right, as long as you're satisfied with it. Shaking his head, he proceeded to change my name on the achievement board. As he was changing my name, lifting his head, he cautiously looked around the room. After making sure that no one was listening, he lowered his voice and whispered. Back to the previous topic, how ready are you? Don't worry, there are no problems on my end. That's good. Wayland sighed in relief. From how he kept asking me the same question, it was evident just how worried he was about the plan. But it was understandable, as failure was not an option. I won't bet on my life without making ample preparations, that I can assure you. I reassured. As I've said before, the upcoming operation was going to be extremely dangerous. Any mistakes and I wouldn't know how I died. There was no way I was going to go there without making ample preparations. All right, take this. Extending his hand, Wayland passed me a small ring. What is this? I curiously asked as I took the ring from Waylon. Looking at it from the top of my palm, it looked like a plain old ring. Leaning back onto his seat in a comfortable manner, Waylon replied, "Inside of it are the things that you previously requested." Clenching the hand holding onto the ring, I nodded my head and put the ring away. That's good. Northern Tower. A chilly wind blew past, lifting a couple of fallen leaves into the air as an icy killing intent enveloped the surroundings. Boom. Boom. Terrifying explosions rang in the sky. What followed after were numerous thunder-like blasts and energy ripples that spread throughout the whole battlefield. The energy contained within each explosion was so strong that the aftershocks of every impact would even affect those far away. Clank. Hein defended against the attack of a demon amidst the chaotic battle. Sparks immediately shot out at their exchange. Apart from that specific demon, none came his way, and that was because... Bang. Heek. A blast of energy ferociously smashed against the chest of a nearby demon, sending it flying away. Aeoo, aeoo, aeoo. What followed after were the cries of three wolves as they jumped towards the demon and chewed him out. Thanks. Ava thanked Leopold, who was next to her. Sheeing. Unsheathing his sword, Leopold cut down. Black blood spilled from above. Turning his head, he replied. Save the thanks for later, focus on helping Hein out. You're a team, remember that. Yes. Tootle 2. Blowing onto the flute, Ava redirected the wolves towards the demon attacking Hein. Flying around her was Newton, her other pet. Compared to the wolves that were all each around E rank, Newton was a little bit weaker, but that was fine to Ava since its task was to watch out for any ambushes and warn her about strong opponents. Once it spotted someone strong nearing her direction, it would quickly warn her, when in turn Ava would report to Leopold. On a different note, Ava's abilities could only allow her to control 5 pets at the moment. She was currently missing one, but given that it took a lot of mana to keep the flute active, she decided against getting one more. Clang. Clang. The wolves fiercely jumped the demon. Biting onto the lower leg of the demon, black blood seeped down from their mouths. Letting out a shriek, the demon tried to move back, but before it could do that, another wolf quickly bit down on its other leg, preventing it from moving. Heek. Helpless, the demon clawed down towards the nearest wolf. But right as the claw was about to hit the wolf, it quickly let go and jumped back. Grrrrrrr. Glaring at the demon, black blood seeped from the gaps of the wolf's teeth. Tootle 2. Blowing onto her flute, Ava, who was watching by the sidelines, quickly ordered the wolf to once again attack. Rough. Once the flute sounded, the wolf's eyes shone slightly as it barked out loud. Tensing its legs, it once again shot towards the demon. Ugh. But right after sending that command, Ava suddenly felt her body grow weak. Holding onto her head, Ava stumbled slightly. Her complexion had paled considerably, and her vision was slowly starting to get blurry. She was showing signs of mana fatigue. I need to get this fixed. Ava clenched the hand holding onto the flute. Had the flute not been broken, the mana expenditure would have been far less than what she was spending at the moment. Unfortunately, because it was broken, she could only tame 3 beasts. To make matters worse, controlling each beast took a considerable amount of mana. If not for that, she would have been able to fight for longer. However, that same flute was what changed her destiny. Ava, are you okay? Feeling a light tap on her shoulder, Ava turned her head. Hein. Though her head was dizzy, she was instantly able to recognize Hein's face. Looks like he managed to defeat the demon. A relieved look appeared on her face. Oi, are you okay? Supporting Ava, Hein looked at her pale complexion. Frowning, he looked at his wrist. More specifically, at a small bracelet. Shaking his head, he turned towards Leopold. Leopold, do you have any mana recovery potions on you? Bang. Blowing the head of a demon, Leopold turned to look at Hein. Upon seeing Ava's complexion, he immediately checked his ring. However, he too shook his head and replied. I've also run out. Looks like it is time for us to retreat. Understood. Turning his attention back to Ava, Hein supported her by the arm and helped her walk back into the tower. Because this was where the real fight started, the radius of the line that protected the tower increased considerably. It was also because of this that they were quite far from the tower despite being in the second line of defense. Sheeing. You guys keep going, I'll cover you. Cutting another demon, Leopold paved the way for Ava and Hein back to the tower. Thank you. They turned back, heading towards the tower again. The author's POV. Chapter 326, The Attack, 2. Clang. Clang. Inside an enormous room, the sound of metal clashing against metal resounded across the empty space as a dull slim sword intersected a sharp, large broadsword. Upon clashing, a circular wave of wind pressure shot out from the intersecting point of the clash. KHHH. Letting out a groan, I stumbled back and stabbed my sword towards the ground to keep my body steady. Long live magical swords that could pierce the earth as if it were butter, they never get nicked from such weak stabs. That was what I was supposed to say, but staring at the sword in my hand, I let out a depressed sigh. Here goes another sword. Once I managed to steady my body, I realized that my breathing was incredibly heavy. HAAA. You've improved considerably. A leisurely voice reached my ears. Lifting my head up, I looked at Waylon, who was standing opposite of me with his broadsword hanging by the side of his shoulders. Damn you for lifting that like it weighs nothing. I cursed internally but kept a smile on my face. Wearing a thin smile on his face, he complimented me, saying, compared to a month ago, your swordsmanship truly improved quite a bit. Ugh, I'm still far from it. Slumping down on the ground, I let go of the sword and tried to catch my breath. It's been about 3 weeks since joining the protection mission, and so far, everything had been calm. But, of course, this was merely the calm before the storm. I knew that soon enough the Duergars would attack. This was why I chose to spend most of my time training with Waylon. Every little bit of strength was instrumental for me. My life also kind of depended on it. Well, you've shown significant improvements over the last couple of weeks. Be glad that we had this much time to train. Yeah, I guess. Inferno was known to be an extremely sly and cunning organization. This meant that, unless they made enough preparations, they wouldn't attack. This was probably the only reason why they had still not made a move yet. On another note, our current location was quite well hidden, so it would take a lot of time and resources to find this place. Well, maybe before. Things are a bit different now. Sitting on the ground next to me, Waylon asked. How are the preparations on your side? I'm ready. All that really matters is whether Jomnuk is ready or not. He played a critical role in my plans. If he suddenly changed his mind last minute, everything would be ruined. Patting me on the shoulder, Waylon tried to reassure me. Don't worry about him. We've already talked it through with him. As soon as we hear something about the enemies, we'll immediately go ahead with the plans. All right, that's all I need to hear. Propping my body up with the aid of the sword, I slowly stood up. Removing the sword from the ground, I turned to look at Waylon once more. As long as Jomnuk follows through with the arrangements, I will take care of the rest. You can count on me for that. Well, I sure hope you do. Similarly standing up, Waylon pointed his broadsword in my direction with a challenging look on his face. As we wait for those bastards to make a move, how about we continue our little spar? Every little bit of strength you gain will be of extra help for when you're going to clear the me. Twang. Cutting Waylon off was a small ringing sound. Give me a sec. Rummaging through his pockets, Waylon took out a small phone-like device and answered. Hello. Because Waylon didn't put the phone on speaker, I wasn't able to hear what the other individual on the phone was saying, but judging from Waylon's facial expression, I knew that it had to do with the upcoming mission. His face steadily grew grimmer as he listened to the call. All right, understood, we'll be there soon. Hanging up the call, Waylon put his broadsword away and turned to face me. An unprecedented look of solemn determination clouded his face. All right, Ren, it's time for us to move. The information about the hideout has been leaked. Understood. Putting my sword away, I followed Waylon back into the hideout. Talk about timing. Right as we finished talking about the situation, the Duergars suddenly decided to attack. Wasn't coincidental though. Ashton City. The outline of a cafe appeared in Kevin's vision. From the outside, the place looked like any regular cafe. Scribbled on a small blackboard standing outside of the cafe was a list of drinks and dishes. The clear glass walls made it possible to see through the cafe from the outside, and the plants and vegetation lining the place perfectly completed the structure, which was in part made of wood. It had a nice ambience, its vibe and general atmosphere alone should have made it a popular spot. Yet, things were different today. Looking around, Kevin found the place to be quite deserted. Amanda must have cleared up the place beforehand. As expected of someone with as much power as her. With a single call, she could clear up an area. Ding. Ding. A small chime rang as soon as Kevin opened the door of the place. It was rather pleasant to hear. The moment he stepped foot inside of the cafe, a heavy scent of coffee invaded his nostrils. Because there was no one inside of the place, it took little to no time for Kevin to spot Amanda. Sitting in the corner of the room, next to the glass window, the gentle glow of the sun enveloped her perfect figure, enhancing her features. Compared to when he had last seen her, Amanda looked a lot more beautiful. However, that wasn't the only change. She also looked a lot more mature compared to when he had last seen her. Gone was her cold looks, and what replaced it was a calm one that looked as though it would remain unfazed even in the harshest of situations. She truly had the aura of a leader. Over here. Similarly spotting Kevin, seated at the back of the cafe, Amanda raised her hand. Smiling, Kevin walked up to her and sat down. To think that it took over 2 weeks to schedule an appointment with you. Just how busy are you? Do you want anything? Smiling slightly, Amanda passed the menu to Kevin. Taking the menu, Kevin slowly went through the list of things. Whilst he looked through the menu, Amanda put both hands on the table and went straight to the point. Kevin, why did you ask to meet me? Lifting his head up and remembering the reason he was here, Kevin's brows knit in worry. Glancing around to make sure that no one was present, he lowered his head and whispered. Actually, there is something really important I want to discuss with you. You don't need to whisper, this whole place is owned by me. Apart from me and you, no one can hear what you're saying. Amanda calmly said, much to Kevin's surprise. Must be nice to be rich. Kevin muttered in a low voice as he landed back. Then, putting the menu down, he relaxed a little. Staring at Kevin opposite of her, Amanda once again asked. So, what did you want to talk about? Right. Lifting his head and staring at Amanda straight in the eyes, Kevin softly said. You may not believe me, but Ren is alive. His heart skipped a beat. He didn't know how she would react. He didn't even know if he should tell her. But, he had to. He had to do something to help his friend. Bracing himself, Kevin waited for Amanda's reply. However, as soon as his words faded from the atmosphere, Kevin was met with an awkward silence. Seeing that Amanda's expression had not changed, Kevin thought that she didn't hear correctly. Maybe the shock was too great. He decided to repeat his sentence, for Amanda's sake. Ren is Ollie. I know. Amanda cut him off. Crossing his arms together, Kevin repeatedly nodded his head. I know that it must be tough for you to swallow this piece of, What? Kevin stood up in shock and looked at Amanda, who was still quietly sitting in the seat opposite to him. You knew? Yes. Amanda nodded her head. I've known for about 4 months now. What? Slumping back on his seat, Kevin absent-mindedly looked at Amanda. You knew. He couldn't even muster the energy to say anything else. Amanda literally blew the wind out of his sails. But how is that possible? Amanda doesn't have the book or any similar means. It was then that it finally hit him. Was it right after he escaped the monolith? According to what Ren said back on the book, once he escaped the monolith, he was chased out of the human domain. This meant that during the brief time he escaped, he had met up with Amanda. Staring at Kevin's deflated face, Amanda shook her head. No, it's not what you think. What do you mean? Kevin frowned. Taking a sip of her coffee, she replied. He did not meet up with me, I found out by myself. You found out yourself? Correct. Scratching the side of his head, Kevin tilted his head in confusion. How did you find out? Secret. Amanda shook her head with a small smile on her face. She couldn't quite say that she found out after stalking the guy that was taking care of Nola. Come on. Obviously, Kevin was surprised by the answer as he leaned back in disappointment. This is too much to process. Shouldn't this have been the other way? Putting her black purse on the table, Amanda checked her watch. Is that all you wanted to tell me? No. Lifting his head, Kevin shook his head before letting out a long sigh. Although he was surprised by the fact that Amanda knew, Kevin quickly moved on. This at least saved him the trouble of explaining how he knew. Fiddling with the menu in his hand, Kevin spoke up. Since you know Ren is alive, you also probably know that he is 876. Plap. This time it was Amanda's turn to be surprised as she dropped the cup in her hand. Fortunately for her, the cup was empty and nothing spilled. Still, with wide open eyes, Amanda asked. Are you referring to that 876? That 876? Yeah. Kevin replied as he massaged his forehead. I thought she knew that. As expected of Ren, he just had to leave a massive mess. From her reaction, he understood that she had still not figured that part out. He was just as shocked as she was when he found out that Ren was 876. Basically, this is what happened. And so Kevin started recounting Ren's story to Amanda. At least the information he knew. The more he talked, the colder Amanda's face became. But that didn't last for long as it disappeared just as fast. For a short second, Kevin thought that he was hallucinating. And that's it. Once Kevin finished recounting what he knew about Ren, Amanda frowned. Musing to herself, she bit on the edge of her sweater. After a while, she said. So, in short, the reason you contacted me was because you wanted to help in the future once Ren would try to come back to the human domain. That's correct. Kevin replied with a surprised expression. He didn't even ask anything and she had already figured out his intentions. As expected of Amanda. She truly was the daughter of the clan leader of the first-ranked guild. Picking up the cup that she had previously dropped, Amanda gently put it on the table. Putting her bag on her shoulder, she checked the time. 4:34 p.m. It was almost time to pick up Nola. Staring at Amanda in confusion, Kevin asked. Are you in or not? Standing up, Amanda nodded her head. I'll help the best way I can. I see, I'm glad. A look of relief appeared on Kevin's face as he leaned back on the chair. With your aid, we might be able to help him out once he gets back. Unfortunately for Kevin, as he said that, he wasn't able to notice the complicated look on Amanda's face. The author's POV. Chapter 327, The Attack, 3. Click. Clank. Upon entering the hideout, I was immediately greeted by a solemn atmosphere. Waylon, you're finally here. Once Waylon entered, Jamnuk, sitting with his arms crossed in the middle of the living room, sighed in relief. Sitting down on the seat opposite to Jamnuk, Waylon inquired, his tone serious. An unprecedented feeling of grim concern clouded his face. What's the situation here? According to reports from the spies, the enemies are preparing to attack by tonight. Answering Waylon, in Jamnuk's stead, was a dwarf. He had thick eyebrows and long, flowing black hair. Most striking were his thick arms that looked to be the size of a small football. It gave off the impression of breaking rocks by merely flexing them. Fitting, for a race of miners. Tonight. Waylon's brows furrowed in thought. Subtly turning his head to face me, I faintly nodded back. Upon seeing me nod, Waylon's tense shoulders relaxed a little. Because everyone was currently focused on the situation, our little exchange went unnoticed. To think they've already found this hideout in a month's time. As expected, there must be a spy hiding amongst the upper echelon. We have a traitor in our midst. It was normal for both sides to have spies planted. Unlike the Union and the Monolith, where the power balance leaned more on the Monolith's side, the difference in strength between the dwarves and the Duergars was just about the same. This meant that both sides had to resort to more discreet means to weaken the other. For example, planting agents in the upper echelon of each organization. A classic tactic in warfare, there was never a conflict where spies or intelligence-gathering divisions were not put to use. Methods of subterfuge often laid waste to enemy armies, as it is often said, know thy enemy, and thou shalt win 100 battles. However, the nature of conflict here brought about a certain issue. In order to be a spy for the other organization, one must show that they have mana tainted with demonic energy. Unlike the Union that could not replicate this, the dwarves were capable of doing it. That just proved how advanced the dwarven species was. Alright, although I didn't expect them to find this place so early, now that the situation has escalated to that point, we must get ready. Standing up, Waylon looked at the others and started to issue orders. Everyone, do as trained. Guard each perimeter of the place, and make sure to check all the ventilations and food for any poison or gas. We all know just how sneaky those bastards can be. Understood. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. Since Waylon was the strongest by a large margin, no one had any qualms with his arrangements. Not even Jamnuk, who instead seemed rather pleased with the new directives. Whilst everyone was busy organizing themselves, walking up to Jamnuk, I tapped him on the shoulder. "Sir Jamnuk, I would like to have a word with you in private." Raising his brow, Jamnuk tilted his head to the side. "Human. What is it?" Fidgeting my fingers, I replied in a quiet tone, "Well, you see, I'd ideally prefer to discuss this in private rather than in the open." "Why?" Wariness flashed in Jamnuk's eyes. Looking around the room, towards the other guard in his post, Jamnuk stared back at me. "If you have anything to say to me, say it here." Scratching the side of my neck, I smiled wryly. "Well, you see, I can't really say it out here since it's something I can only ask you in a more comfortable setting." The matter regarding the chip in my head was a sensitive topic. The fewer people that knew, the better. Unfortunately for me, my vague words were irritating Jamnuk. He started to raise his voice. "What is it? Spit it out already." Glancing around the room, I lowered my voice slightly. "You see, I have something stuck inside of my head, and I'd like to have it looked at. I've heard that you are one of the best engineers that have ever lived. So I wanted to ask you for advice." The moment I said the words, "one of the best engineers," a flattering look appeared on Jamnuk's face. "Hee, well, there's no need to exaggerate like that." No, I'm not exaggerating. I have to give credit where credit is due. I really was serious with my words. As Ryan said, Jamnuk was indeed one of the top dwarven engineers available. My words weren't empty acts of sycophancy. "You have something in your head?" Jamnuk asked, his tone sounding a lot more comfortable than before, evidently pleased by my words. "Correct. That was why I wanted to ask you for advice." "Might as well." Standing up, Jamnuk glanced at the other guards present in the room and shooed them away. "As you've heard, I need to help him with something. If possible, I'd like for you lots to clear the room." "That's not possible." The dwarf standing guard immediately refused. "Oh. Why is that?" Jamnuk's face sank. Unfazed, the dwarf replied with a straight face. "I'm sorry, sir, but since your life could endanger, we can't allow you to be left alone." In simpler words, they weren't willing to trust me. "Bah, what is there to worry about? Since you guys are waiting outside, there is no worry about anyone coming in to kidnap me." "But..." Before the dwarf could argue, Jamnuk cut him off and pointed in my direction. "If you're talking about him being a threat, scratch that thought. I've got enough artifacts on me to protect myself from a mere C rank." Mere C rank. Somehow, those words hurt a lot more than I expected. The human over here is also with Waylon, so questioning him is the same as questioning Waylon. Understood. Unable to refute any longer, the dwarf eventually nodded in defeat. Turning his head to face me, the dwarf said, "I'll give you guys 10 minutes. That'll be enough, thank you." I replied back. Jamnuk nodded in satisfaction before sitting back down on his seat. "I'll also be leaving then." Waylon, who was watching the whole thing from the sidelines, also stood up and followed the others out. He then put his hand on my shoulder. "Be quick, we don't know when those Duergars will make a move. It's best if you end the conversation early." "I got it." "All right then." Satisfied, Waylon left with the others. Click. Clank. Soon, the door closed and the room was enveloped with silence. The first to speak up was Jamnuk. "So?" With his arms crossed, and a smug look on his face, he asked. "How was my acting?" Turning my head, the edges of my lips pulled upwards. "Oscar-worthy." "How much time has passed?" The dwarf from before muttered in annoyance as he looked back at the room where Ren and Jamnuk were discussing. "Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here," Waylon said with a slight smile. Unfortunately for him, his words did not ease the dwarf's worries. Frustratingly looking at Waylon, the dwarf said, "Human, I don't doubt your abilities, but you just don't know how vile those malevolent cretins are." "You're right. I've not faced many of them yet, but that doesn't mean I don't know what you're talking about." Upon getting this mission assigned, Waylon spent a lot of time researching the Duergars. From how they fought to what types of strategies they used. He wasn't just going to blindly protect Jamnuk without knowing at least this much. I've done my research and I can guarantee you that as of right now, no one will be able to enter the room. Raising his hand, a thin glow enveloped it. Staring at the dwarf, Wayland flashed a slight, fox-like smile. That's because I've already sealed the whole room with my mana. Unless someone kills me, no one will be able to do anything. I see. Having seen this much, the dwarf couldn't say anything else. Even he had to admit that it was pretty safe. Click. Clank. And right on cue, the door opened. Coming out from it were Ren and Jamnuk. With his arms behind his back, and a pleased smile on his face, Jamnuk looked around. Seeing the tense faces of everyone present, Jamnuk chuckled. As you can see, I'm totally fine. The human did nothing to me. Please wait, sir. Blocking Jamnuk's path was the same dwarf as before. The moment the dwarf blocked Jamnuk's path, his face scrunched up. Angus, what are you doing? I apologize for my rudeness in advance. Before Jamnuk could say anything, the dwarf named Angus took a small black object out of nowhere. Pressing onto it, red lights shot out from the box, completely enveloping Jamnuk, whose face looked extremely pissed. Beep beep. It wasn't long before the X-rays disappeared and the box rang. Lowering his head and checking onto the black box, Angus finally relaxed. Everything is all right. The check came out clean. Of course, it came out clean. Jamnuk angrily spat. What do you think could have happened with you guys guarding outside? Putting the device away, Angus stood up straight and replied. Sir, I'm just doing my job. What Angus just did was check whether Jamnuk was truly fine via a scanning device. The device that he used was capable of detecting poisons that may have entered Jamnuk's system unknowingly. Not only that, it had many other interesting functions such as measuring the skeletal structure of the target as well as diseases and other stuff. This guy is pretty thorough. Seems like he even came prepared for all eventualities, Ren mused from the side. After all, one didn't have to be strong to poison someone. Sir, my priority is your safety. You can punish me if you want. Staring at Angus from the side, Jamnuk's frown receded. After a while, letting out a sigh, he helplessly waved his hand. Sigh, forget about it. I know that you're doing this for my own safety. Just as things were calming down, Jamnuk glared at Angus and raised his voice. But that doesn't mean I'm not pissed. If something like this happens again, be prepared to face the consequences. Now, Jamnuk. There's no need for that. Stepping in between Jamnuk and Angus, Wayland tried to de-escalate the situation. Just let it go for now. He's merely doing his job. There is no need to be so harsh on him. Jamnuk turned his head away and crossed his arms. Helpless, Wayland patted him on the shoulder. Anyway, it's time for dinner. Let's go eat. Dinner. All right. Behaving like an appeased child, once Wayland stepped in, the whole situation calmed down as Jamnuk's mood shifted at the mention of dinner. That's good, I'll follow you soon. Winking at Angus, Wayland urged him to follow Jamnuk to the dining hall. I owe you one, human. Throwing Wayland a grateful look, Angus brought Jamnuk to the dining hall. Thanks to Wayland, Jamnuk was no longer angry and this did not give him a hard time. I'm glad that's sorted. Wayland wiped his forehead. Then, turning his head, he proceeded to walk in Ren's direction. How was it? Has he managed to solve the problem that you had? Turning around, Ren proudly smiled and started endlessly praising Jamnuk. But, of course. As expected of the best dwarf engineer, I never once doubted his abilities. As soon as I showed him the problem, he was quickly able to tell me where the source lay. He even guaranteed that it can be fixed in a little less than a week. Truly marvelous. That fast. Wayland sounded quite surprised. What else do you expect from the best dwarven engineer? Something as little as my problem is nothing in his eyes. Is that so? Wryly smiling, Wayland looked towards the other guards standing in the room. Then, turning his attention back to Ren, he beckoned him to follow along. As long as you're happy. Let's go, it's time to eat. Food. Great. I'm starving. Rubbing his stomach, under the guards' watchful gazes, Ren followed Wayland into the dining hall. Truly marvelous, hee. The author's POV. Chapter 328, The Attack, 4. Northern Tower. How long do you think they will keep the barrier this time? Leopold asked Ava, standing next to her. He glanced at her for a moment, wondering what was going through her mind. I don't know. She replied in a soft tone, her eyes transfixed, gazing into the distance. She seemed preoccupied, an endless stream of thoughts rushing in her head. From time to time, ripples would appear on the barrier. Whenever that happened, waves would form around it, enveloping the mountain. Ever since a week ago, the situation was getting more and more out of hand. The attacks of the demons were more ruthless and relentless than ever before. The lower-ranked demons even threw themselves at the barrier, turning into a mush of blood and gore. It was honestly gruesome. If not for the barrier that had been activated, things would have been extremely dire for everyone. Are you going somewhere? Hein asked from the side. Lifting her head and looking at Hein, Ava nodded. Yeah. Where are you going? To fix this. Ava lifted her hand. In the middle of her palm lay a pale green flute. You're fixing that? Yeah. It became apparent to her from the last fight that the flute had some serious flaws. If she did not fix it, once the barrier stopped functioning, she would be in big trouble. Great, I'm coming with you, I've got to fix my shield too. He raised his shield, showing it to Ava. Oh, wow. You fought with that. She was surprised to see it. The state of the shield was quite bad. Not only was it filled with cracks, but it was also marked with numerous indentations. In its current state, Ava wouldn't be surprised if it would break at a simple touch. It made her wonder if buying a new one would be better. Putting the shield away into his dimensional space, Hein looked towards the barrier in the distance. Yeah. I need to get it fixed before the barrier goes down. You guys planning on going to the utility center? Disrupting their conversation was a familiar, tired voice. Why, if so, I'm coming too. Yawning, Leopold walked over to them and flashed his gun. I've run out of bullets. I'm starving. Sitting on a round table, Jamnuk, alongside Waylon and a few other individuals, stared at the beautiful dishes presented in front of them. It looked sumptuous, to say the least. Meanwhile, Ren remained standing. He kept his back straight and stared intently at the food on the table. Shall we get straight to eating? Pulling his sleeves up, Jamnuk eagerly looked at the food in front of him. His eyes shone brightly. Picking up the silverware beside him, Jamnuk prepared to dig into the food. Please wait, sir. But just as he was about to eat, he was once again stopped by Angus, one of the dwarven guards assigned to him, and the one that had previously checked up on him. The interruption obviously did not sit well with Jamnuk. What is it this time? The constant meddling was starting to get to him. Lowering his head, Angus apologized. But even as he did, he chose not to stop in his task. I apologize, but we have to do our regular check. Be quick. Putting the silverware down, Jamnuk grumpily leaned back on his chair. He was obviously not pleased with being stopped from eating, but since that was something he had gone through for over a month, it had become a mild annoyance by then. Already used to Jamnuk's behavior, Angus didn't mind it and proceeded to take out the same device from before. Tapping on the device, a red glow soon enveloped the whole table. The device not only checked if the food had poison, but it also confirmed whether the tableware and glasses were hygienic and safe. After all, food wasn't the only means to poison someone. Ding. Ding. It wasn't long before the results came out. Once everything came out clean, Angus finally took a step back. Looks like there is no poison in the food. Thank you for waiting, sir. Tisk. Clicking his tongue, Jamnuk picked the tableware and finally started to eat. Putting his fork on a large piece of meat, Jamnuk devoured it in a single bite, lacking any reserve. Chewing on the food, he looked at Waylon and loudly asked, almost spitting saliva and pieces of meat everywhere. How is the situation going upstairs? Cleaning his mouth with a napkin, Waylon inquired, upstairs? Do you mean the war? Yeah, that. Jamnuk waved dismissively. Since he was the only one who knew the code that granted access to the defensive system's main database, Jamnuk held some curiosity for the situation above. Putting the napkin on top of his things, Waylon replied leisurely, from what I've heard, the situation upstairs is under control as of right now. The dwarves have currently set up the barrier, and so, for the moment, things are quite calm. I see. Taking another bite of the meat, Jamnuk nodded in understanding. So, you're saying that, for now, things are still under control, right? Correct. But, based on reports, the barrier is slowly running out of energy. How long will it last? Any idea? From what Douglas said, about 6 to 8 more months. Jamnuk grumbled, frowning deeply while chewing on the meat. That's a lot less time than I expected. From my initial calculations, it should have been far longer than that. It's probably because the forces sent there are a lot stronger than we initially anticipated, Waylon replied. According to original estimates, the troops sent by the demons should have been a tad bit weaker. Unfortunately, that turned out to be wrong. The demons had sent a tougher task force than expected. They weren't pulling any punches. There's also the problem with the weather. Because of it, the barrier has been set up prematurely and an extra bit of energy was used during that time. The demons weren't dumb. Once the barrier was set up, they instantly attacked it with all their might in hopes of consuming its energy. It was exactly because of that attack the barrier got disrupted, making it consume more energy to stabilize. Thus, it would last a lot less than originally intended. If things kept going that way, there was a very real possibility of losing the war. Taking another bite of the meat, Jamnuk muttered in a gloomy tone, "This is quite troublesome." A solemn, tense atmosphere shrouded the room as each individual present couldn't help but frown at the turn of events. For the next couple of minutes, no one spoke a word. Everyone just silently ate. This lasted till Jamnuk finally broke the silence by putting his cutlery down and burping out loud. I'm full. Ren, who was not far from Jamnuk, showed a displeased expression at the burp. He wasn't the only one as every person in the room was a little grossed out. Ignoring the look given by everyone, taking a toothpick, Jamnuk asked the rest, "Now that I think about it, you guys also seem to be hungry." Pointing at the food on the table, Jamnuk flashed a grin. "Since I've eaten my fill and there's still enough food, why don't you guys have some?" "No sir, we can't." Angus tried to refuse, but he was promptly cut off by Jamnuk. The latter glared at him, seemingly done with his guard's antics. "Enough." His rough voice echoed throughout the whole room. "Ever since a while ago you've been constantly annoying me. Is that your new job? You already checked the food, huh?" "Yes," Angus replied quietly. He lowered his head, not wanting to offend Jamnuk. "Then what's the fucking problem? Since you've checked it and it's going to waste, let the others eat it." Pointing towards the empty seats at the table, Jamnuk looked at everyone in the room. "Go. Eat. There's plenty for all of you. Don't mind me." The first one to move was Ren, who sat down on a seat close to Waylon. Taking a fork, he leaned forward and stabbed it towards one of the dishes, much to the surprise of the others. Putting the fork in his mouth, Ren smiled in satisfaction. "Not bad. Ha ha ha. Good, good, I like your guts, human." Laughing boisterously, Jamnuk looked towards the others and pointed at Ren in a provoking manner. "It seems like this human over here is the only one that has balls. Don't mind me." Finally, the others could no longer stand it and similarly sat down, much to Angus's dismay. Taking a small bite of the food, Waylon looked towards Angus and helplessly shrugged his shoulder. "Just let it go, Angus. Why don't you have something to eat as well? Eating won't hurt them much. I'm here, nothing will happen. Let loose a little." Staring at everyone eating joyfully at the dinner table, Angus eventually gave up and sat down, joining them. "I guess you're right." Taking a fork, he started to dig in the food. "Hee, good, good. I'm glad everyone is enjoying the food." Sitting on his seat and looking at everyone eating merrily, Jamnuk laughed in satisfaction and slapped the table. "This is the atmosphere that I wanted. Not the gloomy and unbearable one that we've had over the past month." Stabbing his fork at one of the dishes on the table, Jamnuk took a bite of the food and spoke, "You know what, watching everyone eat has made me hungry again." And so, for the next hour, a peaceful atmosphere shrouded the dinner table. Unfortunately, it did not last for long. One of the guards suddenly stopped eating. He frowned, staring at his plate. He was the same orc that had stopped Ren from entering the meditation room not too long ago. "Something isn't right," he muttered. Leaning his hand on the table, the orc's complexion paled suddenly. Something was gravely wrong. "Hey, are you okay?" Coming to his aid was another guard who tapped him on the shoulder. "What happened? Is it the food?" "Urk." Holding onto his neck, the orc desperately tried to speak. He had trouble mustering any strength. He weakly slumped on the chair. He was just barely hanging in there. Jamnuk, who was watching by the side, did not sit still. He immediately stood up and ordered the rest, "Someone quickly call the medic. The situation is serious huh?" He couldn't finish his words. Joining the orc, Jamnuk's complexion paled out of nowhere. At a speed much faster than before, he suddenly lost strength and stumbled. Holding onto his head, he looked around in confusion. Jamnuk's vision turned blurry, but he tried to hold on. In a raspy tone almost completely devoid of life, he uttered, "What is going on? I can't circulate the mana inside me." It was then that he finally noticed it. Everyone by the table was in a similar state. Ugh. In pain, Jamnuk looked towards Waylon. "Waylon, I think we've been poisoned." "Yes, it seems like it." With complete calm, Waylon stood up and scanned the room. Unlike the others, his complexion was much better, but that was only on the outside. What kind of poison did they use? Though slower than the others, he too was also losing his ability to use mana. He had to find the culprit quickly. "Jamnuk, stick close to me." "Yes." Nodding his head, Jamnuk tried to remain close to Waylon. "Ren, are you okay? Quickly go to the other room to hide." Moving towards Ren, Waylon tried to get him to safety. However, once he arrived before Ren, he found him passed out on the ground. "Shit." Picking him up, Waylon put him on a nearby sofa and tried to wake him up. But, regardless of how much he tried, Ren wouldn't wake up. "Damn it. Ren." In the middle of his attempts, a voice suddenly rang out not so far from where he was. "It's no use. He won't wake up." "Who?" Turning around, Waylon soon spotted the individual. And, once he saw him, a shocked expression appeared on his face. "Angus." He cried out in unison with Jamnuk. The author's POV. Chapter 329, The Attack, 5. Angus. Jamnuk and Waylon cried out in shock, flabbergasted at the scene presented before them. Their disbelieving looks gave out the betrayal they felt. The shock was too great. "Heh, surprised." Smirking, Angus looked at them from a safe distance. Bang. Before Waylon could do anything, the door of the hideout shot wide open and several blue-skinned dwarves emerged out of nowhere. "Angus." In a tone full of anger, Waylon waved his hand and formed a small barrier around the few individuals who could not defend themselves. Even though he was alarmed by the sudden turn of events, he managed to keep calm. "Don't panic. As long as I'm here, you will all be safe. Stay calm. There will be backup." At that point, Waylon was unsure if he was saying it to the rest or himself. His words felt empty to himself. He did not think that his chances of survival were high. Not only was he surrounded by a hit squad of duergars, but the poison in his body had also begun to act fast. He wasn't sure, but it might have been due to his movements and casting. Although it wasn't anything serious, it rapidly drained his mana. Being without mana in this situation was tantamount to suicide. "It's no use. I've sealed all forms of communication. Your backup call will go unanswered." A triumphant smirk emerged on Angus's face as he moved next to a couple of duergars. They each held large gun-like devices. "You damn traitor." Cursing out loud, Waylon glared at Angus. "To think that you were a spy. I'll have to be honest, you'd be the last person I'd suspect." Spitting at Angus, Waylon was incensed. From how uptight and trustworthy he seemed, people wouldn't consider Angus a suspect at first. His cover was both simple and effective. As much as Waylon hated to admit it, Angus's acts as the mother of the group had slightly affected even him. He'd let his guard down. Lifting his head, Waylon muttered dejectedly, "I see. So the reason why we weren't able to detect the poison in the food was because you had purposely rigged the device." "That's correct." Angus looked towards the few duergars that had shown up. Each and every single one of them was extremely powerful, almost rivaling Waylon in terms of strength when put together. "We've spent a ton of resources trying to infiltrate this place. Who would have expected that just when we thought that it wasn't possible for us, you would select our group for being a part of the protection mission? You wouldn't understand my happiness even if you tried." "Ah, how happy I was." "Shut up." Gritting his teeth, Waylon decided to shut Angus's mouth. Permanently. Since he knew that he was pressed for time, Waylon decided to go all out from the get-go. Although he had wasted a little bit of time listening to Angus talk, Waylon had managed to grasp the situation and form a plan of action. Small-time crooks love to monologue. Turning around while looking at the others, Waylon clenched his hand and a small barrier enveloped each of the individuals present behind him. Ren and Jamnuk also had a small barrier enveloping their body. Don't get out of the barrier. It's the safest place you can possibly be at the moment, he reminded. Then, turning his attention towards the squad of Duergers, Waylon punched out. Vroom. Instantly, a whistling sound arose. Like a thunderclap, Waylon's fist explosively shot forward, forming a pressurized ball of wind that shot towards the Duergar's direction. Staring at the incoming attack, Angus remained calm. With his hand behind his back, he looked towards the Duergars next to him and ordered in a serious tone. Activate the artifact. The Duergars each simultaneously tapped on their right chest. The moment their hands touched it, a small light shot out, converging in front of them. In an instant, a thin, translucent, black barrier formed in front of them. Bang. Right as the barrier formed, Waylon's attack connected, and a thunderous sound resounded across the room. A ferocious wind gale spread out from the point of contact, destroying all of the furniture around the room as dust and debris flew everywhere. Damn it, a helpless voice rang out before the dust settled. Waylon's fear came true. The barrier stood strong, albeit a little bit faint now. Yet, that wasn't much. He didn't have enough time to deal meaningful damage. It's no use, Waylon. I've come prepared. Turning towards one of the Duergars on his right, Angus pointed towards Jamnuk, who was currently being protected by a thin barrier. Go, get him. We'll take care of the others. On whose watch? Waylon's voice reverberated across the whole room as he took out his broadsword. A terrifying glow enveloped the blade as the mana in the air converged towards it. Staring at Waylon opposite, Angus pointed at Jamnuk, capture him. Don't you dare. Waylon raised his broadsword. But just as he was about to slash down, he stopped. What are you doing, Waylon? Attack that traitorous wretch. Jamnuk shouted from behind Waylon. But it was this voice that reminded Waylon about where he was. He was currently inside of a mansion built underneath the mountain. Fuck. Waylon swore out loud. If he went all out, then he would put everyone at risk, as the whole place could crumble down. Staring at Waylon in the distance, Angus's lips twisted upward. Focus on Jamnuk, ignore the others. Pulling a small black box out of thin air, Angus threw it next to him. Then, after waving his hand, the box lit up and the mana in the air started to twirl towards it. Before long, a black portal started to form. Sheeing. The moment Waylon saw the box, he knew just what Angus was planning on doing. As such, he instantly cut down. Understanding the predicament he was in, he decided to cut down on his power to 40%. The moment he attacked, the mana in the air condensed onto the top of his sword and a terrifying white slash formed, headed towards the Duergars that were trying to get to Jamnuk. But just like before, the Duergars at the back tapped on their chest and formed a barrier. Bang. The moment Waylon's attack met with the barrier, the whole room shook. Crack. 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 Large cracks formed on the ceiling of the room, and pieces of rocks fell towards the ground, narrowing Waylon's visibility. Swoosh. Emerging from the cloud of debris were two Duergars. They directly headed for Jamnuk, who watched on with a frightened look. Hup. Stomping his foot on the ground, Waylon put his broadsword away and shot towards the nearest Duergar. After thinking things through, he decided to let go of the sword and focus on close combat. The broadsword put him at a disadvantage in this kind of environment. The area was perilous and narrow. Vroom. But the moment Waylon shot towards the Duergar, as though the latter had been expecting him, the enemy stomped the ground. Thereafter, clenching his hand, black gas filled the area. You sneaky bastards. Covering his face with his arms, Waylon stopped breathing. Unfortunately, because it had happened all too abruptly, he was unable to completely stop himself from breathing in the gas. Urk. Instantly, Waylon's mana reserves took a nosedive and his head started to spin. Thud. With a small thud, the Duergar that had released the poison fell onto the ground. His body had completely dried up. He was dead. It was a suicide attack. To think that they're going as far as to kill themselves to make this successful. They are all mad. Waylon thought as he had one hand on his nose and the other holding onto the wall. Clang. The sound of metal striking something hard resounded. Turning around, Waylon realized that the other Duergar was already upon Jamnuk. The only thing separating the Duergar and Jamnuk was the thin barrier Waylon implemented to protect him. Oh, no. Waylon's mana supply was already extremely low. He wasn't sure for how long he could keep holding the barrier. Waylon, I don't have any artifacts. I need help. Help. Waylon. Banging onto the thin shield, Jamnuk cried out for help. His face was white as paper, and his legs were trembling. I'm coming. Supporting his body, Waylon tried to move towards Jamnuk. However, the enemy chose to give no respite. Before he could take a step, another Duergar quickly jumped in his direction. Crack. Arg. Before he knew it, the same black fog enveloped him. Fortunately, Waylon was prepared this time. He didn't inhale anything, but the black gas had completely shrouded him. Pressing his toes on the wooden floor, the flooring beneath him split apart and his body shot towards the Duergar trying to attack Jamnuk. Bang. Bang. But just as he moved, two more Duergars appeared before him and tried to stop him. HAAA. They tried to repeat the same thing as before, but Waylon was prepared to stop it this time. Waving his hand, he pushed them back with a blast of mana and continued to run towards Jamnuk. But he was too late. No-oh. Crack, crash. By the time he had come close, the barrier broke apart and the Duergar threw something in Jamnuk's direction. Within seconds, a transparent net enveloped Jamnuk and completely captured him. Sheeing. It was do or die. No longer caring about the environment, Waylon once again took out his broadsword and prepared to slash down. But, before he could do that, the Duergar held a small dagger by Jamnuk's neck. The blue glow of the net highlighted the Duergar's features, making him look sinister. Stop or he dies. Fuck. Waylon cursed out loud. He hated this. He was so close. His grip on the broadsword tightened considerably. Seeing that his threat had worked, the Duergar spoke more confidently, take one more step and he dies. Angus looked on from afar. A victorious grin was plastered on his face. You bastards. Gritting his teeth, Waylon glared at Angus, who chuckled at his misery. Hee hee, as expected of a dumb human. You were too easy to manipulate. As Angus spoke, the Duergar holding Jamnuk hostage slowly walked in his direction. Jamnuk had long passed out. As he moved, the Duergar continued to hold the dagger on Jamnuk's neck, his eyes never leaving Waylon, who was standing still, staring at him from afar. Clench. The sound of Waylon's fists clenching tightly was heard clearly in the quiet room. He could do nothing at the moment. With Jamnuk's life in their hands, Waylon could do nothing but just watch them take him away. A truly helpless expression appeared on his face. Damn it all. Before long, the Duergar finally reached Angus. He passed Jamnuk over to him. Good work. Taking Jamnuk's body, Angus didn't waste any time and simply waved his hand towards Waylon. Well then, we'll be taking our leave. Goodbye, Waylon. Giving a final victorious look, Angus stepped towards the portal. While walking towards the portal, a thought entered Angus's mind. He suddenly halted his steps. The sudden stop seemed hesitant, but he still turned to look at Waylon for a moment. Taking out a small device, he threw it in the middle of the room. Just gotta make sure you don't try anything silly. No hard feelings here. Vroom. Right after he threw the item, Angus threw Jamnuk's body into the portal. Ding. Ding. Shortly after, the item that was thrown on the floor started to beep. It was then that it finally dawned on Waylon's face. The device was an explosive. Why you? Cursing out loud, Waylon turned around and moved towards Ren and the others. Staring at Waylon's desperate figure from where he was, Angus waved goodbye and entered the portal. Hee hee, I'll see you later, in hell. Ignoring Angus, using his last bit of mana, Waylon created a massive shield and enveloped everyone that was present in the room. You crazy bastard. Mark my words, Angus dash. Glaring at the portal in the distance, Waylon's bloodthirsty scream resounded across the whole room. I will kill you. Boom. What followed after was a terrifying explosion. The author's POV. Chapter 330, Inferno, 1. Inside of a dark room, a loud slap echoed. Smack. Oi, wake up. With a bald head, a white beard that was so long it felt like it hadn't been cut in months, and bluish-purple skin, a creature resembling a dwarf spoke in a hoarse tone. "If you don't wake up within a minute's time, I'll make you feel something worse than the previous smack." A vicious aura revolved around the blue-colored dwarf as he looked in front of him. A frail old dwarf sat there. Bald head, braided hair, and wrinkling face, the dwarf was none other than Jamnuk. The only dwarf that knew the access code of the security system. At the moment, he had both eyes closed shut and his hands were strapped on top of a large metallic chair. He wore a one-piece gray clothing and all of his beard hair was unbraided. Since artifacts were hard to identify, they decided to strip Jamnuk of everything. Although his mana was sealed because of the poison, it was still best to remove all of the items that he was wearing. Smack. The blue dwarf once again smacked Jamnuk in the head. "You're finally coming to your senses." This time, the blue dwarf finally managed to get a reaction. Jamnuk's eyes twitched slightly. It wasn't long before he finally opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes and staring at the blue dwarf in front of him, a frightened and bewildered look appeared on Jamnuk's face. "Huh? Where am I? What is going on?" Moving his body, Jamnuk found that he was bound to the chair he seated. "What the dash? Haha, you finally came to your senses." Taking pleasure in Jamnuk's struggle, the blue dwarf flashed a sadistic smile. Hearing the blue dwarf's words, Jamnuk finally came to his senses. He looked at the Duergar and asked in a worried tone, Who are you?" "Hee, let me introduce myself." Plack. Plack. Tapping onto something, the dark room was instantly lit up by bright white lights. Once the lights turned on, Jamnuk was finally able to see his surroundings. But upon witnessing what was inside of the room, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Because the whole room was one massive device connected to a helmet. "Why, you're insane." Bam. Smacking onto the metal armrest of the chair, the blue dwarf leaned closer. "My name is Carl Cullum and as you can probably tell, I am a Duergar." Walking towards the back of the room and taking the helmet, Carl flashed an evil smile. "Although I'm not exactly famous among you dwarves, amongst us Duergars, I'm extremely well known." Walking back towards Jamnuk, he dangled the helmet in his face. "If you want to die peacefully, tell us how we can access the main defensive systems. If you refuse to do so..." Spurt. A fountain of blood sprayed all over the room as Carl stabbed Jamnuk in the thigh. Huh. But contrary to his expectations, in what should have been a pained and desperate scream, Carl was met with two cold, emotionless eyes. A chill ran down his spine. Without taking his eyes off of Carl, Jamnuk took note of his injured thigh. Then, looking up and staring at Carl, he muttered in a voice completely lacking an ounce of fear, "Is that all you've got?" Pooey. Turning his head, Jamnuk spat towards the right side of the room. "Oh." Carl shook his head and shrugged off the cowardice in him. "It looks like you still got some grit in you." Approaching Jamnuk and grabbing him by the hair, Carl lifted his head up and stared at him in the eyes. On his right hand was the helmet-like device. "I want you to say that again while looking at your face. Where are your tough words from before? Lost all confidence already?" Coldly looking at Carl, Jamnuk did not answer. Smirking, Carl turned his attention towards the helmet-like device in his hand. Raising his hand and shoving the device on top of Jamnuk's face, Carl spoke up. "You see, the device on your head is my own creation, and what it does is something simple." Clank. Carl locked the helmet on Jamnuk's head. "The helmet will help me extract the memories in your head. Although it is still in the development stages, I should be able to extract some information regarding the defensive barrier from you." As he spoke, Carl couldn't contain his excitement. The device was one of his latest inventions and had the ability to extract the memories of the subject put under it. Ever since he heard that Jamnuk had been successfully kidnapped, he couldn't hold his excitement. That was because he knew that they would task him with the job of extracting his memories. The prospect of looking through the memories of one of the greatest dwarven engineers ever excited Carl to no end. He didn't actually care about the war nor for the information to disable the defensive system, all he cared about was Jamnuk's knowledge. Clasping his hands together, Carl could no longer contain his excitement and pressed on the top button of the helmet. Ding! The moment he pressed onto the top button, the helmet lit up. He, I can't wait to extract all of those juicy memories. She should just about be done by now. Huh. Lowering his head, to Carl's shock and horror, a thin white hue enveloped Jamnuk's body. What? Impossible. Your mana was supposed to be sealed. Pointing his hand toward Jomnuk's direction, Carl took a step back. Fear and disbelief dyed his face. That was because Jomnuk, the dwarf that they were supposed to have captured, started emitting mana from his body. The poison was supposed to last at least a couple of days. Something was terribly wrong. But before Carl could figure anything out, Jomnuk broke free from his restraints and took off the helmet from his head. Then, without wasting any time, he explosively shot towards Carl's direction. His speed was unbefitting that of a dwarf as he reappeared right in front of Carl. His speed was so fast that Carl had no time to react before Jomnuk reached out his hand and grabbed him by the throat. KHH. He then lifted Carl in the air. No matter how much he struggled, Jomnuk's grip was far too strong. It wasn't long before Carl's already blue face turned a deeper shade. Many times Carl struggled to retaliate, to beg. But Jomnuk's grip was far too strong. He couldn't speak at all. Before long, his eyes turned white and he passed out. Turning his attention away from Carl, Jomnuk clicked his tongue. Tisk, I've got to make this quick. Putting his hand on his face, Jomnuk grabbed at it and pulled forcefully. In a fluid motion, Jomnuk's face ripped apart. Underneath was a youth with black hair and blue eyes. The figure was none other than Ren, who was considerably shorter than his real self. In order to disguise himself as Jomnuk, he took a potion that decreased his height. Ooh. Breathing out loud, Ren didn't waste time. Taking out his clothes, he quickly replaced them with Carl's. After that, he put the mask on Carl's face. What followed after was a subtle blue glow that enveloped the room. Done. After a while, Ren retracted his hand from Carl's face. Putting the mask on his face, Ren did not channel his mana quite yet. He was currently low on mana, he needed to conserve some of it. Clank. Locking Carl into the chair, Ren put the helmet on his face and turned to face the right side of the room. There, standing not so far from Ren, was Angelica. Though her complexion was pale, she stood in the corner of the room with her finger pressed on a small device that stood at the top left corner of the room. You done? Yes. Angelica coldly replied back as she took her finger away from the small device in the corner of the room. TSK TSK TSK. Being so cold all the time, who knows if that's the secret to your skin? Getting a little warmer might not hurt, you know. I know I annoyed you, but still. Ren cursed internally. Still, he had to give credit where it is due. Good, he smiled. If someone paid close attention, the moment Ren smiled, one could see a missing tooth. If not for the fact that Ren had been slapped in the face, one might think that Carl was the one responsible for the missing tooth. But, in fact, the one responsible for it was Ren himself. Since he knew that the Duergars would strip him of everything he had, he knew that he couldn't have Angelica turn into a ring. As such, after pondering over the issue for a while, he came up with a brilliant idea. Have Angelica use her skill to turn into a tooth. The moment he proposed the idea, Angelica almost blew him all the way to the other side of the room. If not for Douglas and Wayland's intervention, he wouldn't know how he would have died. In the end, it took a lot of convincing and bribing to finally make Angelica turn into a tooth. That aside, the reason why Angelica had appeared in the corner of the room was because Ren needed her to disable the surveillance system. Once Ren woke up and spotted it, he immediately spat her in that direction. By disabling the system, Ren was able to switch places with Carl without alarming the others. But, of course, the fact that the surveillance system had been disabled definitely did not go unnoticed, but with the aid of the Mask of Dolos, he should have no problems passing off as Carl. Angelica, I need you to turn back into a tooth. Closing her eyes, a look of disgust appeared on Angelica's face. Eventually, she nodded and walked in his direction. Thanks. Ren thanked Angelica as he fixed his clothes. Without needing to look at Angelica, he knew that she was currently displeased. But he was helpless. They both knew that the breakdown of the surveillance system had alarmed someone. Soon, someone would come in to check up on him. Knowing that he couldn't just have Angelica stand still in that form. Bear with it for just a little bit longer. Ren muttered as he fixed the helmet on Carl's face. This looks good enough. Ren thought as he looked at Carl, seated opposite him. At the moment, Ren was wearing Carl's clothes, and his head was covered with the helmet. If someone came in, only if they paid close attention would they notice that something was wrong. But it's not like Ren would let them. His plan was simple. Unlike last time where he had to escape back at the monolith, Ren's goal this time was the opposite. Instead of escaping, he planned on infiltrating. For that, he had made many preparations, and he wasn't going to let something like this ruin all of his plans. What are you doing? Startling Ren, who was fixing himself, a slender hand suddenly grabbed his jaw. Opening his mouth, Angelica replied with a deadpan face, I'm doing as you asked. Wait. Pushing Angelica back, Ren facepalmed. Although I told you to turn back into a tooth, that doesn't mean you have to go back in my mouth. He then pointed towards the corner of the room. You know that you could have just turned yourself there and no one would have said anything. At Ren's words, Angelica's usually cold facade crumbled. Her cheeks turned slightly red. This obviously did not go unnoticed by Ren. He smirked. Oh my. Are you blushing from embarrassment? Shut up unless you want to die. Angelica threatened, sparks of demonic energy going off around her. Glaring at Ren, she walked towards the corner of the room and prepared to transform. Clank. But right as she was about to, the door of the room swung open and a Duergar rushed in. Carl, everything okay? The author's POV. Chapter 331, Inferno, 2. Wayland's mansion. Ugh. Slumping down on a large sofa, Wayland let out a pained groan. That actually hurt. Don't be so overly dramatic. Douglas replied with a slight smile, sitting on the seat opposite to him. If you act like that, no one will believe you. You think? And here I thought I was convincing enough. Gotta say acting is quite hard, eh? I really think that your acting was fine, though. Douglas chuckled from the side. I swear that I will kill you. Your scream was so loud that even I could hear it. Stellar acting, Wayland, he added. Maybe I was just too into it. After all, you don't often get fun chances like this. Wayland smiled wryly. There was nothing funny about what happened. It was very risky, and even you could have died, Douglas chided. Giving Douglas a look, Wayland spat. As if. From the very beginning, he had never been poisoned. In fact, everything went according to Ren's plan. Not once had he been in danger. It went so according to plan that Wayland actually felt a little afraid. Just how amazing was that kid's foresight? Does he even know how good he is? Nonetheless, Wayland was pleased. Lifting his head, he chuckled, haha, those bastards will never think that everything that happened today was part of our plan, including the leak. Just remembering Angus's triumphant face made Wayland chuckle to no end. I wonder what kind of face those bastards would make once they realize it all. They'd been duped and had just invited in a calamity called Rendover. Listening to Wayland's words, Douglas kept a calm smile on his face. His friend was in a good mood, and it made him happy. Especially when what Wayland said was true. They were indeed the ones that purposely leaked out the location of where Jomnuk was staying. Not explicitly, but through the use of the spies sent by Inferno. Since Wayland was responsible for picking some of the people that were allowed to be selected in the protection mission, he purposely chose 2 spies from Inferno. One of them was Angus. The reason they were able to select Angus was because they weren't working alone. After sharing their plan with Jomnuk, he readily agreed and helped them get in contact with one of the top dwarven executives. As he was quite high up, he was able to tell them the right candidate to choose from. Much to Wayland and Douglas's surprise, the selection was quite large. There were a lot of spies they could have chosen from. Although the dwarves could not find every single spy that was in their midst, for those that had been found out, they wouldn't immediately arrest them but use them to their advantage, such as in situations like this. That aside, in total, only around 5 people knew about what was happening. Since there were spies everywhere, the fewer people that knew, the better. With a worried frown, Wayland looked towards Douglas and asked, "Hey, you think he's going to be all right?" "I have no idea," Douglas shook his head, "we will know soon enough. If that child succeeds, then we will have an upper hand against the demons that are attacking. Finally, an upper hand in the war." Wayland muttered. Putting his arms around the couch, Wayland stared at the ceiling of the room. "I sure hope you're right. If Ren truly succeeded in the operation, then they truly would be able to land a massive blow to Inferno, which in turn would make the dwarves owe them a massive favor. From the very beginning, their goal was to improve their relationship with the dwarves. If they succeeded in this mission, they would finally be able to go back home. In any case, we have already done everything that we could have done to help him. The rest is up to him. Stroking his beard, Douglas looked towards the door of the room. That aside, we'll have more pressing matters to attend to. Bang. And right as his words faded, the door slammed open and an enraged dwarf walked in. Glaring at Douglas, he shouted. Douglas. Master Carl, is everything okay? Barging into the room was another blue-skinned dwarf. Upon entering the room, the Duergar spotted Carl standing in the middle of the room. He seemed to be staring at a dwarf wearing a large helmet. Fiddling with the helmet in the dwarf's head, different colored lights flashed. Tick. A subtle ticking sound rang by the corner of the room, but this went unnoticed as the Duergar's attention was on Carl. Turning his head, Carl glared at the dwarf that had just entered. What are doing there standing in a daze? What the fuck are you doing and why have you disturbed me? I apologize. Carl's words caused the Duergar to flinch. Standing still, and mustering all of his courage, the guard spoke up. The surveillance system is not working, so I thought that something was wrong. The surveillance system is not working. Raising his brow, Carl looked towards a certain spot of the room where a surveillance device was installed. Touching his brow, he muttered. Strange. Seeing Carl calm down, the Duergar also managed to relax a little. That's right. The reason why I decided to intrude was to make sure that you were safe and that nothing had happened. Pinching his brows, Carl's eyes soon lit up. I think I know what the problem is. With his back still facing the Duergar that came in, Carl patted the helmet on Jomnuk's head and asked. Let me ask you a question. Did the device stop working once I activated the helmet? Frowning, the Duergar swiped left and looked back at the video footage. After a while, his eyes lit up in surprise. Yes, you're correct. Smiling, Carl patted the helmet. Then, it's probably because of this. The device requires a lot of energy, so it short-circuited the system. Don't worry about it. With you guarding me outside, there should be no problems. I understand, sir. Sighing in relief, the Duergar bowed and put the device away. I apologize for disturbing you and wish you the best with your task. Click. Clank. After that, he turned around and left the room. Once the Duergar guard left the room, Ren, who was disguised as Carl, touched his face. Seems like the coast is clear for now. His plan had worked. He had managed to successfully infiltrate Inferno. There's still stuff to do. Infiltrating the place was only step one of the plan. It was also the easiest step. What he was about to do next was definitely going to be much harder than what he had done before. Turning his attention back to Angelica in the corner of the room, Ren called out. Angelica, it's time. At his call, Angelica instantly reappeared before him. At the moment, her complexion was quite pale, and in order to remain standing, she had to lean on the wall. It became apparent to Ren that transforming twice took quite a toll on her. Walking up to her, Ren extended his hand in her direction. I'm sorry, Angelica. But, we don't have much time. Do you have it ready? Yes, I do. Lifting her head, Angelica nodded her head. Then, waving her hand, a thin scroll appeared in her hand. Check it. Tell me if there's anything you're unsatisfied with. Taking the scroll floating midair, I carefully checked its contents. Looks good. I nodded in satisfaction as I looked at what was written on the scroll. The contents were almost identical to that of the mana contract I signed with Angelica. However, the only difference was that the contract would only last for half a year as opposed to the mana contract which was 5. As per the main mana contract, even if I want to harm you, I can't do anything to you. So, you don't have to worry about me trying to scam you. No, I understand. The contract in Ren's hands at the moment wasn't a mana contract, but in fact, a demon contract. In order to infiltrate the facility properly, after pondering over the issue for a long time, Ren decided to sign a contract with Angelica. By signing a contract with her, he was essentially going to turn into a villain or contractee. His mana would become tainted with demonic energy, and his emotions would become more erratic. But this was a risk that Ren was willing to take. Once his mana became tainted, not only would it reduce the chances of him getting caught drastically, but it would also grant him a small power boost. Unfortunately, as he had not consumed any devil fruit, his boost wouldn't be anything impressive. He'd probably be at around C+. Alright, let's sign it. Biting his thumb till he bled, Ren placed his thumb on the contract. Shia. The moment his thumb pressed onto the contract showed a dark hue and slowly levitated upwards. Then, small threads of demonic energy encircled the contract in a circular and random manner. With each passing second, the threads of demonic energy in the air increased, and before long, the whole contract was enveloped by a black ball of demonic energy. Ren, who was standing below, watched this scene in amazement. So, that's how my words and ideas manifested. This is how a demon contract takes place. Before he could finish staring at the scene, the black ball expanded, only stopping until it reached the size of a basketball. Similarly staring at the contract in the air, Angelica eventually snapped out of it and said, "Get ready, Ren." "I'm ready." Looking at Angelica, Ren slowly closed his eyes. Right as he was about to close his eyes, from the gap in between his eyelids, the last thing he saw was Angelica raising her hand and placing it on his head. The moment her hand touched his head, his eyes turned white and he passed out. Fortunately, Angelica was there for him. She swiftly supported his body. Plop. On another note, the moment he passed out, the mask on his face fell off. Fortunately, for a little bit, the coast was still clear. Dragging Ren's unconscious body to the side, Angelica leaned him on the side of the wall. TCH. 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 From time to time, his body would twitch as thin black threads of demonic energy seeped into his skin as though they were worms. Taking her eyes away from Ren, Angelica didn't turn herself back into a tooth. Not that she was interested in once again becoming one. Sitting opposite of Ren, with her legs crossed, Angelica closed her eyes and tried to recuperate her demonic energy. The author's POV. Chapter 332, Inferno, 3. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. The rhythmical pulsating sound of my heart beating resounded in my ears as my vision was enveloped in darkness. Apart from the sound of my heart, I could feel, smell, and see nothing. But this sensation did not last for long, though. An uncomfortable energy dug into my muscles. I could feel it forcefully making its way through my body, tearing into me. I could feel the sinister and dark energy trying to change the structure of my body as it entered me. It wasn't pleasant. Many times, my body tried to reject it, but as though it was bound by something, the energy continued to claw its way in, and before I knew it, the sinister energy had completely settled, making itself a new home inside me. And it wasn't long before the energy reached all the way to my brain, and when it did, my head started to hurt like crazy. Several different flashbacks went through my head as the pain inside increased with each passing second. It felt as if the demonic energy was banging the sides of my head, trying to break through the skull to make its way outside. It was excruciating. HAAA. Before I knew it, my eyes shot wide open and I stood up. Ha, ha. You're awake. Breathing heavily, it was only upon hearing Angelica's voice that I remembered what had happened. Shit. Leaning back and sitting down on the ground, I tried to catch my breath. Lifting my head up, I looked at Angelica and mustered the strength to ask a question. How long was I out for? Half an hour. Standing up, Angelica softly replied. Only. It honestly felt like a whole day passed. Do you feel any different? A little bit. Clenching my fists, I realized that something was indeed a bit different. I was a lot stronger than before. I've broken through to C+ rank. It was then that it finally dawned on me. I had broken through to the next level. Propping my body up with the aid of the table next to me, I raised my hand and channeled some wind scions. Show. The moment I channeled the wind scions, a green hue enveloped my hand. However, contrary to the usual pale green color that would arise whenever I channeled my mana, black threads of demonic energy circled the chartreuse-like hue. Staring at the black threads of demonic energy, my eyebrows furrowed. It worked. I was now officially a contracted individual. Angelica, who was watching by the side, reminded, use as little mana as possible. I felt concerned by Angelica's words. Something about it nagged my mind as if I should pay attention to it. Turning my head to face her, I asked, why's that? Because the more you use your mana, the faster the demonic energy in your body will corrode your brain. That's problematic. Staring at the mask of Dolos in my hand, my brows knit even more tightly. Then I better finish this next part quickly. Putting the mask back on my face, I felt a familiar wiggling sensation and my face soon morphed into that of Carl's appearance. Heading towards the door, I spoke inside of my head. Angelica, stay here. Knock anyone that enters this room out. Since everyone here was contracted to a demon, upon killing them they would immediately be alerted. I had no choice but to refrain from killing. At least for now. Understood. Good. Click. Clank. Opening the door of the room, I took a step outside. Greeting me at the entrance of the room was the same Duergar from before. Carl. Is there anything that I can help you with? Yes. I've managed to extract some information. I'd like to meet up with the elders. The guard's eyes instantly lit up in joy. Understood. I'll relay the information right now. Taking out a small communication device, the guard communicated with someone else. Before long, putting the device away, the guard turned towards me and gestured me to follow along. But just before leaving, I opened my mouth to speak, tell the guards that will patrol this area to never enter the room. Let me repeat, if anyone tries to enter that room, I will kill them. I do not want anyone touching my equipment. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility for calming down the elder's wrath? Listening to my words, a frightened look appeared on the guard's face as he repeatedly nodded his head. Yes, understood. C.I. Clank. Walking towards the door, the guard pressed his hand by its side. Moments after, a clicking sound rang. Turning his head to face me, he said, I've locked the door. Unless I'm present, no one should be able to break into the room. Good. I nodded my head with a satisfied look. All right, let's get moving then. Interlocking my hands behind my back, I urged the guard to move. The location wasn't too far. I was led inside of a large hall within a matter of minutes. Right as we arrived at the hall, the guard stopped at the entrance and didn't dare walk in. His status was too low to enter the hall. Walking inside and standing in the middle of the large hall, I stood face to face with some of the higher-ranking members of Inferno. Judging from how they were all already present, it seemed as though they had been expecting me. The pressure oozing out of their body was terrifying, but I kept my cool. So you found a way to disable the defensive system? Staring back at them, I nodded and replied in an unconcerned tone. That is correct. I've managed to extract the memories of that bastard, and so I know exactly how to disable their defensive system. If you grant me access to the system, I will be able to disable the defenses from right here. Oh. My words instantly caught the interest of the people present. In particular, the interest of an old Durgan lady with thin white hair seemed piqued. She gave a sinister smile and mumbled quietly, but I was able to hear her words. How interesting. With her eyes fixed on me, the same lady asked, How long do you need to disable those bastards' defensive system? 2 days per beacon. I replied without the slightest hint of hesitation. There were a total of 15 beacons installed around the walls. Each beacon connected with each other to create the massive barrier that protected the whole shield. If nothing goes wrong, perhaps maybe even 1 day. 2 days, and if nothing goes wrong, 1 day. The answer did not seem to please the lady. Her face scrunched up in annoyance. She spoke in a demanding tone, That's quite a long time, don't you think? It is not, I calmly shook my head. If we take into consideration the fact that all the information I have regarding the disablement of the beacons has come from a bunch of fragmented memories, the half-a-day estimate can only be considered fast. That makes sense. An older Duergar muttered from the side. He, like Carl, had no hair on his head. His beard, which was gray-colored, extended all the way down to his chest, and he had 2 blood-red eyes that exuded a terrifying bloodlust. He didn't seem like someone I could take lightly. Turning to face the old lady, the old Duergar spoke, We should already be satisfied with this development. Who cares if it takes half a day or more? At the end of the day, what matters is the destruction of those bastards. Clenching his fists tightly, he continued, his face full of anger, his expression hateful, We've waited for this moment for years. We're so close to our goal. We mustn't mess it up. What is this little bit of extra time to us? You're right, I was being hasty. The sight of the end clouded my judgment, the old lady replied with a sentimental look, recomposing herself right after. Turning her attention back to me, she ordered, I, Durara Lochlam, the 3rd Elder of Inferno, hereby grant authority to Carl Cullum equivalent to that of a senior advisor. You may be granted access to as many resources as possible. Pausing, the old lady, Durara, glared in my direction and slowly opened her mouth. You understand what I just did, right? I do. I replied back. Of course, I knew what just happened. I didn't infiltrate the place here without making any preparations. Whilst waiting for them to make a move, I spent the month training with Waylon as well as absorbing everything that was available regarding Inferno. I knew who the people in front of me were, the way they behaved, their hierarchical system, and a little bit more. It would have been stupid of me to come here without knowing at least this much. I had to prepare myself thoroughly. A covert operation had 1,000 different ways to go wrong, and I couldn't afford a single one of them. This was also why I knew what kind of authority I was just granted. If you understand, I'd like for you to get to work. Pausing, Durara looked towards the other Duergars seated in the hall. I believe that no one has problems with my arrangements. She was met with silence. Believing it to be an act of silent affirmation, she scanned the room once with a sharp gaze. Durara turned her attention back to me. I'll take that as a ye. Wait. But before she could finish her words, someone interrupted her. What is it? This obviously annoyed her. She glared towards the one who interfered. Soon, her eyes paused on another Duergar seated in the hall. He had short white hair and a long braided beard. A terrifying and chilly aura spread out from his body. Hutrud. Do you have a problem with what I said? Durara spoke with an annoyed tone. Raising his hand to gesture her to calm down, Hutrud replied, Don't get me wrong, I have no problem with your arrangements. Then, why did you interrupt me? Durara raised her voice. Even as another elder, she wasn't willing to tolerate an act like that. Turning his attention towards me, Hutrud pointed at me, I have no problem with your arrangements, but the rate at which you're going about implementing them, now that's another story. To put it bluntly, I think you're being too hasty. Too hasty. Durara raised her brow, what do you mean? Seeing that he had managed to get the attention of Durara and everyone present, Hutrud continued, what I'm trying to say is that we still don't know whether what he said is true or not. What if the dwarves purposely altered Jomnuk's memories to throw us off? Even something similar is a threat to us right now. Hutrud looked into the eyes of everyone present. Then, pointing at me, he stated, before granting him such high authority, we should verify whether or not he is actually capable of removing the defensive system. Tap. 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 Tapping on the table, Hutrud squinted for a second. He looked in my direction, asking me, you're okay with such arrangements, no? Yes, no problem. I replied back without a hint of nervousness. My response seemed to have pleased Hutrud, who clapped his hands and looked towards the other Duergars seated in the room. Good, good. Is everyone else in favor of this? I am fine with it. The first to speak up was a relatively younger Duergar. He had no beard and short brown hair on his head. Unlike the other Duergars present in the hall, he set a bright impression. But none of the Duergar present were fooled by his outer appearance. Everyone knew just how sinister and insidious the young-looking Duergar was. So am I. After the younger Duergar spoke up, the others in the room also showed no signs of resistance as they agreed to go with Hertrud's proposition. Seeing everyone joining Hertrud's side, clenching her fists, Durara had no choice but to also agree. Fine. Turning her attention back towards me, she ordered once more, this time with a different directive. Carl, you've heard them. Prove your worth and disable one of the beacons of the defensive system. Send those bastards into a panic. The Author's POV. Chapter 333, Infiltration, 1. This should be the place. Leopold murmured as he looked at an enormous building in front of him. It should be. Besides him were Ava and Hein. Since the barrier had been set up and was covering the whole mountain, they decided to use the free time they had available to fix their equipment. Although they wanted to rest, they acknowledged the fact that before they could do that, they had to have all of their equipment ready. After all, no one knew what could happen in the future. The barrier could be turned off at any moment, and they knew that if that happened, they'd be the first to die. This was something they had learned during their journey to Henler. C.I. Clank. Entering the building, a wave of hot hair brushed against the skin of everyone present. It was already hot outside, but the moment they entered the building, it felt as though they were inside of a steaming hot sauna. Breathing started to become more challenging, and sweat started forming on the side of their faces. Wiping the sweat away from his face, Hein tiredly muttered. It's way too hot here, I'm going to die. I feel you. Leopold lazily muttered. The heat was causing his body to feel extremely lethargic. How may I help you? Respectfully greeting them at the lobby was a dwarven girl. With a smile on her face, she kindly looked at Leopold and the others who had just arrived. Unlike them, she was not sweating. From the looks of it, she was used to this type of heat. Hey. Leaning against the counter, Leopold breathed out in exhaustion. Plaque. Taking out his gun, he placed it on the counter and lethargically asked. Where can I get ammunition for this? I'm kind of running low. It's too hot. This. Lowering her head, the dwarven girl stared at the gun-like device on the counter. Pointing at the gun, she looked at Leopold and asked. May I? Go ahead. Picking up the gun, she carefully analyzed it from top to bottom. After a while, putting it back on the counter, she pointed towards a corridor on the right side of the lobby. Judging from the model of the artifact you showed me, what you're looking for should be over there. Prices can vary from what types of bullets you are trying to get. Thank you. Thanking the receptionist, Leopold took the gun and proceeded to head towards the direction she had pointed at. Oops, I almost forgot. However, just as he was about to leave, halting his steps, he suddenly recalled something. Turning back, he looked at the receptionist and asked. Do you perhaps know of anyone named Melville? Mulville. Frowning, Leopold scratched the side of his head as he tried his best to remember the name of the dwarf that Wren had told him to visit. Unfortunately for him, his memory wasn't the best, and therefore, he had quite the trouble trying to remember the name of the dwarf that Wren had mentioned. Damn it, it's at the tip of my tongue. Mulville. Morvilla. Listening by the side, the receptionist's brows jumped up. With a hesitant look, she asked. Are you perhaps talking about Sir Malville? Ah. Snap. Snapping his fingers, Leopold pointed his finger at the receptionist and excitedly nodded his head. Mulville, yes. That's the name. It's Malville. Yes. That's exactly what I said. The receptionist's face froze for a second. Leopold's behavior had left her speechless, however, she was quick to recover. She had seen all types of individuals. Compared to them, Leopold was a lot milder. With a perfect businesslike smile, she asked. You wish to meet Sir Malville? Correct. Leopold then pointed towards Ava, who was silently standing behind him. You see, my companion over here needs to have her artifact fixed. From what we've heard, this melon is very skilled and can help her fix her artifact. I see. By now she had already understood what type of character was and completely ignored the fact that Leopold had once again mistaken the name. Touching her hair, she made a difficult face. Let me see what I can do. Taking out a communication device, the receptionist tried to get in contact with Malville. While she was waiting for him to pick up, turning her attention back to Leopold, she reminded. Don't get your hopes up. Malville is incredibly busy, so I can't say if he will meet you or not. Don't get too disappointed if he rejects you. That's fine. Oh, before I forget. Leaning by the counter, Leopold whispered. If possible, tell him that we were referred by a guy called Wren. Wren. Yes. Okay. Though confused, the receptionist kept that in mind. Hello. Sir Malville, yes. It wasn't long before Malville picked up. Once he did, the receptionist unconsciously straightened her back and started to relay everything that Leopold had told her. Yes, they are human. They said that they were referred by a human named Wren. Yes, okay, I got it. The call went on for a couple of minutes before finally, after speaking to Malville for a short period of time and turning off the communication device, the receptionist fixed her clothes and smiled towards Leopold and the others. Please follow me, Malville is willing to speak to you. Inferno headquarters, unknown location. At the Elder's orders, I was asked to prove my capabilities. I didn't mind this as it perfectly coincided with my plans. This is the equipment that you can use in order to do your task. Arriving inside of a large room, the first thing I saw was an enormous levitating panel. Displayed on the panel were all sorts of different pieces of information and commands. To be honest, I could barely understand anything that was displayed on it, but even then, calmly walking towards it, I pretended to look at it with disinterest. Stroking my beard, I muttered. I see. Is there anything that you are unsatisfied with? The guard that brought me here asked. Lightly glancing in his direction, I shook my head. No, everything is fine. Here are the items that you have requested. Extending his hand, the guard handed me a small pouch. Upon seeing the pouch, my lips twisted upwards. Good. Snatching the pouch from the guard's hands, I opened it and looked through its contents. After a while, nodding my head, I gestured for the guard to leave. Good, everything is here. You may now leave. Understood, I will be waiting outside. If anything happens, not hesitate to call for me. Turning around, I walked in front of the panel and focused my attention on it, completely ignoring the guard's existence. According to the files I received, Carl Callum was an individual who had 0 on things that were non-artifact related. He would always show an aloof and disinterested expression on his face whenever he interacted with others. At least that was what it said on his profile. Thanks to the chip inside of my head, I was able to store an incredible amount of information in my head. From their behavior, traits, and hobbies, I was able to memorize a lot of things. As such, I knew exactly how Carl acted and behaved. This looks like something that would come out straight from the movies. I inwardly muttered as I admired the panel in front of me. Though it wasn't the first time he had seen this, it never ceased to amaze me whenever I saw it. C.I. clank. As I was analyzing the panel, the door behind me suddenly closed. Without paying much attention to it, I continued to pay attention to the panel. The sound most likely came from the guard from before, as he had probably left the room, leaving me inside of this place by myself. Even then, I continued to focus on the panel in front of me. Since I was currently being monitored by the surveillance system, even if the guard had left, I couldn't quite do anything. In fact, there was a high chance that the elders were currently watching over me from the surveillance system. Let's get this started. Placing my hand on the panel, a circular spiral animation manifested on the screen, encircling the palm of my hand. Thereafter, multiple different commands appeared in my vision. All of them were in the Dwarven language, but I had no trouble reading them. Having stayed in Heller for quite a while now, I could now understand and speak the language. This was all due to the chip inside of my head. If not for it analyzing the language, I would have never been able to speak it. Though it took a while, it made this mission possible. It should be this. Pressing on the panel, a small holographic keyboard appeared in front of me. T. 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 With the chip in his head working, my fingers quickly danced on the keyboard. Since you guys want me to prove my abilities, that's exactly what I'll do. There were a total of 15 beacons built around the walls of the city. At the moment, I was planning on shutting one down. Prior to the incident, I had Jomnuk secretly teach me how to shut down one of the beacons. Since we both knew that this was crucial for the plan, he had no qualms with it and as such revealed to me how to shut down one of the beacons that connected to the main defensive system. He obviously only taught me how to shut one down. Regarding the other 14 beacons, I had no clue. But this was enough. Enough to convince the elders that I wasn't all talk. Today, we are here to discuss your inability to protect Jomnuk Draingrip, exposing all of us to danger. A cold voice sounded inside a large white room where seated on a large wooden semicircular desk were multiple dwarfs. Judging from the pressure that was oozing from their small bodies, it was apparent that each and every single dwarf present was an important figure. At the moment all of their eyes were focused on a human figure. He stood with his back straight, and his clear brown eyes fearlessly looked at the dwarves opposite to him. The figure was none other than Waylon. The news of Jomnuk getting kidnapped had sent the higher-ups into a state of panic. Being the one responsible for protecting Jomnuk, Waylon bore the full brunt of the dwarf's rage. At the moment he was put under trial for his failure in protecting Jomnuk, one of their best engineers and the dwarf responsive for setting up their barrier. His kidnapping had obviously dealt a massive blow to the dwarfs, and Waylon, the one responsible for being unable to defend Jomnuk, was currently being glared at by half of the dwarfs inside of the room. Even then, under the glares of the dwarves, he kept a calm and composed face. Ever since he had accepted the plan, he knew that he was going to face a similar situation. I can at least do this much. This much was nothing new to him. Ren was currently in the middle of infiltrating Inferno, an organization that was just as scary as the Monolith, if not even scarier. What Ren was going through was probably 1,000,000 times more dangerous than what he was currently going through. And it was because of this that Waylon did not have an ounce of nervousness as he stood in front of some of the most powerful dwarves in the human domain. Plus, it's not like he didn't have a plan for this. In fact, everything was going just as he and Ren had discussed. As he thought that far, Waylon inwardly laughed. That kid is crazy. Ever since meeting Ren, his dull days at the Dwarven domain had become a lot more interesting. For that, he had to thank Ren. The author's POV. Chapter 334, Infiltration, 2. I propose for Wayland Rochfield to be exiled from Henler. A rough voice echoed inside of the hall. The owner of the voice was a dwarf who sat on the right side of the semicircular table. He had light gray hair, a long beard, and his face was filled with wrinkles. His bushy thick brows were currently locked into a tight frown as he glared at Wayland, who was standing in the middle of the hall. The more he looked at Wayland, the darker his face became. Raising his hand, he pointed at him and looked towards the other dwarf sitting on the table. Because his incompetence, we now have a huge liability on our back. In fact, we may very well have lost the war. Spit flew from the dwarf's mouth as he spoke. Everyone in the hall could feel the anger in the dwarf's voice as he spoke. Leaning back, he threw a disdainful look towards Wayland. I'm already being generous enough by proposing his execution. After he finished speaking, the hall was enveloped in a brief moment of silence. However, the silence did not last for long, as it was soon broken by another dwarf. I concur with Giver. The dwarf was a female, and she too sat on the right side of the table. A couple of seats away from the dwarf that had just spoken, Giver. Nodding towards Giver, she continued. I believe that exiling him would be the best decisio. I disagree. But before she could even formulate her sentence, she was promptly cut by someone. With bushy fiery red eyebrows, the dwarf had a sturdy and muscular build. Bang. Banging his fist on the table, he raised his voice. By exiling him, you're basically exempting him from all his crimes. What crimes? He did not commit any crime, Rander. Giver spoke up from the side. Turning his head to face Giver, the red-eyebrow dwarf, Rander glared. His crime was his negligence. Had he been more attentive, we would've never been under such a situation. He can't be blamed for the insiders. The dwarven lady from before spoke up. Although it was indeed his negligence that caused all this, we're also at fault here. 1 for trusting him and 2 for being unable to realize that there was a spy among us. Humph. At her words, Rander's face sank. Crossing his back and leaning back on his chair, Rander shook his head. Naive. You're too naive. It's because of dwarves like you that we're currently suffering this much. What did you say? The dwarven lady stood up and also violently pounded at the table. Bang. Pointing at Rander, she shouted. I dare ye to say that again. See what will happen to ye. Oh, now I'm really interested. I want to see how rusty ye got ever since our last fight, Alga. Standing up, Rander looked at the dwarven lady, Alga, with a provoking look. You'd. Enough. Just as the exchange was about to heat up, a powerful voice shook the room, all forms of noise ceased. Soon, the attention of all of the individuals in the room focused on an elderly dwarf that sat in the middle of the hall. A look of respect and revere was present in the eyes of many of the dwarves present as they looked at the elderly dwarf seated at the table. Not minding the stares, the elderly dwarf looked at Rander and Alga. Let's nae argue amongst ourselves. Dinna forget why we're here. His aged voice smoothly entered the ears of each and everyone present, calming them down, or rather, completely suppressing their fighting spirit. Eventually, the 2 dwarves that were arguing, Rander and Alga, calmed down and sat down back on their seats. Fine. All right. Good. Nodding his head slightly, the elderly dwarf turned his attention towards Wayland, who was standing in the middle of the hall. Studying him for a couple of seconds, he soon opened his mouth. Wayland Rochfield, as ye have heard, there be many who wish for ye to either be exiled or punished for your negligence. The elderly dwarf interlocked his hands on the table as his calm voice drifted across the hall, reaching Wayland's ears. Let me ask ye, what do ye think we should do with you? The moment the elderly dwarf spoke, the eyes of many of the dwarves present opened widely. Was he seeking the opinion of the human they were supposed to put on trial? What was going on? Instantly the sound of murmurs rang across the hall as each dwarf looked at the elderly dwarf with growing confusion. Just what was he thinking? With a calm and composed face, Wayland looked at the elderly dwarf and bowed his head slightly. It is an honor to finally meet you, Metropolis Keeper, Jernus Lasfront. Respect could be felt in Wayland's voice as he spoke. He knew exactly who the dwarf before him was. Jernus Lasfront, also known as the Metropolis Keeper, the highest status a dwarf could get. Raising his head, Wayland looked at Jernus in the eyes. Regarding your question. Are you asking me what sort of punishment I should receive for my mistake? That's correct. Jernus flatly replied. Smiling, Waylon fearlessly looked at Jernus and said, "Then, I would like for you to give me a chance to redeem myself." The moment he spoke those words, heavy silence descended the hall. However, the silence did not last for long, as it was soon broken by the sound of a table being heavily slapped. Bang! What nonsense is this? A dwarf stood up and shouted. He was none other than Randus. Staring at Waylon, Randus's face was completely red. Why you? He was so angry that he had trouble finding the right words to say. It was only after a couple of seconds that he managed to formulate a complete sentence. Redeem yourself. After what ye done. Be ye sure you're nae trying to hinder us instead o' helping us. Randus calmed down. Gennis raised his hand towards Randus, gesturing for him to calm down. But later. Gennis shook his head and cut him off. Although Randus tried to protest, Gennis had long forgotten about him and focused his attention back on Waylon. His words had caught his interest. Redeem yourself. Elaborate more on that. With his eyes still locked with Gennis's, Waylon suddenly smiled. What if I told you that I have a way to win the war? Honler, 4th level, utility center. You want me to fix this? Malval said as he held onto a pale green flute. His brows tightly knit as he analyzed the flute in his hand. On the outside the flute looked ordinary. In fact, there were a couple of cracks around it, signifying that it was damaged. But to Malval, whose eyes had seen all types of artifacts, he knew that this was no ordinary flute. Turning around to face Ava, he asked. This is yours? Yes. Ava replied as she curiously looked around the place. As she looked around, she spoke. Ren said that if there was anyone that could fix it, it would be you. Taking his eyes away from the flute, Malval raised his brow. He said that. Yes. I see. Malval smirked before turning his attention back towards the flute. Did he also tell ye that bootlicking me doesn't work? He know this firsthand. No, he did not tell me this. Ava replied, scratching the side of her face. How peculiar. The more he stared at the flute, the more fascinated he became with it. It had to be noted that it took a lot to impress someone like him, one of the world's most skilled blacksmiths. The fact that the flute was enticing him so much was a testament to just how unique of an artifact it was. Tracing his finger across a large crack at the bottom of the flute, Malval muttered. The damage seems to be pretty extensive. As he analyzed the flute, Malval's brows progressively knit. That was because the flute seemed to be a lot more damaged than he had originally expected. In fact, because of the damage, the artifact seemed to have regressed in grade by quite a lot. Interesting. But the more challenging it looked, the more Malval wanted to fix it. Not many knew this about him, but Malval was a fanatic of artifacts. Especially when it came to fixing complex artifacts like this. By trying to fix it, he was going to see what sort of technique the crafter used to make it, and perhaps even learn a thing or two from it. After all, for someone to make a flute like this, they had to at least have a similar skill level to that of Malval. Just the thought of it excited him. Turning his head to face Ava, Malval put the flute on a nearby table. I won't promise anything, but I'll take a look at the flute. Whether I will be able to fix the flute or nay will be a discussion for later. Although he was busy with the war and all, he could definitely make time to play with the flute. Malval then pointed towards a stool in the distance. For now, have a seat or go back. I will need a lot of time to fix this. Inferno, unknown location. Now, if I'm not wrong, I should do this. With a tight frown, I looked at a long complex code in front of me. My eyes darted around, trying to see if there was anything missing in the code. Gulp. Reaching my hand towards the right side of my waist, I put my hand inside of the pouch that the guard had given me and took out a potion which I immediately swallowed. The potion was a mana recovery potion, and it was one of the things that I had asked the elders to give to me whilst I was trying to deactivate the beacon. Although I was now C+ rank and my mana capacity had risen considerably, the Mask of Dolos, being an A-ranked artifact, still consumed an incredible amount of mana. This was understandable though. Unlike the mask Jamnuk used to disguise himself as me, the Mask of Dolos was unique as in, it completely changed the skeletal structure of my face, unlike the one Jamnuk wore. In order to avoid having Angus scan him, I pretended to throw a fit at Angus. Furthermore, since the results saw no changes in my skeletal structure, Angus did not see the need to scan Ren. That was a big mistake. That aside, the mana consumption of the mask was still too great for me. I could now sustain it for at least half a day, but compared to the 2-day time limit that I had said I could deactivate the beacon, it was not enough time. Hence why I asked them to bring me mana recovery potions. Still, I'm not sure if this is a good idea. Frowning, I put the empty potion to the side. Closing my eyes, I felt the mana inside of my body and shook my head slightly. The rate at which my mana was consuming was a lot faster than the mana that I was recovering due to the potion. As such, after deliberating over the matter for a bit, I decided to speed things up and get it done within a day. In reality, I could have done this in just a matter of minutes, but I was trying to buy time for Waylon to get his stuff sorted. After all, he was probably going through a rough time. D. Increasing the speed at which I was typing on the keyboard, I inwardly prayed that Waylon would complete his part of the plan before I could activate the beacon. As long as he managed to convince the elders of his plans, we would finally be able to deal a massive blow to the demons. The author's POV. Chapter 335, Infiltration, 3. Henneler, Elder Council. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. What did you just say? Jernus's solemn voice echoed across the hall. A terrifying pressure spread out from his small and aged body, completely enveloping the hall. Subjected to such pressure, Waylon merely frowned. Having been with Douglas for a long time, he was already used to the pressure. Although Jernus was indeed higher ranked than Douglas, at the end of the day, the dwarves weren't really a combat-oriented race. They were craftsmen, not warriors. They didn't possess the bloodlust or battle aura frontline fighters did, not to the same extent. The pressure wasn't anything that Waylon couldn't handle. Closing his eyes and breathing out, Waylon opened his eyes and stared directly at Jernus. I'll say it again. Give me a chance, and I will help you end this war. PFTT. Once Waylon's words faded, the dwarf with red eyebrows, Rander, burst out laughing. I can't believe this. What kind of nonsense is this? Slapping the table, Rander continued to laugh for a solid minute. It was only when he realized that everyone's attention was on him that he finally stopped laughing. Looking around, he asked with a deadpan look, What? Dinna ye guys also find his delusions funny? This be nae laughing matter, Rander. Jernus spoke gravely, the look on his face severe. Don't tell me you actually believe his words? Rander asked with an incredulous look. To him, it was clear to see that Waylon was merely spouting nonsense to save himself. Leaning his body forward, he looked towards the other dwarves present before pointing at Waylon. Stop the war. Bah, if he could done it, he would done it afore. Why now? He's clearly just trying to save his ass. I'm sure you're all smart enough to understand this, right? Unexpectedly, Rander was met with silence. No one spoke up. The silence further enraged him. He glared at everyone present. Have we fallen for you guys to not realize this, eh? In reality, everybody shared the same thoughts as Rander. However, unlike Rander, they didn't speak up because of Jernus. The solemnity clouding his face prevented them from speaking up. He had a grim aura surrounding him, one that seemed to suffocate the air itself. No one was as fearless as Rander in that situation. Fortunately for Rander, Jernus didn't seem to mind his words. The latter seemed too preoccupied with Waylon's actions. All of his attention seemed focused on the human before him. Staring at him for quite a while, he asked. How confident are you in your words? Very. Waylon flatly replied. Looking at the other dwarves present, he straightened his back. If you give me a chance, I'll do what I said I will do. Staring at Waylon's confident expression, Jernus's brows knit in thought. Although what Waylon said sounded absurd, his fearless expression planted a seed of doubt inside of the old dwarf's mind. What if he could actually do it? Or could he? Was he really just saying this to save his own ass? After thinking things through, Jernus doubted it. Although Waylon was going to be punished for his failure, it wasn't going to be something extreme like an execution. After all, although he was one of the main people responsible for the failure, they too were at fault for being negligent. But that was before, things were different now. Waylon escalated the situation with his words. By saying something like he could stop the war, he had aggravated the situation. If before he couldn't have been executed for a failure not entirely on him, he would be guaranteed death for failing in his mission after making such a grand claim. Waylon was betting on his life. The sheer gravity of Wayland's words and determination made Jonas think that he wasn't bluffing. No one would be stupid enough to worsen their crimes. Squinting, Jonas decided to see where this bet would take the future of the war. "Yve got me interest. Tell me what your plan be." "I apologize." But contrary to what Jonas expected, lowering his head, Wayland apologized. Seeing this, Jonas's face sank. "Are you playing with me?" Looking up, Wayland shook his head and glanced at all of the individuals seated in the hall. "No, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I just don't really think that it's appropriate." "Why is that?" Lifting his head, Wayland shrugged his shoulders and looked at the other dwarven elders present. Raising his brow, he indifferently answered. "Isn't it already obvious why?" It was then that it finally dawned on Jonas. The reason why Wayland was not saying anything was because he was afraid that a spy hid amongst one of the dwarves present. Jonas wasn't the only one who understood his words, as all of those present in the room showed a displeased expression. One dwarf, in particular, wasn't happy with his words as he raised his voice. "What nonsense is this? You first say you can stop the war and then you insinuate that there might be a spy amongst us. Are you purposely trying to create a rift among the council?" The dwarf was none other than Rander. His face was twisted with rage. Ever since the trial started, he seemed to have this sort of vendetta against Wayland. In fact, he wasn't the only one that thought in such a way, but unlike the rest, Rander was a lot more vocal at expressing his displeasure. Plus, the ones who kept quiet didn't want to annoy Jonas, someone whom they highly respected. "I canna believe ye guys be even listening to him. Ye are a bunch of cowards." "I understand how ye feel, Rander, but what if his words be right? What if he truly knows a way to stop the war?" One of the dwarves seated finally spoke up and addressed Rander. Snapping his head in the dwarf's direction, Rander spat. "Bah, how can he know when even we don't know? And why only now? Something ain't addin' up. I dinna and winna trust that human." "You make a valuable point, Rander." Jonas chimed in, much to Rander's joy. Then. However, his next words caused Rander's face to sink completely. "But, I'll still give him a chance to prove himself to us. Since Jamnuk has been kidnapped, we have nothing to lose. It's nae like we're going to let him do this unsupervised." Jonas turned his attention back towards Wayland. "Under the witness everyone present, I grant ye the power to carry on with the plans ye have. If ye manage to successfully do as ye said, nay only will we clear ye your failure, but will also award ye with honor." His words were like a thunderclap to some of the elders present, especially Rander, who Blanqui sat there with his mouth hung open. But, before anyone could even protest, Jonas raised his hand to stop them. "I've already made up my mind. 'Tis shall be the final decision. You can't change my mind." Since he was the most powerful and respected person, the other dwarves present could do nothing but remain seated in quiet. Displeasure could be seen on their faces. Once the others calmed down, turning his attention back to Wayland, Jonas continued, "Wayland, the only reason why I'm giving ye this chance be because Douglas. Me faith be nae with ye but with Douglas. If ye try anything funny, ye will nae be the only one that will suffer the consequences." Closing his eyes, Wayland nodded his head slightly. "I understand. I will do my best to keep my word. That's all we wish for." Turning his head left and right, Jonas stood up. "That is all for now. If Wayland needs something, try your best to help him." "Understood." Similarly standing up, though displeased, the other dwarves acquiesced. While they were leaving, what the others did not know was that once the decision had been made, both Rander, the dwarf that seemed to have a vendetta against Wayland, and Wayland, smiled, in a way similar but all too different. Everything was going as planned. Gulp. Chugging another potion, my eyes remained transfixed on the panel in front of me. At this point, my eyes were bloodshot and my mana was all the way down to 10% of full capacity. Still, I had managed to last for another 8 hours. I've long since managed to infiltrate the system. Anytime I wanted, I could deactivate the beacon. It was only a matter of when. CLI clank. Suddenly, the door behind me opened up. The guard that brought me here came in. "I'm here to relay a message." "On with it." I replied with a disinterested look as my fingers continued to press on the keys of the keyboard. This was merely an act, though. "The elders want to know how much longer will you take to deactivate the beacon." D. Turning my attention towards the right side where the surveillance system was, I opened my mouth and said in an unbothered tone, "In about a minute." Since the elders were watching, there was no need for me to directly tell the guard. I could just address them from there. "In a minute?" The guard behind me cried out in surprise. "MHM." Nodding slightly, my fingers started to move even faster. I think Waylon had enough time to convince the elders. My mana was at a level where any further drop would result in my identity being exposed. Anything lower than 10% would not be ideal. As such, I decided to end things at that moment. I just hoped Waylon had managed to convince the elders. Ooh. Taking a deep breath and staring at the panel in front of me, my fingers paused. This is it. I thought as I was one key away from deactivating the first beacon. The moment I pressed the key in front of me, chaos would ensue in Henneler. The barrier would weaken considerably. Furthermore, the time that it could remain standing would shorten greatly. It would bring about a massive change to the war, for better or worse. Perhaps, some might even die because of what I was about to do. Even then, I knew that it was a necessary step I needed to take in order to win the war. Lives will be lost, but it is necessary. Innocents might die, but there is no choice. I already had a lot of blood on my hands. Extending my hand, I finally pressed on the final key. Done. A second after, pressing onto the last key, a satisfied smile appeared on my face. Rumble. It was then that everything started to shake, almost as though I was at the center of a massive earthquake. Since I was already prepared for this, I was able to keep my footing. What the dash? Unfortunately, the same thing couldn't be said for the guard behind me. He fell face first on the ground. Ignoring him, placing my hand on the right side of the panel, I opened up the camera view and looked at what was happening outside. The moment I checked the panel, I witnessed one of the lights connected to the barrier slowly disappear. Once it happened, the color of the barrier became fainter and the ripples forming on its surface increased in wavelength. I could vividly see the panic spread among all the dwarves below. They were unable to make sense of what was happening. On the other hand, the demons started to attack with even more vigor. In a complete frenzy, they were trying their best to deplete the energy of the barrier. My God, you actually did it. Before I knew it, the guard was standing next to me, similarly looking at the panel that was displaying the happenings outside. Turning my head slightly, I replied. Of course I did it. Who do you think I am? The Author's POV. Chapter 336, Infiltration, 4. Utility Center, 4th level. This is a lot more complicated than I first thought. Malval muttered under his breath as he studied the pale green flute in front of him. After completing his work for the day, he had spent most of his free time analyzing the flute. It was then that he realized that the flute was even more sophisticated than his original estimates. Just how did they manage to make the mana flow this way? Touching the shaft of the flute, a white hue emanated from his finger, entering the object. The moment mana circulated in the flute, it lit up and Malval was able to see thin vein lines inside. His eyes locked intensely on it, his gaze enraptured. I see. So, in order to create an oscillating sound, the mana is stored and released in short bursts that causes the frame of the flute to burst. Taking out a piece of paper, Malval started to sketch an image of the flute. Although there was technology that could perfectly capture an image of the flute, Malval was the type of dwarf who preferred to use a regular pen and paper. Sitting by the side, Ava curiously looked at Malval. He seemed to have completely forgotten her presence. The dwarf was utterly fascinated by the flute in front of him. Having stayed in the workshop for almost a day, she was understandably tired. More so than Malval, even. Hein and Leopold were still in the facility, but they were currently looking through the other sections, having a merry time. It was currently just her and Malval in the room. Excuse me. Malval turned, looking at Ava curiously. You're still here? A hint of surprise in his voice. Yes. You should probably go back, it will still take me a while before starting to fix this thing. That was a half-truth. Although it would indeed take him a while to fix the flute, in reality, Malval wanted to spend more time analyzing it. Therefore, he was planning on slowing down the rate at which he was going to fix the flute. It was selfish, but there was nothing in the world that could stop a dwarf from his craft. Consider this as a small payment for fixing the flute. Malval mused as he put more mana into the flute. Typically, he would have never done this kind of job, but the situation at hand was an exception. The flute was just that intriguing. I can already tell you now, I won't be able to fully fix this thing immediately. Is that so? Ava dejectedly lowered her head. Her small frame looked pitiful at that moment. There was so much depending on the flute. Without it, her power would drop considerably. With the current ongoing war, Ava couldn't wait long for the flute to be fixed. She simply didn't have that much time. Staring at Malval, she asked quietly, "How long do you think it will take?" Stroking his beard, Malval put the flute down and pondered more to himself than Ava. "Given that I still don't quite fully know the structure of the flute and the fact that I'm quite busy with other repairs, I would estimate that it would take me at least a year to fix this." A year. Ava's eyes widened in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Malval's reply was beyond her wildest imaginations. A year was far too long. She could have understood if it was just 1 week or a month, but 1 year was far too much for her. If she left the flute here to get fixed, then she wouldn't be able to participate in the war. It would be extremely detrimental, both to Ava and her team. Noticing the look of dejection on Ava's face, Malval instantly understood her worries and reassured, "Don't worry. Although it will take me over a year to fix the flute, that doesn't mean you can't use it whilst I'm fixing it." Lifting her head up in surprise, Ava hurriedly asked, "Really? I can use the flute even when you're still repairing it?" "Yee." Malval nodded. A slight smile played on his lips. "Whenever you need the flute, you can just come and take it. It's not like the flute will stop working once I'm fixing it, haha." Malval's words brought some much-needed relief to Ava. She put her hand on her chest and sighed in relief. "Okay, if it's like that then there is no trouble." Rumble. Before she could finish her words, the whole structure started to shake violently. What is going on? Both Malval and Ava panicked. Holding onto the side of the table, the two of them tried to remain standing. Just what in the... With difficulty, while maintaining an uneasy footing, Malval took out a small device from his dimensional space and switched it on. Soon, a holographic image appeared before him, depicting the situation outside. Oh, God Almighty! The moment Malval witnessed what was happening outside, his jaw dropped in shock. The color of his face paled slightly. His behavior did not go unnoticed by Ava, who was standing next to him. What is going on? Leaning her body slightly, Ava took a peek at the holographic image. Ah! But at that very moment, when her eyes fell upon the image, Ava wished she had been in the dark. That was because the barrier protecting the city from the outside slowly became fainter. Outside the borders of the barriers were a wave of black demons that stretched all the way till they couldn't see. The scene looked horrifying. "So, what you're saying is, you want us to help you infiltrate Henneler?" A raspy voice sounded inside of a dark hall. "That is correct." A cold and emotionless tone rung back. "What are you trying to achieve by infiltrating Henneler?" An aged female voice sounded. It belonged to none other than Durara, one of the elders of Inferno. At the moment, all of the elders were present, and their gazes remained transfixed at the hologram before them. Displayed on the hologram was an old man with dull gray eyes. He was a human. "You do realize that we're currently in the middle of a war. We, by ourselves, face great difficulty infiltrating the place. What makes you think that we can help you enter? In fact, why do you think we would even consider helping you?" Durara spat. Her voice was filled with annoyance due to the unreasonable demand. Unfazed by Durara's words, the old man in the hologram spoke up, "I'm trying to look for a human. He's someone that the monolith is paying special attention to." "Oh. And why should we care?" Another Duragar spoke up. Wearing a monocle, the Duragar had thin white hair on top of his balding head. His name was Orion, and he was one of the elders of Inferno. "Why should we care about helping you look for a human? You're not planning on asking us to do this for free, right?" Orion's words were met with nods of approval from some of the other elders. It would take a lot of resources, including but not limited to the time and logistical constraints Inferno currently faced, to get someone to infiltrate Henneler. Moreover, they had nothing to gain from this. Unless there was a reward, the elders of Inferno did not see the need to approve of the request. Staring at the Duergars present in the hall from the holographic projection, the human, Mo Jinhao, squinted his eyes and spoke in a cold, dead tone devoid of the slightest trace of emotion. "We can compromise then. Help us capture the human. In exchange, we will owe you one." Owe us one. Yes. What does this human look like? Orion inquired, his interest in the human piqued. To be owed a favor by such a large organization, the leader's interest were piqued. We're uncertain as of right now, but we have a tracking system on him. With it, you should be able to locate him. I see. Propping both elbows on the table, Orion interlocked his hands together. Taking a look at the other Duergars present in the hall, confirming their expressions, Orion spoke up, his voice and words on behalf of the council. All right, we'll give it a thought. We'll contact you later to let you know of our decision. I understand. Mo Jinhao replied with an indifferent tone. Moments after, his projection disappeared from the hall. Silence fell in the hall moments after. What do you think? Should we accept the offer? Orion asked. I don't really care, but... Durara was the first to speak up as she expressed her opinion. If they really can locate that person with the tracker, then things would be a lot easier for us. For them to owe us a favor in exchange for something like that doesn't like a bad deal at all. I concur. Another Druger spoke up. If it takes little to no effort, then I don't see why we shouldn't take the deal. Those humans have their uses. Resting his chin in his hands, Orion fell into deep thought. What the others were saying made sense. The reward was decent and the risk low, yet, as he thought about it, he couldn't quite get rid of this nagging feeling at the back of his head. For an organization as big as the Monolith, which, although weaker than Inferno, could still be considered a powerhouse in their own right, to have trouble finding this one guy, just how troublesome was he? He was afraid of perhaps inviting a storm inside of his own house. The situation was already too delicate for them. Inferno couldn't invite danger carelessly. I think we sh. But before he could address the matter, the door suddenly burst open. Clank. Clank. Entering the hall, a dwarf wearing a guard's uniform halted in his steps and straightened his back. Elders, Carl is here. The guard shouted, gathering the attention of all the elders present inside of the hall. Before long, an old Druger came into the room. Staring at the elders of Inferno present in the room, Carl had a fearless look on his face as he addressed them. Entering the hall, I found all the leaders of Inferno looking at me with fervent, eager expressions. Carl. You did not disappoint me. Durara was the first to speak. A large and pleased smile hung on her face. I always had faith in you. I guess she's not wrong. Out of all the elders present, Durara was the only one who believed I could deactivate the beacon. In fact, the thought most likely never crossed her mind, but that didn't matter to me. At that moment, I was eagerly waiting for my reward. That would allow me to enable the next step of my plans. Unaware of what I was thinking, Durara suddenly stood up and banged both of her hands on the table in front of her. Carl Callum, in light of recent events, you are now granted the position of senior advisor. On top of that, you will be granted this ring. Extending the palm of her hand, Durara revealed a black ring. The moment she revealed the ring, surprised expressions appeared on the elders present. The reason for their reaction lay in the significance of the ring's contents. It was not just any regular ring, but actually, a dimensional space filled with money, artifacts, and potions. Every elder present knew just how valuable the things inside of the ring were. They would definitely help me break through to the next level. Satisfied? Yeah. I'm very satisfied with the reward. That's good. Interlocking her fingers, she looked in my direction and eagerly asked, so, when can you take the rest of the beacons down? Lifting my head up and staring back at Durara, musing for a moment, I made up a lie. Give me 2 months, and I'll be able to do it. The Author's POV. Chapter 337, Setting the Pieces in Motion, 1. 2 months. Why? Since it takes you about 2 days for each beacon, shouldn't you be able to complete this in a month's time? Durara asked in wonder. She seemed confused. In response to her question, I shook my head in denial. That would only apply if I sorted all of Jomnuk's information. Unfortunately, I didn't. It will take a bit of time for that. I see. Orion nodded in acknowledgement from the side, understanding what I was trying to say. Orion, I don't think it matters much whether it will take 2 months or not. One of the elders spoke up, looking at Orion. He was Hutrud, the elder who'd previously doubted my capabilities. I still remembered him. With both hands interlocked together in a display of thought, Hutrud's eyes remained fixed on the table where a small projection of the outside appeared. He then pointed at the beacons outside of the walls. If we change our plans, as long as my estimate is right, once we manage to deactivate 8 of the 15 beacons, we can break the barrier completely. By then, the barrier will be too weak to withstand a full frontal assault. That's true. Durara muttered from the side, her head repeatedly nodding in agreement. Then, she turned to face me once more. I guess that's settled. Do your best in deactivating the rest of the beacons. As I've said before, you will be granted authority at the level of senior advisor. Do as you please. Thanks. I replied with a disinterested look. Since I was Carl, I had to act the part. And it soon became apparent that my acting wasn't too far off from the original Carl. The elders merely turned a blind eye to my blatant show of disrespect. Since you're here, let me hear about your opinion on a certain matter. It was then that Orion opened his mouth. Wait, are you planning on asking him about that matter? Opening her eyes wide, Durara looked at Orion with an incredulous look. Orion then glanced at her and the other elders present. Even if he's not an elder, it doesn't hurt to ask. The matter has little to no significance to us anyways. Orion shrugged. However, Orion wasn't being completely honest. I'm just asking for his opinion since he seems to have a bright head on his shoulders. Who knows, perhaps he can even come up with a good plan. He wanted another opinion because he couldn't get rid of a nagging feeling in the back of his head. Well, I think Orion makes a valid point, Durara. Hutrud spoke up. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping on the table with his small, chubby blue hand, he looked at Durara and the other Duragars present. Since he's smart enough to be able to find a way to deactivate the city's defensive system, he should be able to come up with reliable input regarding those humans. Humans. Standing by the side, the moment I heard Orion mention humans, my brows knit in consternation. Albeit, for but a single moment. Something's off. He has just been promoted to senior advisor, so I guess it's fine to tell him. Durara eventually relented and turned to glance at Orion, who looked straight at me. The moment our eyes met, a cold chill ran down my spine, but I kept my cool. Opening his mouth, Orion started to speak. All right, if anyone is against the decision of asking Carl for his opinion, please let me know. Once his words faded, a deathly silence permeated the hall. Though I wasn't sure what was happening, I listened attentively to what they were trying to say. From the looks of it, they want to ask me about my opinion on something that was somehow related to humans. As such, I just patiently waited for them to speak. Perhaps this was going to be important information. Fortunately, the wait did not last for long as no one spoke up. Nodding his head slightly, Orion glanced at me from the side. Since the others have agreed, I will now be asking you about a certain matter. Since about a month to 2 months ago, a human organization. It was then that Orion slowly started recounting to me what had happened moments prior to me entering. From how the monolith was trying to contact them in order to get their help in infiltrating Henneler to how they were apparently searching for someone, Orion told me everything. As expected of them. They finally moved. The more I listened, the greater my indifference. This development, I expected it. Ever since I killed Xavier back in the forest and provoked Mo Jinhao directly, I was sure that they wouldn't let go of the matter. In fact, I took this factor into account when making my plans, and the timing couldn't have been more perfect. Originally, my plan was to bring it up to the elders once I rose to a high enough position, but it looks like that was no longer needed. And that is how it is. What do you think, Carl? Should we accept the offer or not? Disrupting me out of my thoughts was Orion's voice. Let me think. Scratching the side of my head, I pretended to think for a moment. As I was thinking, I could feel the eyes of every elder present, scanning me from top to bottom. Although I was confident in the mask, my heartbeat couldn't help but increase. Finally, raising my head, I looked at Orion and the other elders in the room. Accept it. Oh. My answer seemed to have been unexpected as both Orion and the elders showed a surprised expression. The first one to recover was Orion. He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with interest. Tell me more, I'm interested. Why should we accept? Okay. Under everyone's expectant gazes, I started to speak. The reason why I believe that accepting the offer is ideal is because, aside from the favor that you receive from them, we can also use their presence to our advantage. Are you referring to the other humans? Hutrud finally spoke up. Compared to the last meeting, he had spoken considerably less. That is correct. Either way, nodding my head, I continued. As you probably know, there's a couple of powerful humans working together with the dwarves. What if we use the chance to create internal conflicts amongst them? Although there aren't many humans present, we could take advantage of the situation and create a scenario in which we frame the humans and pit them against the dwarves. Just like the dwarves could replicate demonic energy with the aid of an artifact, so could the Duergars accomplish the opposite. If they help the monolith members infiltrate the city and have them disguise themselves as non-contracted humans, the Duergars could have them go around killing random soldiers here and there. Of course, every time that would happen, they would need to do it in a way so that the others would realize humans were responsible for it. Slowly, as that continued, the Duergars could have the dwarf race and other races turn on the humans. Given Wayland's failure at saving Jomnuk, this time, he might face severe repercussions even if he was innocent. At that point, Wayland and Douglas would have no choice but to fight back, resulting in the dwarves suffering damage internally. On a long-term perspective, they would also lose all possibility of allying with the humans. Aside from that, doing this would, without a doubt, further damage the dwarves' morale. From the barrier slowly breaking down and everyone turning their backs on the humans, the morale of the dwarf race as a whole would decrease rapidly. They would be surrounded on all fronts. It would be a despairing situation. Pausing and glancing at everyone to make sure that they were following along what I was saying, I continued. Although it is hard and a lot of sacrifices will be made, if we manage to succeed in this operation, we might be able to completely destroy the dwarves before we can even remove the barrier. Moments after I finished speaking, the hall was once again enveloped in silence. Glancing towards each other, the elders showed pensive looks. Standing in the middle of the hall, I kept a straight face. I've already said what I needed to say. Now, all I have to do is wait for their answer. Although it looked like I was purposely screwing Wayland and the others, this was only on the surface. If there was one thing the elders didn't know, it was that I was the individual the monolith was looking for. All those words I just said were just me trying to convince Inferno to let Monolith in. My real goal was to lure them to me. The location of Inferno was unknown, and despite all of the dwarves' efforts in trying to find it, they couldn't. But what if Wayland and Douglas knew about the arrival of the monolith members and quietly followed them from a distance? Since the tracker led to me, and I was in Inferno, their location would soon be exposed, and that was when the true fun would begin. Normally this wouldn't have been possible since the building was encircled by a tracking dampening system, however, things were different now. I now had a higher authority, and with the excuse of it interfering with my beacon deactivation, I could have a small area around me where the dampening system wouldn't work, meaning that the chip inside of my head would indeed work even in this highly secured place. Just thinking along those lines threatened to cause the edges of my lips to curl upwards. Slowly the pieces were falling together, setting up the perfect board. Fortunately, I was able to keep a steady face throughout the whole time the elders were discussing. At this point, they no longer cared about my input, but even then, each second they discussed felt agonizing. Their decision was going to dictate the future of my plans. And although I did have a backup plan, ideally, I wanted the first one to work. Fortunately, I did not have to wait for long. Sitting back on their seats, the elders nodded to each other, signaling that they had come up with a decision. With both hands on the table, Orion spoke up. It looks like we all agree about our next course of action. Lowering his head, and staring at me, Orion's eyes squinted slightly. Since we've got nothing to lose with this plan, we have all agreed on executing it. Click. Clank. Closing the door behind me, I walked towards the center of the room where Jomnuk was strapped to a seat. Squinting, I glanced around, trying to make sure that the surveillance system was still down. Looks like they heeded my words. Prior to leaving, I had told the guard to not enter the place or I would kill them. Looks like my threat worked as nothing seemed to have been touched. Even the surveillance system. Ha! Plop. Slumping down on a chair, the mask came off my face and I finally relaxed a little. It was then that a voice rang from behind me. How was it? All right. Without even looking, I knew who the voice belonged to. Rummaging through my pockets, I threw a small ring in Angelica's direction. Here. What is it? Catching the ring, Angelica narrowed her eyes. As she looked at the ring, she quickly realized that it was a dimensional storage. Upon realizing this, she unceremoniously checked the contents of the ring. Her eyes shot wide open. Turning my head and seeing Angelica's shocked expression, I smiled. Those things are pretty useless to me, but I figured you might like them. Since we were in an organization controlled by those that signed contracts with demons, the rewards I received were things I could use, like the devil fruit. But just because I could use it didn't mean that Angelica couldn't. The things stored inside of the ring should definitely boost her strength, and given her current reaction, it seemed like I wasn't wrong. Knock, knock. But just as Angelica was looking through the contents of the ring in shock and elation, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the room. The author's POV. Chapter 338, Setting the Pieces in Motion, 2. Knock. The moment the door knocked, my head snapped in its direction. Staring at Angelica, who was also staring at the door, I put my finger on my mouth and urged her to hide. Knock. The door knocked once more. Taking the mask and putting it on, I hoarsely said, "Coming." Gulp. I quickly chugged onto a potion. Slowly, the mana inside of my body started recovering, albeit slowly. Glancing around the room to make sure that Angelica wasn't within sight, I extended my hand towards the right side of the wall. See clank. Upon touching the wall, the side of the wall lit up slightly and the door unlocked with a click. Who is it? Showing an annoyed look, I opened the door and looked at the one responsible for disturbing me. This time, I wasn't acting. I truly was annoyed. Hello. Standing opposite to me was a Duergar wearing a typical guard uniform. One that most guards wore, although they were a little bit too big for him. Is he a new guard? I wondered to myself. Glancing left and right, I noticed that he was someone that I had never seen before. My brows instantly knit. Who are you? Are you my newly assigned guard? No, sir. The Duergar replied, shaking his head. Then what is it? I'm here to drop something off. He briefly replied in a low tone. My eyes squinted at his words. Drop something. Something by DW. At the mention of DW, my eyes opened up slightly. Taking a step to the side, I gestured for the guard to come in. Get in. Don't disturb me while I'm working. Okay. The guard nodded his head and entered the room. Once the guard stepped into the room, subtly glancing towards my left and right, I closed the door. See clank. Upon closing the door, I turned to face the guard that had just arrived. Extending my hand, I asked. Do you have it? Yes. Taking something out from his dimensional space, the guard handed me a familiar black bracelet. The moment my eyes landed on the black bracelet, they instantly lit up. Thank you very much. Snatching the bracelet away from the guard, I quickly looked through its contents. Looks like everything is here. Making sure that nothing was missing, the smile on my face grew. That's right, the bracelet in my hand was in fact my bracelet. Because I knew that the Duergars would strip me of everything, and I wasn't too keen on ingesting the bracelet again, I asked Waylon and Douglas if there was a way to have the bracelet delivered to me. Fortunately, it seemed to be possible. Although the location of Inferno was hidden, they still had portals. With the aid of one of the upper echelon of the dwarfs, we managed to contact one of the spies put in Inferno and had him deliver the bracelet to me. The DW stood for Douglas and Waylon. It was a small keyword to indicate to me that they were the ones who sent the Duergar. If not for that, I would have been extremely wary, and perhaps have even resorted to extreme methods. That aside, this saved me a lot of trouble since I had carefully prepared a lot of things beforehand. Now that I had the bracelet with me, things would start progressing much more smoothly. In fact, I also had a few new things that I was sure the Duergars would absolutely love. Whilst I was looking through the bracelet, looking back towards the door, the guard spoke up. I have delivered the package, I should be leaving now. If I stay any longer our roles will be compromised. His tone sounded a bit worried. Yeah. Because I was too engrossed in checking my bracelet, I completely forgot about the guard's existence. He's got a point. Given Carl's character, for him to be talking to a guard for so long would make no sense. Since this whole place was under strict surveillance, everyone that came into contact with me would be put under heavy scrutiny. Especially since I was a very important person right now. This was why I quickly dismissed him. You can go. If you find anything strange, do report it to me. Yes. After my words, turning around, the guard headed for the door. But just as the guard was about to leave, recalling something, I spoke up. Wait a second. Yes. Halting his steps, the guard tilted his head in confusion. Give me a second. I proceeded to take out multiple pieces of paper and a pen from my dimensional space. Then, holding onto the pen with my right hand, moving onto a desk, I quickly wrote something on each paper. Since I couldn't get in contact with anyone outside of Inferno, the only way I could communicate to the outside would be through the guard over here. Aside from warning Waylon and Douglas about the situation, I also wanted to give Small Snake and the others a heads up. Things were going to be a bit hectic soon, and they too will have a small role to play soon. Done. It didn't take long for me to write the message. Aside from a few words about how much I missed them and how my life without them was devastating, I wrote a few things regarding the plan. Putting the pen down, I smiled in satisfaction. Folding each paper neatly, I handed them to the guard. Here, take this. When you have time, deliver these to the same people that gave you the bracelet. You don't have to worry about finding them, just hand them to the guy who gave you the bracelet and he should know what to do. Since Waylon knew who they were, he would have no trouble delivering them the letters. Plus, this could also give him an excuse to meet them and perhaps even teach them a thing or two. I understand. Taking the pieces of paper, the guard put them away. After that, lowering his head slightly, he opened the door and finally left. C.I. clank. Silence once again descended on the room. Angelica, who had been hiding the whole time, finally revealed herself. Since the only people that were aware that I worked with Angelica were Waylon, Douglas, I couldn't quite expose her identity just yet. Have you sorted everything out? She asked. Her tone sounded extremely annoyed. Turning my head in her direction, I nodded slightly. Yeah, we should no longer have any more distractions. Feel free to do whatever you want to do. In hindsight, her annoyance was understandable. Whenever she had to hide, she would always have to consume a lot of energy. I couldn't be blamed though. Not my fault I was popular. Okay. Unaware of what I was thinking, much to my fortune, closing her eyes, Angelica sat down on the ground and started to practice. Staring at her for a brief moment, I stretched my arms. Gotta get to work as well. Time waited for no one, and each second I lazed around, the greater the danger the city would be in. As such, after a while, turning around I sighed and walked back towards the panel. Let's see if Jomnuk kept his word. Tapping on my bracelet, I took out a small squared metallic box. At the side of the box was a small hole that was about the size of a finger. Without hesitation, I put my finger on the hole. Shwa. Right as my finger entered the hole, the box lit up and a holographic projection soon appeared next to me. Squinting, I looked at the projection next to me. Moving my hand across the projection, my brows furrowed tightly. This is a lot more complicated than I thought, at least he's kept his words. Projected in front of me were the instructions on how to disable the second beacon. However, much to my surprise, the instructions were completely different from the first beacon. In fact, they weren't similar in the slightest. I get that you did this to make it harder for the Duergars to compromise the defensive system, but why am I the one that needs to do all the work? I grumbled to myself. Although I was grumbling, my eyes never stopped studying the projections in front of me. In order to buy me more time, and prove my worth, I needed to deactivate a couple more beacons. My goal was simple. Just when things looked to be on the Duergar's side, that'd be the moment I would finally make a move. Lock, research facilities. Shum. A terrifying flame completely engulfed a white room, enveloping it like a curtain. The bright and ferocious flame was so hot that black spots started forming on the glass that allowed one to oversee the insides of the room. The fire curtain spread around the room at incredible speeds, till finally, it completely enveloped the room. As the fire spread, if one looked closely, a bright light shone in the middle of the room. It was so bright that it even outshone the light coming from the fire. The light within the brilliant flame soon became increasingly clear as time passed and the flame lost some of its powers. Finally, the flame weakened completely and a small red card appeared in the middle of the room. Clamped by two large metallic arms, complicated runes and engravings appeared in the middle of the card. Once the flame completely died down, only smoke could be seen in the room. But it wasn't long before that also disappeared as the ventilation system quickly got rid of it too. Experiment log number 11286. Mana lingering in room, 30%. A metallic voice suddenly sounded from above. With both hands pressing on the windowsill, a beautiful girl looked at the scene within the room with astonishment. 30%. I did it, didn't I? An incredulous and almost relieved look appeared on Melissa's face as she stared at the card in the middle of the room. She couldn't believe it. After working on the project for over a year now, she had finally managed to get some results. She had finally managed to reduce the efficiency loss to 30%. Although it sounded like a lot, she went from 49% around a year ago all the way to 30% in just a year. That was a massive improvement on a system that she had to develop all by herself. Furthermore, the value wasn't just any value. The value signified that she could now commercialize the product. Soon, money would start endlessly coming into her pockets. Kakik. Just the thought made her chuckle like a deranged person. Standing next to Melissa, with both hands on her mouth, her assistant muttered. Melissa. We did it, didn't we? Who is we? Melissa sharply said, no longer laughing. Pointed at herself, she corrected Rosie. It's me who did. There is no we. Ah, I didn't mean it that way. Rosie quickly apologized. It was true. Melissa was the one that did all the work. All she did was watch from the side and help her clean up the room. Stroking her small delicate chin, Rosie took her eyes away from the room and softly said. Technically speaking, if you count the other person in the group, it could count as we. Ah. Unfortunately for Rosie, Melissa heard it all. She then looked at her in disgust. Him? He did nothing. I was the one that did all the work. He can die for all I care. But isn't he already dead? Being the one that was responsible for cleaning up after Melissa's mess, she knew who the other partner was. Of course, Melissa made her sign a contract in order to keep her mouth shut. How can he die when he's already dead? She joked. But contrary to the reaction she expected, once she looked at Melissa, she realized that her face was completely stiff. Melissa. Hearing Rosie's words, Melissa's brow twitched. She forgot that only she and Amanda knew that Ren was still alive. Turning around, she walked towards a nearby desk. Her next words confused Rosie to no end. You're right, Rosie. I'd be very surprised if he was still alive. So surprised that I might end up killing him again, of course, by accident. The author's POV. Chapter 339, Setting the Pieces in Motion, 3. That took way too long. I muttered wearily, taking my eyes away from the panel in front of me. It has been about a week ever since I infiltrated the place, and so far, everything was progressing smoothly. Well, sort of. The deactivation of the second beacon took a lot longer than my initial expectations. Compared to the first beacon, the process was a lot different. The whole process was coded in a completely different manner compared to the first beacon, making it almost impossible for me to complete it quickly. Any wrong step and I would end up locking the whole system. Furthermore, the panel I was currently using was less advanced than the one I previously used when deactivating the first beacon. With those factors added together, the whole process took a lot longer than originally anticipated. Fortunately, using the excuse that John-Nuke's memories were too jumbled up and that I needed to reorganize them properly, I managed to placate some of the impatient elders. It wasn't easy, but given my previous performance, they let it slide. It had to be noted that they were all individuals whose minds were corrupted by demonic energy, so the fact that I managed to calm them down was a miracle in itself. Are you done? A cold voice reached my ears. It was Angelica. Yeah, I'm pretty much done. Before I knew it, Angelica was standing next to me, looking at the panel in confusion. Seeing the confusion on her face as she looked at the panel, I shook my head at her. Don't bother trying to understand it, even I don't know what I did. I won't be able to explain even if you asked. I only did what the instructions told me to do. I had no real idea of what I was doing. Had I known what I was doing, then perhaps I would have completed it at a much faster pace. I see. Relaxing her brows, Angelica proceeded to move towards where John-Nuke was. Standing next to him, she put her hand on the helmet and asked, "What should we do with him?" Him, good question. Turning around and staring at Carl, I frowned. Also, don't touch that. I don't know what that thing does. It was a fact that I couldn't kill him. If he died, then everyone would know that I wasn't the real Carl. After all, the demon that he was contracted with would definitely report back. That was part of why I didn't want Angelica to touch the helmet. If something happened to Carl, then everything would come crashing down. Okay. Fortunately, Angelica understood that. She removed her hand from the helmet. Thanks. Thanking Angelica, I turned my attention back towards Carl. Could I use him to my advantage? I pondered. So far, the plan that I set up was perfect. At least, that's how it seemed to me. But I knew better than anyone else that no plan was ever perfect. Even if there were no apparent flaws in a plan, anything could ruin it at any time. There were too many unknown variables to account for, especially in my situation. Perhaps, due to some external factor, or even a minor miscalculation, the whole plan could crumble at any time. And that, I couldn't afford to have. Although I had a plan B, it wouldn't hurt to come up with a plan C. Pinching the middle of my brow, I spoke up after a while. Leave him be for now. I'll figure something out while I'm at it. Okay. Good. Turning my attention back towards the panel, I double-checked the values to make sure that nothing was wrong. Everything looks correct. None of the values seemed out of place. Here goes the second beacon. Once I checked and made sure that there were no errors, I pressed onto the final key. Ding. Ha. Done. Once I pressed on the keyboard and initiated the deactivation of the second beacon, leaning back on my chair, I closed my eyes for a brief moment. I wonder. Just how much damage will the second beacon's loss do to the city defense? The first beacon's deactivation weakened the barrier considerably. Perhaps the second beacon would have a similar effect, if not worse. Opening my eyes, I then proceeded to tap on the panel. Before long, video images appeared in front of me and I took a look at the situation outside. At the same time, in Henneler's outer walls. The second beacon is down. A panicked scream echoed the hymn of despair in the hearts of all dwarves. Right as those words faded, one of the lights in the sky started to fade away before completely disappearing. Those who were standing below and witnessed the scene firsthand had horrified looks on their faces as they vividly watched the barrier once again lose color. It's the second beacon. Oh almighty, what in the world is happening here? Crack. 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 But just as it looked like things couldn't get any worse, enormous cracks started to appear on the surface of the barrier. Before long, the cracks slowly started expanding all over the barrier's surface. Bang. Bang. As the cracks formed continuously, on the other side of the barrier, the demons attacked with greater ferocity. As they attacked, they had bloodthirsty, savage expressions on their faces. Bang. To those standing behind the barrier, it looked as though the attacks were working, as the earth shook and the blasts were no longer getting dispersed like they used to before. Even the barrier seemed to shake in the face of such an onslaught. Over here. Standing at the very bottom, right at the edge of the barrier, Hein glanced behind him and pointed towards a small crack forming on the surface. There's a crack forming over here. Quickly report this to Small Snake. Got it. Ava solemnly replied and took out a communication device from her dimensional space. With Small Snake and Ryan taking care of the logistics, they had asked her and the others to report to them whenever they saw a crack form on the barrier. As she was taking out her communication device, turning her head right towards Newton, she ordered, "Newton, go check if there are any more small cracks forming." Twite. Twirling, Newton flapped its wings and flew in the air. In a couple of seconds, it was already high up in the air, searching for any possible cracks on the shield. Good boy. Once Newton flew off her shoulder, Ava quickly sent a message to Small Snake and told him of her findings. There is a crack in the location that I'm currently in. So far, the crack looks small, but it appears as though it is increasing in size, although very slowly. I've sent you the coordinates already. Check it out when you have time. Click. Once she reported everything, turning off the communication device, Ava looked at Hein. We're done with this site. Let's go look for more cracks. Okay. Nodding, Hein left the area with Ava. This much damage with just the second beacon. For the barrier to weaken that much, just from 2 of its beacons not working, it seemed like my previous thoughts were correct. My plan had to be altered. Originally, I had expected this type of weakening from the 4th beacon's deactivation, not the 2nd. But for it to be damaged this much by just losing 2 beacons, something had gone terribly wrong with my plans and they needed to be changed. Not by much, but I now needed to operate at a faster pace. This is fucking annoying. I was of course annoyed by the development. I couldn't help but curse out loud. What happened? Angelica asked from the side. Turning to glance at her, I scratched the back of my head and sighed. Angelica, it looks like we have less time than I had expected. What do you mean by that? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Massaging my forehead, I replied in an exasperated tone, I mean that we are going to start moving either today or tomorrow. What? But, didn't you say that you needed a month? You're right, but things have changed. Just like Angelica said, the plan was originally going to span a month's period, just the right time to set everything up, but it looked like I was too naive. Taking out a small communication device, I sat back on my chair and texted Waylon and the others. With the dampener removed, I could now freely text whomever I wanted. I could also share my location with the others. In reality, I didn't really need the guys from the monolith to lure the others in here, but that wasn't my only goal. My goal in having the monolith lure the others here was simple. I wanted to make it seem as though they were the ones responsible for the whole mess. By doing so, I was trying to instigate conflict between Inferno and Monolith. Having two of the main demon-contracted organizations fight against each other, how sweet was that? Just thinking about it made me excited. Ren. Disrupting me out of my thoughts was Waylon's voice. Without even realizing it, Waylon had called me. I know. He sounded a little absent-minded. Most likely, he realized that our calculations were a little off. But he wasn't a veteran for nothing. In a matter of seconds, he recomposed himself and asked, "What do you suggest we do?" "I think we have no choice but to speed things up." "I see." A brief pause ensued. Looking at the panel displaying the situation outside, I asked, "How are things on your end? You holding up well?" "Last I heard, the monolith should have already made it in." "Did they do as I suggested?" "Let's not talk about it. In fact, I'm quite relieved you're starting to move now. I think we underestimated the reaction of the dwarves regarding the sudden deaths of their comrades." "That bad?" Judging from his response, it seemed as though the monolith had already started making its move. "Yes. That bad. Damn." With the aid of Inferno, the members of Monolith infiltrated the city. The process was a smooth one. They were able to do it under the dwarves' noses. But, the only reason why they made it in so easily was because of Waylon and Douglas. They gave them a little hand in secret. After that, following the words that I had said, the members of Monolith started killing a few dwarves here and there. Although their target was me, at the end of the day, Waylon and Douglas were also individuals that they wanted to get rid of. They had no qualms with what Inferno asked them to do. If not for Douglas, I'm not too sure how I wouldn't have been kicked out of this place. What about the others? How are they faring? With the perception of humans becoming more negative because of the deaths, I hope the others didn't get affected by it too much. Fortunately, Waylon's next words relieved me a bit. Them. Their situation is a bit better. Since everyone's watched them fight with their life on the line, they are fairly respected. But I'm not sure how long that impression will last for. Nodding, I replied, "I understand. Keep an eye on the members of Monolith. As soon as they move, proceed as planned." "Wait, but are you going to be fine? The plan is proceeding way faster than anticipated. Will you be able to handle the changes?" "Yeah, don't worry. Although it will be tough, I should be able to handle it," I reassured Waylon. Although things were more annoying now, I wasn't completely helpless. "Okay, if you say so," Waylon replied, his voice sounding a little bit less concerned. I guess the confidence in my speech helped him relax a little. "Good. I'll contact you again when I'm about to make a move. Message me when the monolith is going to make a move." "Got it." Turning off the communication device, I stood up and stared at the panel intently. Then, turning to face Angelica, I muttered, "I guess it's about time we start getting serious." The author's POV. Chapter 340, Setting the Pieces in Motion, 4. CI Clank. Exiting the room I was staying in, I calmly looked at my surroundings. It's a lot quieter than I thought. Now that I was done with the deactivation of the beacons, it was now time that I properly scouted the place. Since I had to suddenly hasten my plans, I decided to get everything ready within the next day or so. The first step was to know the environment well. Although I knew the general layout of the place thanks to some of the things Waylon had sent me, I wanted to get a proper look myself. After all, seeing in person was much better than seeing through a small map. Moreover, the map was created by the spies sent by the dwarves. With everyone being strictly monitored, they were bound to miss something. "Carl. What are you doing?" But just as I took a couple of steps outside of my room, someone called out for me. It was the guard that had been assigned to me. Turning around, I irritably said, What do you care what I do? My unfriendly tone was done so that the guard would get the idea, and leave me alone. Unfortunately, the guard didn't seem to care. Unfazed by my tone, he calmly said, I am your guard, of course, I care. Right now you're probably one of the most wanted Duergar in the whole of Handler. I was told never to leave your side. Ah, right, should have expected this. In hindsight, he wasn't wrong. Being the one responsible for shutting down the beacons, my life was in quite a bit of danger. Saying that I was the most wanted Duergar wasn't a lie. I truly was. Although I could probably defend myself now that I was C+ rank, with my every move being watched, I couldn't carelessly kill anyone at the moment. Plus, eyeing the guard next to me, I knew that his only goal wasn't just to guard me. Most likely, he had been sent by the elders to keep watch of me. It seemed like they still did not fully trust me. Unaware of what I was thinking, the guard continued talking. We've already managed to stop 2 assassination attempts that were aimed for your life. If you go alone, I won't be able to protect you, and the elders would not let me go. For my life, I have to follow you. Ugh, fine. Listening to him continuously speak, I eventually relented. His presence wasn't the worst thing ever. At the very least, he could protect me. It would be pretty ironic if I died at the hands of a dwarven spy. Since only a few individuals knew of my presence here, as of this moment, I was the enemy of all dwarfs. Thank you for understanding. Seeing me agree, the guard sighed in relief and thanked me. He then proceeded to run up to me. So, where are you headed? He asked, finally catching up to me. Glancing at him from the corner of my eyes, I responded. Just casually looking around. I've been in the room for too long. Need a breath of fresh air. Ah, I see. The guard repeatedly nodded his head in understanding. He then started complimenting me out of nowhere. With what you've achieved, getting a little bit of rest is the least you deserve. Your achievements are truly something noteworthy. With you, we might very well be able to finally cleanse this place of those bastards. Right. Listening to the guard speaking, I kept an indifferent and stoic face. Whatever he was saying, just went from one ear to the other. After a while of this nonsense, just as I was about to get fed up by his bootlicking, a thought suddenly struck me. Wait, why don't I put the guard to good use? Since he insisted on following me, might as well have him be my guide. As he was a guard, without a doubt he knew the ins and outs of the place. Perhaps this may turn into a more fruitful opportunity than I imagined. Making up my decision, turning my attention back to the guard, I opened my mouth and ordered. Oi, give me a tour of the place. You what? At my unexpected request, the guard halted his steps and looked at me with an incredulous expression. Also halting my steps, I looked back and asked in confusion. What's wrong? A tour. Have you not seen the place already? No. I shook my head and continued to move forward. Stroking my long beard, I muttered. I spend most of my time doing research. I've never bothered to check this place out, so I've got no clue about where I'm going. Since you like talking so much, be useful and tell me about the place. As I was talking, I secretly glanced at the guard from the corner of my eyes, hoping that he didn't notice anything strange. Although my request sounded a bit suspicious, given Carl's character, I was probably not that far off from the truth. After all, in his description, it did say that he was a research fanatic. Never left his room as he wanted to continue his research on memory extraction. In fact, he spent so much time researching that not many knew how he acted. This was why I was able to somewhat get away with the things I was doing. The fact that the guard didn't seem too shocked by my request was a testament to this, much to my fortune. Ah, I see. And I was indeed correct. After the initial shock of my request and thinking things through, the guard quickly recovered before nodding his head. I would be more than delighted by this request, if he would please. Picking up his pace, he started walking ahead of me. As he walked, he said, I'll make sure to give you a detailed tour of the place. By the end of it, you will know the whole place as if it was your own house. Walking behind him, upon hearing his words, I suddenly smiled. I couldn't ask for anything better. Locke, Class A, 25. Hey, what have you been doing this past month? You've been acting awfully suspicious. Emma poked Kevin, who was packing up beside her. Standing up and putting both hands on the table, she looked at Kevin, who was still seated. You also seem a lot more cheerful than before. did something good happen? Not particularly. Kevin replied, putting his notebook and tablet away in his dimensional space. Then why are you acting so suspiciously? Going out of the academy repeatedly, spending more time training in your room rather than at the training grounds, and even laughing to yourself at random times, something isn't adding up. The more she spoke, the smaller her eyes became. Lifting his head and staring at Emma's beautiful face, Kevin thought for a moment before standing up. Follow me, I've got something to tell you. Wait. But before Emma could protest, grabbing onto her wrist, he dragged her out of the classroom. Kevin, what are you doing? Let go of me. See, I clank. Exiting the building, Kevin soon headed for a rather secluded area. Kevin, let go of me. Along the way, Emma would protest, but regardless of how much she protested, Kevin did not let go. On another note, Emma's resistance was pretty weak. If she wanted to, she could have easily gotten herself free. Stopping in a rather secluded area, one devoid of any students, Kevin finally let of Emma's wrist. What are you trying to do? Holding onto her wrist, Emma looked at Kevin, her face was dyed red in embarrassment. Her thoughts were running wild. What do I do? Is he planning on doing what I think he's doing? Is he planning on confessing to me? Holding onto the side of her face, Emma could feel her cheeks burning up. Staring at Kevin, who was in front of her, Emma's continued to have wild thoughts as she couldn't help but fall into her own delusions. Should I say yes or no? Although I do like Kevin, I don't know if this is the right time. We've just become third years in. Unaware of what Emma was thinking, Kevin checked his surroundings to see if there was anyone present. Then, waving his hand, he formed a small barrier around them. Good, no one is her. Are perhaps trying to. Emma shyly said from the side, cutting Kevin off. Tilting his head, Kevin asked. Trying to do what? You know, see, Con. Emma, I know where your father is. Before Emma could finish her sentence, Kevin cut her off and went straight to the point. Con, see, what? Throwing Emma off guard, the moment she processed Kevin's words, her body froze and her face stiffened. Turning her attention back towards Kevin, her face frosted. Gone was her previous flustered appearance. What did you just say? You better not be messing with. I will never forgive you if you do that. Looking back into Emma's eyes, Kevin answered seriously. I'm not joking, I know where your father is. How? Biting her lips, Emma's shoulders trembled slightly. The side of her eyes reddened slightly. Raising her hand, she pointed her finger at Kevin. Why, you better not be messing with me, Kevin. I am warning you. I am not. I know where he is. Grabbing onto Kevin's shoulders, Emma desperately said. Tell me, please, I want to know. 3 years. She had not seen her father for 3 years. Ever since his disappearance, her life had slowly become miserable. Rumors that her father had died continuously spread throughout her family, and her position slowly started to fall more and more. It had gotten to the point where she couldn't even step foot into the place before someone would try looking for trouble with her. She couldn't take it anymore. Moreover, she couldn't accept her father's death. How could he, one of the strongest humans in existence, die? Emma couldn't accept it. But as time passed, and after receiving no contact from him for the past 3 years, her belief in her father slowly started to fade away. Perhaps he truly died. Emma thought to herself sometimes in her room multiple times. Perhaps he had truly died and the reason he couldn't contact her was because he couldn't. And the more time passed, the more she started to believe this. But just when she had given up and was starting to come to terms with it, Kevin suddenly dropped a bombshell on her. How could she not be this shocked? Is he okay? Did something happen to him? The number of questions she wanted to ask were endless, but what she wanted to know the most was whether he was okay or not. All that mattered to her was whether her father was doing well or not. Calm down. Grabbing onto Emma's wrist, Kevin smiled. He's doing fine. Emma raised her head. Her weak and fragile figure pained Kevin's heart. He is. She weakly said, tears dripping down the side of her cheek. Wiping one of the tears from her face, Kevin smiled. He is doing well. The moment he said those words, as though all of the pain and resentment she had bottled up over the past few years had disappeared, Emma finally smiled. Is that so? I'm glad, I'm so glad. It was a smile filled with relief. But to Kevin, who was standing opposite to her, the smile looked like the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Kevin. It was only after Emma called out for him that he realized that he had fallen into a trance. Scratching the back of his head, he tried his best to hide his embarrassment. Ah, yes, as I was saying, your father is currently with the headmaster of the academy on a mission in the Dwarven domain. And so Kevin soon started telling Emma about what he knew. He of course did not tell her about Ren and the fact that a war was happening, but the more he talked, the bigger her smile became, and the more entranced he became with it. At the same time, Leviathan building, lock. Clank. The window of a particular room opened up and the sound of light footsteps echoed across the empty room. Step. 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 It wasn't long before the footsteps halted. As the footsteps stopped, a large shadow cast on the wooden floor of the room, right next to a large wooden desk. Extending his hand, the shadow reached out for the bookshelf on top of the wooden desk. Soon the shadow took a small rectangular object. Upon touching the rectangular object, the shadow halted for a second. Then, putting it on the table, the shadow's long and slender fingers were revealed. Flip, flip. Soon, a sound similar to that of pages flipping sounded. The sound continued for a couple of seconds before the shadow's body started to tremble uncontrollably. What followed after was a raspy voice that chilled the whole room. Coo, 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 I've finally found you. The author's POV. Chapter 341, Taking the Initiative, 1. Halting his steps in front of a large metallic door, the guard paused for a moment. Placing his small blue hand by the side of the door, the metallic structure rumbled and slowly opened up. Rumble. Once the door was halfway open, the guard started talking. This over here is the artifact testing area. As you're probably aware, this place is dedicated to testing artifacts and their power. Oh. I've heard of this place. Walking into the room, I pretended to be unamused by what I saw. In truth, I was beyond shocked. With all sorts of complex machinery around the room, Duergars could be seen testing all sorts of artifacts. Bang. Covered in sophisticated equipment, the Duergars tested weird-looking artifacts against some sort of odd machinery. Displayed on the machine was all sorts of data which other Duergars looked at by the side, taking notes on their holographic-looking devices. Some of the artifacts were so powerful that I could sense the mana in the air conjuring towards it. Keeping a straight face had never been more difficult for me. I wonder if I can steal them. I thought to myself. Oddly enough, that was the first thing I thought as I looked at the artifacts. I couldn't be blamed though. Each one of the artifacts present would sell for astronomical prices back in the human domain. To be honest, the probability of me being able to steal them was low, but a man could dream, right? Actually, it's not impossible for me to steal them. A wild thought suddenly entered my mind. If everything proceeded as planned, then, perhaps, I may be able to take some of the stuff here. Unaware of the thoughts I was having, standing next to me, the guard patted the side of the walls. The walls of the facility are made of limestone, ensuring some solid safety. This way, our researchers can conduct experiments without restraint. Limestone. I raised my brow in mild surprise. From what I remember, limestone was an incredibly sturdy rock that could withstand heavy impacts. It was also ridiculously expensive. Tracing his finger across the wall, the guard nodded in affirmation. That's correct. This whole place is made of limestone. Because of it, we don't have to worry about the facility if the artifacts ever do malfunction. The walls over here can withstand the full-blown attack of an SS-ranked artifact. They'd be stupid if they didn't do this much. I responded, trying my best to memorize the layout of the place. This place might turn out to be more useful than I thought. Is this place isolated from the other areas? I carefully asked. Depending on his answer, I could probably make up for the sudden time increase. Now, it was no longer a matter of greed. This place could be instrumental to my plans. Isolated. Are you asking whether the mana fluctuations and the like reach outside of this place? Yeah. Ah, got it. In that case, no. Everything in this place is completely isolated. Take a look over there. The guard pointed towards the corner of the room, where a lone monitor stood. That machine over there measures the mana density in the room. When the mana density reaches a certain level, it will trigger a defensive mechanism and activate the security system, which in turn will shut the whole place down. If it shuts down, what about the ones stuck inside? Do they have a chance to flee? I assume this must happen in a matter of seconds. Ah, them. The guard looked at the duergars working on the artifacts in the distance before shaking his head. They'll be sealed inside, and probably die. We don't want to take any risks. For better or worse, everyone here knows how the system works, so they come prepared to die at any time. Pity flashed across the guard's eyes as he looked at the researchers in front of him. Either way, if they do end up surviving, the system will deactivate as soon as it judges that the mana density in the room is at safe levels. I see. That's quite ruthless of them. In order to make sure the threat would not go outside of the room, they were prepared to have anyone inside die. Though I didn't really care about what happened to the people here, I did feel that Inferno had taken some excessive measures. They were ready to sacrifice their own, after all. It would be a pity to lose so many talented researchers. Still, the information was actually quite useful to me. The plan that I had previously envisioned became much more feasible. Shall we go to the next area? The guard called out to me, moving towards the door of the facility. Taking one last glance at the facility, I nodded. Yes. Leviathan building, lock. CI, clank. HAAA. Returning to his room, Kevin let out a long, extended sigh. It took a while for him to calm her down as the news had truly shocked her, but Kevin did not regret telling the truth to Emma. Remembering her relieved smile, a small smile of his own appeared on Kevin's lips. I'm glad she's feeling better. Because of what was happening with her family, Emma had been going through a lot of stress. For her to finally show a happy smile, Kevin felt warmth in his heart. Wham! I'm tired. Yawning, Kevin headed towards his room. This morning, he had trained with Jean and Donna for over 6 hours. Kevin was understandably tired. Although it was only 7 in the afternoon, Kevin decided to head to bed. Pumph. Slumping on the bed, Kevin felt the soft covers gently embrace him. I should be able to rank up soon. Kevin thought as he stared at the ceiling of the room. He had broken through to C- rank not too long ago, but he felt that he could already break through to C within a month's time. His rate of progress was nothing short of astonishing. The only one that could keep up with his speed was Jean. With all of the resources at his disposal, thanks to his family, Jin's rate of improvement was just as impressive. Kevin estimated that by the end of the year, he and Jean would at least reach B- or B rank. After that, though, he estimated that his rate of progress would slow down considerably. According to the professors, once someone reaches A rank, the rate of progress would decrease dramatically. Right, I wonder what rank Ren is. It's been a while since I had last seen the book. Lifting his head up, Kevin looked towards his bookshelf right above the desk. Suddenly, his brows knit in consternation. Standing up, Kevin walked towards his desk. His face was extremely serious. Walking towards his desk, he looked through the bookshelf. However, despite how hard he looked, he couldn't find the red book. What in the... Frantically looking through his bookshelf, Kevin tried to find the red book. But, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find it. No, this cannot be. Despair momentarily took hold of Kevin's heart, until he felt something hit his feet. Talk. Huh. Looking down, much to Kevin's surprise, he found the red book on the floor, open and facing upwards. Did it drop? Looking up towards his bookshelf, he found it plausible. Bending over, Kevin picked up the book. Looking at the book in his hand, Kevin had an ominous feeling. But, he couldn't quite understand where it was coming from. Oh, well. After a while, shaking his head, Kevin opened the book and proceeded to read through its contents. Henneler. Waylon made a call through an encrypted line. The members of Monolith seem to be on the move. They are heading towards your location. Should I proceed as planned? Yes. When you're ready, message me. The voice belonged to none other than Ren. What other plans do you have? Waylon asked. I found some useful information while I was looking around the place today. I'm going to set up a different portal over there. Get those that you trust to join you in the operation. Whilst everyone is distracted outside, we will attack from the inside. HAAA. Waylon let out a sigh. Are you confident? No, not really. But. Ren responded after a short pause. Hints of doubt could be felt in Ren's voice. It looked like he wasn't too confident with the operation. Still, the small but at the end intrigued Waylon. But what? But I can make it work. It'll be hard, but I can do it. Ren. Waylon's face turned serious. I have no choice but to trust you. Me and Douglas, both our asses are on the line. The reason we chose to put ourselves in this situation is because we believe in you and your plan. Having second thoughts, Ren teasingly answered from the other side of the call. No. I trust you. So far, everything went according to Ren's plans. Ignoring the fact that if the mission failed he truly would be in big trouble, Waylon was impressed with what Ren had shown him. Ren was a sort of strategist and a man of action. He had already proven to him his capabilities. There was no time for doubt. You've already shown me enough to believe in you. Be careful, though. I don't want you dying on me just yet. Well, let's just say that it takes a lot to kill me. I'm a bit of a cockroach, you see. Odd thing to compare yourself to, Ren. Waylon shook his head with a smile. I'll do as you said. I've got to go now. I need to go speak to the elders. Got it. Best of luck. You too. Done. Waylon put the communication device away. HAAA. Letting out a deep breath, Waylon fixed his clothes and proceeded to make his way towards a large familiar door in front of him. The door couldn't be considered large in the conventional sense, as it was about 5 meters in height. But given that it was made for dwarves, in a way it was. Arriving in front of the door, Waylon put both hands on it and pushed. CLA, clank. Upon pushing the door open, a familiar sight met Waylon. Sitting around a large, semicircular wooden desk, he saw all of the higher-ranked elders and individuals of the dwarven domain. The Council of Dwarves. However, the dignity and passion they held themselves with seemed to have dimmed. Compared to the last time he saw them, they had haggard, tired looks. It seemed as though the situation with the barrier had made them go through sleepless nights. The moment Waylon stepped in, all eyes were on him. Some were neutral, some even unfriendly. Yet, there were few filled with curiosity. But, in general, most gazes were filled with resentment. It was understandable, though. If not for his failure in protecting Jamnuk, none of this would have ever happened. Feeling the resentment-filled stares, smiling, Waylon paid no heed to them and walked towards the center of the room. Upon arriving in the middle of the room, with his back straight, Waylon looked at everyone present. His gaze unafraid, he stood tall and proud. No matter what, Waylon couldn't look weak. After a brief pause, he opened his mouth to address the Dwarven Council. Thank you for granting me your time despite the predicament you face. Pausing, Waylon looked at each and every individual present. Be it dwarf, orc, or elf, all eyes were on him. No one talked or disrupted him in the brief silence. His eyes soon paused on Douglas. He encouragingly nodded in his direction with a calm smile. Yes, Waylon might have forgotten it for a second. He had someone to support him here. Smiling back, Waylon spoke with even greater suave. The reason why I've gathered you here is simple. In 2 days. Everyone stared at him. None ignored him. This was it. I plan to end this war. The moment Waylon bet his own life had come. The author's POV. Chapter 342, Taking the Initiative, 2. I've got a way to stop the war. A palpitating, almost chilling silence enveloped the hall as everyone stared at Waylon in the middle of the room. Before anyone could speak or voice out their objections, Waylon continued speaking. Yes, I know what you guys are thinking. Is he crazy? Is he out of his mind? Is he right in the head? I'd also think the same if I were to be put in the same position as you all. Waylon looked around before his eyes soon paused on Jernus, the Metropolis Keeper, and leader of the dwarfs. I know what I'm saying is absurd, but I really do have a way to end this war. You don't have to be. Unfortunately for Waylon, in the end, not everyone could keep themselves from voicing out their objections. Standing up, one of the elders shouted. What en? Quiet. A sharp voice echoed throughout the hall, cutting the elder off before he could formulate a sentence. Glaring at the elder, Jernus solemnly said. I will nae permit any talking until he be done speaking. His deep voice traveled through the ears of each individual present. A strong pressure came along the voice. I apologize. Reprimanded by Jernus, swallowing his pride, the dwarf apologized to Waylon, who merely smiled in response. Turning his attention back to Waylon, Jonas gestured for him to continue. Sorry for the disturbance, ye may continue. Thank you. Waylon thanked. As I was saying, I have a way to end this war. I know that you all must be doubting my words, hence why I came prepared. Swiping his hand in the air, a scroll suddenly materialized out of nowhere. What in the? A mana contract. Is that a mana contract? Everyone instantly recognized the scroll that appeared in Waylon's hands. It was a mana contract. Something that most individuals present in the hall had used once before, except the orcs of course. Correct. Waylon said as he reached out for the contract in the air. Grabbing the contract, he slowly unraveled it for everyone to see. Since none of you might believe me, I thought to myself. Is there a way to convince you guys that I'm not lying to you and that I truly know of a way to stop the war? Glancing at everyone in the room, Waylon flashed a smile. Well, guess what? There truly is a way. Waylon raised the hand that held onto the scroll. This over here is the highest ranked mana scroll that I could find. Meaning that it is of the highest rank available. If by any chance I breach the contract, according to the contract, I will instantly die, regardless of my rank. As Waylon spoke, the eyes of the individuals in the room finally changed. At the mention of the contract, the individuals who had previously treated this meeting as a mere joke finally had to change their stance. The moment he took out the contract, they knew that this could no longer be a job. Almost everyone in the room knew how a mana contract worked, therefore, they knew the severity of Waylon's words. There were no falsehoods in his words, that was unless he didn't value his life. At this moment, everyone in the room understood one thing: Waylon was putting his life on the line. He was putting his life on the line to prove to everyone present that he truly knew of a way to end the war. You're being real. The first one to speak up was Rander, the dwarf that had been giving Waylon a hard time in the previous meeting. Glancing at Rander, Waylon looked towards Jonas, who was looking back at him. His face clouded with unprecedented solemnness. After a while, opening his mouth, Jonas asked, "Can I see the contract?" "Yeah, you can." Waylon nodded with a smile. Evidently prepared to have been asked such a thing. "Here you go." Walking up to Jonas, Waylon handed him the contract. As he moved, Waylon noticed everyone's eyes focus on him, or more specifically towards the contract in his hands. "Let me have a look." Taking the contract from Waylon's hands, Jonas started looking through it. "Let me see just how valid your words be." Staring at Jonas, who was looking through the contract to see if there were any loopholes, Waylon merely smiled. He was confident that regardless of how much Jonas looked, there wouldn't be any loopholes. Before singing it, he had gone through it with Douglas and Ren. As they were checking, they made sure to remove anything that the dwarfs could use as a point to dismiss his contract. Fortunately, it seemed like they had indeed managed to remove all loopholes, as an astonished look soon appeared on Jonas's face. "You, to go this far? What is it? Let me have a look." Rander impatiently said as he eagerly looked at the contract in Jonas's hands. "Have a look at it yourself." Taking his eyes away from the contract, not minding Rander's attitude, Jonas passes the contract onto him, who quickly snatched it and went through its contents. "What in the?" But just like Jonas, a shocked look appeared on his face as he looked through the contract. "This, if I, Waylon Rochefield, do not have a way to stop the war, will die. If I, Waylon Rochefield, backstab the dwarves in any way, will die. If I, Waylon Rochefield." Opening his mouth, he started reciting the contents of the contract for everyone that was present in the room. The more he spoke, the more shocked he was. The contract was truly straight to the point. If he breached even a single point of the contract, he would die. He was leaving himself with no leeway to lie. No matter how much Rander looked at it, there were no loopholes. The others in the room also realized this as they all looked at Douglas with shocked eyes. Does he really know of a way to end the war? Everyone wondered. Noticing the changes that were happening in the room, Waylon smiled in satisfaction. Everything is going just as planned. Signing a mana contract was in fact his idea. Although Ren was the one that came up with most of the plans, that didn't mean that he and Douglas were useless. They also contributed to the plan by either polishing it or expressing their inputs on areas that needed to have further consideration. One of the areas they needed to cover was how to have the leaders believe their words, and it was Waylon's idea to use the mana contract to shut everyone up. Since everyone knew what it was, no explanation needed to be said when presenting it to the leaders. The move worked flawlessly. If I, Waylon Rochefield, break any one of these statements, I will die. Disrupting him out of his thoughts was Rander, who finally finished reciting the contents of the contract. A heavy silence descended in the hall as Rander's words fade. The silence did not last for long, as not long after, total chaos erupted in the hall. Is that really a mana contract? Do you really have a way to stop this war? Human, tell us immediately how we can stop this war. Is that a real mana contract? Everyone fervently looked at Waylon, who was standing in the middle of the hall. All at once, everyone in the room kept asking question after question. Under the barrage of questions, Waylon was a bit taken aback as he wryly smiled. Please ask one at a time. I can't answer everyone at the same time. He helplessly said. Silence, everyone. Coming to Waylon's aid was Jernus. His powerful voice and aura spread throughout the whole hall, silencing everyone present. Finally, much to Waylon's relief, all forms of noise ceased. Nodding his head, turning his attention back towards Waylon, Jernus asked. Waylon, now that everyone is quiet, tell us what you want us to do. To those in the hall, Jernus's words sounded normal, but Waylon knew what he meant when he said, tell us what you want us to do. Rather than asking Waylon about the plan, he had directly asked him about what they were supposed to do. The implication behind those words was clear to Waylon. Avoid speaking about the plan, and just speak about what we need to do. It was clear to see that Jernus was aware of a possible spy hiding in their midst. If Waylon said all of his plans, there was a good chance that their plans would be exposed to the enemy and would end up no longer working. Yes, I will. Nodding towards Jernus to gesture that he understood his intentions, Waylon looked towards everyone in the room. The plan is simple. In 2 days, come to this place. Make sure you bring as many subordinates as possible. Preferably, ones that can fight. The more the better. His words instantly created another buzz in the hall as everyone started to discuss amongst themselves. Subordinates. Ones that can fight. It wasn't long before someone asked him a question. Are you sure we should be bringing our strongest warriors? What about the barrier outside? Who is going to defend that? Expecting such a question, Waylon answered swiftly. Good question, but you don't have to worry about that. The barrier is strong and sturdy enough to last at least a couple of days of constant attacks. That was true. In fact, the barrier could probably last even a week. The plan was going to be put in motion in a couple of days. By the time they were done with the operation, they wouldn't have to worry about the barrier not holding up anymore. How sure are you that this operation will succeed? Rander asked from the side. If something goes wrong with the operation, by the time we come back, Hendler, the barrier is gonna be weakened to the point that we will be surrounded by all the demons. It's basically a do or die type of plan, no? At Rander's words, Waylon merely smiled. You're correct, however I am confident in our chances of winning. You don't really have to worry about the barrier. It's a gamble. But it's a gamble that will guarantee you victory. From how things are going, even if the barrier does hold up, we are set to lose. Though Waylon's words were harsh, he was merely speaking the truth. From the way things looked, the probability of the dwarfs winning was quite low. Even if the beacon still worked at the end of the day, the number of demons attacking the city was endless. Everyone in the room also understood this, hence why, after a brief silence, much to everyone's surprise, Rander spoke up. Okay. I will do as you said. The moment Rander spoke, a look of shock appeared on the faces of some of the elders present. It had to be noted that Rander was one of the dwarfs that were most vocal against Waylon. For him to suddenly agree, the other dwarven elders had no idea on how to respond apart from also agreeing. I will also do the same. Me too. Soon, more and more joined in and agreed to the proposition. Looks like everything is set. Staring at the communication device in my hand, a smile crept up on my face. I then glanced towards Angelica, who was standing on my right. Get ready, we're about to move. Okay. Right as those words faded, black smoke released from Angelica's body as she rapidly shrank. Tick. Once the black fog faded, what remained was a small tooth. Bending over, I picked it up. Cracka. KH. Touching one of my teeth, I yanked it out of my body. Though it was painful, I did not show it outwardly. This was nothing compared to what I went through at the monolith. Replacing the tooth with Angelica, I bit my teeth a couple of times before glancing at the room behind me. A day has passed since Waylon told me that he had managed to convince the elders. Now, I had just received a report from him telling me that the Monolith members seemed to be close to the Inferno headquarters. According to Douglas, the one that was following them, they seemed to be closer to their target. Closing my eyes, I numbed down my emotions. Thereafter, I activated the chip inside of my head. Instantly, my brain function sped up and everything became much clearer to me. Ca clank. Extending my hand forward, I opened the door and exited the room. Time to piss off another major organization. The Author's POV. Chapter 343, Beginning of the Assault, 1. In a remote location of Henneler, 4 individuals walked through a long, narrow dark tunnel. It had been about a day since they decided to accomplish their mission, and for that long period of time, they had been stuck going through the unending dark corridors. For how long they walked, it seemed as though the number of tunnels was endless. Just when the group thought they were close, they would suddenly find themselves in front of a dead end. It was then that the group of 4 realized they had taken things too lightly. Even though 876 had entered the city and managed to get away from their sight, there was no way he would just stay in the city without finding a proper hiding spot. Dang. A dull metallic ring rang out. The signal disappeared again. One of the 4 individuals spoke up, his voice echoing through the tunnels. Odd. Another one muttered. Holding onto a small, dimly lit lamp, the features of the individuals became slightly discernible. Long, silver-colored hair, a feminine-looking face, and a fairly skinny body. If not for the Adam's apple protruding from his throat, someone could have easily mistaken the man for a woman. Squinting, the silver-haired male scanned the surroundings. The same thing happened a day ago. He suddenly disappeared for a couple of hours. Lowering his head and staring at the detector in his hand, the silver-haired male tapped the back of the device. Or could it be that this thing is broken? Ever since arriving at Henneler, the group had kept constant watch over the tracking device. Oddly enough, at times, the tracker's signal would suddenly disappear, leaving them wondering whether something had gone wrong with the device. The more plausible conclusion is that 876 entered some sort of restricted area that blocks all forms of signals. Another one of the members said. That's true. The silver-haired male replied. Moving the small lamp towards his right, the features of the individual who had just spoken were highlighted due to the light. He had a tall and muscular stature, his biceps the size of a football. With short hair fashioned into a buzz cut, a large scar traced half of his face. Added with his sharp gaze, he looked extremely intimidating. With his brows knit, the muscular man thought out loud. If he's in an area where the signal is constantly disrupted or shut off, we can assume that the place is extremely well protected. He turned to face the silver-haired individual. I suggest we wait for the signal to come back before deciding to ambush him. I agree, but we should first get an idea of where he is. Let's assess the situation after we know of the exact location he is hiding in. If we can handle it, we proceed as planned. Yes. The muscular man nodded. Ding. But it was then that the tracker rang again. The signal is back. The silver-haired male shouted. Lowering his face to get a closer look at the device, his eyes jumped up in delight. We're close. We're almost at the location where that little rat is hiding. Clenching onto the sides of the device, the silver-haired individual smirked before picking up his pace. Quickly, follow me. We should soon be able to see that little bastard that has caused us so many problems. Following his words, everyone increased their pace and headed deeper into the tunnel. At the same time, not far from the members of Monolith. Materializing a couple of meters away from them was Douglas, whose face contained unprecedented solemnity. Staring at the members of the Monolith not so far from where he was, waving his hand, a transparent shield enveloped the area Douglas was in. Then, whilst still hidden from the members of Monolith, Douglas threw a small device on the floor. Tick. The device didn't look particularly eye-catching, as it seemed rather dull and unassuming. But, the moment Douglas threw the device on the ground, the mana in the air suddenly twisted wildly. If anyone was present to witness the scene, they'd see several small tornadoes appear in the air, with the tip at the bottom funneled towards the device in the middle. As time passed, more and more tornadoes formed, all converging towards the device in the middle. Clank. Before long, the device opened up and a small portal started to form. Because of the barrier Douglas had formed, the residual mana that lingered in the air from the portal's activation did not leak outside. Therefore, the members of Monolith were completely oblivious to what was happening. Vroom. It wasn't long before a large portal appeared in front of Douglas. Turning his wrist, Douglas looked at the display of his watch. 01H, 32M, 53S. Once he finished checking the watch, lowering his hand, he took out a communication device from his dimensional space. You're done setting up? Wayland's voice echoed across the expansive hall. Correct. According to what I heard, we shouldn't be too far from the Inferno headquarters. Just in case, I double-checked with the coordinates that Ren sent me, and we shouldn't be too far. Douglas's voice echoed outside of the communication device in Wayland's hands. That's perfect. I'll get everyone ready then. Good luck. You too. Tick-tock. Turning off the communication device, Wayland turned to face the hall. The moment he did, he was met with thousands of stares directed solely at him, each belonging to either the dwarven elders or powerful individuals who fought at the front lines. Curiosity filled their eyes as they stared at Wayland, who was standing opposite them with a calm smile on his face. All right. I guess it's time we start. Putting the device away, Wayland raised his hand to get everyone to stop talking. Everyone, I would like a moment of your attention, please. The exact moment his words faded, everyone simultaneously stopped talking. Oh wow, they are a lot more obedient than I had expected. Mused Wayland as he looked at everyone in the hall. Taking out a similar device to what Douglas had taken moments before, Wayland started speaking. As you all already know, I have mentioned a way to end the war. Most of you here are probably confused by my words. After all, how can a human they have never seen before suddenly say such an absurd thing, especially when many of you couldn't find a single way? As Wayland spoke, no one interrupted him. There were some that did try to complain, but they were promptly stopped by one of their elders. Staring at the scene in amusement, Wayland put the device in his hand down. He then pointed in its direction. As most of you already know, this over here is a teleportation device. Lowering his body and activating it, the mana in the air slowly started to converge towards the box. Multiple different colored tornadoes swirled around the teleportation device. Slowly, a portal started materializing in the middle of the hall. While the portal was forming, looking at all of the individuals in the hall, Wayland mysteriously smiled. You want to know how to stop the war? If you want to know, all you have to do is step into this portal. Pausing, Wayland saw worried looks flash by the faces of some of those present. With a calm smile, he decided to assuage their fears. If you're worried that I will send you to some unknown location to trap you, fret not. If you check the contract that I signed, one of the terms there states, if I, in any way, try to scheme or work against the dwarves' benefit, I will die. Patting his chest, his smile widened. As you all can see, I'm alive and well. There is no need to worry about me doing anything sketchy against you guys. Oh. The portal is ready. Mid-speech, Wayland suddenly noticed that the portal was now ready. Glancing at the watch on his wrist and taking a step to the side, Wayland pointed at the portal and said in an amused tone. I think I've said enough. Who wants to go first? 0055M, 21S. They should have already started. Going out of my room, with the mask on my face and Angelica stuck in between my teeth, as much as she hated it, I walked towards the room that the guard had shown me a few days ago. Master Carl, are you going somewhere? But of course, the moment I took a step out of the room, the same guard came to greet me with a smile on his face. Taking a small break, are ye, Master Carl? You can say so. At the guard's questions, I gave an indifferent response and continued to head towards the artifact testing zone. Already used to my dismissive attitude, the guard walked up next to me and rubbed his small blue hands together. If I may ask, where are you going? Staring at him from the corner of my eyes, I pretended to be irritated. Can you just shut up? I'm trying to have a break. Your constant yapping is getting on my nerves. I apologize. At my harsh words, lowering his head, the guard apologized. Humph. Snorting, I turned my head and ignored the guard. Know your place. Asterisk. Walking through a series of corridors and stairs while maintaining a steady, unhurried pace, I finally arrived at the artifact testing grounds. Artifact testing ground. The guard muttered as he stared at the room in front of him. He had followed me quietly up until now. Clank. Ignoring the guard and placing the palm of my hand on the side of the door, a blue glow enveloped it and the door soon opened. Before entering the room, halting my steps right at the edge of the room, I looked towards the guard and said with an annoyed look on my face. Stay out here, and don't follow me. Huh. The guard looked at me in surprise. Raising my brow, my tone became harsher than before. Did you not hear me? I said, stay out of the room and guard me from there. Don't tell me you can't do this much. I can, but I don't care. Before the guard could even voice out his complaints, I entered the room and closed the door behind me. Clank. Once the door behind me closed, looking left and right, I walked ahead, pretending to look at the place. Bang. Bang. Just like the first time I came here, Duergars could be seen testing all sorts of artifacts on the machinery present before them. Because everyone was so focused on what they were doing, no one noticed my presence. That was exactly what I wanted. Walking around the place, I carefully scanned the room and took note of each and every piece of surveillance equipment installed in the room. It didn't take long for me to spot all of the surveillance equipment that was installed in the room. There's a total of 2 camera-like devices installed in the room, diagonal to each other. That's manageable. Once I spotted all of the devices, checking my watch, I walked towards one end of the room. Tick. Stopping right below one of the surveillance cameras, I put my hand in my mouth, removed a small tooth, and dropped it on the ground. Right after that, tapping on my bracelet, I took out a balled-up piece of paper and threw it on the ground, right next to the tooth. What is this crap doing here? I thought I had thrown it away. Kicking the paper lightly, I pretended to look around the place with a bored face. It wasn't long before I stopped right under the second surveillance system camera. I probably shouldn't have come here. What a waste of time. I muttered whilst leaning on the wall. As I leaned on the wall, I checked my watch. 5 more minutes. 00H, 05M, 46S. The Author's POV. Chapter 344, Beginning of the Assault, 2. Ohm. A repetitive humming sound echoed, and what followed after were the tapping of footsteps, each sounding different. Some were heavier, some lighter, and others so faint that unless one paid close attention, they wouldn't be able to hear it. Slowly, emerging from the portal that Douglas had set up, were the elders and the respective fighters of the other race. What's going on? Where be ye? Where is this? The moment they became aware of their surroundings, a multitude of different questions rang in the air. An atmosphere of anticipation and slight nervousness ensued. Please be quiet for now. Waiting on the other side of the portal, Douglas tried to organize everyone present. Because of the number of people present, it took quite a while for them to get out of the portal. As the dwarves, orcs, and elves came out of the portal, the transparent shield that was enveloping them expanded. This of course was at the expenditure of Waylon's mana. However, for someone of his rank, this amount of mana was nothing worth taking note of. Plus, Waylon was willing to give it his all to make sure every step of the plan he was responsible for went flawlessly. It took a lot of time to organize everyone, and by the time the last batch came out from the portal, only 5 minutes remained. That should be the last group left. Coming out of the portal, Waylon headed towards Douglas. Glancing at everyone and making sure that there were no problems, Waylon asked in a calm tone that belied his inner emotions. Have you organized everyone properly? There should be no problems for now. Turning to face everyone present, Douglas looked at the leaders and elders of each group, beckoning them to come towards him. Because they had always been focusing their whole attention towards them, the moment Douglas called for their attention, they immediately moved towards him. What have you gathered us here for? Rander, one of the dwarven elders, asked. With his brows tightly knit, he looked around the place. Where exactly are we? You don't have to worry about that. Waylon replied with a small smile. All you have to do is listen to us and we can get this over with without a hitch. At Waylon's words, Rander stopped speaking. Satisfied with the outcome, Waylon looked at everyone present and asked, I'm sure most of you are wondering about what you are doing here. Am I right? Without giving them a chance to answer, Waylon glanced at his watch and continued to speak. Listen up closely. We only have about 5 minutes left before we start the operation. Turning his attention towards Jernus, who was silently standing in the middle of the group, Waylon gave out instructions. We're going to separate into 2 groups. One group will consist of all the elite warriors that are here, and the other group will be made up of the strongest present here. The lowest rank amongst that group will be S rank, and we can only have a maximum of 5 people in the group. Turning his head right, Waylon looked at Jernus. Well, if we exclude me and you, it would be 3. So you be basically asking me who the 3 we should send with ye guys should be? Right. You're the only one I trust that can do this, Jernus. I see. With his brows locked into a tight frown, Jonas looked behind him, towards the group of elites he'd stuck with through thick and thin during the whole war. Although Wayland's request was odd, because of the mana contract and the fact that they were already too deep into this, Jonas decided to not question any of their decisions and just went along with it. Staring at the members present, he did not have any trouble selecting 2 of them. Eris, Aurthor, would you be so kind and go with them? The moment he called out the 2 names, everyone turned their heads and stared at the 2 individuals. One was an orc while the other was an elf. With long, silver-blonde hair, Eris, the elf that was called out by Jonas, stepped forward without hesitation. With a cold face and long eyelashes, Eris looked incredibly stunning. As she moved forward, everyone could feel a tremendous pressure emanating from her small body. I have no problems with the arrangements, she said as she walked towards Wayland and Douglas. Me too. Following her words was a deep and powerful voice. Stepping out of the group was a large orc, Aurthor. It wasn't hard to spot him. The moment he stepped out, his towering and muscular figure pushed aside those that were next to him. Compared to Eris, who had a small figure, Aurthor was the exact opposite of her. It was difficult to say who was the scarier one. It looks like this group will have the most fun role. Ignoring Aurthor's last comment, Jonas nodded towards the team assembled so far and turned his attention back to the rest. With 1 human, 1 dwarf, 1 elf, and 1 orc, the composition of the group was almost perfect. What they were now missing was a dwarf. Someone that was capable of handling multiple artifacts and help from both long and short range. Although Jonas could do this as well, he specialized more in defending due to all of his artifacts being defense-based. Although he did have attack-oriented artifacts, his main role was to defend Henneler and evacuate everyone in case a disaster struck the city. It was also because of this reason that he was called the Metropolis Keeper. Either way, selecting another dwarf was a lot more difficult for Jonas as he wasn't clear about what type of mission they were going to partake in. But before Jonas could come up with a decision, Wayland spoke up, pointing at Rander, who had a surprised look on his face. If you're looking for a dwarf, we believe Rander is a perfect choice. Me. Yes. If there's anyone that can help us, it would be you. I'm certain. A small smile appeared on Wayland's face as he looked at Rander. Are you sure? Jonas asked as he looked at Rander with a complicated look. Wayland's decision was odd. He had witnessed the amount of animosity Rander had with him these past few weeks, so for Wayland to choose Rander out of everyone present was odd. But, in the end, he couldn't go against Wayland's decision. After all, he must have a reason for choosing Rander out of all people. I guess that's all for this group. The rest will form the other group. Looking at Jonas, Aurthor, Eris, and Rander, Wayland nodded in approval before turning his wrist and taking a glance at a certain watch. 00H, 02M, 34S. Turning his attention back towards Douglas, Wayland's face became incredibly solemn. The calm had been replaced by grim determination. Douglas, we don't have much time. Lead the council to a frontal assault. I'll start setting up the portal now. Okay. Nodding in acknowledgement, Douglas waved his hand and removed the barrier that was enveloping everyone present. Instantly, everyone's presence was no longer masked. Their auras sprung forth, forming a deafening pressure. Raising his voice, Douglas calmly walked forward towards the end of the tunnel and opened his mouth to address the main group. Everyone, we will now start the assault. Please get ready for battle. His calm voice traveled through the ears of each individual present, and even though many had questions such as who they were going to attack, the council decided to follow his instructions and took out their weapons. No matter how the situation turned out, they would not be unprepared. They had been roped into this by the human, but they weren't wannabes. Each one present had the means to secure their safety if things went awry. They were the strongest elites of Henneler, not some wannabe soldiers. On the other hand, throwing another device on the floor, a familiar scene appeared in front of Wayland and the others. Turning towards Jonas and the rest, Wayland checked his watch one more time. Get ready. We're about to do something extremely dangerous. Even though I know you guys are strong, stronger than me, in fact, I can't guarantee that you will all make it back alive. I can just guarantee one thing. They were about to infiltrate Inferno, one of the most powerful organizations in the Dwarven domain. Of course, not all would make it back. Wayland took a deep breath and stared at everyone present. This war is about to end. Human, I like you. You say some bold things. I'm even more excited now, haha. Contrary to what Wayland expected, Aurthor burst into laughter, his eyes shining eerily as he stared at the slowly forming portal. If you're saying that it's dangerous, then it must mean that we get to fight a lot. No. I'm all in. Since you said that this mission can stop the war, I would at least expect this much danger. Jernus said from the side, seemingly unconcerned by the danger the mission proposed. Next to him, Eris and Rander did not show any reaction, indicating that they too were ready for what was about to come next. I guess you guys aren't powerful leaders for nothing. Smiling, a huge portal formed behind Waylon. Turning his attention to the portal, Waylon checked his watch. 00H, 00M, 02S. It's time. Without wasting any more time, glancing toward the others, he took a step into the portal. I'll be going in first. His figure had disappeared halfway. I'll wait for you on the other side. Once Waylon's words faded, he had completely disappeared into the portal. A little bit before Waylon entered the portal. Staring at the tracking device in his hands, the silver-haired male from the monolith muttered, "How long has it been since we lost the signal again?" "I would say about an hour." The muscular member replied, his brows tightly furrowed. "Compared to the previous occurrences, there has never been a time where we lost the signal for so long." "True." The silver-haired male replied, his words drawling as he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Even still, if we follow the previous coordinates, we should be right around here." The silver-haired male tilted his head and checked the tracking device again. Something isn't adding up. Despite standing close to where 870 SIX's signal indicated, the only thing they saw was an endless dark tunnel. There was nothing in the vicinity. "Strange," the muscular male said as he scanned the surroundings. Taking a brief glance at the tracking device, he carefully inspected the surroundings. Yet, wherever he looked, all he saw was just one long tunnel that led to nothing. Walking towards one end of the corridor, he put his hand on the side of the wall. The moment he touched the side of the wall, he suddenly noticed something. "Hey Miles, I think I know where that bastard is hiding." "You found something, Lawrence?" "Yes, have a look." The silver-haired male, Miles, looked around in anticipation at the muscular male's words. Once he turned his head, Miles had a sudden look of understanding. No wonder we couldn't see him. With half of Lawrence's hand inside the wall, it became clear to everyone present that there was more to the place than what met the eye. "This appears to be an illusion. The rat is probably hid, huh?" Before he could finish his sentence, the muscular male, Lawrence, froze in shock. Then, unprecedented fear clouded his face. What the dash? He wasn't the only one. Everyone showed a similar reaction as all the members seemingly froze in place. Turning their heads towards the direction they came from, they suddenly felt a monstrous presence headed for their direction. The pressure was so strong that even they had difficulty breathing. "Let's go." Without thinking twice, all members rushed towards the illusionary wall. Since the wall could hide their presence, they thought that this was their only option of escape. Fear had clouded their judgment. The author's POV. Chapter 345, Beginning of the Assault, 3. 00H, 02M, 23S. Angelica, get ready. Taking my eyes away from the watch, I reminded Angelica inside of my mind. "I got it, no need to tell me." Angelica coldly replied inside of my head. "Just making sure." I replied back, unbothered by her attitude. At this point, I was already used to her attitude. Even if she was cold to me, at the end of the day, she did whatever I asked her to do. So, I had nothing to complain about. Taking a good look at the surroundings and making sure that no one was paying attention to me, I kept a close look on my watch. Almost. Very soon, total chaos would descend on this place, both internally and externally. The external threat would be from Douglas attacking the outside of the facility with all the warriors gathered, and the internal one would be from Waylon and the others infiltrating through the portal I had set up in the room I operated in. Since the dampening system was turned off in that one specific room, setting up a portal was not a problem. Which was exactly what I did. Having completely gained the trust of the Duergars after removing the second beacon, they no longer suspected me of having ulterior motives, and just let me do whatever I wanted. Unfortunately for them, this had been a setup from the very beginning. Soon, when the timer on my watch hits 0, Waylon alongside his small group would appear inside of the building. Douglas, on the other hand, would start attacking the place from the outside. Timing was essential for this operation. Once Douglas started attacking outside the headquarters, most of the attention of the higher-ups would get focused there. This meant that less attention would be put on Waylon and the others who would enter the headquarters through the portal. But of course, I couldn't guarantee that no one would take note of their appearance. The fluctuations they would release couldn't go unnoticed by the elders of Inferno. Hence why, after a bit of thinking, I came up with another idea and headed towards this room. My plan was simple: create chaos inside of this facility a little bit before Waylon and his group stepped into the headquarters. The goal was to divert attention away from them and have it focus on me. But I couldn't guarantee whether it would work. Yet, it was worth a try. Also, because this place was made of rhinestone, I wasn't worried about my safety. It would take at least a couple of SS ranks to enter this place forcefully, and with what was happening outside, I'm sure the elders would suddenly suffer a massive headache with all the trouble going on at the same time. The more the internal chaos, the higher the chances that the operation would succeed. Since this was all happening at the same time, the elders would have little to no time to think before they would be forced to act. And because of this, the higher the chances of mistakes happening. 00H, 01M, 09S. Angelica, let's start. Checking my watch one last time, I decided to act. Crash. Lifting my head, I threw a small object and destroyed the surveillance system in one go. The sound that came from the destruction of the surveillance system was minimal. In fact, it didn't matter whether I was loud or not. Since the sounds that came from the artifacts being tested were way louder, no one inside of the facility was able to tell what I just did. That's one down. Once I destroyed the surveillance system, lifting my head slightly, I spotted Angelica in the distance. Because she barely had any demonic energy in her body, and everyone was focused on their experiments, no one noticed her presence. On another note, the mana in the air was so thick that even if she did release her power, one of the Duergars could have easily mistaken her as someone testing a new artifact. Still, it actually didn't really matter whether she was spotted or not. I had already briefed her on what to do if such a situation occurred. Bending over, Angelica picked up the foiled paper I'd thrown before. Unraveling it, a black fruit appeared in front of her. Before consuming the fruit, Angelica raised her delicate hand and touched the surveillance system. Like pressing onto a bug, the surveillance system broke instantly at Angelica's touch. She was a lot more subtle than me when destroying the surveillance system. But what could I say, she was also a lot stronger than me. Alright, it's my turn now. The moment she destroyed the surveillance cameras and prepared to eat the fruit, I knew that it was time for me to act. Calmly walking out of my position, I walked towards the nearest of Duergars. Before coming into this place, I had obviously checked the ranks of everyone present. It wasn't hard to tell, as everyone had their aura out for all to see. Since they were testing artifacts, they had to use their mana. 1S rank, 2A ranks, 1B rank and 3C ranks. That was the total composition of the group. I was quite surprised by how highly ranked the Duergars present in the room were, but after realizing that even S-ranked artifacts were being tested here, it all made sense. Either way, whatever rank they were, Duergar or dwarf, unless prepared, they were quite weak. Since all the Duergars here came for experiments, none of them seemed to be equipped for combat. Which was exactly the situation I was looking for. What are you guys testing? Walking towards a group of 3, all of whom were in the C rank range, I curiously looked at the artifact in their hands. It was a strange-looking rod that shot electrical beams. HM. Who are you? Finally taking note of my presence, one of the Duergars asked. I've never seen you before. Crack. Before the Duergar could finish his sentence, putting both of my hands on his neck, I twisted it without remorse. The sound of bones breaking was loud. Huh. Because this all happened so fast, none of the Duergars present were able to react on time. Thud. Finally, with a small thud, the Duergar fell on the ground, dead. Lowering my head and staring at the dead Duergar, I raised my head and looked at the other two. Would you believe me if I said that it was an accident? Cracka. Cracka. Without saying anything, the Duergar holding onto the rod channeled his mana into it. Lightning started crackling from it. Guess not. Raising my right hand to block the incoming attack, the rod came into contact with my forearm and a current of electricity ran through my body. KHHH. Groaning slightly, I grabbed the rod with my hand. Then, raising my foot, I drew an arc in the air and kicked him directly in the head. Bang. Face planting onto the ground, the Duergar's blood splattered everywhere. And that's two. Spurt. Raising my foot, I stomped the head of the Duergar, killing him. Then, at the same time I stomped on the head of the Duergar, I channeled my mana into the rod, and electricity started crackling from its tip. Without hesitation, I swung the rod in the direction of the remaining Duergar, who was left helpless in the face of my attack. Bang. Before he could even react, the shaft of the rod hit him in the face. Heat dash. The Duergar's face caved completely and the sound of bones breaking resounded in the place. What followed after was a bloodthirsty scream that disappeared as fast as it came. Thud. Falling onto the ground, the Duergar died just like that. Bang. Right as I killed the last Duergar, a loud sound echoed from the other side of the room. Lifting my head, I saw Angelica get rid of two high-ranked Duergars. One was the S-ranked one, and the other was A-ranked. Must be nice having such an advantage. I enviously thought. Compared to me, Angelica had a much easier time. Having just consumed a devil fruit, restoring all of her demonic energy, Angelica was able to easily defeat the Duergars present. With the fact that she was a demon, her bloodline suppression worked wonders, weakening all of the Duergar present. In fact, the reason why I had such an easy time was probably because of her. That aside, everything that just happened now occurred within the span of a dozen seconds. This meant that we still had a bit of time before the guard outside would be able to react and come into the room. Before I could let that happen, removing the mask off of my face and extending my hand towards the right, I took out my sword. It's been a while since I last held a sword. Putting it by the side of my waist, my toes gently tapped onto the ground, and with a small bang, my body shot forward, towards the nearest Duergar. He was B-ranked. Despite the effects of the bloodline suppression, I didn't blindly assume I could take care of him as easily as the other Duergars I previously defeated. And I was indeed proven correct. The moment I appeared before him, taking out a small device from his dimensional space, the Duergar threw it in the air. Bang. With a light bang, my vision blurred. Covering my eyes with my forearm, I came to a halt. Swoosh. Almost instantly, I heard a whistling sound coming from my right side. Although I didn't know what it was, out of pure instinct, I tensed my calves and pushed my body backward. As I moved backward, I felt a slight sting right on top of my nose. Coming to a halt while opening my eyes and touching the top of my nose, I felt a wet sensation on my hand. Lowering my hand, I found that it was covered in blood. Shit. Abruptly lifting my head, I spotted the Duergar from before holding onto a gun-like artifact aimed towards my direction. Shio. 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 Before I could even fully recover my eyesight, the Duergar aimed his weapon and shot it at my direction. 3 powerful energy blasts launched towards me. Staring at the incoming blasts, I took a calm breath. Drawing a familiar circle in the air with my sword, I took a step to the side and narrowly avoided one of the attacks. Because I was pressed for time, I could only draw one circle. Therefore, after avoiding one of the attacks, moving the ring in front of me, I blocked the second attack. Crack. Unfortunately for me, the ring broke apart as soon as it blocked the attack. Having already dodged one attack and blocked another, I was left completely open. The last energy blast aimed directly at my heart. For a brief moment, I saw my life flash before me. No. Gritting my teeth, using every ounce of energy within my body, I tilted my body ever so slightly to the right, eventually moving my heart away from the energy beam's range. Even then, although I managed to avoid having my heart pierced, I was not completely left unscathed. The blast hit me on my right shoulder, my dominant one. Arg. The moment the attack hit my shoulder, I felt an intense burning sensation on my right side. I let out an agonizing scream. Clank. Losing all sense of feeling in my right hand, I dropped my sword on the ground. Unwillingly, with a look of frustration, I raised my head. The moment I did, the only thing I saw was the barrel of the gun directly aimed at my face. Staring at the barrel aimed for my head, a wry smile appeared on my face. I muttered in a desperate voice. Well, fuck. The Author's POV. Chapter 346, Beginning of the Assault, 4. Well, fuck. Staring at the barrel of the gun right in front of me, the world around me froze. Despite of the fact that I had a gun barrel aimed at my head, I was calm. My eyes paused on the hole of the narrow barrel where I could see a small energy blast forming at the very end of it. Upon closer look, I noticed a small bundle of spherical mana agglomerating towards the very end of the barrel, forming a small pink ball. Not taking my eyes away from the ball, the chip inside of my head started processing at full power, and all sorts of different scenarios materialized inside of my head. All the scenarios had different survivability probabilities. Some high, some low. All the processing and analyzing happened within a short second, and before the ball had fully formed, I already knew what to do. And I really wanted to conserve my mana. In the end, after simulating the many scenarios inside of my head, I decided to go with the most efficient method. Although I really didn't want to do this as I had to conserve as much mana as possible, I was left with no choice but to do this. Slowly lifting my head, I inwardly muttered. The one. The moment my words faded, the Duergar standing opposite to me abruptly came to a halt as the hand that held onto the gun shook. The energy beam that was forming at the end of the barrel suddenly twisted and disappeared into the air like smoke. Calmly placing my left hand on the gun, I moved it slightly. Then, leaning my head backward, I head-butted the Duergar right in the face. Hyuk! Thud. Falling but first onto the ground, the Duergar let out a strange sound and let go of the gun. Without giving him any chance to recover, I stomped my foot on the ground. Spurt. A gory scene appeared in my vision as blood and pieces of flesh covered the ground below me. Unemotionally staring at the scene below me, deactivating the effects of the one, I walked towards my sword and picked it up. Tapping on my bracelet using my left hand, taking a potion out from my dimensional space, I uncapped the lid and chugged it down. Gulp. HAAA. Downing the whole potion in one go, my shoulder slowly started to heal. Unfortunately, the process was not a quick one as my whole shoulder had almost gotten blown away. It was so bad that I may as well have had my whole arm amputated. At this point, it was practically useless. According to my estimates, I would need at least a couple of hours for it to fully heal. Normally I wouldn't have had a problem with this, but that was on normal occasions. Unfortunately for me, this was no longer a normal occasion. With everything that was going on, time was of the essence, and the fact that my dominant hand was no longer working was a cause of concern. To think that things have gone wrong this early into the plan. From how I practically lost my right arm to how I used more mana than I had originally anticipated. Things were not going as smoothly as I had anticipated. Bang. Fortunately, this was only coming from my end as Angelica swiftly dealt with the last remaining Duergar. Crashing onto the side of the walls, blood splattered everywhere, and a gory scene once again presented itself before my eyes. Once she disposed of the Duergar, turning her head to face my direction, the first she noticed was the state of my shoulder. Raising her hand, she pointed at it. What happened to you? A little accident. I replied whilst heading towards the alarm system of the place. The one that the guard had previously pointed out to me during the tour. Once I arrived at the place, turning to face Angelica, I nudged her with my head. Security should already be aware of the fact that the surveillance system is down. Wait at the door while I try to activate the system. Kill anyone that comes in. Around 30 to 40 seconds had passed since we attacked and disposed of the Duergars in the room. If my estimate was not wrong, within a couple of seconds, a bunch of guards would quickly head in our direction. Given that I had to activate the system as well, and the fact that my right hand was no longer working, I could only leave the matter of defending the place to Angelica. Without saying anything, much to my relief, Angelica understood the situation and headed toward the entrance of the facility. Briefly glancing at Angelica's parting figure, I focused my attention back on the emergency system and tried my best to recall all of the information that the guard had previously said when I was here. According to what he said, the system activated whenever it feels like an explosion might happen by measuring the mana that is lingering in the room. Therefore, if I wanted to activate, I need to mess with the sensor. Fortunately, I didn't have a hard time recalling what the guard had said. With the aid of the chip inside of my head, remembering word for word what the guard had said not too long ago was not hard as I went straight into action not long after. It should be over there. Scanning the area I was in, I immediately spotted the mana sensory system. It wasn't far from where I was and it also wasn't hard to spot. With a label right above it, I would be dumb not to spot it. 00H, 00S, 21S. Checking my watch and noticing that I barely had any time left, I rushed towards the sensor. Assuming that the sensor scans then mana density that is lingering inside of the whole room, I'd estimate that the sensor will only activate once the mana that is dispersed throughout the whole room reaches a certain level. If I channel my mana right above the sensor, I should be able to distort the data and replicate a scenario where it looks like an explosion is happening. As my thoughts were running wild, I soon arrived before the sensor. Bang. But just as I arrived at the sensor, a terrifying explosion resounded from behind me. Without turning back, I knew that security had finally arrived. Without wasting any time, I raised my left hand and touched the sensor with my finger. Upon touching the sensor, I channeled all the mana inside of my body towards it, and a white thread that detached from my body sank into the sensor. Bang, bang. While I was busy trying to interfere with the sensor, the sound of fighting behind me rang even more powerfully as Angelica's demonic energy shrouded the whole room. "What are you doing, demon? What have you done? Why are you interfering with us?" The angered shouts of the Duergars behind me powerfully rang throughout the whole facility. Come on, come on. Staring at the sensory system, I fully concentrated on the task at hand and channeled even more mana into the system. 00H, 00M, 09S. Briefly glancing at my watch, my heart rate sped up and I felt a strong sense of urgency. Although I had managed to do the most important step of the plan, which was to gather the attention of everyone, that was the problem. Douglas had still not attacked yet, meaning that everyone's attention was on me. If the security system did not work, I would find myself in a scenario where I would end up facing the Elders of Inferno. Only when the security system activated would I truly be saved, albeit temporarily. Ding, die. Just when I thought I wouldn't have enough time to activate the system, a large chime rang out and red lights flashed. Rumble. What followed after was a small rumbling sound as the doors of the facility started to shut down. The system activated. Hurry. The moment the doors started closing, the Duergars became alarmed and attacked even more fiercely. But how could Angelica let them? Channeling all of her demonic energy, raising her hand, a small ball materialized in her hand. The ball was about the size of a baseball, but the energy that emanated from it was no joke. With threads of demonic energy encircling it, Angelica pushed the ball forward, towards the attacking Duergars. Shit. Move back. Realizing the threat of the ball, all Duergars moved backward and tried to avoid the attack. It had to be noted that this was a full-powered attack coming from a count-ranked demon. The energy contained within the attack was not someone that anyone could take. Clank. Before Angelica and I could see whether the attack had any effect or not, the doors of the room shut down. With my hand still channeling mana in the sensory system, I looked at Angelica and muttered. Did we do it? Boom. Before Angelica could even reply, a terrifying explosion rang from outside of the facility and the whole room shook. Ah, I guess we did. Still touching the sensory system, my shoulders relaxed a little. It has finally started. The war between the dwarves and Inferno had officially begun. Moments before the explosion. What in the world? Is this what I think it is? Crossing through the illusion set up at the end of the tunnel, Douglas, alongside the many others that had followed him, were left speechless by the scene that they were presented with. Deeply etched into the walls was an enormous structure resembling a large gate with all sorts of engravings by its side. The infrastructure was enormous, and standing outside it were 3 tall large statues, depicting 2 Duergar killing a dwarf. It didn't take a genius to realize where they were, and the moment they did, the faces of everyone present changed. Some of the faces of the individuals paled significantly while the faces of others shone brightly. Still, their appearance did not go unnoticed. The moment they appeared, the gates of the enormous structure shut down. What followed after was even more alarming. The sides of the structure opened up and cannon-like devices slowly came into everyone's view. Get ready. Staring at the cannons in the distance, Douglas's face became incredibly serious. Extending his hand forward, a terrifying pressure suddenly engulfed the entire area as the mana in the air thickened up and agglomerated towards his hand, coating it completely. A similar scene appeared in the distance as small colorful spheres made out of mana entered the barrels of the cannons, converging towards the middle where a large colorful sphere formed. 00H, 00M, 01S. As both sides accumulated energy, glancing at his watch, with a grave face, Douglas pushed his palm out. A whistling sound arose, and what followed after was a boundless force. Like a tsunami, the force obliterated anything that crossed its path. In response to Douglas's attack, the cannons also shot out a fierce attack. All of them whistled down at the same time. A rumbling thunder roar resounded continuously. Different colors lightly flashed across the surroundings. Immediately after, the two forces met in front of everyone's eyes. Boom. A terrifying explosion instantly rang out, and energy ripples spread from the point of collision. The tough ground immediately burst apart, covering the place with dust. Om, om. At the same time, emerging from out of a portal, were 5 figures. Yei, yei. The sonorous sound of sirens rang, as the whole facility flashed in red. Staring at the unfamiliar environment, Jonas alongside the others questioned. Where are we? Standing opposite of the others, Waylon waited for everyone to appear before answering. Rather than saying it multiple times, it was better to only just say it once. Om. It didn't take long for the last person to exit out of the portal. Once the last member stepped out of the portal, Waylon looked at everyone and smiled. You guys must be confused about our current location, right? Without giving the others a chance to reply, taking notice of a small piece of paper that was resting on the table of the room, Waylon raised his brows and picked it up from the table. Opening it, he slowly read through it. After a while, scrunching the paper in his hands, he turned his attention back towards the others. If you guys have still not figured it out, I'll make the instructions quick. Burning the paper in his hand, Waylon pointed at the door of the room. If you haven't still figured it out, welcome to Inferno. The author's POV. Chapter 347, Planting the Seed of Chaos, 1. Inferno, Duergar Council. Sitting in his seat, Orion, one of the Duergar elders, looked around him and asked the rest of the elders present, how is Carl doing? He is currently working on disabling the third beacon. Durara answered from her seat. She sounded very pleased with Carl's work. Do you have any idea when he will get it done? If we get 1 or 2 more beacons disabled, we should be able to completely destroy the barrier of the city. That, I'm not too sure myself. He's just got done with the second beacon, so I reckon it would be done within the week. Durara replied with a tight frown on her face. Because Carl requested for him to not be monitored or bothered while he was working, no one actually knew how far he was in the project. Since he had proven himself by deactivating the first and second beacons, the elders had no qualms with the fact that they couldn't monitor him. Furthermore, Carl's request wasn't strange. Many of the Duergars present were engineers, and they all knew just how important keeping their blueprints and projects a secret was. It was their life's work. No one would like it for their work to be seen by others. All that mattered to them was that he deactivated the beacons. Having already inspected his strength, they weren't worried about Carl running away as they had set up multiple guards way above his rank to monitor him. From what I heard, Carl said that the process of deactivation differs per beacon. That is why it is taking time for him to fully extract the memories from Jomnuk and process them in time. I see, looks like that bastard was a thorough one. With both hands on the table, Orion mumbled to himself. If he manages to get it done by the end of the week, we should start getting ready. Turning to face one of the Duergars standing on the other side of the hall, Orion decided to give out orders. Send a message to all members. Orion stood up and clenched both of his fists. Within a week, when the barrier is finally breached, I want them to be ready to assault Henneler from the inside. A colorless hue mixed with black threads of energy expanded from his body as his cold voice rang throughout the room. It's time we finally got rid of those bastards. Bang. But just as his words faded, with a loud bang, a Duergar rushed into the room. Before the elders could say anything about the rude intrusion, the Duergar shouted in wild panic. We've got an urgent report. The artifact testing facilities have been breached. The artifact testing facilities. Orion's brow raised in surprise. He seemed relaxed despite hearing of an intruder in the artifact testing area. Who's the idiot trying to breach the artifact testing facilities? That place was like a prison. The moment it was breached, although no one could go in, no one could also go out. To Orion, whoever was trying to breach the place seemed to be an idiot. Thus, he was completely relaxed. It was also because of this that he started to glare at the Duergar that had so rudely barged into the room. Why have you barged into this place to report such a small matter? His cold voice entered the ears of the Duergar. The latter froze on the spot. His pupils instantly dilated and a sense of death washed over his body as he fumbled on his words, struggling to form a sentence. But, K. Carl is there, sir. Eventually, with shaking legs, using all of his willpower, the Duergar managed to complete his sentence. However, as soon as his words faded, a palpitating, almost terrifying chill spread throughout the whole room as the countenances of all the elders present changed horribly. What did you just say? The first one to recover was Durara, who immediately stood up with an alarmed look. Did you just say that Carl was inside of the artifact testing facility? Speak. Why, yeah. Subjected to Durara's terrifying glare, the Duergar could only helplessly nod his head. Oh no. Getting confirmation from the Duergar, Durara turned her head and looked at the other elders present in the room. Bang. Without needing to be told what to do, one of the elders disappeared from the hall. A loud banging noise resounded as the door of the hall smacked against the side of the walls. Once the elder left, a grave and solemn atmosphere permeated the room. Shit, how did those bastards manage to get to them? Smacking his fist against the table, Orion raised his voice. Didn't we increase the security around Carl? How in the world could this have happened? Given how important of a figure Carl was, there was no way they would just let him go as he pleased without a bodyguard. Furthermore, everyone in the artifact testing facility should have been filled with loyal Duergars. Given how important artifacts were, the elders weren't just going to let anyone test them. They were Duergars that had been selected after a tough screening. For an incident to have happened there out of all places was odd. Did one of us betray us? It was the first thought that Orion had as he scanned the room. It was the most plausible outcome. You all, huh? But just as he was about to voice out his concerns, out of nowhere, the base's defensive system activated. Ding. What's going on? What is happening? The moment the defensive system activated, everyone grew even more alarmed. Tapping onto the table in front of him, one of the Duergars swiped his hand and a large holographic image of the outside of the facility appeared before everyone. How could this be? We're under attack. It was then that everyone instantly understood what was going on. They stood up in unison and stared at the powerful energy blast that was headed towards the direction of the facility. Everyone, get ready. Sound the defensive system and warn everyone to be ready to fight. The Duergars in the room weren't leaders for nothing. Upon realizing just what kind of situation they were in, instead of panicking, they all calmly gave out orders and rushed out of the hall. The only one who remained in the hall was Orion, whose eyes remained glued on the energy blast headed for the base. Before long, the energy blast connected with the cannon blasts. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded and the whole place shook. With his feet steady on the ground, Orion's face sank as he darkly muttered. How dare you? Yei. What followed after the explosion was the sound of alarms ringing. Still channeling my mana at the sensor of the room, I glanced in Angelica's direction. Indifferently walking in my direction, Angelica's footsteps halted right as she was a few meters away from me. What should we do now? We wait. I softly replied. In response, Angelica cocked her head to the side. Confused by my answer. Wait. Yeah, we wait for Waylon to come to pick us up. Pausing there, my brows suddenly knit in thought as I muttered to myself. Talking about Waylon, I hope he got my message. When setting the portal in the other room, I made sure to leave behind a note on the desk. On it were a couple of instructions that Waylon had to follow. Alongside it was the location of the artifact testing facility that I was currently in. Aside from that, there was also a small map marked with a few important places like the surveillance room, where the dampening system was, and finally, the location of where the security system was. Our priority was to have all three of those facilities destroyed. Once those three systems were down, it would essentially be equal to crippling Inferno and thus helping us ensure victory. Once Waylon comes to pick us up, the real struggle starts. So, try your best to recover as much as possible. Although you can probably fight against S-ranked Duergars with your bloodline suppression, it's best if you're careful. MHM. Faintly nodding her head, without saying too much, Angelica sat on the ground and started to process the effects of the devil fruit she had just ingested. Slowly, a small black layer formed around her body, enveloping her whole. While Angelica was recovering her demonic energy, with my hand still on the sensor, I tried to move my right arm. KHH. Still nothing. Unfortunately, the moment I tried to move my arm, I felt an electric current run through my body, momentarily paralyzing my movements. It immediately became clear to me that my arm still needed time to recover. The only issue was that I had no time. To make matters worse, since I had to keep injecting mana into the sensor, I couldn't use my other arm to take out any potions. This meant that I was rapidly losing mana. Damn it. Things were not looking good for me at the moment. Standing right by the door that led to the inside of Inferno, Jonas turned towards Waylon and asked, "What should we do now?" "We're going to split up in 2 groups." Waylon promptly replied to Jonas's question. As he spoke, the sound of sirens rang in the background, drowning his voice a bit. Split up. Fortunately, everyone in the room was an elite. With their enhanced senses, it wasn't hard for them to make out what exactly Waylon was saying. "How should we split up and why do we need to split up?" Jonas asked. In response, Waylon gave a brief reply. "We're going to split up in 2 groups. 1 group of 2 and 1 groups of 3. Turning his head toward Ultrich, the orc leader, Waylon continued to give out instructions. "Regarding the first group, it will consist of Ultrich and me." "Me?" Ultrich questioned from the side. Nodding his head slightly, Waylon explained. "Yes, I need Ultrich for this part of the plan." He was planning on going to rescue Ren. Since there was a high chance that an elder would show up at the place, in order to increase his chances of survival, Waylon decided to have Ultrich join him to fend off the enemies. "While Ultrich and I are busy on our mission, the 3 of you will go to deactivate the surveillance system. Since most of the attention is away from us, do it in the fastest way possible. Our goal is to have the surveillance system destroyed before they notice anything." By destroying the surveillance system, they were essentially buying themselves an advantage. It would basically make the next 2 operations much easier for them as the Duergars wouldn't be able to coordinate with each other well. "I understand the plan somewhat." Listening to Waylon's plans, everyone in the room understood what he was trying to do. Hence, none of them voiced any complaints. "Take this." Taking something from his dimensional space, Waylon handed it to Jonas. "What is it?" Jonas questioned as he stared at Waylon's hands, where a small cubic object rested. Upon taking a closer look, Jonas was able to instantly tell what the device was. "Oh. Is this a holographic map?" "Yes. In there is the location of the surveillance system. Although it is not very detailed, you should be able to make do with that." Thanks to the information that he had gotten from Ren, he was able to pinpoint the exact location of where the important rooms were, and thus marked it on the rough map of Inferno that the everyone here used. "Yes, this is enough." Putting the device away, a solemn atmosphere prevailed over the room. Having finished what he wanted to say, Waylon checked his watch. "Are you guys ready?" he asked while moving towards the door of the room. "Yes." Taking out their weapons and artifacts, everyone put a small badge by the side of their chest. The moment the artifact touched their chest, the light in the room reflected away from their body and their figures disappeared. "Let's go." Putting his hand on the side of the door, a small glow enveloped Waylon's hand as it opened shortly after. Henneler's strongest warriors were going to make a move. Clank. The door closed, and the countdown to the war began. The author's POV. Chapter 348, Planting the Seeds of Chaos, 2. Bang, bang. A loud metallic sound rang as an energy blast shot towards a large metal door. The sound rang in the air for a brief moment before it disappeared completely. What followed after was the cacophonous sound of several alarms ringing, completely drowning out the banging sounds that ensued after repetitive attacks towards the metallic door. Step to the side. Seeing that the attacks were not working, a Duergar stepped up. Holding onto a large metallic barrel in between his armpits, the Duergar channeled his mana towards it. Soon, spherical orbs of mana agglomerated towards the center of the barrel, forming a concentrated ball of energy. The threatening energy expanded in the hall as it steadily increased in size. Before long, once the ball reached a certain size, the Duergar firmly planted both of his feet on the ground and discharged the energy. Boom. What followed after was a terrifying blast that shot towards the massive metal door. A colorful trail of mana traced behind the attack. Once the attack connected with the door, a thunderous sound rang out, and smoke diffused in the air. Did it work? The Duergar who shot the attack wondered out loud as he tried to see through the large cloud of smoke. It's no use. The door is designed to withstand the impacts of SS-ranked individuals. All you're doing is wasting mana. Before the Duergar could get a proper look, a cold and apathetic voice spoke from behind. Turning to the direction where the voice came from, the Duergar's face paled considerably. Lord. Stay put. Scanning the metal door, the mood of the Duergar elder sank. Damn it. Placing his palm on the door, the elder circulated the mana inside of his body towards the palm of his hand and closed his eyes. He was trying to gauge what was going on inside the room. While the elder was busy, the duergars behind him stood silently with their backs straight, not daring to mouth a single word. After a while, opening his eyes, the elder's face relaxed a little. He's still alive. After having scanned the internal structure of the room, although he wasn't able to tell what exactly was going on inside, he could tell that there were two people alive. Out of the two, one was a demon and the other was Carl. Recognizing Carl's mana signature, the elder was able to tell that he was still alive. At this revelation, he felt a lot more relaxed. As long as he was alive, all was good. However, apart from those two energies, he felt no other energy. This meant only one thing. Every single researcher inside had been killed. Why did a demon betray us? The elder wondered as his brows tightly knit in consternation. For the perpetrator to be a demon, no wonder the duergars assigned to Carl had failed to protect him. Nobody would have seen it coming. How is the situation going on your side? It was then that a voice suddenly entered the elder's ears. Completely unfazed by the voice, the elder tapped on his ear and responded in a calm tone, Carl is still alive. However, he is currently being held hostage inside of the room with a demon. A demon? The voice sounded a bit surprised. It quickly followed up with a question. So you're saying that the one responsible for this is a demon? That is correct. The elder darkly replied. How is the situation on your side? What exactly is going on? Before arriving at the artifact testing room, the elder had naturally heard a large explosion that seemed to have come from outside the base. Although the elder was curious, he still chose to pursue his role, which was to find out what was going on with the artifact room. Are we under attack? The elder questioned. After a brief moment of silence, the voice responded. Yes. The location of our base has been compromised. We're currently under siege by those bastards. We've called for reinforcements, and have set up the defensive system. At those words, the elder's face sank completely. Our location has been breached. That's impossible. Our dampening system has made it impossible for those bastards to find the coordinates of our base. Unless... A sudden thought struck the elder as he turned his attention back towards the rhinestone door. Unless what? The voice in the elder's ear asked. Frowning, the elder thought for a moment before replying with a deep breath. Unless the one that exposed our location is Carl. That's impossible. The voice spoke after a brief moment of silence. You know full well just how much Carl hates the dwarves. His hatred runs even more deeply than some of us present in the council. How can it be him? Furthermore, he is also responsible for taking down 2 beacons. It can't be possible. You might be right. Pondering over the matter, the elder soon realized the validity of the words presented to him. Given Carl's background, and the fact that he hated dwarves with a passion, the probability of him being the culprit was low. Carl was someone that the dwarves had rejected and scorned due to the various ideas he had proposed in the past. Each dwelling in the neurological field and memory extraction area. Something that was considered taboo to the dwarves. As such, he was treated as an outcast that was left out to rot. If not for them, he would have long died by now. The elder could vividly remember the deep-seated hatred he saw in Carl when he signed the mana contract with the demon. He was there. He had witnessed the whole thing. The fact that he also took down 2 beacons was a testament to his possible innocence. That was, of course, unless he was faking it the whole time. But for him to have been faking it for so long, the elder didn't want to believe it. Giving a skeptical look to the door, the elder massaged his forehead as he tried to think of other possibilities. Just who could it be? Could it be a spy entered Carl's room while he was decoding the beacons? Since the dampening system was turned off in that specific area, it could have happened. But it can't be that either. No one except Carl ever entered that room. The elder shook his head in confusion. He couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Actually, we already have an idea. What do you mean by that? Why are you telling me this now? Raising his head in surprise, the elder hurriedly asked. I'm only telling you now because I just got a live feed of what happened prior to the attack. The voice paused for a moment. The elder could feel a tone of malice emerge from it. Remember those human bastards that asked for us to let them enter Henneler? The elder's brows knit at those words. Yes, is it related to them? Yes. The voice in the elder's ears deepened. They were the ones that led the attackers towards our location. Moments after they appeared, we were suddenly attacked. Coincidence? No, I don't think so. The elder's face sank once more. Clenching his fists, the elder trembled with uncontrollable rage. To think that those incompetent bastards would scheme against you. Bang. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang in the elder's ear. What is going on? The elder instantly became alarmed. Shit, I'm currently under attack. The dwarves have INF, BZZZZ. Before the sentence could finish, the signal cut off, and the elder was left panicked, wondering what had just happened. Was he trying to say that someone has infiltrated the place? The panic did not last for long. Calming down, the elder tried to make out the last words that the voice in his ear was trying to say. But, before he could even think properly, the hair at the back of his neck rose. Why-ing. Without hesitating, the elder raised his hand. Clang. A loud clashing sound rang out. What followed after was a circular, sunrised wind that expanded from the point of contact between the two forces. KHHH, who? Taking several steps back, the elder stabilized his body and lifted his head up. Upon lifting his head and getting a closer look at who had attacked him, the elder immediately identified the perpetrator of the attack. Human. His eyes narrowed into thin slits. Guess that didn't work. Standing opposite the Durgan elder, Waylon raised his broadsword and once again slashed down. Not wasting a single second. As he swung the sword, a thin coating of mana enveloped the body of the blade. What followed after was a terrifying attack that shot out from the broadsword, headed straight for the elder. Why-ing. Staring at the incoming attack, the elder did not panic in the slightest. Raising his hand, a thin arm bracer appeared on his forearm. Channeling his mana towards the bracer, a thin transparent shield materialized in front of the Durgan elder. Bang. Waylon's attack arrived right as the shield formed. Connecting with the shield, ripples formed around its surface as it completely absorbed the energy of Waylon's attack. Before long, the attack completely dispersed. After absorbing the attack, raising his head, the elder did not waste any time. Extending his hand towards the right, a large hammer appeared in his hand. Gripping on the handle of the hammer, the elder glared at Waylon. Hua! Crying out, the elder raised the hammer in the air and swung downwards with all his might. Bang! The moment the hammer smashed against the ground, it tore apart and an invisible attack shot towards Waylon, who responded in kind. Once again raising his broadsword, letting out a long breath, the mana in the air thickened up considerably and rushed towards his broadsword. It became apparent to everyone in the room that whatever attack Waylon was about to use was going to be extremely powerful. The mana shook around the broadsword, making it look threatening. There was only one problem with this method, however. It was that Waylon would have no time to complete it before the elder's attack reached him. But, Waylon was no fool. With his eyes glued on the incoming attack, just as it was about to reach him, he shouted. Now. Ha 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 ha, as you wish. The moment his words faded, a powerful voice rang out with a merry tone, and a large orc suddenly appeared out of thin air. Pressing his toes onto the ground and holding onto an enormous axe, the ground beneath the orc split apart with a loud bang as his body immediately reappeared right in front of Waylon. Hua! Raising his axe, a deep cry powerful enough to shake the air reverberated throughout the whole room as Ultrich slashed down and met the Durgar's attack head-on, in classic Orcish style. The two attacks soon met. Boom. Once the two attacks met, a terrifying energy expanded from the point of contact. What followed after was a thunderous noise that rang throughout the whole area. Leaning forward, with his feet pressed on the ground, the orc turned to face Waylon for a second. Your turn, human. As he looked at Waylon, slowly, Ultrich was slowly starting to get pushed back. Fine, miniature crevices formed beneath his feet as he tried to hold on. Without answering Ultrich, Waylon turned his attention back towards the elder. With the elder having just attacked, he was wide open. Waylon knew this, and he wasn't going to waste such an opportunity. Leaning his body forward, he slashed down once more. It was a simple slash. It did not look extraordinary or anything of the likes, however, the moment he slashed down, the world came to a standstill. Shirring, sheeing. What the people in the room thought did not come to pass. Instead of a mana-based slash, all they saw was a plain downward swing. Spurt. But it was only a second after, as the sound of blood spilling on the ground reached the ears of everyone present, that they realized it was no regular swing. With his eyes wide open, the elder stared in Waylon's direction with an incredulous look. Many questions entered the elder's mind as he tried to figure out what had just happened. From the very beginning, the elder knew that Waylon was preparing a powerful attack. Therefore, although it looked like he was open, he was prepared to activate his arm bracer. But before he could do that, once Waylon slashed down and the elder prepared to activate his barrier, he saw his blood splatter everywhere. Even during the last moments of his life, the elder couldn't figure out what had just happened. His body began to collapse, the ground becoming increasingly closer. Thud. With a dull thud, the elder fell on the ground. He was dead. H-A-A-A. Supporting his body with the broadsword, Waylon heavily gulped for air. Go take care of the others. Although he wanted to rest, turning his head in Ultrich's direction, Waylon nudged him towards the other Duergars present. Got it. Nodding his head silently, Ultrich picked up his axe and headed for the other Duergars. While he was doing that, Waylon walked in the direction of the door and put his palm on it. H-A-A-A. Ren, I'm done. A few seconds after his words faded, the door slowly started opening up. Clank. Once the door fully opened, a pale youth slowly walked out. Staring at Waylon, who was standing opposite of him, he muttered in an unhurried tone. Took you long enough. The Author's POV. Chapter 349, Crippling the Insides, 1. My brows furrowed as I took a step out of the room. Turning my head and staring towards the right, a scene of carnage appeared in my vision. Holding onto an enormous axe, an orc swung it horizontally, in wild abandon. As the axe moved, it tore the air apart and a whistling sound arose. What followed after was a fountain of blood as the axe split the bodies of several Duergars in two. Is he the one you brought along with you? I asked as I turned to face Waylon again. Taking a closer look at him, my brows jumped up lightly. That aside, what in the world happened to you? Now that I had taken a closer look at Waylon, his complexion seemed to be quite pale. His breathing was rough, and with both of his hands on his knees, he looked to be having a rough time. Ha. Don't worry too much. In order to get rid of the elder, I was forced to use my strongest move. I already drank a potion, I should be good in a bit. What about you? You don't seem to be in optimal shape as well. Waylon said as he pointed at my right arm. Lowering my head and staring at my arm, I helplessly shrugged. It happened because of my inexperience. Ah. At my words, Waylon had a sudden look of understanding. He then patted me on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. I've been through it too. If you think Duergars and dwarves are easy to fight just because of their small statures, you're damn wrong. Those bastards could become one hell of a tough opponent. Especially since they seem to have an endless amount of tricks up in their arsenal. I learned this the hard way. I replied with a bitter smile. Just as Waylon said, Duergars were very tricky opponents. Possessing an arsenal packed with a multitude of different artifacts, their attack pattern was almost unpredictable. Unlike when fighting other opponents, I couldn't properly gauge what they would do next, making them that much harder to fight. Furthermore, their cunning tactics that were aimed at my weak points made things even more annoying. By the way, what's that? I've never seen you with that before. Disrupting me out of my thoughts was Waylon, who pointed at my hand. Leaning forward to get a closer look, he silently muttered, "It looks like a regular metal pole. Anything special about it?" "Oh, this." Raising my left hand, revealing the long metal stuff, I swung it around. Swish. With each swing, the air split apart, and a crackling sound similar to that of a whiplash would arise. It was pretty good. Putting the bottom end of the metal rod on the ground, I leaned on it slightly. Just something I looted from the place. Since I can't use my arm, I figured that this would do for now. Another reason why I chose to go to the artifact testing room was obviously because of the artifacts. That was a no-brainer. Since my right hand was currently out of action, I took the liberty of taking the metal staff artifact that the Duergar used against me. Although there were other artifacts, I did not choose them since they were either far too high in rank and would rapidly consume my mana or were utility-based. Which meant that they had no use in my current situation. Now that you've reminded me, take this. Remembering something, taking out a glove from my dimensional space, I handed it to Waylon. What's this? He asked with a pointed look. It's an S-ranked artifact that I picked up. I thought that it might be useful to you. An S-ranked artifact? Yes. I replied with a bit of struggle. If only I was a little bit stronger. Although it was an S-ranked artifact and I wanted it, because of my lack of mana and the fact that we were currently participating in a very important mission, I decided to hand it to Waylon. Of course, I was merely just lending it to him. There was no way I would give such a nice artifact for free. Just as I was about to give Waylon the glove, my hand paused. Lifting my head, I reminded. I'm just lending it to you, okay? You'll have to give it back after you're done with it. Waylon's brows twitched at my words. Snatching the glove from my hand, he commented in an annoyed tone, "You're a greedy one, aren't you? It's an S-ranked artifact, what do you expect?" Of course, I'm going to be greedy. The last time I checked, besides the fact that it increased the strength of the user, the artifact was also extremely durable and could block heavy blows from an enemy. It was both offensive and defensive, of course, I wanted it. Studying the glove in his hand, Waylon put it on. Once he put it on, the glove magically expanded to fit his hand. Clenching his hand repeatedly, Waylon nodded his head in satisfaction. It's not bad. I'm glad you like it. Trying my best to not look envious, I looked away from Waylon. Only then did I notice the corpse of the elder in the middle of the hall. My eyes instantly lit up. Turning to Waylon, I asked, "Are you not going to loot his body?" Since he was an elder, the Duergar must have had some good things on him. Perhaps a couple more S-ranked artifacts, maybe. Don't bother, I've already checked. All of his artifacts are bounded ones. Pouring cold water onto my hopes, Waylon put his sword away. We can't do anything about them as they are linked to his body permanently. I see. Although bounded artifacts were rare in the human world, they were a lot more common here in the dwarven domain. Malvol's disciple being an example, as his hammer was a bounded one. Should we get moving then? Since I now knew that the artifacts on the elder were bounded to his corpse, I quickly gave up on them and turned to face Waylon. Lowering his head to meet my eyes, Waylon asked in a serious tone, "Where to next?" "Dampening system," I quickly replied. There was no ounce of hesitation in my voice. Since there was another team currently headed for the surveillance system, there were only two places left to choose from: the security room that was responsible for the protective measures installed outside of the base and the room where the dampening system was located. Good idea. I was thinking the same. Waylon nodded his head in approval. Once we take care of the dampening system, communicating and coordinating with the others will be much easier. That's what I think too. The dampening system was responsible for blocking all frequencies and other methods that connected to the outside world. If we managed to destroy it, we'd essentially be removing the restrictions on communications and thus be able to communicate with Douglas, who was outside, as well as with the other group that was currently taking care of the surveillance system. Let's not waste any time and go now. Ultric just finished as well, Waylon said as he saw that Ultric was finally done taking care of the Duergars. Touching my tooth slightly, I briefly glanced in the orc's direction to make sure that he was okay. Waylon also seemed to have the same idea as me as he waited for Ultric to come. I'm here. Good. Let's go. Once Ultric was done and had arrived before Waylon, turning his head to face me, Waylon urged, "Run, let's hurry." "Okay, give me a second." Nodding my head, I touched my face and made sure that the mask was properly sealed. Since the security system was still not down, I did not want to have my real face exposed in the open. Because I wanted to save mana, the mask I wore was just a regular skin mask. I had also removed the effects of the potion and was now back to my regular height. It definitely felt much better to be back to normal. "Ren." Waylon hissed. Coming, I answered while moving to him. Taking my hand away from my face, I followed Waylon and Ultric deep into the hall. The dampening system's location awaited us. Thick threads of mana lingered in the air as thunderous explosions rang in the atmosphere. A multitude of colors flashed in the air as two different forces clashed against each other. The pressurized wind gales emerging from the point of collision between the two forces shot out towards a large army that stood below. This persisted for over 10 minutes as both sides mercilessly attacked each other, spreading chaos everywhere. KHH. Standing below, at the far end of the army, a blonde youth pushed his shield forward and blocked the wind gale that shot in his direction. Tensing his leg muscles, the youth's body stood rooted on the ground as the earth beneath his feet crumbled slightly. It was only after a whole minute had passed that the youth could finally relax. Lowering his shield slightly, he thought back at the attack just now. If what I just blocked was the residual energy from one of the clashes, I wonder how strong the real force is. As his thoughts paused there, he broke out into a cold sweat and shook his head. Let's not think about it. I'm still too far from that level. Just the thought alone sent shivers down his spine. What should we do? A soft voice entered his ears from behind him. Turning around, the youth, Hein, saw Ava look towards the distance, where the conflict was happening. Her delicate brows were tightly knit in a frown as her lips pursed into a small, worried pout. Are we going to fight soon? No. We wait for now. Answering her was Leopold. With his sword by the side of his waist and a gun in hand, he too was looking at the conflict happening above. Turning his attention away from the conflict, he looked back at Ava. For now, Ren told us to stay put. He said that he'll contact us when it's time. Before that, we are supposed to lay low. If you say so. Okay. Nodding his head, Hein did not say anything else and continued to stare at the battle in the distance. With every second that passed, the strength of the attacks on each side increased. The pressure bearing down on everyone increased by the second. We should get ready. Chugging down a potion, Hein closed his eyes and tried to recover as much mana and stamina as possible. He estimated that the real battle would start within the next couple of minutes. Before that happened, he wanted to be in optimal shape. He knew that compared to the previous one, this one was going to be a lot tougher and more dangerous. He could no longer take it easy. He wasn't the only one that understood that, as Ava and Leopold also got ready, each making their own preparations for the battle to come. Bang. Heek. Using the side of the large axe, Ultrich brutally smacked a Duergar by the side of the wall. His attacks held no grace or elegance, yet never lacked precision. They were pretty gory too, but at this point, I'd rather have efficiency and precision over what the aftermath looked like. This way. No longer bothered by such a scene, I ran through a large corridor. Of course, as I ran, I made sure to be in between Waylon and Ultrich. I wasn't naive enough to think that I could take the front or back. All I could do at the moment was direct the two in the right direction. Having already memorized the layout of the place, the task was a breeze for me. There it is. Before long, halting my steps, I pointed towards the distance. Ah, it looks like our plans have been read. But just as I was sure we had arrived, obstructing our path were several Duergars. Standing next to each other in a tight formation, they held their weapons while aiming in our direction. A multitude of spherical bundles of mana lingered in the air, converging towards their artifacts. To make matters worse, standing in the middle of the Duergars was a familiar figure, someone I didn't expect to see so soon. Durara. I muttered underneath my breath. One of the leading elders of Inferno, and an SS-ranked Duergar, Durara had made her appearance. The Author's POV. Chapter 350, An Intense Fight, 1. Ren, stay back. Extending his hand towards my direction, Waylon pushed me back. His piercing, ice-cold gaze indifferently scanned Durara, who was standing opposite him. Holding onto a wooden staff double her size, a red orb deeply embedded at the very top of it. A soft, misty red hue shrouded the area around the staff, creating a mysterious feeling. A heavy tension enshrouded the hall as both sides were locked in an intense stare-off. Whying. In a smooth motion, Waylon took out his broadsword and pointed it in Durara's direction. Comparing the pressure he was giving off to Durara's, I could tell that he was weaker than her. In fact, it wasn't even a close match as his aura was swiftly getting suppressed by her. Waylon also seemed to know this fact as a never-before-seen look of seriousness marred his face. Without wasting any time, he channeled what little bit of mana he had recovered in his body towards the tip of the broadsword. His scion control is leagues above mine. I thought to myself as I observed him from the side. From how he managed to freely control the psions to reach a certain point of the broadsword unimpeded, I could understand just how capable Waylon was. But as Waylon was getting ready to fight, contrary to his expectations, Durara's attention wasn't directed toward him or Ultrich, who had still not made a move and was quietly observing Durara. Her attention was in fact directed towards me. Durara mouthed slowly, in a tone I couldn't quite place my finger on. This familiar aura. Her chilly voice traveled through the ears of everyone present as my face couldn't help but change slightly. Durara's expression turned from ice-cold to gloomy as her eyes that contained a faint black light shone even more fiercely. Her mind was slowly processing everything happening before her. Seeing that she was slowly figuring things out, raising my hand, I waved in her direction, in an almost mocking manner. Hi. Having been paying close attention to me for the past week or so, she was already familiar with my aura. Although I could hide it, I didn't feel the need to do so anymore. She had already figured out what had happened, so there was no longer a need. Carl's role was done. He was no longer needed. Might as well piss her off to disrupt her mentality. It can't be. And no, it cannot be possible. Upon seeing me wave my hand in her direction, it finally dawned on her. A look of absolute shock and betrayal appeared on Durara's face as she tightened the grip on her staff. But it didn't take long for her to calm her emotions down. Her face returned to its usual cold and indifferent one. However, everyone in the room could feel the tangible bloodlust exuding from her body. She was angry. What a bummer. Seeing that my taunt did not work, I felt that it was a bit of a pity. If I had managed to provoke her into doing something stupid out of anger, we could have used that chance and capitalized on it. Too bad no such thing happened. I get it. I finally get what you guys did. Clever little trick. Every single one of her words chilled the very air as a palpitating and almost suffocating feeling blanketed the hall. VUAM. It was then that a murderous aura suddenly sprang out from behind her small body, in the form of an illusory red skull. Tightening her grip on the staff, even more, Durara glared in my direction, directing the murderous aura revolving around her body towards where I was standing. You will pay for what you've done. She cried out loud, her aura bursting forth in my direction like an unstoppable tsunami. Opening its mouth, the illusory skull shot in my direction at a terrifying speed. Stay back, Ren. Pushing me further back, Wayland stepped forward and threw a regular palm in the direction of the skull. Though the palm looked just like an ordinary attack, it was anything but. Moments before it came into contact with the red skull, which was a tangible reflection of Durara's bloodlust, a small white glow enveloped Wayland's palm as the aura encircled his hand in a soothing, calm manner. Once the skull was only a few meters away from me, chopping his hand down, a large gap formed and the skull split apart as though it was made out of water. What followed after was a strong gale that messed up my hair and clothes, but other than that, I was completely fine. Seeing that her small attack had not worked, Durara snorted. She then proceeded to tap her staff on the ground once. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the moment her staff touched the floor, everything beneath her feet completely shattered apart, revealing the rough ground underneath it. The broken tiles of the floor slowly rose in the air around her, encircling her very body. Thin threads of mana suddenly materialized around Durara, surrounding her completely. She raised her staff in the air, releasing a blood-curdling scream. I'll kill you, traitor! Her enraged shout reverberated throughout the whole building as a frightening power surfaced from above the top of the staff. Within seconds, a powerful ball of energy materialized in front of Durara as she pointed the staff in my direction. The ball then proceeded to levitate in front of her. High oak! But she wasn't done. With another high-pitched scream, the mana around Durara suddenly froze. Then, in unison, it agglomerated towards the ruby placed on top of the staff. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. By the time the mana had completely converged on top of the staff, a second had passed and one more ball appeared in front of her. While this was happening, the dozen or so Duergars weren't standing still. Aiming their weapons in our direction, they were also getting ready to fire at the same time. Soon, both sides were ready as a threatening energy expanded from their direction. With a grave look, Wayland looked to his side. Ultric, can you handle her attack? Leave it to me, Ultric reassured. Being in SS rank himself, Ultric was confident in defending against Durara's attack. Although he could feel just how powerful her attack was, he wasn't scared. Or, at least, that's how it looked to me. But as the seconds ticked by, the energy gathered at the top of her staff became more threatening and powerful. At this point, I could no longer quantify the power radiating from her attack. Huarg. Responding to her, Ultric let out a deep shout. His voice resembled the furious cry of thunder as it reverberated throughout the hall, strongly shaking the surroundings. A devastating energy rooted deep within his body sprang out, enveloping him whole, like a thin veil. Taking a step forward, the floor beneath him cracked apart as fine, miniature crevices expanded from the area around his foot. His calf muscles tensed, revealing thick veins that threatened to pop out of his skin at any second. Ultric painted a menacing visage. Noticing what Ultric was doing, Durara's eyes became even colder. The enormous energy lingering atop her staff halted. Without saying anything, she lowered the staff at a 45-degree angle. The two spheres of energy revolving around her merged together to form an even larger, inconceivable mass of destructive mana that quickly shot it in our direction. A wild and violent energy swept the wind apart, forcefully tearing down anything in the hall. Durara's frightening attack caused Audthor's and Wayland's gazes to harden. However, Audthor, who was standing at the front, did not dodge. Releasing the built-up energy in his calves, his body tore through the air at an extremely terrifying speed. Holding onto the large axe with both hands, he appeared right in front of the energy blast as though he had teleported. Because Audthor moved faster than ever before, the axe was positioned lower, its head angled right below his waist. But this was no problem for him. Intensifying his grip on the axe, Audthor's muscles bulged and he swung diagonally in an upwards manner. A thick red light surged from the tip of the axe and ruthlessly smashed against Durara's attack. The space around Audthor exploded. Bang! A great force emerged from the head-on collision, causing Audthor to get forced backward. A bright light shot outwards, and everything close to the epicenter of the collision disintegrated. The others around Durara and Audthor were pushed even further back as a result of the aftermath. Fortunately for me, I had Wayland for support. A thin shield enveloped the two of us. Ugh. Although we were not too close to the attack, I could see Wayland struggling to defuse the aftershocks of the collision. Staring at the ensuing battle, Wayland's face couldn't be any more serious. "This is not a fight I can interfere with," he silently muttered. Having witnessed the exchange that just took place, Wayland realized that the fight was far beyond his league. The gap between each rank grows as one gets closer to the top. I thought to myself. Compared to the previous elder we encountered before, she's in a different league. I could handle. I can't. What rank was the previous elder? I asked out of curiosity. Since I wasn't there, I had not witnessed the fight. Glancing at me from the corner of his eyes, Wayland softly replied, S+, borderline SS-. Ah, I see. I guess I now understood why Wayland could take care of him. We can only hope that Audthor can handle her. Wayland's expression was cold and indifferent as he stared at the Duergars standing behind Durara. Stabilizing their bodies from the aftermath of the explosion, they turned their attention towards us. Raising their weapons, they aimed them at us without hesitation. Taking a step forward, Wayland forcefully pushed me behind him. "Stand back, run. You're too weak to be of any use. You're just a burden at the moment." "Got it." Nodding in understanding, I heeded Wayland's words. Although he was a bit harsh, Wayland was correct. I didn't need to deny the truth. At my current level, I was just a burden. I had already finished my role. The rest was up to them. Bang, bang. Before I knew it, Wayland and the other Duergars had started fighting, multicolored lights surging in the air. I don't like this. Even though I knew that I had already completed my role, staring at the ensuing battles, a weird feeling bubbled up from inside me. I couldn't quite explain what I was feeling. Annoyance. Frustration. Helplessness, or a mix of all those. Just staring at the two of them battle and treating me as a burden did not sit right with me. I was long past my passive phase. I wanted to help. I wanted to ease their burdens, if even a little bit. This was obviously not because I felt compassion for them or any other emotion similar to it. I wanted to help them because I didn't want them to tire out and eventually lose later on in the operation. I also didn't like the feeling of being a burden. Just how can I help them without causing them more trouble? Crossing my arms and biting the nail of my thumb, the chip inside of my head started processing at full power. The last thing I wanted to do was try to help and end up making the situation worse. If I was planning on helping them, it had to be in a way that would actually help, not hinder. I needed to take into account all the variables and factors around me. But, just what can I do? Staring at the ensuing battle, and glancing at everything that was happening around me, my brows started to knit together. It wasn't long before something finally struck me as my eyes opened slightly. What if? A/N, 2 more chaps coming in the following hour.